Spiral of ramen. Itachi slowly, thoroughly examined his arsenal. Scrolls were laid out in front of him, where kunai, shurikens and a couple of chains were to be sealed. It is necessary that the weapon be in perfect order, sharpened, smeared with poison. Ready for battle. On a mission, there will be no time to be distracted. Are you leaving again? Came a sad voice from the window. Itachi winced involuntarily. He didn't even hear Shisui creep up. However, what else to expect from the famous ghost? From early childhood, loaded with studies and the early awakening of the Sharingan, Itachi remembered only Shisui by his side. That time was like a feverish race. They studied, trained all day long, sometimes collapsing from fatigue right on the court. They had no time at all for social adjustment, as their father called it. Two geniuses of the Uchiha clan, talented shinobi, warriors. Hope and support. Itachi learned to wear a mask on his face early, even before he received a well-deserved porcelain crow. His defensive reaction, which only Shisui could overcome. As a result, when the race was over and Itachi woke up, he found no one around except for his parents, Shisui and his father, even the younger brother, and that he managed to ward off from himself by constant employment, and he couldn't do it any other way. He had no one to return to the mansion. He forgot how it is to enjoy life, to feel vivid emotions. Smile. Calmness, the utmost composure of missions became his constant, faithful companions. You'll drive yourself completely, Itachi, his friend shook his head disapprovingly. Take a breather, rest a little. Our clan no longer needs to prove anything. Ichem. During the attack of the fox demon on the village, the Uchiha, against all orders, entered the fray. Although not at full strength, they managed to keep the kyubi. Each of them was closely monitored, each had a non-Uchiha partner. Which was the main proof of their innocence. The elders suggested that the Sharingan, to which the fox was subordinate, was stolen from clan shinobi who disappeared during missions. The Leaf Uchiha were acquitted on all counts. The remnants of the clan. That night became fatal. Of the entire clan, 105 people remained, exactly half, most of which were women and children. Itachi remembered how his mother was crying when she didn't take off her Jonin's vest. She buried her face into Sasuke's light blue blanket to stifle her sobs. And her father, a stern, proud father, intolerant of tears and weakness, simply put his hand on her shoulder. This told Itachi more than his entire previous life. Father loved them, mother, brother. And him. I can't sit idle, he shrugged indifferently. You will ruin yourself, Shisui frowned. And for what? For money. For fame. Ranks of genius. For what, Itachi? Itachi rubbed his face with his hands. Only alone with a friend could he show such, albeit a small, weakness. Because I can't do it any other way, he said simply. Not taught. I'm a fighter, XNBU and stuff. But you are no longer the link between the clan and the village. You have the right to rest, urged a friend. Go to the springs, unwind. We have a great set of doctors this year. A wry smile flickered across his lips. After the attack by the kyubi, Itachi saw how the clan members literally opened their eyes. The Uchiha could not afford to continue to sit in a swamp of hatred and lust for power. It is better to have influence now than to make bloody plans for the future that may not even come true. Like a kick to action. Fugaku suddenly remembered what his wife's brisk, young friend, Kushina Uzumaki, had been telling him. With the help of her water techniques, she discovered hidden hot springs nearby. With the help of earth and water techniques, bringing them to the surface cost nothing. And the head of the clan went to work, during which he discovered that the fourth had left them an interesting inheritance. The two contractors agreed to build everything quickly and relatively inexpensively. The hospital agreed to send its Iraiyanin for internships and advanced training. The personal order of the fourth Hokage, which even Sarutobi, who again rose to power, did not dare to challenge. This is how the wellness center was born. Hot springs, massages, treatment with herbs and special ointments, even chakra, delicious food and pleasant, friendly service. The women of the clan did not shun cleaning, washing dishes. Iraiyanin improved in techniques, improved their control over chakra, tested knowledge. Everyone was happy. Dame even specially came to them, to look, to have a rest, to relax. And now, in its 11th year, the Uchiha clan has again become one of the most respected in the village. They were no longer frightened, no longer whispered behind their backs, calling them red-eyed demons. And remember, finally, that you have a younger brother. With a quick movement, while Itachi was still not out of his thoughts, Shisui flicked him on the forehead, as the guy himself once did with his younger brother. Follow him to the academy, practice. Do you think so? Itachi said uncertainly. Needless to say, the genius of the clan was afraid. He was too distant from his beloved younger brother, believing that the clan's rebellion was inevitable. I tried to save him from unnecessary suffering. I think so, Shisui nodded happily. And I'm going on a mission instead of you. He snatched the sheet. Right now, I'll run to negotiate with the Hokage, and disappeared into Shunshin. Itachi walked slowly towards the academy. Shisui still kept his word, and the next day he wasted away on a protracted mission, leaving his friend alone with his doubts and worries. Unless he waved his hand goodbye. Also, all this time Sasuke's best friend has been brainwashing Sasuke about big brother complex and overprotective care. When Sasuke, with the most serious look and a slightly mocking look, quoted Itachi some especially vivid expressions, including the advice to wait for your elder brother to come to you, and he will come, he will not go anywhere. He did not know whether to cry or laugh from such friends' worries. And Sasuke just hugged and pulled to training. I used to be offended, Sasuke threw a stone, watching the circles disperse on the water. And then Shisui explained to me what you wanted. How you worried about me. Only. He clenched his fists, cheekbones slightly reddened. Sasuke carefully looked away. Don't do that again, big brother. I won't, Ototo. Itachi punched him in the forehead out of habit. He did not even notice how his little, stupid brother grew up, matured. Sasuke winced and pouted. Despite the age and status of a student of the academy, he still remained a child. Such a funny one. Immersed in his thoughts, he still mechanically and habitually indifferently noted familiar faces. Shiranui Ginma, the fort's loyal senbon-bearing knight, seduces a flower shop girl by lazily pushing senbon from one corner of her mouth to the other. And how is his jaw still intact with such a toothpick? Nearby, the inseparable Kotetsu and Izumo, who were not called Katsums in the village, are looking at something on the counter with weapons. Old Tuchi's shop is very lively. Mitarashi Anko is arguing over another portion of his favorite dangos, except for hissing. However, the owner is not much inferior to her, at least he grins in the same way. It can be seen that the argument gives both great pleasure. And Itachi knows that in the end, the old man will still give a discount to his regular customer. It would be nice to have a look at it one of these days. His train of thought was interrupted by something crashing into Itachi at full speed. On some reflexes, the shinobi dodged the heavy books that fell on his feet. With his thumbs, quickly, without thinking at all, he tossed them up, where he caught them with one hand. The second he tenaciously held the attacker. The enemy was a short blonde, admiringly looking at the neat pile of textbooks in Itachi's palm. Wow! Cool, Detibio! She exclaimed loudly, turning to the adult. For a moment, Itachi felt like closing his eyes. The girl turned out to be bright. Golden hair, like sunbeams, bright blue, sparkling eyes, a radiant face. Tanned, lively, mobile, with funny scars, mustache on her cheeks. Emotions welled up like a fountain, and the girl did not consider it necessary to hide them. Out of the corner of his eye, he noted the absence of a bandage, which meant he wasn't even a genin yet. Most likely, she was in a hurry from the academy. Inwardly, the Uchiha blushed painfully as he thought about what Shisui would say if he knew that the ANBU captain had been taken by surprise by an academy student. Here, he handed her the textbooks. Thank you, she seemed to smile wider than her cheeks. Thanks for your help, uncle. She screamed as she ran away, and only the tip of a cunningly braided long braid flashed in the air. Uncle? Someone chuckled behind him. Itachi turned around and saw his younger brother. He looked with interest after the fleeing girl. Shisui not a word. Warned the elder, putting his index finger to the brother's nose. Of course, he chuckled. I think I'll show him pictures. He has a mangekyo. I'll spit it out. Itachi threatened. Will you catch up? Sasuke chuckled and immediately took a low start. Itachi rushed after him, for the first time in his life, giving himself wholeheartedly to the process of tomfoolery. Probably, a short meeting with that girl gave him a charge of vivacity. The genius of the Uchiha clan could not explain his behavior in any other way. Summer this year has clearly decided to roast people with a scorching sun. From the heat, the air above the hot earth trembled with an unsteady haze. To the delight of the opposite sex, the girls undressed, wore thin, translucent dresses, but shinobi had a hard time. By statute, they were required to wear a uniform in all weather. Therefore, no one in green vests was visible on the street. They scattered like cockroaches in the corners in search of shade. However, this was the only kind of activity in the village. The brain-melting heat obviously did not contribute to the increase in efficiency. On the table by the Katsums stood an empty decanter with dried lemon peels. The attendants themselves were lounging in chairs, listlessly fanning themselves with lists of visitors. The unheard of happened. Shiranui Ginma released his favorite senbon from his mouth. it heated up too quickly in the sun. Itachi, passing through the gate, mechanically waved his hand to the attendants. They fluttered, making it clear what they saw, but they would write it down later. The Uchiha himself had a dry throat, double vision, but he stubbornly, albeit slowly, wandered home. His hand ached, touched by an enemy kunai on a mission, the smell of sun-warmed blood burned his nose. And in my head, fragmentary plans on how to get into my own room and not get into the eyes of Shisui and Ototo. The story with the uncle quickly became the property of his family. Itachi even ran off on the first escort mission he came across, just to avoid seeing two wide, sly smiles that looked alike. Salty, burning sweat dripped down his forehead, the shirt under his vest was soaked through with it and blood. I wanted to drink. Itachi had already imagined this transparent jar with 2 lemon slices inside, which was misted from the cold. And it's still far from home. Uncle! Someone sang loudly in his ear. Itachi twitched and then saw the round face of that girl from the academy. She looked amazingly fresh. In a light sundress, with an unchanged scythe, she held fruit ice in her hand, holding out the second portion to him. I want to thank you again for your help and apologize, Date Bayo, she smiled. Itachi clung to a piece of slightly melted ice with pleasure, feeling the coolness flowing down his throat with a groan of pleasure. He destroyed the sweetness in 2 minutes without even noticing. The girl silently handed him the second. The boy nodded in gratitude. You were waiting for me. The voice was hoarse, almost broken. He had to pronounce too many seals. No, shrugged her shoulders walking next to the interlocutor. I saw you in such a state, uncle, I decided to help. Because a shinobi is supposed to help others, Date Bayo. I'm not an uncle, Itachi muttered. Is it an aunt? The girl rolled her eyes in surprise. She was betrayed only by sparks of laughter in her eyes, and trembling lips. It's all because of you, the boy announced, sighing heavily, wiping sweat from his forehead. I can't even go to my room without being called uncle, he complained. The girl giggled, and the Uchiha realized that sympathy would not be expected here. At what point the massive chakra waste and blood loss had their effect, Itachi didn't catch. His eyes darkened, and at the edge of consciousness there was a ringing, frightened voice. The Uchiha woke up late in the evening, if not at night. Silence and blessed coolness reigned in the room where he lay. Through the open window, a light breeze rushed in, to which the exhausted shinobi gladly turned his burning face. He was clearly not in the hospital. 2. Homely atmosphere. Pots with plants on the windowsill, an old, in some places worn almost to the holes, rug on the floor. Clothes of bright colors peeked out from behind the slightly open, scratched closet door, and a climbing plant stretched along the wall from the closet itself. The apartment was old, but lived in and so comfortable. From behind the wall, probably from the kitchen, came a discontented grumbling and the clinking of dishes. Itachi involuntarily smiled, recognizing the talk of his familiar stranger. So when he passed out, she dragged him to her house. And she professionally dressed her wounds, the shinobi noted, looking at the bandage on his arm, from which the smell of healing and disinfecting ointment stretched. Meow! A nasty voice broke the silence. With a jerk, the guy turned to the intruder, clutching a kunai in his hand. The yellow cheeky headache eyes of every Konoha genin for the past 5 years have stared back at him. Tora, the cat of a noble lady, with the stubbornness of the doomed animal, over and over again ran away from the mistress. And time after time, detachments of young shinobi returned him to the steel embrace of a woman. Itachi only once had a chance to participate in the hunt for Toru. The cat showed skills worthy of a jonin-level ninja, and the bloodlust of a nuke nin. Slowly, followed by a cat's gaze, Itachi removed the kunai. He often comes here. A girl appeared in the room with a small table in her hands. She placed him on the boy's lap. Don't worry. You don't often have guests, Itachi remarked. The girl sat down in an armchair, her shoulders drooped. Tora immediately came over and collapsed in her lap, allowing himself to be stroked. And at the same time he gave the patient a condemning look. Itachi choked on a piece of bread. Of course, he knew that this creature is smart, but what is so? You are my first guest. The girl lifted her face, smiled sunnily and added with a touch of revenge, Uncle. The Uchiha stood up, but decided to remain silent. The broth with some herbs and spices turned out to be very tasty, and the most delicate pie was waiting for him. It wasn't enough to get him kicked out. Why didn't you call the doctors for help? Or not taken to the hospital? He asked. Because they wouldn't treat you, his rescuer shrugged. In the depths of his eyes, even despite the dim light of the lamp, Itachi saw an unchildish sadness. Why wouldn't you? Because I brought you. They never helped me. Now resentment cut through the voice. They say I'm a demon and I have to manage on my own. Miss Fumiko used to be there, she always treated me in secret from the others. But last spring she died of pneumonia. She was already 85. Itachi marveled at the pain in his voice, in his broken figure. And the warmth with which she remembered the old woman. But I won't leave it like this. Suddenly boiled girl. She jumped up, clenching her fists. I will become the chief Irionin and help everyone who comes to me. That's it, Date Bayo. Why not the Hokage then? Itachi snorted derisively, almost licking his plate. Even my mom didn't get such yummy. I used to want to become one so that they would recognize me. The girl smiled slyly. Her face began to resemble the muzzle of a cunning fox. But one day I saw how many pieces of paper he had on the table. He doesn't leave his office all day. I can't do that, Date Bayo. I want to go on missions. I want to become a strong shinobi to protect my friends. And treat them like Granny Fu. She got hotter and hotter. Cheeks flushed, eyes sparkled. Good target, Itachi nodded approvingly. Your friends, probably, are glad to such enthusiasm. The girl went out again, and the guy earned another reproachful look from Tora. I don't know, she answered as indifferently as possible, I have no friends. There used to be Grandma Fu and Grandpa Ka, now only Grandpa is left. So you have to protect and heal your grandfather, Itachi suggested judiciously, settling more comfortably on the pillows. After a hearty dinner and medicines, my eyes stuck together, I didn't want to go anywhere. He yawned heartbreakingly. I'm sure you'll be fine. Do you really think so? She lit up all over. Itachi shook his head in astonishment, her mood as changeable as the wind over the sea. Thank you, uncle. I will definitely become the chief medic, Date Bayo. You will see. Did you cook the food and bandage me yourself? Already half asleep, asked the guy. He needed to know. Yes, a whisper on the verge of audibility, thin hands, carefully pulling the blanket over him. Grandma Fu taught me everything. Sleep, uncle, you need to rest. I'm not an uncle. Did he say it out loud or did he dream it? Somewhere above his ear, Tora was purring loudly. In the morning, when he woke up, the girl was no longer in the apartment. She must have gone to the academy. Itachi made the bed and briefly thought about how to thank the stranger who had not introduced himself to him. She will be offended by the money, obviously because she tried from the bottom of her heart. But the weapon. As far as he remembered, they don't give it out at the academy, but you need to train with something. And it does not seem that the girl is able to buy a decent weapon. She has food supplies of ramen and milk for all occasions. Yesterday she clearly spent on him. Itachi silently rid the 10 kunai of the poison and left it on her desk, along with the sealing scroll. Like gratitude, Uncle Kagami, I'm here. Are you home? Itachi took off his shoes and went inside. His mother asked him to take some of the scrolls from Shirsue's father and at the same time give him some homemade sweets. He looked into the first room he came across. Eyebrows flew up. Uncle? His personal punishment was sitting at a low table and doing calligraphy. The fingers were smeared with ink, even a couple of spots froze on the cheeks. Sheets with neatly written hieroglyphs carpeted everything around the table. Something often we began to see each other, Itachi stated. What are you doing here? I'm studying. What about you, Date Bayo? And he brought me a present, Kagami Uchiha silently approached from behind grunted. Naruto, you need to warm up. Perform canon in the backyard. Yes, Grandfather Ka, the girl nodded, bowed briefly and ran away. Grandpa Ka, uncle? The older relative retorted sarcastically, causing Itachi to blush a little. Let's go see her workout. They went to a small veranda where a tea set was already standing. Itachi unwrapped the sweets his mother had given him, Kagami filled the cups. Together they began to watch how the girl deftly wields a huge fan, directing air currents in different directions. What have you already found out about her? The older Uchiha asked, taking a sip. Itachi rolled his eyes. Age did not affect the uncle at all. The gaze was still piercing. He seemed to see right through you even without the Sharingan. How did he guess? After that last meeting, Itachi could not get the girl out of his head. A trained look, against his will, searched the crowd for a familiar mop of blonde hair, but caught only a wave of the tip of the braid. Itachi carefully concealed his interest, finding out the truth little by little. Naruto Uzumaki. Whirlpool. She lived up to her name completely. Lively, mobile, bright, spontaneous. And just like the elements, it dragged on, inexorably, without the right to salvation. Jinchuriki Fox, Itachi chose his words carefully. There are not enough stars from the sky in the academy, it cannot perform a simple replacement or an illusory clone. Teachers swear, lazy, impudent, does not try, does not work. People hate and fear her. It seems that they even beat, fingers squeezed the cup more tightly. And what do you think? Why do you keep looking for information about her? Kagami never took his eyes off his student. The fan whistled through the air, strong hands twisting and turning it. Itachi could see his muscles tensing, his skin glistening with sweat in the sun. She danced, stepped over the whirling currents, curved, passing them over her. I don't know, uncle. For some reason. I can't let her go. So far I don't know why. Uncle bowed his head, accepting the answer. The time will come, and you will understand everything. The main thing is not to rush to draw final conclusions and make decisions. Uchiha Kagami sat with his back proudly erect, as if he were at a daimyo's party rather than at home. Black eyes tenaciously followed Naruto, the girl's every movement. Itachi was sure that the eldest relative did not miss a single mistake in the implementation of the canon. You teach her, uncle. Why? For everyone, this girl is the weapon of the village, the Jinchuriki. But for me, she's the granddaughter of my best friend and teacher. This was the first time Itachi had seen the usually reserved, shrewd and always collected older relative so dreamy. A slight smile appeared on his lips, and a veil of memories covered his eyes. He saw his distant past, relived it again, looking at a little girl with a battle fan. It was the first serious mission of our genin team. We were entrusted with the escort of the master of Fuinjutsu from the Maelstrom allied village. It turned out to be a lively red-haired ulcer, he chuckled. For 2 weeks of the journey, she managed to piss everyone off, including our mentor. She could set up a camp, seal a person in a scroll in a couple of seconds, but during the attack she preferred to climb a tree and squeal from there. For some reason I thought she was having a lot of fun. Later, in Uzushio, I accidentally found out that it was not us who were assigned to accompany the master, but she was asked to look after the genin on the first serious mission. Without us, she would have reached the house in a couple of days. With her stamina and speed, and she climbed a tree so that the attackers would not see her. In the vicinity of the whirlpool, everyone knew her by sight. And they were afraid, so she did not spoil our training. Kagami sighed happily and took a sip of tea. He spoke of the woman with awe, almost reverence. As a result, we all returned to Konoha together, he continued. She began to teach me the art of seals. Of course, I could not reach her level, but I learned some of her science. For a moment the man turned gloomy, stared at the surface of the drink. What happened to her? She died during the assault on Uzushio. The only thing she managed to do was to send her daughter to Konoha. He was silent for a while, then shrugged his shoulders, as if shaking off sticky snares. He smiled again. She did not like to be sad, she considered it a waste of time. Remember something only when it gives you pleasure. This was her philosophy. And Naruto is very similar to her, even speaks almost like her. One has only to imagine that her hair and eyes are red, and I seem to see my dear teacher again. Therefore, I could not allow her granddaughter to be turned into a blunt weapon, following only orders, tearing veins for the sake of a kind word. Fumiko and I took care of her. Not always, but Naruto had to see a good attitude, to understand that not all people are the same. Fumiko. Naruto was talking about her. Itachi wrinkled his brow. Few people know, but Fumiko was my wife's great aunt. She was the first to notice Naruto. And she brought her to me. That's how we got to know each other. I started teaching her the basics of Tai and Fuin, and Fumiko took care of chakra control, medical techniques, and home economics. At the last word, he giggled like a boy. Itachi's eyes widened, then he snorted, remembering the rumors that were circulating around the clan a couple of years ago. Everyone thought that you decided to marry a second time, he smiled. Kagami laughed. Shinigami saved me from such a wife and child. He raised his hands as if in surrender. Naruto from any, even the simplest seal, could make explosives. And Fumiko was instructing on the true path with a ladle. He grimaced, his hand jerked to the back of his head, and Uchiha barely stopped her. Besides, as Fumiko herself said, I was too young for her. Itachi chuckled, suppressing a laugh. Kagami shook his fist at him without malice. I'll set Shursui on. He threatened. I run fast and hide well, retorted the genius of the clan. Kagami looked at the girl again. Starting to study with her, I understood why the Uzumaki were called Red Devils. And why they weren't allowed out of Uzushio until they came of age. Naruto was too restless, energetic child. How much strength it took Fumiko and me to keep her from falling asleep during her meditations, so that she would not tear the calligraphy sheets from stress. She could not sit in one place for a long time, she was always torn somewhere. Compared to her, even her mother Kushina seemed like a calm girl. Kushina Uzumaki. That's exactly what surprised him. In all this time, he never managed to find out the names of Naruto's parents. People just shook their heads and shrugged, not knowing what to say. The third decided to hide from everyone, including Naruto herself, who her parents were. The fact that the fourth, her father, sealed a demon in her, in the hope that the next generation of children will treat her kindly. But Itachi raised an eyebrow. He studied too well his older relative, who had once taught him tactics and analysis. Kagami Uchiha was famous for his insight. I think that's how he paid off Danzo. A small price to pay to keep the Jinchuriki out of Root's dungeons. Itachi understood him. He himself chose to leave the ANBU, if only not to get in the way of the intrigues of those in power. It's better to be a simple jonin doing solo missions. Cowardly? Maybe. But he was tired of taking on too much, risking practically his soul, tearing it to pieces. The face is impassive, but Kagami was able to read everything in the eyes of his younger relative. I see that you are familiar with Danzo's methods. Just like my Shisui. Even too much, Itachi muttered, jumping up. Does Naruto know who her parents are? And about Kyubi? Yes. After that, she began to study even harder, stopped screaming at every corner that she would become Hokage. Let the academy think that the girl is stupid. In fact, Naruto thinks a little differently, trusting his heart and intuition. Like her grandmother, she sees people, understands them, even if she is unfamiliar with them. That's why he wants to become a doctor, to be able to save without sacrificing anyone. Exactly. Of course, this is still a childish view of things, of the future profession. She will grow up, and she will still have to face death. In the meantime, that's enough for now. And I'll make sure she's prepared for any eventuality. The man spoke seriously, as if he had promised someone. Probably his old friend. For a moment, Itachi felt uncomfortable. As if he spied something secret, intimate. That look, burning sad, understanding, serious. Kagami seemed to be trying to apologize to someone. Fan. He changed the subject. Why exactly him? The older Uchiha became calm again. She made her own choice. She has the element of air, like her grandmother. And a little, water, like a mother. With water, it is easier to teach her to manage than with air. There are practically no techniques for him. Current shinobi only sharpen their weapons. The only one who really knew how to manage this element was Naruto's grandmother. What she did with her fan, staggered the imagination. Tessenjutsu master. And I was surprised when Naruto chose a Tessen instead of a kunai. As she said, she feels that it is hers. And you made her a fan. Kagami looked at his interlocutor with a sly squint. Itachi was worried. And who said that this fan is mine? The man chuckled. He, along with the records of the Tessenjutsu school, was sent to Konoha along with Kushina by the storm of the maelstrom. All I had to do was pick it up from the warehouse. And the Hokage and Danzo didn't object? Itachi didn't believe it. They know that we were friends, so they thought that I just want to keep something for myself. Fools, the Uchiha snorted contemptuously. No one better than Uzumaki created and sealed weapons. This fan is thousands of times superior to those that are being made now. It is literally saturated with chakra and stitched with threads of seals. With him, she can do much more than just create a whirlwind. After all, a real Fuina master worked on it. She has a supply of Uzumaki's chakra. Plus she's also a Jinchuriki, Itachi thought slowly, comparing the facts. That might explain why she doesn't get the academy techniques. But you said she had chakra control. And not bad, nodded Uchiha, encouraging further conclusions. Does she already know how to use medical techniques? Not all. But in a couple of months I will buy fish. Huge supply of chakra and excellent control, enough to become a medic. So why can't she perform a replacement or a clone? She has no genjutsu ability. I thought about asking Shisui to train her, but then a great option came up. The man slyly looked at his relative. Yes, and you yourself will be useful. You learn a lot of new things. If you agree, of course. Itachi looked at the training girl, at the man glowing with joy. Perhaps this will be the most responsible choice in his entire life. He could not get rid of thoughts about this girl, he wanted to unravel her secret. So why should he turn down the opportunity to get to know her better, more? If she turned out to be stupid, like many of his kunoichi acquaintances, it would be nice, he could forget about her. In another case, his Ototo may have an excellent sparring partner, hardy, stubborn. Capable. I agree, Itachi nodded. Great. Unless Kagami jumped up. Naruto, come here. The girl folded the fan with a click, habitually threw it behind her back, fastened it, and ran up to the veranda. Something happened, Grandpa Ka. Let me introduce you to your genjutsu teacher. My relative is Itachi. He will teach you how to deal with illusions. Is it true? Hello, Date Bayo. The girl shouted. Thank you, uncle. I'm not an uncle. Itachi almost hissed. Just call me by my first name. And, would you like to introduce yourself back to me? What for? She shrugged. You already know my name. Tucci-san told me how you asked about me. Itachi looked at the man in shock. He glowed with pleasure. Do you really think she just calls me Grandpa Ka? We decided to temporarily hide the true level of Naruto's abilities. At least until she can stand up for herself. And my agent network tells about everyone who asks about me or my teachers. Proudly explained the girl, blowing out strands from her forehead. Agent network? Itachi repeated. I told you it would be good for you, the man shrugged. Even the best shinobi get too relaxed when they underestimate their opponent. And you are no exception. It's a shame, tragically shook his head. Don't worry, Grandpa is joking. Naruto hurried to encourage him. Yes, but I still want to warn you. Most of the pranks in Konoha stick out the tip of a light scythe. Kagami tugged at the said tip. Grandfather. The girl was indignant. It is not true. Let your teacher decide that. He severely shook his finger at her. What don't I know yet? The Uchiha inquired cautiously. Naruto and his teacher looked at each other and shrugged. Depends on what you already know, Kagami replied. But I'm willing to pay a price. After each training, I will answer one question that interests you, Naruto picked up. He remembered the fame of Kagami Uchiha, who was said to be able to sell sand to Suna on his own terms. He never missed a benefit for the clan or the village. It was said that he could see secret desires in the souls of his opponents and allies and put pressure on them. Until now, the agreements written by him have been set as an example to all students, because in each clause a double, or even a triple bottom surfaced. Apparently, Naruto benefited from his training. Itachi fought back the urge to slap his forehead, because it hurts like the teacher and the student squinted. Small fan. At the first training session, Kagami joined them. He probably wanted to know how a relative and a student would work together. Itachi was known for being able to plunge into illusion with one finger. Naruto, this is Naruto. She didn't look him in the eyes, she just waved her fan. The guy barely managed to get away from the spirally twisted thin streams of air. Here's your first mistake, Kagami, who was sitting nearby, said contentedly. Many shinobi don't have to yell at the top of their lungs the names of their techniques and seals, especially since it can give the opponent a chance to prepare. At least morally, he snickered, seeing how Naruto knocked down the shuriken aimed at her with a whirlwind. Date Bayo, grandfather. Don't tell him all my secrets. Naruto yelled in annoyance as he dodged the kunai. Flexible, nimble, fast. Not fast enough yet. Itachi was judging her every move. I saw how Naruto was rushing into battle, trying to deliver a direct blow, but every time she stopped herself. The training of the Uchiha had an effect. She thought through, analyzed the situation, and acted in her own way, bypassing logic in detours. And now she folded the fan, turned it, forcibly pulling the weapon from Itachi's fingers. And then she fell, drove between his legs and hit the airstream in the back. Itachi jumped up, rolled over and fired a dozen kunai at the girl. She sat down, covered herself with a fan, like a shield. With a metallic clatter, the weapon hit the ground. Fast waves of wind extinguished the fireball created by Itachi while still in flight. The fan is a bulky weapon. It provides many advantages in combat, but it also has no less disadvantages. It cannot be removed completely, it can only be folded. It will take time to seal, which sometimes does not happen. Also, most fans, especially Naruto's, are very heavy. So thought Itachi. He was guided by his fights with other bearers of the Tessen. Once again, he underestimated the Uzumaki's weapons. Correctly said Kagami, he was created by the master. In one brief moment, the fan folded into a small, almost feminine piece of jewelry, and Naruto flew at her opponent with a kunai clutched in her palm. The corners of the boy's lips twitched as he recognized the weapon he had given him. Tai's good moves are still too slow, but she still manages to block several of his head and leg attacks. She herself tried to inflict a wound with a kunai, from which Itachi dodged with snake agility. He wasn't trying to win, he needed to know her abilities, what she had already learned, what more needs to be worked on. Now he understood his uncle's reasons for making him the coach. The restless Uzumaki needed a young teacher who would keep up with all her actions, and at the same time calm enough to cool a hot head. Naruto was unable to dodge a blow to the stomach. She flew off to the tree and, with a stifled sigh, slid down it to the ground. And then she looked up, to be in the red and black world of Tsukiyami. But even then Naruto didn't behave like everyone else. Recovering herself, the girl began to look around with interest, looked at her hands, brought the tip of the braid to her eyes. She even sniffed and licked it. Cool, date bayo. She lifted her admiring eyes. How can this technique be used? She asked the red and black Itachi. Tsukuyomi is mainly used for interrogations, the uchiha explained. This space is completely subject to me. And I control who gets here. I can hurt them so much that they will tell me the truth themselves. It is impossible to lie here, there is no way out of here. 3 days here equals 3 seconds there. Are you going to teach me this? No, this technique is a property of the Sharingan, the enhanced genome of my clan. I will teach you to overcome illusions and get out of them with the least loss. That's what Uncle Kagami asked me to do. Is he really your uncle? All Uchiha are related to each other. In one way or another, Itachi shrugged and completed the technique. Naruto was sitting under a tree shaking her head like she was stunned. As if she was trying to shake the water out of her ears. That's enough for the first time, Kagami stood up. About the next training, Naruto, agree with your teacher already. Naruto bowed lightly, after which the man disappeared into the shunshin. The girl turned to the boy. Shall we eat? And then I got hungry. She smiled. From the seal, she pulled out a package of dango and egg rice. Can you make food scrolls? Itachi was startled. After the death of the maelstrom, much of their knowledge was lost. Uzumaki were not in vain considered masters of their craft. It was said that they could even seal a person and then bring him back safe and sound. As Kagami explained with a laugh, sealing weapons with red demons was considered an easy task, training for a child. Therefore, they easily gave this knowledge to Konoha, and even then not to all shinobi. But when creating a product seal or a human one, it was necessary to take into account the nature of the chakra, time and space, regulate them, somehow correlate them. Perhaps only the master of the seals could explain, but there are very few of them left. Even fewer, those who could at least try to repeat the work of Uzumaki. Therefore, works with the maelstrom monum were worth their weight in gold. Not yet, this grandma gave Grandpa Ka along with the fan. Naruto looked like a golden hamster stuffed with grains in his cheeks. And the stripes looked like mustaches. Itachi caught himself on the fact that his mouth stretched into a smile. And there was also a notebook with notes and her notes. For example, she described the properties of her weapon, she nodded at the tessen, which again became large. How did you reduce it? Is it a question of payment? The Uzumaki immediately caught on, coughing. Itachi patted her on the back. Yes, nothing, the rest he will have time to gradually find out. He has enough time. There is a certain seal on the fan. You give it chakra and it shrinks. This allows you to sneak up on the enemy and strike. Even the sensors will not feel. Are there any disadvantages? Yes, Naruto held out the dango stick. It takes a lot of energy. Grandma wrote that only Uzumaki could afford most of the seals. Blood, inclinations, the size of the reserve and the like. By the way, when is the next workout? After 2 days. You need to rest. But I'm not tired. I have more to show, date bayo. Naruto. Itachi said forcefully. The girl sank. Understood, teacher. Itachi, the boy corrected her and tugged at her braid. I need rest too. I'm not iron, but you drove me. Naruto narrowed his eyes in disbelief, but then nodded. As if she realized that the teacher would not go anywhere from her. Then I'll go. Thanks for the workout, Itachi. See you in 2 days. She quickly disappeared behind the trees, and Itachi fell to the grass, looking up at the clouds. Changeable like a hurricane. And just as stubborn. Naruto Uzumaki couldn't give up. When something did not work out, she clenched her teeth and went ahead to her goal. Ignoring the bruises and wounds, without screams and groans, she got her way. Falling and rising, again and again. She practiced tricks until she collapsed from fatigue, and Itachi indulged her in this. He wanted to see exactly how this girl would become a strong kunoichi, how she would apply the techniques he had taught her. He also appreciated the rare moments of frankness at the end of each workout. When he and Naruto were sitting on the platform under the tree, they were eating the tasty treat prepared by the girl and were talking. Payment by question-answer was forgotten, turned into a funny joke that only the two of them could understand. He learned about Naruto's spy network. Her spies turned out to be ordinary boys and girls running around the streets of Konoha all day long. As an older friend, she darned and sewed up torn clothes for them, for which mothers would definitely scold, treated abrasions and bruises. I climbed with them through the gardens, climbed into the catacombs, explored every corner. The band of kids led by the Uzumaki had become a formidable intelligence force that knew everything and everyone. After all, no one pays attention to the children playing nearby, while they listen and remember. Itachi remembered how she laughed, holding onto Naruto's sides, seeing his surprised face. Well, he did not expect this from her, did not expect. And she laughed and infected the uchiha with her laughter. Soon, the girl began to study the technique of the mystic hand, and she was constantly accompanied by the smell of water and fresh fish. The vengeful Uzumaki from unsuccessful attempts cooked sushi and treated Itachi to them. The guy himself did not notice how he began to enjoy each of their rare meetings, looked forward to it, and then began to wait impatiently. Naruto, charged with the positive of those around her, generously shared her joy and smile. They have a personal game, only for two. Previously, Itachi had not been interested in Konoha's social life, but now he began to collect news and gossip, trying to guess what prank Naruto had a hand in. She clapped her eyes and spread her arms, making an uncomprehending face. And for every event she had an alibi or excuse. With her, ordinary training has ceased to be a gray routine. Naruto tried to come up with something new to get out of the most difficult illusions. She was full of energy and optimism. Despite the pain in his eyes after using the Sharingan, the fatigue in his body was becoming pleasant. Itachi felt refreshed, fresh as ever. And at night he could not fall asleep for a long time, again and again scrolling through his head every word, every gesture of the student. For himself, the guy decided to follow Kagami's advice and not rush to conclusions. Let everything take its course. If Naruto has a place in his mind, so be it. He needs to know the strengths and weaknesses of the future Ototo ally. Achi! Itachi! Sasuke waved his hands in front of his frozen brother. Are you okay? Yes, I was just thinking. What did you want, Ototo? Train me, brother. Please. Sasuke built the most touching muzzle from his arsenal. If his classmates saw him, they would tear him up for souvenirs. Itachi just chuckled and flicked his forehead. Let's do it next time. Today I have important things to do. He got up, put down the book. I have to go. See you. See you, brother, Sasuke said frustratedly. Itachi Shunshin moved to a familiar clearing, where Naruto was supposed to come soon. She wasn't there. Not 20 minutes later, not an hour later, the girl whom Kagami personally taught to be punctual did not show up for training. Knowing Naruto's personality, her passion for techniques and activities, Itachi got excited. What if something happened to her? It was no secret to him how the villagers treated the Jinchuriki. Naruto couldn't answer them, didn't want to harm them and thereby confirm the rumors. Several times, Itachi even offered to walk her home, but the girl proudly refused, wrinkling her nose. I have to do it myself, Itachi. Otherwise, what kind of ninja am I, Datebeo? And now she's gone. Itachi jumped up and started running towards the academy. Today they were supposed to have short classes, practical preparation for exams. The graduation was approaching, the teachers began to demand more from the students, to ask more. Naruto could well sit up in the library, forgetting about the time. Comforting yourself was a bad idea. As he expected, there was no one else at the academy. Naruto's teacher, Umino Iruka, looked with surprise at the stony face of the Uchiha, who was interested in the demon, and said that the lessons ended 2 hours ago. And his whole class ran home. The guy went out into the yard and froze. Where could Naruto be? Maybe busy. But then she would have sent someone from her gang with a message. Did something really happen to her? After all, despite all her talents, she is still a child. He can't even walk on walls. For the first time, Itachi regretted not paying attention to the girl's basic training, believing that she would be taught everything in the team. Her favorite swing was empty. The guy ran his hand along the rope. How many times had he seen a sad pug framed by golden hair when he came for an Ototo? Why wasn't he interested in her then? Maybe because it didn't glow. A stifled sob caught his attention. Holding his hand to the pouch, Itachi silently walked deep into the grove. Under the tree, wiping small angry tears, sat Naruto. The bruised knuckles bled, as did the abrasions on his knees. She bit her lip, grimacing, trying not to make a sound. Seeing the guy, she quickly wiped her cheeks and lifted her face. Itachi? I'm sorry, I thought. The Uchiha sat down next to her. What happened, Naruto? The girl is not one of those who will shed tears in vain. I don't understand. Evil, Uzumaki even spoke furiously, clenching the grass in her fists. Well, I cannot do these stupid illusory clones. Well, I can't get a replacement, but I can still do so much, Datebeo. So why are they not interested at all, she said quietly, hiding her face behind her bangs. Itachi didn't need to explain who wasn't interested. He knew how Jinchuriki were treated at school. Naruto also knew that it would be like this, she knew from childhood. After all, Kagami told her, Fumiko hinted at something like that. But still hoping. And lately it has become especially difficult. Fumiko died, Kagami pulled away, throwing her at Itachi, who did not want to close the distance between them. Naruto, he gently stroked his fluffy, soft hair, you shouldn't hide your feelings from your friends. The girl raised her head and looked at him with unbelieving eyes. And you, are you my friend? She inquired cautiously. Itachi almost laughed at his own stupidity. All his life he has been looking for someone like Shisui, who would not see in him the heir of a great clan, for whom influence, money or technology would not matter. And when I found it, I almost overlooked it. Naruto never mentioned his last name, didn't ask for it when she dragged an unfamiliar shinobi to her home. Instead, she trained with him, treated him to ice cream, cooked for him. Together they read books on the art of ninja, got out of illusions. She could tug at the tip of his tail, and nothing would have happened to her for it. Grandpa Ka, uncle, without thinking about his status, she gave him hers. I recognized him as mine. Yes, I'm your friend, Naruto, he said with pleasure. Thank you, she again shone like the sun. She hugged him. Like any abandoned child, she really wanted simple human warmth. Itachi felt the same warmth spread through his body from the waist, where his thin but strong arms wrapped around him. He couldn't console. The Uchiha didn't learn that. Emotions are a weakness, as the clan thought. But he remembered how his mother did when he was hurt or hard. The guy put his head on the top of his head, stroked his fluffy hair and lightly blew into his face, forcing him to wrinkle his nose. Don't worry. Everything will be alright. You will see. Naruto just nodded happily. For the first time Naruto was absolutely and unconditionally happy. Before that, she did not even suspect how straining her teacher-student relationship with Itachi was. She wanted to befriend him, to take off that stupid mask of pride and arrogance that he put on. The indifferent face, empty eyes frightened her, forcing her to remember the ghosts that the girl was afraid to shiver. And yet, under the gaze, she was nervous and did not know what to say. I was always afraid to make a mistake. She felt like she was freezing. As if next to him, slowly covered with frost, starting from the tips of occasionally touching fingers. She was scared, cold, lonely. Even with him, she remained alone. Grandpa Ka advised to wait until Itachi thawed. All Uchiha have trust issues and take time to get used to. It is only in battle that they think quickly, in everyday life they think slowly, but thoroughly. Naruto honestly tried to follow the advice and wait, but she couldn't. Every now and then she wanted to grab the teacher by the shoulders and give him a good shake in order to achieve at least some feelings. She shook him, told funny stories, she laughed more with him than she had in the whole day. She spent the nights at the stove, tried, cooked, to surely please. After all, that's what Fumiko said, and she couldn't be wrong. Grandmother believed that the girl must be able to cook, because the way to a man's heart is through his stomach. And Naruto really wanted to break into Itachi's heart and become his friend. That day near the academy was considered disgusting by her. She did not even find the strength to go to training. She didn't want Itachi to see her with teary eyes. Weak, defenseless. Clumsy, as Irika-sensei called her. And it turned out that this day was the best. Itachi called himself her friend. And after that I started a completely new training. He taught her to walk on vertical surfaces, trees and water. He taught to throw shurikens, although Naruto was not very good at it. And he also showed her the shadow cloning technique, which the girl turned out the second time. She was able to create a whole 100 clones. Then Itachi was pleased. Over the months of dating Naruto has already learned to understand him by one movement of his eyebrows, to solve all his mysterious Grandma Fumiko was right, Uchihas are so funny. Naruto hummed a song under his breath. Collecting herbs has always calmed, allowed me to tune in a positive way. First of all, her grandmother taught her to recognize medicinal and poisonous herbs, to properly dry them, to make potions and ointments, stimulants and sedatives. And much, much more. Grandmother was in a hurry to convey all her experience. Naruto knew about poisons and antidotes, was able to identify some of them. She could prepare an antiseptic or make pomace herself. But one thing Grandmother Fumiko ordered to remember exactly, you need to collect herbs with bright thoughts. Otherwise, they will not bring benefits, only one harm. Naruto always tried to follow this rule strictly. Her road went through an old, abandoned landfill. It was not used as too many blast seals were planted there and not found. The Hokage, and the Hyuga clan, simply did not have enough time. So only the most adventurous, experienced, or Naruto came here. Therefore, Naruto was surprised to find Sasuke Uchiha on the site, furiously beating a tree. His knuckles were bloodied, and he went on, muttering furiously under his breath. It's not that Naruto doesn't like her classmate. Itachi's younger brother just can't be a bad person, he probably wears a mask too. But for some reason I wanted to get around it, to show myself better, cooler. Date Bayo. The girl chuckled as she caught the favorite word in her mind. It always escaped from her in moments of excitement. Throwing her scythe over her shoulder, she hung the basket of herbs on her arm and went to her comrade. Sasuke? He jumped up and turned around. What's happened? Nothing, Dobe. He snarled sharply and blushed at being caught off guard. Team. Naruto blushed, but pulled herself together. So what's wrong with you, anyway? Sasuke sighed, his shoulders slumped. You won't leave, will you? Nope, my brother. He used to say all the time, not now, Ototo, a little later, Ototo. Shirsui's brother explained that he was worried about me because he worked in the ANBU, knew a lot of things and tried to protect. But now he is essentially doing the same thing, and I can't find any reason for it. He constantly runs away, says that he has business, that he is busy. Sasuke almost screamed, clenching his fists. So your brother worked for the ANBU? Singled out the most important Naruto, thoughtfully stroking his lower lip. Don't know. Is that all you understand, Dobe? Sasuke yelled. No, that's all I'm interested in, the topic. Naruto waved it off. Your problems are not worth a damn. Let's go. She tenaciously grabbed his wrist and dragged him along. Stop, what are you doing? Sasuke blushed and looked around. He twitched, trying to free the limb, but the girl only made the grip even tighter. And where does such strength come from in a skinny body? What will they think of us? They will think that I am dragging you home to butcher and eat there. Naruto snorted derisively, rolling his eyes. I'm a demon, remember? Sasuke grimaced, blushed and muttered something. Naruto understood him, he had seen the persecution of a classmate more than once. And I probably heard from my parents how bad she is, and that you can't be friends with her. Dobe, you're going to tear off my hand. She didn't notice how she squeezed her hand tighter. Sorry, she loosened her grip a little. It's okay, you'll be patient for a good cause, she giggled. Where are we going? Can you answer or not? Sasuke couldn't resist. To the Uchiha training ground, owned by the Kagami Uchiha house. And what are we going to do there? Getting answers to your questions, Naruto said cryptically, anticipating the look Itachi would have when he saw who she brought with her. Her expectations were justified. Sitting in their usual spot under the tree, Itachi's eyes widened amusingly, even his mouth slightly parted. It's a shame that he quickly pulled himself together. Ototo? He raised his eyebrows in surprise. What are you doing here? Naruto? He turned to the student. Can you explain what's going on here? And why did you bring Sasuke here? Itachi, can he train with us? Naruto asked head-on. Sometimes it's better to stun, as grandfather used to say, and then finish it off. I knew it, thanks. She rejoiced, not allowing a word to be inserted. The main thing is to take advantage of the general surprise, and then they will not be able to do anything. Itachi is training me at the request of Kagami Uchiha, she turned to Sasuke. Teaches you to drop illusions, walk through trees and the like. Do you want to join us? Sasuke nodded sluggishly, buried under a pile of information that had been thrown out quickly. That's good, Naruto beamed. We'll have more fun together, date Bayo. Naruto. Itachi had already come to his senses and now towered over the girl. The uzumaki shrunk, if she was a kitten, you could see her ears droop, pressed against her head. She grabbed her basket. I wanted the best, she mumbled softly. Itachi opened his mouth, and then closed it. He obviously didn't know whether to be angry with the girl or not. On the one hand, she revealed her secret to an outsider. On the other hand, she helped correct the situation with Sasuke, before whom the Uchiha felt guilty. He looked helplessly at his younger brother. Leave her alone, Enai-san, Sasuke chuckled. She really wanted the best. And you know what I regret? He squinted. About what? Itachi asked cautiously. Naruto still didn't dare straighten up and let go of the basket. But she looked at her brothers with interest. Sasuke really turned out to be a good person, as she had felt before. That I didn't come to the training ground from which she dragged me away much earlier. Sasuke smiled widely, not at all in an Uchiha way. Naruto straightened up proudly and beamed, pleased with the disguised praise. Itachi slowly walked out of the store, clutching a bag of groceries to his chest. Sasuke hopped along beside him, along the way telling what he would like to achieve in training. Itachi listened to his little brother with a smile. Naruto's escapade has borne far more fruit than they could have imagined. Sasuke began to attend classes constantly. Just as Itachi wanted before, he and Naruto became excellent sparring partners. Both were stubborn and hardy in achieving goals, both did not give up until the last. Unspoken competition, without a drop of anger. They could hit each other, throw kunai, and then have fun sitting and eating ramen at Ichiraku. At first, I wanted to make up for lost time with my brother, to improve relations, which were almost ruined again. Make amends for the guilt you felt. Naruto seemed to read his mind because she flatly refused to study without Sasuke. Said she'd wait until he caught up with the program. Once again, Itachi marveled at the Uzumaki's ability to read his desires from the slightest movement, just a flutter of eyelashes. Despite her impulsiveness, Naruto was a kind, sympathetic and very perceptive girl. Sometimes even too much. And at the same time, she never used the obtained observations to the detriment of a person. So while Itachi with full dedication was engaged in brother, Naruto and the shade selflessly healed the fish. And on the day Sasuke first ran up and down the tree, the patient came to life. True, then he still went to sushi. Brother, are you thinking again? Sasuke waved his hand in front of his face. Do you remember what day it is? The 10th of October, the elder answered incomprehensibly. Day of remembrance of those killed in the attack of the fox and Naruto's birthday. He picked up his brother's words. Naruto never talked about her birthday, she just mentioned one day that she doesn't celebrate it. I think we should visit her, Sasuke suggested, pretending to be independent. Parents should be warned. After the fateful night, the father tried to spend all his free time with his family. And now he and his mother were sitting in a large room. The head of the clan looked through the documents, and his wife sewed up Sasuke's shirt. Welcome back, Mikoto greeted them. Did you buy everything? Yes mom, Itachi said as Sasuke unloaded packages in the kitchen. Something happened? The woman asked worriedly, seeing the shadows of excitement on the face of her eldest son. The father, hearing her words, put down the papers and looked intently at the firstborn. Itachi wanted to cringe under that gaze, but he restrained himself. You have to save face in every situation. Nothing special. I wanted to ask that Sasuke and I be allowed to spend the night at a friend's house. I know him. Fugaku asked. We study together. Sasuke came from the kitchen and sat next to his brother. Today is a difficult day for him. I understand, the man nodded. May I know his name? The brothers looked at each other. They did not want to reveal the secret of Naruto yet, but the support of the clan would not be superfluous. Don't be, dear, Mikoto interrupted, gently taking her husband's hand. When our sons want, they themselves will tell everything. Don't put pressure on them. As always, when looking at his wife, Fugaku softened. Sometimes Itachi felt like he was ready to rip the moon out of the sky for their mother. Well, he nodded, I allow. Mikoto, meanwhile, ran off to the kitchen and returned after a while with a basket in her hands. Take it, there's some food for lunch and a pie. Just baked it today. Not all the same to your friend to feed you. Itachi looked at his mother in shock. She smiled mischievously, her eyes glittering with laughter. Mom! Sasuke said in shock. Are you the only one allowed to have secrets? She smiled. Do not forget, your mother used to wear a jonin vest not for beautiful eyes. Although the eyes are beautiful, Fugaku said dreamily and kissed his wife's hand. She blushed and giggled in embarrassment, like a girl. Ototo, it seems we're superfluous here, Itachi whispered. Sasuke nodded. I agree, and They quickly retreated from the room, although it is unlikely that their parents noticed their maneuver. Already on the street, Sasuke shook his head. Our parents. They're people too, Ototo. How do you think you were born? Itachi snorted. Brother. The boy puffed his ears indignantly. The elder flicked him on the forehead with a habitual gesture. Let's go, we have to go. Sasuke ran after him. Naruto lived on the outskirts of Konoha, in an old shinobi dorm. After the war, those who had lost their own housing were temporarily assigned there. Shabby walls, creaking steps and railings threatening to collapse. Narrow aisles with tin cans for cigarette butts. The apartments are small, it's good with a separate bathroom in each. How do we determine where she lives? Sasuke asked. Itachi silently reached out and poked at one of the doors. He was afraid that his voice would fail him. The scratched old door with the sign of the whirlpool was covered with dirt, toilet paper. Cans and bottle shards were strewn around her on the landing. Someone even wrote cursing words on top of the peeling paint. Suddenly, he imagined a little blonde girl curled up in a ball in an apartment with people freaking out behind the walls. They shout, swear, threaten her, even want to kill her. How they knock and push against her, and the only barrier is a thin, flimsy door. Is this what the fourth wanted for his daughter? Brother, for the first time I want to kill someone, Sasuke said grimly, and Itachi caught the response of his own feelings in the eyes of the Ototo. Oddly enough, that was what calmed him down. I don't think Naruto would want that. Let's go before the cake gets cold. They jumped over the railing and knocked on the door, careful not to hit the egg yolks and dirt clods. Pigs! Sasuke hissed. No one responded in the apartment, no lights were on. As if there was no one at home. For a moment, Itachi thought that Uncle Kagami had taken Naruto in, but quickly dismissed the thought. It is unlikely that he would risk drawing the attention of Danzo and his route to the Jinchuriki and himself. Naruto, it's us, he said softly, coming close to her. There was a rustle outside the door, like a small mouse scurrying about. In the next moment, two thin arms dragged the guys inside. Naruto immediately slammed the door shut, locked it, and checked the lock several times. You shouldn't have come, she shook her head. You must not be seen in my company, not today. But it's your birthday, Naruto. Sasuke was outraged. Ototo is right, Itachi interrupted. Sorry, we did not prepare gifts, but we brought a delicious pie with us. Mom asked me to give you. Naruto blushed and bit his lip. Thank you, swallowed, cleared her throat. Thank you, Date Bayo. Come in, she waved her hand towards the only room. The Uchiha froze at the door. Naruto prepared thoroughly for her birthday. All the furniture was moved away from the window, the carpet was removed, the curtains were drawn, because of which there was a pleasant twilight. And the window itself was boarded up. Now I'll cook something to eat. The hostess looked out from the kitchen. Why don't you come through? Something happened? She glanced over their shoulder. Oh, that's why you're standing here. In 1 year, my window was broken, so I was tormented to scrub the floors afterwards. It's easier to move furniture into place than to choose glass from it all day, she shrugged. We've got food to go. Itachi held out the basket. Do you mind if we sit in the kitchen? No, of course, Date Bayo. In the kitchen, Naruto folded her braid behind her back in a habitual motion and tied a scarf. A dark green apron lay over a light blue knee-length dress. The girl rekindled the fire, put a large saucepan on it, and began to stir it with a large wooden spoon. The intoxicating smells of basil and hot peppers, hot spices mixed with juicy meat and fresh vegetables floated around the room. Itachi swallowed his saliva, remembering that he had missed lunch today. Before you came, I started to cook curry. So let's eat them. Any objections? She threatened them with a spoon. The Uchiha shook their heads vigorously. Naruto chuckled. Fine. Itachi liked the Uzumaki's tiny, cozy kitchen. He liked to touch his knees with his brother, he liked that he was doused with a light breeze when Naruto passed by for spices. I liked to feel the smell of homemade food and the warmth of other people, the wall behind my back. Hear the rustling of the girl's dress. There was something in it. Family, real. Very warm. Naruto seemed calm, unwaveringly confident. However, Itachi could see how her shoulders trembled slightly at every rude shout in the street, how she involuntarily shrinks and casts a wary glance towards the closed window when something hits it again. No need to be afraid, he caught her hand, felt how frantically beats the wreath on the wrist. We can protect you. I'm not afraid, Date Bayo. Naruto gently released her brush and began to arrange the plates. It used to be scary, but now I'm used to it. Itachi felt uneasy at the casualness with which she uttered that phrase. A little girl shouldn't say that. There should not be such doom in the eyes, longing. I understand them, she glanced at the window. They suffered in that attack, many of their families, friends, relatives were killed. Many lost their homes, became crippled. But you're not to blame. Sasuke exclaimed, to immediately get a slap with a towel. Do not scream. Naruto hissed. Don't piss them off anymore. Itachi stared at the suddenly grown-up girl with widened eyes. How enlightening. The beast is not hidden inside Naruto. The real animals are out there, and they're poisoning the only person. Oh, don't look at me like that. The girl narrowed her eyes slyly. I'm not worried at all, Date Bayo. Tomorrow it will all be over. Better think about what we'll be doing all day. Itachi looked at the sleeping children with an almost imperceptible smile. The day was busy. First they played shogi. We found out that playing with Naruto is useless, since her logic is not amenable to comprehension and analysis. She just does what she wants. And still wins. As Shursui would say, there is also logic in the absence of logic. Then there were hide and seek with clones, training in illusions. We even got to the Ayatori. Not surprisingly, Itachi went out to the kitchen for a minute to get water, and when he returned, he found the guys sleeping on the floor. They were simply cut down where they stood. Naruto's narrow bed was pushed up against the wall so that at least two of them could fit on it. First, Itachi loaded the ototo there, knowing that it would snuggle up against the wall and sleep like that all night, therefore it would not interfere with Naruto. The student weighed almost nothing, skin and bones. And surprisingly hot, as if the temperature had risen. Itachi pressed his lips lightly to the girl's forehead. Nothing. It must be the demon inside. He straightened up, about to go to sleep on the floor, when suddenly Naruto clutched at his sleeve. Don't go, she muttered sleepily, smacking her lips in a funny way. The Uchiha sighed, pushed the guys aside and lay down on the edge, putting his arm around the girl's waist. Later, he will definitely cover the guys with a blanket and lie down to sleep on the floor. But this will be later, but for now you can remove the knotty strands from the girl's forehead, carefully, so as not to unravel the braid. Surely your head will hurt in the morning. And enjoy the warmth that spills inside from her mere sight and presence nearby. For a moment, she opened her eyes. The look was surprisingly clear. This is my best birthday, she sighed happily, smiled and hugged him tightly. Itachi felt his lips stretch into a wide, reciprocal smile. Cherry blossom, jumping on trees, running at great speed did not prevent thoughts from flowing smoothly. Today, Ototo and Naruto will be assigned to teams. Itachi still remembered the reaction of the examiners on graduation day. Then he deliberately left the mission early to see how his students were being tested. Sasuke did great. His clones were hard to distinguish from the real ones without the help of the Sharingan. But Naruto was blushing, puffing, sweating, trying to curb the huge amount of chakra inside. Then she straightened up, blew off the stubborn strands that climbed into her eyes, angrily muttered Datebayo. And with a low poof, the students were pressed against the wall with 50 shadow clones. Itachi even thought that they would not fit. But no, the academy class survived. True, the clones even had to sit on the ceiling. Personally, Kagami believed that the examiners simply could not stand the sight of 50 noisy blondes shouting Datebayo. Anyway, Naruto got her headband. Mom was going to arrange a holiday on this occasion. Father ordered to definitely invite Naruto. In general, Itachi began to suspect that the girl had some kind of innate secret technique. People became incredibly attached to her with just a little interaction. Even his incredulous father brightened up when Naruto came to their house. Sasuke trained only with her and no one else. Only he recognized her as equal. It was at her suggestion that they went to the first family picnic in the last few years. And Naruto just glimpsed how jealous she was of them. Only one thing upset Mikoto Uchiha: the girl did not like to go shopping. Her neat, clean clothes were bought by Fumiko. Since then, Naruto has only hemmed and darned it, refusing new clothes. And even Itachi's mother could not convince her. Itachi touched his breast pocket. It contained a very special tape. She could accumulate chakra, could serve as a tourniquet or a noose. Intense emerald color. Gift for Naruto. He bought his brother a training katana. It's time for him to master the skill of a swordsman. With her characteristic sweet, not offensive arrogance, she became an integral part of the Uchiha clan. Once, after running to Sasuke for training, she stuck her curious nose into the first aid kit of Itachi, who had just returned from a mission. She took out a stimulant pill, tried it. Parents, Itachi himself, Sasuke and the owner of the first aid kit watched with interest what would happen next. The girl tasted the medicine, twisted her face and looked at the first aid kit as if she had personally done her an unthinkable offense. Even my father could hardly contain his laughter. While Naruto was diligently spitting, the head of the clan asked with a smile, what did she not like? The Uzumaki explained that her grandmother told her that before the Akimichi clan monopolized this area, other stimulants were made by the Irionen. They were harmless to the body than the current ones. And much tastier. But they were recognized as unprofitable, because they had the same effect, and it took twice as much time and effort to manufacture them. And then, with a sly look, she offered to make a batch of new stimulants. For testing, so to speak. Fortunately, Fumiko's grandmother showed her how to make them. At that moment, her face resembled a fox's muzzle. It seemed that her pointed ears perked up on the top of her head in anticipation of Fugaku's decision. He was not slow to agree. After all, it opened up such prospects. In some ways, the Uchiha clan ceased to be dependent on Akimichi. After all, it is much better to work with a supplier tied to the native clan than with outsiders. Moreover, they managed to find out the character of Uzumaki. This will not betray, but even in this case, she will try to understand and forgive. 2 weeks later, Naruto secretly, with Sasuke, gave a scroll with 2 small boxes. Which immediately caused a new stir. because medicines were classified as food, which means that they had to be sealed differently than weapons. Itachi chuckled, remembering how stunned Naruto looked when, a month later, Fugaku showed up at the training ground where they were training and began a lengthy conversation, the essence of which boiled down to a new order not only for medicines, but also for scrolls. While Naruto blinked his eyes, Sasuke supported his father's words, and Itachi kept a stony expression. By chance, of course, Kagami Uchiha, who happened to be there, began to bargain with might and main. Only later, when Naruto set to work with zeal, she even ran into a reprimand from Iruka in order to free herself a week from the academy. Itachi realized that she couldn't believe that someone needed her. And even though she gave out stimulants in small portions, the Uchiha had already stopped having headaches on missions, even the load on her eyes was less. Although it was impossible to stuff more than 2 or 3 portions into her scrolls and they were given out at a time, it was still homemade food, and not some kind of capsules and tablets that shinobi were forced to eat outside the home. Along with the ribbon in his pocket was a small book on Fuinjutsu. Naruto began to study hard, wanted to become like her grandmother, the seal master. But so far she could not stand the rhythm that she set herself. She slept for 2 or 3 hours, taking orders, training with Itachi, learning from Kagami, so at the academy she just fell asleep. When Ototo told Itachi about this, he went to his father and asked him to slow down the pace and the number of orders, at least while the girl was studying at the academy. Fugaku was unhappy, but agreed. He also did not want Naruto to make a mistake somewhere that could cost her life and health. And Uzumaki herself, having learned about Itachi's initiative, promised to take revenge. For the first time, the frenzied temperament of the bloody habanero peeped through her. Kagami stated with a grin that Kushina had inherited it from her mother. Hearing such a promise, the people around tried to hide from the angry Fuinjutsu master. Itachi disobeyed and regretted it. He did not like walking around with braided pigtails with red bows for 2 weeks in a row. Firstly, they were treated with some kind of composition that prevented the hair from losing its shape. Secondly, he never understood how Naruto pulled this off. But the girl was clearly proud of the work of her hands and, despite the tougher training, was silent, like a partisan. Only when Itachi repented and promised not to do that again, although he himself no longer remembered why Uzumaki got angry, she changed her anger to mercy and gave the antidote. What regretted Shisui, who had fun at the expense of his brother all this time, and his mother, who dreamed of a daughter. "You're smiling," Shisui said, appearing next to him. "They are generally lucky with this mission." Accompanying the diplomat to Suna gave them time to run around the shops and stock up on gifts. They were already running back lightly, hiding everything in the seal. "Who is she?" immediately asked a friend. "Who are you talking about?" Itachi didn't understand. "Who is the girl who managed to make my always gloomy brother smile?" He raised an eyebrow questioningly. The Uchiha did not need words to understand their kindred. Shisui rolled his eyes and moved closer. Now they were running on a level with each other. From the moment you graduated from the academy, it was as if all your emotions were frozen in you. You stopped laughing and enjoying life. Stopped being myself. But in the last few months, you've probably used up all the smiles you've accumulated over the previous years. That's why I ask, who is she? Naruto, Sasuke's classmate, Itachi remembered the cheerful blonde. With her, I cannot, otherwise. I want to smile, to answer her. Rejoice, laugh and be sad with her. Before I couldn't leave her alone, now I can't let go. Without her, boring. Uzumaki? Shisui thought thoughtfully. Not a bad choice. What are you talking about? Itachi frowned in response. He did not like such suggestions of a friend. I think you already know that Fugaku-san will gladly accept Naruto into his family. My father's student, future Fuinjutsu master and medic. Do not forget about the flexible genome of her clan. She's still a child. Itachi snapped coldly. It's not for me to tell you that all shinobi grow up early. Yes, perhaps now Naruto does not understand this, but in a couple of years, when her talent and appearance take shape, she will not end up with clan boyfriends. Although she is not beautiful, she cannot be called ugly either. A pretty, cheerful, positive girl with good genes and abilities. And then the Uchiha will have to compete for her attention. Itachi turned away. His friend's reasoning about Naruto as a wordless thing jarred at him. A piece of meat in the market, which is carefully examined from all sides. I wanted to hit him hard enough to knock all thoughts of the girl out of my head, but deep down, he knew that to some extent a friend was right. There were too few carriers of the improved genome, they could not afford to be scattered by people. Because of this, closely related marriages were entered into, which, in turn, led to the gradual degeneration of the clan. Of all the clans, families and clans, only the Uzumaki could afford to choose a couple according to their hearts. Their flexible genome was such an amazing thing that it did not spoil the gene pool at all, but, on the contrary, strengthened it. In alliance with the Kekii Genkai, the child would definitely inherit one parent's improved genes and the other's massive chakra supply. That is why the red-haired brides ran all over the continent. Of course, Naruto might not have inherited the traits of her ancestors. And her appearance made me think that the girl was only the namesake of the famous Fuin masters. After all, they all had red hair. But the fact that she became a Jinchuriki and survived the sealing of a demon meant otherwise. Only the true Uzumaki, the owners of a special chakra, could transfer the poisonous energy of the Kyuubi. Itachi understood that no one was paying attention to the girl yet. But Shursui is right, as soon as she reveals her talent for Fuinjutsu, the clans will remember the value of the red demons. And then Naruto would have to defend herself. I told you this not to make you grab the girl in your arms and run away. Shursui, as always, quite accurately guessed his friend's thoughts. Naruto is a strong, stubborn person who can't be easily broken. Then why are you having this conversation? So that you can see the benefits of this union. There will be no union. Itachi snapped. Naruto is a child, classmate of my Ototo, his sparring partner. In training her, I wanted to be sure of the person who would watch Sasuke's back on a mission. Shursui chuckled, regaining his carefree air. Then here's some more food for you to think about. Father said that once a person close to our clan smiled exactly like you when looking at the heiress of the Uzumaki clan. Said the same thing as you. And who was it? Minato Namikaze. Can you tell me how things ended between him and Kushina-san? The comrade winked slyly. Alright, let's run. We don't want to be late and ruin our kids' holiday, do we? Uzumaki, you have to save me. With these words, Sasuke fell through the window into the apartment of a classmate, and froze. Apparently, Naruto had just woken up. Because of the clothes she was wearing only a short white top and shorts. She stretched and pulled back the hair at the back of her head. Uchiha, do you have a conscience, Datebeo? She protested. I went to bed at 2 in the morning, doing your order. Today is the day of distribution by teams. That's it. Naruto rolled his eyes. Only distribution, the rest of the day we have free. Will you have breakfast? She abruptly changed the subject. Yes. Then it's cooking for you. She waved her hand towards the kitchen. And I'll wash up. Through the splashing of the water, Naruto heard Sasuke rattling the dishes, grumbling in displeasure. Do not grumble like an old grandmother, she grinned, sitting down at the table. You have no idea how happy I am to try the food that I did not cook. Plus, you make it delicious. She sweetened the pill. The Uchiha thought out a bit. What do we have here? She rubbed her hands. Fried eggs with tomatoes, sandwiches with tomatoes and cheese, salad, what do you think? That's right, tomatoes. And juice, orange. There was no tomato, he shrugged. The guys started eating. So what do you need to be saved from? Uzumaki asked. Sakura. Squeezed out Sasuke, almost entirely swallowing a sandwich. No, out of frustration. To be honest, at first, Naruto could not understand the general hype around unmarried Uchiha. Until Mikoto-san said to look at them from the side. Pleasant appearance, no warts, birthmarks, beetles or tattoos, stately figures, strength and aristocratic indifference, a lethal mixture. Itachi's mom giggled as she remembered the crowds that had gathered around Fugaku during her days at the academy. At that time, she was glad that they were betrothed from childhood. But even after the official engagement ceremony, she had to try to ward off especially stubborn admirers. Sasuke was no exception. The girls squealed with delight as he passed them down the hallway. But from the very beginning, Sakura Haruno stood out from the crowd. She literally pursued the Uchiha, hung on him, caught him on the streets, guarded at the academy. He had nowhere to go. Naruto tried not to interfere. Once was enough when she dragged a friend to the roof of the academy to have a bite to eat in silence. After that, Sakura recognized her as the #1 threat, began to consider her as Sasuke's official girlfriend. And she intended to beat him. About all this, barely audible, the shy Hinata Hyuga told, uncontrollably blushing in the process of narration. Naruto laughed at Sasuke, startled by such a ridiculous suggestion. But she has since stopped interfering. At least obviously. What did she do this time? She asked with keen interest. Sasuke grimaced as if he had swallowed a spoonful of wasabi instead of a tomato. She is on the street, in front of everyone, she told her parents that this is the boy that I like. He mimicked Sakura's squeaky voice. I don't know where to hide from her. Hopefully we won't be on the same team. Or the teacher will help you hide, Naruto shrugged. This is if a normal one gets caught. Do you already know the candidacies for squad captains? Sasuke frowned suspiciously. Where? Grandpa Ka said that only an acting jonin of the general direction, so to speak, can become a teacher. He should not have a team and other important duties. For example, the same father of Ino does not fit in two ways. He is a mentalist, he has a too narrow focus, and besides, he is the head of the clan. That is, they are unlikely to put Tokubetsu Jonin. Sasuke nodded to his thoughts. Also a narrow specialty, and this significantly narrows the circle of applicants. One of them will be Might Guy. The guys heard him say that soon he will have students. He is the strongest in taijutsu, most likely, he will be given a hand-to-hand team. There is also Yuhi Kurenai. My brother said that in Genjutsu she was almost equal to our clan, but she has no dojutsu. She can be given an intelligence command. There is one more. I would not want to get on his team, the girl said gloomily. Kakashi Hatake, former student of my father, she sighed. Heavy thoughts have overcome her ever since she learned about the possible candidacy of Hatake. I heard that he spends almost all his time at the memorial. And who else can he blame for the death of a teacher, if not, a demon? Shivering, I didn't want to work with a man who would hate her just like everyone else. Let's leave the candidates for teachers. Sasuke suggested. Better think about the lists of teams. How do you think they can be combined? Well, Ino Shikacho, there's nothing to say, date Bayo. For a while, the guys enthusiastically rearranged their classmates, arguing about the possible composition of the teams, until they saw that it was time to go to the academy. They jumped out the window and ran across the rooftops. You have to protect me from Sakura, Dobe. Sasuke stated stubbornly. And in what way? The topic. Uzumaki squinted as she jumped from rooftop to rooftop. Right busy on your forehead. I think it will do, as an extreme option, the friend said sourly. Wow, I didn't know it was already so messed up. Okay, I'll help as much as I can, Naruto giggled. There was an unusual animation in the classroom. Still, they will be distributed by teams today. They will give you an almost personal teacher who knows many techniques. Sasuke habitually took a seat near the window, Naruto sat next to him, thus closing from the fans. Already none of the classmates were surprised by the friendship of the best student and the main loser, they got used to it and put up with it. The girl took out a small book from her bag. From the very first pages, my grandmother called it her travel diary. Despite the unsightly appearance, a real treasure was hidden inside. All the seals that Uzumaki Sr. studied or invented throughout her life, she wrote down in it in the most thorough way, with explanations. She would start with the basics, explaining why their clan was the best seal. She talked about the features of blood, chakras and genetics. She described in detail each workout, each exercise, compared the seals by type and type, explained why one or another option was better. And she also wrote warnings about the dangers that may threaten with their use. It was a Fuinjutsu textbook, created with all love for a person dear to the author. Naruto thought she saw a red-haired woman leaning over a desk or warming up with a huge tesson. Even if the figure had no face, the girl still felt the care of her grandmother. Thanks to her, the first Naruto scrolls were created. The girl remembered how carefully she memorized each item of the instructions, how she chose chakra paper and special ink, spending almost all her savings on them. And then for a long time I did not dare to put the first hieroglyph. The volume of what was sealed depended on the seal, the chakra, and the size of the scroll. Hieroglyphs were applied along the edge of the paper with special ink, which, when dry, disappeared. But they had to be written the first time, it would not have been possible to correct them, even an unfinished print would have conflicted with the new one. She succeeded, but Naruto did not dare to leave this page of the textbook for a long time. She trained, checked and rechecked, until she brought the actions to automatism, when the instructions were no longer required. And now she decided to use one of her grandmother's first inventions. Protection of the home from listening, peeping and uninvited guests. The master was always being followed, which annoyed her pretty much. Naruto, too, could feel the gaze on her. Maybe it had something to do with acquired paranoia, or maybe, sensory abilities. But it was still necessary to secure the apartment. The seals seemed easy to perform, but instead of ink, they used their own, fresh, blood. It was necessary to mark with seals all the extreme points of the apartment, including the toilet. The windows and the door were supporting, they had to be encircled with inscriptions in their entirety. Throughout the work, the flow of chakra had to be continuous, thereby filling the hieroglyphs with power. To be honest, it was one of my grandmother's simplest ideas. For Naruto, she was supposed to be the starting point. If she succeeds, then she will be able to continue to try herself as a master of Fuinjutsu, if not, she will have to limit herself to Iryujutsu. But I wouldn't want to. Naruto was still under the impression of Ka's grandfather's story about the Uzumaki's true abilities as a medic. On the battlefield, they could seal the wound or the person himself in a scroll, so the patient lived to the hospital. Today's doctors did not even try to repeat this trick. They managed to seal the wounded only in parts. She also wanted to become an uzumaki Irainen. Outside noise distracted her from her reading. The door slid open with a bang, and two girls appeared on the threshold of the classroom. They tried to get inside at the same time and, of course, got stuck. Sasuke immediately put on an independent air. Naruto buried herself in her book, suppressing a grin. Sakura in the company of Ino's former girlfriend, the heiress of the Mentalist clan. Previously, they were inseparable, but at the same time they fell in love with Sasuke, and on this basis they quarreled. And now they were shouting loudly at each other, not even paying attention to the fact that they were heard by the object of their adoration. Get off, Ino pork. I came first. So I'll sit with Sasuke. Get over it, big-browed one. Only I deserve to sit with him. Yes, you. Yes, you. Actually, Uzumaki is already sitting with him. The sleepy, drawling voice of Konoha's chief sloth, Shikamaru Nara, intervened. The girls looked at each other, simultaneously squeezed through the doorway and hurried to their idol. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. Out of the corner of her eye, Naruto saw his friend shudder slightly. Tell me, because I should sit with you, not the big-browed one. Better me than that pig. Sakura gave Naruto a hard look. Uzumaki, you took my place. I have to sit with Sasuke-kun. I think you'd better go. Supported sworn friend Ino. Just laugh. Sasuke hissed softly. In training, I will severely avenge myself. Terrible Uchiha. Naruto made scared eyes. Chief Avenger of Konoha. Then she turned to her classmates. I'm sorry, Sakura, she smiled serenely. I did not know that this is your place, it was not marked in any way. But if you want, you can sit next to me, she patted the chair. It would be nice to sit at the same table with Sasuke-kun, wouldn't it? Sakura opened her mouth as Irika entered the classroom. The girl had to purse her lips and take her seat, glaring at the Uzumaki with a wicked look. Irika-sensei stood in the center with a leaf. We have divided you into teams of 3 people. At the same time, your characteristics, strengths and weaknesses were taken into account. Thus, all teams will be equal in strength. Each group will have a Jonin mentor assigned to them. Now I will read you the composition of each team and the name of his mentor. Team number 7. Sasuke Uchiha, Naruto Uzumaki, the guys looked at each other happily. And Sakura Haruno. Mentor, Hitaki Kakashi. I saw Ino. I'll be with Sasuke. Sakura danced happily, shaking her fists. Only not this. Desperately whispered friends and buried their foreheads in the desk. But why should I work with the Uzumaki? Haruno was indignant at the time. Because, Sakura, Irika-sensei began to explain calmly, the members of each team must balance each other. Sasuke is the best student while Naruto is the worst. We hoped that he could pull her up, instill discipline. You are needed as a stabilizing element. Naruto barely managed to stop Sasuke from opening his mouth. Surely he wanted to abandon such an element. No need, she hissed, otherwise they will put some kind of clan, no trouble. Uchiha thought and nodded, and the girl turned to the teacher. Irika-sensei, but if Sakura objects to me, maybe put someone else on the team. Ino, for example. She suggested innocently, and I saw how the gears were spinning in the head of a classmate. Despite her sometimes frivolous behavior, Haruno was not a fool. She instantly calculated her chances of conquering Sasuke-kun if there was another one of his admirers in the team. No, Irika-sensei. She beamed with a grin. I don't mind Naruto's candidacy. So let's move on. Team 8. The genin were supposed to meet with their mentors after lunch. Sasuke wanted compensation for breakfast, so he and Naruto rushed to the girl's house, leaving Sakura to sit on a bench outside. When they returned, they found her in a more soft frame of mind. Sasuke-kun. She waved her hand and ran. Isn't it great that we're on the same team? She blushed. Naruto sat down on the desk, once again buried in the master's diary. You're a reinsurer, Sasuke, who had landed next to him, shook his head. Grandfather is to blame, Date Bayo. Naruto grunted, not looking up from the order of applying the seals. She still remembered the lesson that had developed her paranoia to enormous proportions. When she was just starting to learn from Kagami, she dreamed of becoming stronger quickly, becoming Hokage, so that everyone would recognize her. And her grandfather gave her many scrolls with techniques that she managed to perform the first time, relying on what was written, of course. And then released to the initial levels of the Forest of Death. That fear, almost doom, when you realize that everything you read flew out of your head. She couldn't even remember the chakra concentration seals. Hands trembled, tears flowed from eyes. How old was she then? 3. 4. Naruto didn't remember. She remembered only that all-encompassing horror that gripped her. Grandfather helped her, saved her from a huge bear. And he offered to arrange a halt. They say, he was very exhausted and tired. Naruto was a child and believed him. They lit a fire and went to bed, for which they paid. The girl woke up from the groans of the teacher. He was wounded. The bear slashed him on the side, reached the very ribs. Naruto jumped up, unsure of what to grab first. Having somehow plugged the wound, she helped her grandfather reach the hospital, but they refused to treat him there, because he came with a demon. And Grandma Fumiko wasn't on duty. Tears flowed like a river, her eyes doubled as she searched for at least a simple painkiller. So I couldn't find it. She was afraid, terribly afraid of losing a person who had become dear, her second, after her grandmother, friend. Grandfather surprisingly quickly came to his senses, threw off the illusion. It turned out, thanks to one complex genjutsu, everyone except Naruto saw him as an ordinary villager. Therefore, they did not help, thinking that the demon was exaggerating. He explained to the girl her mistakes. You can't go on missions unprepared, you can't fall asleep in an unfamiliar place without posting a guard, without setting up a barrier. In some countries, even just a fire is dangerous to build. After the fight, you must definitely check your comrades, because your own life may depend on their condition. After that incident, paranoia appeared, and the girl herself decided to become a medical ninja in order to help everyone, so that no one leaves wounded, like she and Grandfather Ka. She began to check and recheck, to repeat every technique, every canon to full automatism. Wake her up in the middle of the night and she can complete all the seals she has learned. And if it became unbearable, natural impatience drove forward, she simply went to the training ground, where she trained to exhaustion. And then, again for the repetition of the material. Naruto put the book away when the rest of the teams had already left the classroom along with their tutors. And squinted badly. Perhaps Hatake Kakashi and a genius who mastered 1,000 techniques, perhaps he is the famous copy, Kakashi's Sharingan. Perhaps he has much more reason than others to hate her, but now he is disrespectful to his students. How can you be so shamelessly late? Naruto smiled and began to rummage through the bag she kept on. Sasuke followed her actions with interest. Sakura, blue or pink? She asked. Haruno didn't understand. What color do you choose, blue or pink? I can suggest green. Pink, the girl said, still uncomprehending, tugging at a strand of pink hair and straightening the hem of her rich cherry dress. As expected, Sasuke snorted, glancing at his partner. Naruto wasn't listening to them anymore. She finally found what she was looking for. A vial of bright pink liquid, several small ampoules, and a jar of powerful liquid glue appeared on the table. What did you think? Haruno narrowed her eyes suspiciously. Punish our sensei for being disrespectful, Naruto chuckled as she filled the ampoules. These ampoules, only one phalanx of the little finger, were the pride of the Uzumaki. Usually they were filled with a strong, fast-acting poison and used in case of capture. As soon as the leaf shinobi was in a hopeless situation, he injected himself with the contents of this ampoule, and the enemies did not get important information. Naruto saw them at Grandpa Ka's and had a hard time begging them for her experiments. Although at the time I didn't understand what they were for. But, here it comes in handy. Can I help you? Sasuke perked up immediately. See if our dear sensei is coming. The Uchiha nodded and opened the door, peering out. The Uzumaki smeared the bottom of the ampoules with glue and stuck them in the board brush, carefully hiding them and dusting them with chalk. While the brush was lying on its side, the liquid was in ampoules, but as soon as it turned over, Naruto pinned the brush over the door. Primitive, but what else to expect from genin? Then they dispersed around the classroom and began to wait. What is that liquid, Uzumaki? Sasuke asked. Hair dye. Resistant, it cannot be removed with anything other than a special tool. Pink. Naruto giggled, seeing how Sakura gradually got to it. In the presence of outsiders, the Uchiha meant full-fledged laughter. The girl saw her black eyes sparkle. In general, the Uchiha were a very emotional clan, like fire, which was their main element. But their upbringing forced them to hide their emotions from outsiders, allowing them to show them only in the circle of their closest ones. The pride of the Uchiha clan and its superiority should be demonstrated to everyone who is not included in the circle of closest friends, one of the points of clan etiquette. Naruto understood that Sasuke's amusement and liveliness came from the fact that she was around. Because, thanks to her grandfather and Itachi, she was included in the circle of confidants of the family head of the clan. Do you really think a jonin will fall into your stupid trap, Uzumaki? Sakura snorted derisively. You'd be better off doing nothing at all. We'll see, Naruto shrugged, fixing the broom over the door with the expectation that it would fall on the head of the first person to enter. All that remained was to wait. 5 minutes later the door opened and a head popped in. Oh sorry. The brush fell right on the shaggy top of his head, raising a cloud of chalk dust. Naruto burst out laughing. Sasuke chuckled. Sorry. Sakura pressed her hands to her chest. I wanted to stop her. Jonin Hatake Kakashi removed the brush from his head, carefully looked at the guys and sighed heavily. My team are idiots, he stated grimly. Alright, let's go get acquainted. They climbed onto one of the platforms, located on a hill. It had a stunning view of the village. Naruto got a glimpse of their team's mentor for the first time. Standard green vest with many pockets, fingerless gloves. Almost all of his face was hidden by a tight mask to match the turtleneck. A bandage with the sign of a leaf covered his left eye. The look on the right was sad, bored and a little doomed. It was as if he had been torn away from some insanely important business and forced to do something unworthy of his attention. Boring. But most of all, Naruto liked the thick, lush head of hair sticking out in different directions, ashen hair, which, as the girl knew from her own experience, in a day will become a bright pink hue. The composition is sprayed quickly, but does not act immediately. Are you sure he won't wash off the paint? The Uchiha whispered as they walked up to the platform. The mentor rushed forward, naming a place where he would be waiting for them. Naruto and Sasuke were a little behind the rushing Sakura. We developed the formula together with Grandma Fu, Naruto whispered back. For me. I didn't want to draw attention to myself. A thick braid of rich golden color swayed, her hair seemed to be flooded with sunlight, and Sasuke had to admit that there was only one such bright blonde in Konoha. Not even Ino can compare to her. But due to the peculiarities of my chakra, the color quickly faded, or the hair grew back. In general, I was not allowed to change the color, and grandmother came up with a special remedy, which can only be gotten rid of with the help of another remedy. And why didn't you change your hair? I changed my mind, she shrugged. It's stupid to adapt to people, to hide from them, instead of being yourself. That's how I was taught. They sat down on the steps of a small staircase. The mentor turned to them, judging by the closed eye, smiled. Well, let's get acquainted. Tell me what you like, what you don't like. What are your dreams? Sensei can set an example. Sakura intervened. Oh, it's very simple. My name is Hatake Kakashi. I have a lot of favorite activities, less favorite ones. My dreams are none of your business, and smiled. Sakura turned to the team. As a result, only the name was found out. Go ahead, Naruto urged her. She nodded and looked back at her mentor. My name is Sakura Haruno. I love, one boy. She blushed, squinting at Sasuke. He gazed into the distance with an independent air, his hands clasped under his chin. I do not like noisy, loud, stupid people. She glared fiercely at Naruto. She pretended to be embarrassed, she was offended. My dream is, becoming a strong kunoichi, stronger than that Ino pig. She cried out at the end. Well, and you? Hatake looked at the remaining two. My name is Sasuke Uchiha. I love tomatoes, I don't like ramen, but sometimes I eat, he grimaced. Naruto snorted in amusement, knowing why a friend had to go to Ichiraku. I dream of one day surpassing my brother in genjutsu. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, Date Bayo. She exclaimed. I like ramen, I don't like tomatoes, but sometimes I eat, Sasuke snorted now. I dream of seeing how one day Sasuke will surpass his brother in genjutsu. Judging by the look of the mentor, he did not expect such answers from them. Good, he grimaced expressively. Tomorrow at 8 in the morning we meet at the training ground, an important test awaits you. I advise you not to have breakfast before this. See you. He vanished with a puff of smoke. Was it a clone? Sakura turned to her comrades. No, Sasuke was as brief as ever. Naruto just nodded. Okay, we'll go. Uchiha grabbed his girlfriend's hand. Till tomorrow. See you tomorrow, Sasuke-kun. Uzumaki heard Sakura's confused voice out of the corner of her ear. Before saying goodbye, Sasuke reminded them of their separation party that would take place in the evening, and he promised to go for a friend so that she would not think of missing him. Moreover, Itachi and Shisui promised to return from the mission in time. Her apartment more and more resembled a workshop, and for two people. The Fuin master dominated the main room. Thin, unfolded strips of paper lay on the table and floor. It took time for the ink to dry and completely disappear. Brushes and paints settled in the corner like a strange plant. Finished scrolls were immediately placed on the hanging shelves, and from there, in the closet, to the finished pills. Naruto even had to make room for completed games since she didn't have many things. But a novice physician settled in the kitchen. It looked like a chemistry lab: flasks, retorts, beakers, racks and special pipettes. They were once bought by Fumiko's grandmother, who knew about Naruto's dream of becoming a doctor. Fragrant bundles of herbs hung from the ceiling, pomace and grated gruel stood on the shelves in the cabinet, under the window, on a newspaper. Beautiful purple inflorescences dried in the sun. For food there was a modest corner in the refrigerator. The bag lay neatly on the bedside table near the door, sandals stood next to it. The curtains were drawn, the door was firmly closed. I didn't want them to break in the middle of work. Worried, Naruto once again carefully checked everything needed to complete the seal. A bowl for blood, an ointment against inflammation and infection, bandages, a thin brush, a diary open to the right page. Although it seemed to the girl that someone had burned out the required drawing on the inside of the eyelids, the kunai easily and unmistakably cut the skin and cut the veins without touching the veins and tendons. Naruto grimaced a little and bit her lip as blood dripped from her wrists into the bowl she had placed. She was no stranger to pain. As a child she was not yet able to quickly run away from her opponents, but still, unpleasant. However, with her regeneration, by morning there would be no trace of her wounds. Uzumaki tied clean bandages around her wrists, not daring to heal them with techniques just yet. She might need some more blood, and cutting a second time, brr, date bayo. And she set to work. According to the instructions, at first the ligature of hieroglyphs was applied to the windows and the door. Because the prints on them were slightly different from the rest of the options, it was necessary to write in certain places the names of those who are allowed to pass through the barrier unhindered. Then, when they arrive, the hostess must let them in, calling them by their written names, starting the defense. The barrier will remember their chakra to the smallest detail and will miss it in the future. The letters lay down easily and neatly, the brush fluttered over the white wall. Naruto carefully dipped it into the bowl, shaking off excess drops and writing again. Here, here and here. 3 names, 3 trusted people. Itachi Uchiha, Sasuke Uchiha, Kagami Uchiha. Sweat dripped onto my eyelashes and cheeks, and the chakra flowed in a wide, full-flowing river through a special brush into the writing. The main thing is not to overdo it. The energy should be enough to protect, but not too much so as not to blow up the apartment. Fuinjutsu is a subtle, economical art. The barrier will support itself for a whole year, operating in a closed system. Then you need a drink. Naruto could feel her reserve slowly draining away, like drying up. Her chakra at the same time resembled a cool river, and prickly, hot desert air, literally breathing fire. Probably the Kyuubi influence. Soon the window was decorated with an intricate frame, and Naruto moved to the kitchen, then to the door. She crawled along the walls and ceiling, copying the drawing, trying not to make a mistake in anything. The bandages were soaked through. I had to take a break for dressing. It was impossible to allow drops of blood to spoil any symbol. There will be no second attempt, because the protection system was based on calculations centered on windows and a door. The next seals lay a little to the left of the corners of the room. I had to sweat in the toilet, sliding off the toilet bowl. For some reason, even the chakra did not help to stand on the slippery lid. Naruto almost crushed it and fell inside, but managed to hold on by clinging to the pipe like a monkey. With the shower everything went easier. Naruto just sat on the partition of the stall. The seals in each room created not only a common, outer barrier, but also several inner ones that separated each room. That is why the names of trusted people had to be entered correctly and in the right places, otherwise it would be inconvenient if, for example, Itachi could enter the apartment but not the toilet. Naruto imagined this picture and laughed, fighting off a little dizziness and nausea. It was also lucky that the minor seals were performed only once, at the top, and were quite short. Still, the grandmother was not suicidal to die of blood loss after performing a single technique. White flies danced before her eyes, but she still had to activate the seal. In the center of the room, she made a round seal, for which she had to draw more blood. Putting together the right symbols, Naruto was afraid. If she made a mistake in writing at least one dash or squiggle, all her work was down the drain for Tora. And it will no longer be possible to repeat it. Even an unfinished print interferes with the work of another applied on top. With a blow, she injected chakra into the seal. That is why it was necessary to draw with blood, therefore it was necessary to feed with your own chakra. Homogeneous, the same type of energy at all points created a defense system tuned only to her. It turned out the way my grandmother described in her diary. From corners, windows ran across the ceiling and walls glowing reddish lines. They converged, connected with each other, crawled further, closing in. Like a huge web. The hieroglyphs themselves melted into the surface on which they were applied, although such an effect was not expected. But here, probably, the whole point is the poisonous chakra of the Kyuubi, which soaked the entire body of the Uzumaki. In some places in the apartment, including an old, broken alarm clock, something exploded with a dim glow. Protection destroyed, all seals saturated with alien chakra. Naruto smiled bitterly. After all, they were watching the Jinchuriki. And then there was no time for regrets. She was driven, her eyes seemed to be covered with a dark bandage. The floor rapidly began to approach, and the girl buried her nose in the seal. Before losing consciousness, she noted that she had not healed the cuts. Stupid girl. Itachi was wiping his damp hair as he got out of the shower. He had just returned from a mission, and his mother immediately sent him to prepare for the holiday. Inside, something painfully tensed, twitched and snapped. The heart beat intermittently. He frowned and looked out the window. Brother? Sasuke looked into the room. Something happened? Ototo, look at Naruto now. Uchiha seriously looked at the younger. I have a bad feeling. All around, everywhere, there was water. She poured into her ears, touched her hair. She caressed the body, unlived on her waves. Shaking, carried away somewhere far, far away. At the edge of consciousness, the thought arose that she had not bandaged the wounds, and the water was helping blood flow from the veins. She needed to get up, do some healing, but Naruto felt so overwhelmed, so tired. Brainless girl. A thunderous growl sounded overhead. Stupid vessel. Your grandmother after this technique was lying motionless for 2 days, and by that time she was already a master. And what were you thinking about? Naruto barely opened one eye, then the other. A dim light flashed, and the gate of a huge cage appeared in front of her. Darkness swirled behind them, and 2 fiery eyes flashed in it. The light illuminated the cage, and she saw the fox for the first time. He was not at all what he was portrayed in books. Huge, red, with black eyeliner and mouth. His paws looked like human hands. At least Naruto was sure that he would be able to lay down the seal of concentration. And behind him curled, were in constant motion 9 fluffy tails. Are you Kyubi? A wicked, blissful smile spread across his face. What a beautiful. Like a flame, no, like a sunset. And can I touch you? The demon choked and stared at her, dazed. Aren't you afraid, vessel? He growled. Scary. Naruto twitched her chin. But I still want to touch it. The demon sighed heavily, almost resignedly. One of the tails passed between the bars, wrapped around the girl in a soft, fluffy cloud. Naruto pressed her cheek against his and purred, although the sound was more like a quiet squeak. The walls swirled before my eyes, my eyelids grew heavy, and my mind slowly slipped into slumber. I desperately wanted to sleep. Hey! The tail shook her body. Don't you dare sleep. If you fall asleep now, you will lose your mind. And I'll take your body. So what? You're kind, Naruto muttered sleepily. I want to wipe your favorite village off the face of the earth, vessel. Destroy all its inhabitants, women and children. He growled and spat, the water beneath him boiling and hissing from the emitted ki. And still warm. And very good. The girl did not pay attention to the words of the fox. She felt that he was not as evil as he wanted to appear. And she wasn't afraid of him in the least. You must be lonely here in the dark. I know how difficult it is to live when they see only weapons in you. She slightly opened her cloudy eyes, but she couldn't focus. The darkness at the edges expanded, approaching the center. The fox snarled and pulled her closer to him. Naruto almost drowned in the darkness as a searing pain shot through her stomach. She arched, wheezed, then screamed, tearing her throat. That's better. There was satisfaction in Lisa's voice. Take the power and get out of here. There's a red-eyed bastard calling you. Sasuke really pounded on the window with all his might, but he couldn't get through the barrier. Grunting like an old grandmother, Naruto stood up and pulled him by the arm with the words, Uchiha Sasuke. The barrier flared and went out, accepting. The girl sank onto the bed. Thanks to the Kyubi's help, she felt quite well, although she remained nasty weakness. What else have you done, Dobe? Sasuke looked suspiciously at the seal on the floor, then at his friend's hands. It was only now that Naruto noticed that the cuts had healed, as if they had been 2 days old. Nothing, topic. She laughed, tousled her hair at the back of her head. I went too far with the seals, that's all. But the apartment now has a powerful blood barrier. She exclaimed, jumped up and collapsed on the bed with a groan. The walls danced before my eyes again. Immediately, as if by magic, a glass of water and a couple of stimulant pills appeared in front of her. Naruto chewed on them, humming something gratefully. Sasuke crossed his arms over his chest, glaring at her with displeasure. Don't be angry, Sasuke-chan, the girl made pleading eyes. I won't, the Uchiha showed a bloodthirsty grin. I'd better tell Kagami-san everything. He will open your head. Don't you dare date Bayo. The threat was serious. If Ka's grandfather found out that she was experimenting with unfamiliar seals, the head alone would not be enough. Yes, she will not be able to sit for a month, despite the regeneration. Sasuke stuck out his tongue and dodged the pillow thrown with a hardened hand. Alright, Naruto finally waved her wearily. Let's go to the party. Your mom asked me to come early. I don't know why. Eloquent as always, the Uzumaki commented languidly. Despite the stimulants she had taken, she did not feel well. Mikoto-sama touched her forehead in concern. Are you okay, Naruto? You look pale. It's all right, the girl smiled weakly. Overworked in training, nothing, I'll leave soon. And I will have fun with everyone, date Bayo. She threw her fist up. The Uchiha smiled and ruffled her hair. But first, let me put you in order. The woman took out a hanger with a dress and a small box of cosmetics from the closet. Mikoto-san. The Uzumaki groaned dejectedly. You know I can't stand this. You're a girl. Didactically and adamantly said Uchiha. So be a girl. At least one day a year. Besides, she blushed embarrassedly, I always dreamed of a daughter. Naruto buried her face in her hands, date Bayo. Mikoto beamed as she realized that the girl had given up. To begin with, she was driven into the bathroom, where she was rinsed in water with herbs. Then, hair. The woman combed thick, heavy strands for a long time, passed them through her fingers, caressed. At first wary, tense, after half an hour Naruto dozed off, warmed up under gentle touches. Except Grandma Fumiko, no one has ever stroked her. It was nice. Much to her relief, the Uchiha went virtually makeup-free. Light shadows and pale pink lipstick, just to emphasize facial features. And a simple white dress with a knee-length skirt that flowed and flew apart with every step. Naruto couldn't help but spin around on her axis, laughing involuntarily. On his feet, shoes with low, wide heels. We'll be outside, Mikoto smiled affectionately, turning the girl to a large mirror. Well look. Naruto couldn't believe her eyes at first. Anyone but her was reflected in the shiny surface. A petite, short girl with protruding collarbones, thin wrist bones. The dress fitted her well-shaped figure, emphasizing the breasts that had begun to form. Her golden hair, shimmering in the lamplight, was pulled back into an intricate bun and intertwined with white flowers. A pair of unruly strands descended on shining blue eyes. It couldn't be her. It's not Naruto Uzumaki. It's you, Mikoto whispered, putting her hands on her shoulders. You just need to know where to look. Naruto nervously tugged at the thick cloth bracelets on her wrists that she used to cover her scars. It will be a long evening. Itachi looked at the assembled clan members with a deadpan expression. Mom has always had a big party. The trees around the house were adorned with colorful lanterns, and the high tables taken out into the fresh air were bursting with a variety of snacks and low-alcohol drinks. Everyone could come up and take what they wanted. Children scurried between the wooden legs, grabbed sweets and ran to the other end of the clearing, where the strings played softly and circled in slow dances of the couple. Such events have always differed from traditional, severe in their etiquette, clan holidays. Because they were created for young people with a simple goal, to relax and unwind. Sasuke had already caught his eye, flashing past Kagami a couple of times, nodding in greeting. But nowhere did he see the familiar blonde top of his head. And although the uneasy feeling receded, Itachi still worried about his student. A girl in a snow-white dress ran up to him. Flushed, cheerful, she shone like a ray of sunshine. Itachi, you're back. He was squeezed in a strong hug. I missed. Itachi looked into joyful blue eyes, at mustachioed cheeks. Nah. Naruto? He wondered. Yeah. Don't you recognize me, date Bayo? Immediately offended blonde. No, it's just you. For the first time, the genius of the Uchiha clan was at a loss for words. My nephew wants to say that you are very beautiful today, Naruchan. Kagami, who suddenly appeared, saved him. Let's go, they want to congratulate you. The man grabbed her arm and dragged her along. Hey, I told you not to call me that. Came an indignant cry. And where are you dragging me, old man? Now do you understand what I was talking about? Shursui, who appeared over his shoulder, said contentedly. Even if Naruto dresses like a boy again tomorrow, those present here will remember what she can be. Itachi involuntarily pursed his lips. The friend was right. He caught the eyes of the clan members directed at the girl. Annoyance grew in my chest. They seemed to him too close, too attentive, too judgmental. Too greedy. I wanted to grab Naruto and shake her out of those fancy clothes so she could be herself again. But what right does he have? He's just the coach of his brother's classmate. He himself put himself in such conditions. Discontent grew in my chest, it boiled, bubbling. Even dressed as a princess, Naruto continued to act as usual. Not an ounce of pretense, solid naturalness. Cheerful, perky laughter, a loud voice, emotions splashing over the edge. All the things that calm, sensible Uchiha usually do not like. However, Itachi saw that today this did not scare anyone away. Many young people did not take their Jinchuriki's appraising gazes. And his father glowed with self-satisfaction, while remaining outwardly impassive. The genius gritted his teeth. His eyes flickered over Naruto, who was waving his arms, and caught on the jewelry on his wrists. All anger immediately cooled, as if a bucket of ice water had been knocked over. Itachi knew only too well what was usually hidden under such bracelets. He moved towards the girl, grabbed her hand. "I'm sorry," he apologized to Kagami. "We need to talk." Naruto just blinked in surprise as he dragged her along. The shoji in the large room slammed shut with a light thud. Itachi turned to face the girl. "What is this?" He pointed to his wrists. Tore off strips of fabric. "Why did you do it?" Naruto recoiled from him, fear flashing in her eyes. But now it only irritated the Uchiha. Decided to settle accounts with life? He said contemptuously. "I didn't think you were that weak. Who gave you permission? Do not dare." Naruto suddenly hissed. A wave of terrifying ki knocked Itachi against the wall. The girl straightened up, her chin proudly raised. For a moment, he thought her eyes blazed scarlet. "Don't you dare talk to me like that. I'm not weak, Date Bayo. And this is my life. And only I have the right to decide what to do and what not to do. You, she could not stand it. You're just a fool, Itachi." She screamed and ran out the door. "Fool." Itachi slid down the wall with a groan. What a fool he is. What got into him anyway? Why was he suddenly lashing out at Naruto like that? Why didn't he manage, as before, secretly peering, to find out everything? He got scared. Frightened of what they could do to the strong, stoic Naruto, so that she wanted to cut her veins. He knew how the village treats the Jinchuriki. That's why he broke down and yelled at her. He was afraid for her. His insides seemed to burn when he saw even, reddish stripes that were at least a week old. Kagami Uchiha entered the room. With a quiet rustle, the doors closed behind him, plunging the room into semi-darkness. With an impenetrable face, he peered at his nephew for a long time, after which he came up and sat down next to him. "We are considered people without feelings because of our eternal restraint. In fact, the secret is different, we can truly love." Only Tobirama was able to notice this, saying at one time that the Uchiha understand love better than anyone else. "Our feelings are especially strong, and destructive not only for the owner, but also for the one to whom they are directed. That is why we teach our children control from childhood, uncle, because the fear of losing a loved one makes us lose our heads. And we can do things that we soon regret." There was no condemnation in the man's voice. He said things that everyone in the Uchiha clan knows. Itachi tilted his head, hiding behind his hair. He felt ashamed of his outburst. "Broke like a boy. I have to leave you, uncle. I need to ask for forgiveness from a friend." Uchiha got up. "Convey my apologies to your father." "Of course." Kagami stood up too. Itachi nodded and left the house. Naruto walked quickly to his house. Fury was burning and seething inside. "I wanted to break something. How dare he? Who is he?" She was at a loss for words. It was also embarrassing. Why was Itachi lashing out at her like that? Didn't even ask anything. Does he really think she? Immersed in her thoughts, Naruto did not immediately notice how a company of drunken young people appeared behind her. Some were wearing chunin vests. "Hey, babe." One of them called out to her, the rest supported him with drunken laughter. "Yes, it's our demon. Look how dressed up." Another recognized her. "Celebrates becoming a shinobi." Creature. Like a slap in the back. Naruto winced and walked faster. She already regretted that she wasted her chakra so irrationally. And agreed to put on those stupid shoes that you can't put her through. And it was scary to stop and take off your shoes. In addition, due to the rapid metabolism, the effect of the pills was already ending, bad weakness and dizziness returned. Blessed be the vitality of Uzumaki, thanks to which the girl was still on her feet. Shinobi followed her, shouting something, laughing. They even threw stones. Naruto tried not to make unnecessary gestures so as not to provoke them. and with hope she looked out for a police patrol, but they seemed to fall through the ground. Everything happened in an instant. Shinobi tired of just poisoning the victim, and they rushed after her. With hooting, they chased the girl down the street. Naruto raced, taking the shortest route to the house. It was precisely because of such cases that she studied Konoha like the back of her hand. A painful tug on her arm, she was jerked and pushed into an alley. Naruto hissed, baring his teeth as his back met the wall. "Well, we caught up with you, demon." One of them grinned affectionately. The girl carefully looked at them, looking for weaknesses, and scolded her stupidity. For the first time in her life, she left the house without a weapon, not even a simple kunai. Two rushed for the holidays, and Mikoto took out all the blanks from her braid when she changed her hairstyle. One of the attackers threw out his hand, trying to hit her in the stomach. Naruto slid to the side, grabbed the limb and broke it with a sharp upward movement. The man howled. "Oh, you creature!" exclaimed the second, throwing himself at her. The rest crowded around waiting for their turn. In a small alley there was no place for an attack by the whole company, which Uzumaki took advantage of. She kicked her opponent against the wall with her foot and released some ki kyubi. Bestial rage, animal desire to kill for a second led the shinobi into confusion. And this time was enough for Naruto to slip between the widely spaced legs of another man and again find himself on the illuminated part of the street. Ignoring the crackle of her dress, she rushed forward. The shinobi chased after her like wild animal hunters. Tenacious fingers dug painfully into her shoulders, tore her dress and hair. Naruto snarled, even biting, as she disentangled her legs from her shoe straps. And she knew that if the chunins were a little more sober, she would never get away from them. Finally, the shoes fell off, the straps flayed the skin from the ankles. Naruto turned around, narrowing his eyes. These faces, distorted by rage, inhuman malice. And who's the demon here? The shinobi stopped, sensing something was wrong. Previously helpless prey, now stood still, as if waiting for them. Naruto let them get closer before throwing her shoes at them. Even if it is impossible to impregnate the projectile itself with chakra, it is possible to give it a significant acceleration. Like a spring. In the next second, she jumped onto the roof and began to run. Shouts from behind confirmed that the target had been hit. The wind whistled in my ears as I ran so fast. The main thing is to get home, where she will be safe. The barrier won't let anyone through. She flew up the stairs and rushed to her door. And then she jumped back, ready to fight. Ambush? Itachi Uchiha stepped out of the shadows and raised his hands. "Naruto, I came to talk." The girl made a seal of dispelling illusions. Nothing changed. It was Itachi. "Let's go," she muttered, grabbing his arm and dragging him into the house. Uchiha Itachi. The barrier blinked in agreement. Only when the door slammed shut did she let go. Adrenaline was leaving, she began to tremble. She was scared, really scared, because she was not a fool and knew what they could do to her there, in a dark alley. Her legs weakened, she began to fall, as if the doll's strings had been cut, and she would have fallen to the floor if her strong arms hadn't caught her. Itachi sat down on the bed, pulled her into his lap, and began stroking her back. "What's happened?" he asked quietly. Naruto shrugged. "Many people don't like that a demon has become a shinobi." She nuzzled into her strong shoulder, soaking up his warmth. Itachi was strong, reliable, so self-confident. "Cry if you want," he suggested. Naruto immediately jumped up. "I'm not going to cry, Date Bayo. I told you I'm not weak. And I'll prove it. Everyone. That's why I came to apologize," the guy said softly, calmly. "What?" All militant fuse went out. "I want to apologize for yelling at you, Naruto." Itachi continued to stroke her back, thoughtful, a little distracted. "I did not mean that. You are strong in spirit, but then I got scared. Not what you could do. And what could have been done to you?" "Agreed," Naruto chuckled. Itachi twitched the corners of his lips in response. They sat in silence for a while. Night fell on Konoha, and the full moon peeked through the windows. Naruto almost dozed off in the warm embrace when Itachi asked in a low voice. "So where do you get these scars from?" "I overdid it with protection," the girl yawned, nodding to the floor. The Uchiha activated his Sharingan to see the pattern on the floor. Then he looked up at his student. "That was dangerous, Naruto. You could have died." The Uzumaki raised an eyebrow so expressively that Itachi involuntarily smiled. Okay, I won't interfere. Just remember, worry about you." These words filled with burning warmth inside. Naruto closed her eyes, rolling them on her tongue, repeating to herself, "I will remember, Itachi." She nodded happily. I also wanted to warn you about your mentor, Kakashi Hatake. His signature dish is a test with bells. On teamwork, common spirit and the like. Those who did not pass, he sent back to the academy. And he does not care about their status, grades and characteristics. But your team has no chance of failing the test. Why do you think? What is unusual about team number 7? Naruto thought about it, and Itachi closed his eyes, mechanically stroking the girl's back. When he saw Naruto, disheveled, barefoot, in a torn, dirty dress, he thought that his worst assumptions had come true. And he could not help admiring the girl's restraint. In her eyes, fear splashed in half with determination. Even unarmed, she was ready to fight to the last. A strange calm came over him as soon as she was in his arms. He ran the very tips of his fingers along the torn back, over the bruises and scratches on his arms, untwisted the remnants of the once exquisite hairstyle. Fluffy strands tickled her chin as she nuzzled into his shoulder. It got easier when he got forgiveness. And her childish militancy brought a smile. This is how a small, angry kitten snorts and puffs up its fur. It was difficult for him to admit his anxiety, and he was fully rewarded by her happy appearance. Perhaps it would be worth getting used to the fact that Uzumaki is the only one who can cause a response in him. Shursui was right, he deliberately drowned out his emotions, because neither the ANBU nor the genius of the clan were allowed to. He did it on purpose so as not to feel the pain of losing friends and acquaintances. I didn't want to get attached to anyone. Naruto broke all the foundations. When she appeared next to him, a whole range of sensations fell upon him. And he floundered, tried to get out of this whirlpool, and he was pulled deeper and deeper. But for the first time, he felt truly alive. That's how all the Uchiha felt around Naruto. Even Sasuke, the eternally resentful younger brother who did not get the attention of either his father or his brother. He smiled, laughed, snorted and grunted, but he was alive. Itachi had already forgotten the last time his mother's eyes sparkled happily when his father smiled openly. All this was again brought to his family by Naruto Uzumaki. Perhaps this is her secret technique, a catalyst for true thoughts and feelings. Itachi looked at the sleeping girl with a smile. Yes, it has been a tough day. He ran his fingers over the antennae on her cheeks, pressed the tip of her nose, causing the girl to wrinkle and sneeze. So funny. Then his eyes fell on the bruises, and the boy frowned. Offending a child, especially a girl, is the last thing for a shinobi. And even if everything quickly heals on it, it still won't hurt to teach them a lesson. To think next time before even looking in her direction. And he does not like the mentor of his brother's team. And what will prevent him from combining pleasant with pleasant? Despite all the worries of the previous day, Naruto slept well and rested well. Stretching, she found Itachi crouched on the floor, surrounded by scrolls. She snorted amusedly at her friend's concern and carefully, so as not to wake her up, went to wash her face and prepare breakfast. It turned out that Uchiha waking up are very touching creatures. And most importantly, silent. Naruto complained about the completely ruined dress. For sure Mikoto-san will be angry, listened to the rest of the compromising evidence on her mentor, fed her breakfast and pushed her out into the street through the window, after forcing Sakura to impose henge. Itachi grimaced, but did. For which he received another pie left over from yesterday. Remembering this, Naruto was still giggling. After all, Sakura with a pie in her mouth, date bayo. Apparently, the enthusiast Sakura appeared at the training ground long before dawn. Otherwise, why would she meet Naruto with such an evil look? The girl waved her hand in response and briskly trotted under the nearest tree. Sprinkle sweet moments. A displeased shadow fell on her. Yeah, with a wide, savory yawn. Here we say hello. Sasuke fell beside him, Naruto immediately using his shoulder as a pillow. The Uchiha didn't mind, but a gnashing of teeth was heard from Sakura's side. What are you doing, Uzumaki? She jumped up. Get away from Sasuke-kun. But Kakashi-sensei is still gone, the Uchiha said into space. Sakura immediately switched to him, began to scold the mentor in every way. Did Itachi tell you? Naruto whispered. It's good, date bayo. Do you have a plan? How to test Itachi's assumptions about our team? Nice. Will you tell me later? Sasuke-kun, aren't you listening to me at all? Sakura was upset. He doesn't listen to anyone, Sakura-chan. Naruto waved her hand. Another argument was interrupted by the appearance of a mentor. Late for 2 hours, wow, what a punctual. He opened his mouth, but Naruto was ahead of him. Did you see a black cat along the road of life? She asked, fluttering her eyelashes. Or did the old woman cross your path and you were forced to go around? She gave out the most favorite excuses of the mentor, which a friend told her about this morning. The jonin narrowed its visible eye and glared at her. No. Someone beat up several chunin and 2 civilians last night. They claim that I did it. Naruto bit his lip. She seems to understand why Itachi was so sleepy this morning. Why are you like this, Kakashi-sensei? Sakura asked with a plaintive tone, clutching her hands to her chest. A quiet "Kai" was heard from the side. And then, a wild screech of Sakura. What's wrong with you, teacher? Your hair, she jabbed her finger into the mentor's discolored hair. The paint has exceeded all expectations. Kakashi's hair color was even brighter than Sakura's. Naruto snorted, spitting into her palm. The Uchiha's face was held next to him with the last of his strength. Today you will have a deadly test, the Jonin grimaced, again creating an illusion. Deadly? Sakura trembled as she looked at her teammates. They did not respond to the man's statement. Yes. You will need to take away these bells from me, he showed 2 bells. You can use any of your techniques. Do everything to kill me and take the trophy. You have only until noon. Whoever fails will not get breakfast, he waved his hand towards the 3 wooden poles. Below them were bundles of bento boxes. Sakura's stomach grumbled sadly, and she blushed in embarrassment. And keep in mind, despite the fact that you graduated from the academy, I can easily return you there if you do not pass my test. Started. At his cry, all 3 disappeared from the range. Kakashi was left alone. Not for long. Shadow clones of Uzumaki flew at him, he easily dispelled them, but fell into the tenacious paws of a real girl who jumped on his back. However, she also flew off, sent by a powerful kick. Naruto looked at the calm Jonin, who put his hand in his pocket and took out a book in a bright orange cover marked 18. The girl snorted, turned around and ran into the nearest bushes, towards Sasuke. Well, what was it? The friend said displeasedly, squatting down. Sakura sank down beside her, gazing at her idol with reverence. Naruto shrugged with a smile. Yes, nothing special, Date Bayo. So what's your plan? Hatake Kakashi didn't like children. And he gladly arranged a test for them, the goals of which the team did not understand, and, therefore, could not pass. Then he sent them back to the academy, where they were given another teacher. He himself continued to run on single missions, hide from doctors and look forward to new releases of Jiraiya's books. The current set has broken all records for causing negative feelings from their mentor. From the very first moment of meeting them, troubles began to fall on Hataka, as if from a bag. His hair, his reputation, which had been pretty tarnished by the testimony of beaten chunin. It was decided that the illusion technique was used on them, but still they looked askance and wary at Kakashi. The Jonin would gladly have given up team number 7 had it not been for a personal order from the Hokage. What was the third thinking when he made him the hated man's mentor? For he hated Naruto Uzumaki with every fiber of his being. She was the cause of the death of his teacher and his wife. Minato-sensei was the first to believe in Kakashi after the death of his father, who became not only a mentor, but also a friend to him. He and Kushina-san replaced his family, became the closest people. Kakashi sincerely admired his teacher, was proud of him. Naruto only humiliated him. Silly, noisy blonde inherited nothing from a brilliant father. She only did what she screamed, was indignant. She smiled at her offenders and did not give them back. She couldn't master elementary techniques and got out only due to Kushina-san's chakra. It is unlikely that Minato-sensei would be proud of such a child. As expected, Naruto immediately went head-on using his favored technique. She hung on the teacher, and Hatake barely restrained his strength, throwing her back against the tree. He wanted to nail it down so it wouldn't get in the way. Uchiha Sasuke interested him much more. One of the heirs of the clan, he was probably taught by local geniuses, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Shippuden. I wanted to see what they achieved. And then the performance began, which Hatake certainly did not expect from the genin. Naruto's smiling face appeared in the foliage of the tree, just above the wide branch where he was sitting. Hatake prepared to repel the attack, but the girl whistled a book from him with the help of a sticky line covered with something. She winked fervently and disappeared into the woods. The Jonin rushed after her, yet it was a gift copy given to him by the Toad Sannin himself. The blonde hair flickered so fast, it seemed like you just had to stretch out your hand. Carried away, Kakashi did not notice how he stepped on a couple of woods. Kunai whistled as they flew over the head of the crouching shinobi. And Naruto abruptly turned to him and opened a long scroll, from which kunai and shuriken jumped in different directions. Chaotically, without a system, apparently, the scroll was created by a non-professional, but in this situation it was the best option. Even the replacement technique could do little to help, because the weapons were flying in all directions. Only with the help of the Sharingan hidden under the bandage, Kakashi managed to dodge the projectiles fired with great force in time. He swallowed when he saw what a hole a small-looking senbon had made in the trunk of the tree. The bad power of the Uzumaki was not to be occupied. And Naruto, meanwhile, returned to the middle of the training ground, where she disappeared with a slight poof. Shadow clone. The book smoothly glided to the place where she stood. Kakashi looked around intently, rightly wary of a trap. The chakra of his disciples was found in the forest nearby, probably planning another attack with traps. So he has time to pick up a gift. Kakashi was just bending over the book when a multi-voiced chorus rang out, "Kato, big fireball." Waves of flame, strengthened by the wind, flew into it from 4 sides. Jonin didn't expect Sasuke to already master this technique. In addition, someone helped him, backed up the attack. He couldn't jump away as Naruto opened another weapon scroll above his head. I had to go underground. When Kakashi surfaced, 4 pairs of Sasuke and Naruto were looking at him. They held hands, circled the chakra, uniting it. A primitive and very painful way, because in battle it is usually impossible to get so close to a comrade. Besides, further separation is very painful, and only a medical professional can perform it. But for Genin, not bad, very good. The duet Yu, the Uchiha Uzumaki tandem was well coordinated, worked out. They understood and complemented each other as Sakura hovered on the edge of the clearing, nervously clenching her fists. Now Kakashi understood why the third had included this girl in his team. Compared to them, Sakura was frankly weak, her chakra reserve was small. Forced to constantly be distracted by her, Uchiha Uzumaki would certainly slow down in their own development, like a ninja. And they seemed to understand that, because they didn't pay Sakura the slightest attention. Hand in hand, they formed the seals of shadow cloning. Directed by Sasuke, and Naruto served as the main generator and source of energy. Copies of not only Uzumaki, but also Uchiha flew at Kakashi. The originals themselves were lost in the crowd, and only the tinkling of the bells on their belts betrayed their attempts. As a distraction, the Jonin threw a kunai straight at Sakura. She fell to the ground with a screech, covering her head with her hands. Sasuke didn't even raise an eyebrow, and Naruto, hissing something through clenched teeth, pushed her classmate into the bushes. The Uchiha covered her actions with another fireball. Kakashi didn't like this. Thanks to her excellent chakra control, Sakura can become a squad medic, which means she must also be on the battlefield, keeping track of who was injured and where. Instead of running headlong through the forest, once again, he was wrong in his assumptions. The partners did not need Irinen. When another kunai hit Sasuke, who was hissing in pain, walked over his shoulder, Naruto immediately appeared next to him, put her hand on it. A familiar greenish chakra enveloped her, quickly removing all traces of injury. So Naruto is capable of medical techniques and excellent chakra control. Kakashi wondered what else the third spies had missed in their reports. They would have been able to fight for a long time, since Naruto had a truly huge supply of chakra, but the alarm clock that Kakashi started at the beginning of the test rang. Team number 7 gathered in front of the wooden poles. Naruto was tied up, and the others stood by. "Mentor, why am I tied?" she protested. The blonde looked shabby, a little emaciated, but pulled out with 3 times the effort. "Because you pushed a teammate away, didn't send guards with her, didn't protect her, although you had such an opportunity," the Jonin shrugged. "In the end, you all failed the test. Why do you think? What did I want to achieve from you today? Teamwork," Sasuke shrugged. "Exactly. And as a result, only you and Uzumaki worked together." Sakura didn't know where she was at all. The girl bowed her head, accepting the reproach. Kakashi snorted to himself, while the CUs were pushing him. He sent a clone for the third cock and plunged him into a light genjutsu. "I'm sorry, sensei," she said softly. I'm lost. And it happened because the others did not support you." Naruto proudly turned up his nose, Sasuke grunted and turned away. Sakura sank even more. "But you still have a chance to improve your situation. I give you 2 hours for you to draw up a new plan that would include Haruno. If you fail, you will never become a shinobi. Naruto, as the initiator of the whole undertaking, must remain tied. It is also forbidden to feed her." With that, Kakashi moved his shunshin behind a nearby tree. "Dobe, are you too hungry?" Sasuke's voice came to him. "Do not wait, the topic." The girl chuckled. "Well, okay," the Uchiha shrugged and began to eat. After a bit of trampling, Sakura followed suit and even tried to feed him with her chopsticks. To which Sasuke glared at her like she was crazy. And Naruto hung on the ropes, as if asleep. They clearly had no intention of developing a plan. Kakashi rubbed the bridge of his nose wearily. He understood that in a real fight, performed by a higher-ranking ninja, the plan would have been successful. The medic could calmly wait for them in the same bushes, but Naruto couldn't praise him. Something in him resisted it. By the end of the first hour, Sakura began to whine. "Sasuke-kun, when are we going to come up with a plan with my participation? Sasuke-kun, you want to be a shinobi too, don't you? I'm about to become the strongest kunoichi. Sasuke-kun. 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 The Uchiha poked his wand at the wasabi sadly, the Uzumaki snored peacefully, Sakura whined. Idle, in a word. By the end of the second hour, Sakura was exhausted, she constantly pulled the guy, cautiously looking at the training ground around, waiting for the teacher. The Uchiha's nerves failed. No, Sakura. We will not invent anything. We do not need a makeweight in the team. His scream woke up the Uzumaki. Team! Don't yell at Sakura like that. She protested. Haruno looked at her hopefully. And you, Sakura, in these 2 hours could offer at least one worthwhile idea. Date Bayo, you were the best in the class. Sakura lowered her head, even her ears reddened with shame. This is the moment Kakashi chose to appear. Well, I'm waiting for your answer. We don't have a plan. With challenge responded Uchiha. I was sleeping, the Uzumaki admitted. Theme didn't wake me up in time, she complained immediately. Dobe, snapped his partner. Sakura was silent. She almost cried in despair. Ino will become a shinobi, but she won't. And Sasuke-kun will not win fame either. Kakashi could literally see the thoughts going through the girl's head. And these two gave him a choice. Any other team he would have disbanded and sent home, but this was a direct order from the Hokage. He had no right to violate it, so as not to receive punishment for failing to fulfill his duty. But if he now retreats from the conditions set by himself, his reputation in the eyes of these children will fly down the drain. It is also worth considering that they will not keep their mouths shut. And if Haruno is just happy from the very fact of the teacher's mercy, no one really communicates with Uzumaki, then Sasuke can calmly tell everything to his family. And through them, in turn, the whole of Konoha will know. Okay, I accept your decision, he nodded. From now on, you are team number 7, I am your mentor. And you and I have a long way to go to become a real squad. I'll meet you tomorrow at 9 o'clock at the Hokage's residence. We will take on a mission and learn to work together. So, I'll become a ninja. Sakura squealed in delight. The grief was forgotten. Sasuke-kun, are you listening? Kakashi grimaced at the loud sound and walked away with a shunshin. And he did not see how Sasuke and Naruto exchanged gloomy looks. Everything is as we thought. He didn't even know it was you who actually came up with the plan. A tired sigh. Come on, walk me home, and there I'll do the division of the chakra. Naruto tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Their suspicions were confirmed. With each task Sasuke became gloomier and gloomier. And more often they began to arrange training with Itachi. The older Uchiha saw their condition, but did not ask anything, for which Naruto was sincerely grateful to him. Despite the dramatic statement about working together, they just did not learn how to work together. Before the very first task, Kakashi taught them to walk on trees, on walls, which Naruto and Sasuke were very good at, and Sakura quickly mastered. And then the routine began. Tasks of the lowest rank, endless weeding of vegetable gardens, collecting scrap metal around the village, searching for lost cats and dogs. A fat Tora jumped onto the bed and purred loudly. He rubbed his forehead with his hand, demanding his portion of affection. Naruto chuckled. He ran away again, and it was only today that they returned him to his mistress. Well, there was laughter when the harmful cat scratched Sakura, jumped on Sasuke and even reached out to Kakashi. Naruto had to bribe to persuade the animal to briefly return to the tenacious paws of the owner. Tora looked at her with a skeptical pitying look until the bribe grew to 2 fish, a bowl of cream and a bowl of sour cream. For the past week, their training has been village walking, and village walking. It just can't go on like this. Naruto jumped up, begging for forgiveness from the hissing Toru, unhappy about being abruptly dropped onto the bed. She quickly changed and flew towards the Hokage's residence. We urgently need to talk to the old man, for sure he will give them an interesting mission. The residents met her with silence and coolness. The working day has long ended, and the employees fled to their homes. Only the guards remained. On the Hokage floor, Naruto met Shiranui Genma. For some reason, he and a few other jonin were pretty good with Jinchuriki. They never bullied me, they helped me get home when the offenders were especially zealous. And sometimes they fed, while constantly looking around. Naruto didn't know what their goals were, but she remembered them all just in case. And the one with a scar, the other in a bandage. And Genma, who seemed to be the leader among them. And now, seeing her, the jonin jumped from the ceiling and went to chew his senbon at the other end of the corridor, on the windowsill. Naruto walked towards the door. Behind her came familiar voices. One of them clearly belonged to Kakashi. The third suffered from aggravated paranoia and always not only locked the door, but also activated a special barrier created during the second Hokage. Only he did not take into account that the Uzumaki created the barrier, and the red demons were always on their minds. And a symbol of blood relationship was introduced into each seal, allowing relatives by blood to bypass them. Naruto's grandmother worked hard for the residents, so the Jinchuriki could eavesdrop without fear of being detected. Yudo's knowledge of medical techniques is quite high. She also works great with Sasuke. There is a suspicion that they are taught by the same person. A month ago, my people found out that she was creating small food seals and special pills for someone. We set up listening in her apartment, but a week ago the connection was lost. The third was unhappy. Kakashi, you need to find out how she learned about Fuinjutsu and who she creates seals for. These are just small grocery stores. In the voice of the mentor, misunderstanding. Naruto stuck to the door. Genma pretended to be a partner of a ficus nearby. For now, the third corrected him, taking a puff. Despite everything, she is Uzumaki, a full-fledged representative of this clan. Which means Fuin is in her blood, as well as the willfulness of the red demons. Do you remember my order? Team number 7 must pass the selection without fail. The girl seemed to see how Kakashi stood at attention, minting words. Do not teach Naruto Uzumaki equally with the rest of the group. The weapons of the village should be moderately strong and controlled. Restrain the development of Uchiha Sasuke, prevent situations conducive to the manifestation of the Sharingan. Perform missions of low rank, exercise control over the individual activity of the wards. That's right, Sarutobi seemed to nod. I don't want to repeat the history of 12 years ago. Kushina, despite all my respect for her, was too headstrong a girl. However, she was an excellent jonin, a real shinobi of our village. Naruto is. Uzumaki Naruto doesn't have the abilities of Kushina Uzumaki and the 4th Hokage, Kakashi snapped angrily. Right. See to it that it stays that way. She shouldn't know about the Kyuubi within herself. Understood. May I go? Go, Kakashi-kun. Hataki exited through the window and Naruto slid down the wall to the floor, her hands over her mouth to keep from screaming. Burning tears flowed down her cheeks. Another illusion shattered. The indoor training ground of Kagami's house was quiet except for the wind slithering through the treetops. Seated under a tree, Itachi leisurely sharpened his kunai, laying out his weapons on a scroll, ready to be sealed. Habitual, mechanical actions allowed me to reflect on my own. As he feared, his and his father's suspicions about Kakashi's appointment were confirmed. Despite the obvious provocation of the children, he still agreed to become their mentor. Which is completely out of character for him. True, the goals remained unclear. Kakashi didn't teach kids anything, but he didn't hurt them either. He tried not to talk to them at all. Buried his nose in a book, he dragged them on missions of rank D. Itachi carefully learned about the activities of the other mentors. The most irresponsible were Hataki Kakashi and Sarutobi Asuma. However, Asuma is excusable. His team of Inoshikacho had their own, worked-out, scheme of actions. Parents must have trained the kids within the clans. Not being a mentalist, there was nothing he could do to help Ino. Yes, and Shikamaru himself coped with the position of a full-time strategist and genius. There was only Choji left, but the teacher took care of him closely. While Hataki taught the team only one thing, walking on walls and trees without bothering with water. Itachi suspected that he was trying to make life easier for himself in this way, because this way the guys moved faster. For the first 2 days, Ototo was still angry, growling, and then, with stubbornness, clenching his teeth, he began intensive training. Now he was silent on all questions about the teacher and assignments. But Naruto has always had a hot temper. It was she who gave a capacious description of every day spent in the company of a jonin, whom she had already dubbed a pervert for her love of a famous series of books. She also teased him again. Itachi laughed as he realized exactly what Naruto had done. On the test, during the first attack, she discreetly attached a sabotage-type parasite seal to his armband. A small bug stole the chakra from the wearer, destroying any illusion that he was hiding behind. It was not possible to detect it, to wash it off, to only burn, but for this you had to first find it. Several of these seals have remained with the older Uchiha since the Third War, and Kagami did not dare to present this Fuin to his granddaughter for a long time. However, meeting the brightly colored Hataki on the streets, he has never regretted it. She loved to circle the clearing, loudly indignant, blowing off steam. After such scenes, even Sasuke thawed a little and looked at the world more simply, as if the girl expressed his thoughts too. Their mutual understanding reached its peak. Itachi was even a little jealous of such trust. Only Naruto knew about the girl that Sasuke was dating. Sometimes she even covered for him. She often gave him money to make purchases. Jinchuriki traditionally did not sell anything worthwhile, prices were inflated, so she practically did not appear on the market, safely exploiting Sasuke and Itachi. Lost in thought, Itachi missed Naruto's appearance at the edge of the clearing. Pale as a ghost, with glowing cheeks and red, tear-stained eyes, she walked towards him with a determined step and sat down beside him. And then, in a calm, indifferent tone, she recounted everything she had heard near the Hokage's office. She seemed to be burned out. In her life, the third was something unshakable. Strict but kind, he always treated the orphan well. It was a relief. If the head of the village likes her, then not all people are bad. And now, her world was crumbling, losing its support. After all, the Hokage did not tell Kakashi everything, he hid a lot, but his opinion was visible in short phrases. Naruto gasped as she fell. She was losing her infinite light. It almost hurt Itachi physically. Betrayal always hurts. So he put her on his lap and squeezed her in his arms, as he did one day after the holiday. Naruto clung to him, she was shaking, but she was no longer crying. She lifted her face with sore eyes and asked in a low, broken voice, "Don't betray me, Itachi. Just not you. I won't survive this." In response, the Uchiha hugged her, pressed her even tighter, feeling her anguish and pain as his own. He wished he could take them from her. "I won't betray you," he promised, swearing. "Never." And Naruto relaxed in his arms. Petals on the water. Itachi, without looking around, walked down the street of Konoha, automatically dodging passers-by. In his hand he held a pair of dango sticks, which he devoured mechanically, almost oblivious to the taste of sweetness. And when did his senpai become like this? For as long as he'd known him, Hatake Kakashi had been a person on his mind. He kept to himself, almost did not communicate with anyone. He could not be called the soul of the company, but before he responsibly approached any mission, he always distinguished between good and bad, dark and light. If it was necessary to break the rules for the sake of the lives of innocent people, he broke them. If it was possible to bypass orders, he bypassed them. So what happened after he left the ANBU? Oh, Itachi guessed that it was a low-level technique called rumors. After all, he himself at first did not take Naruto seriously, succumbed to public opinion. It's so easy to see in a person what you expect to see. And often it takes a strong slap in the face to come to your senses and start thinking with your head. Greetings to the fighters of the kitchen front. Shisui clapped him on the shoulder as he crept up. "Hello, brother," Sasuke approached from the other side. "Mom sent us to help you. She said that you alone would not take everything away, but left the scrolls at home. Have you returned from your mission yet, Ototo? How was it?" Sasuke grimaced expressively, causing Shisui to snort. It was a normal cattle drive, he shrugged his shoulders. Naruto surrounded the herd with her clones and simply escorted them to their destination. "I'm more interested in something else, Sasuke." Shisui narrowed his expressive eyes, looking attentively, speaking insinuatingly. "When did you learn to merge chakra with the uzumaki? It's difficult and dangerous." Itachi was also interested. He had heard of the dual technique of his Ototo and Naruto, but had never seen it performed. For some reason, they flatly refused to show it. Shisui was right, merging chakra currents was an extremely dangerous and risky thing. In the shinobi, alien energy appeared, which belonged to his partner. He could understand the feelings and emotions of another, could find him anywhere. They became twice as strong, and twice as vulnerable, because the wounds of one affected the other. Such a merger required time, long, careful preparation. That is why it was never used on the battlefield. There was a risk of injuring its own circulation system. Separation, as a rule, was carried out by high-ranking physicians for several days. When he first heard about this, he wanted to kick the ears of both mindless genin who could come out of a fight with Kakashi completely crippled. But Uzumaki looked with her crystal blue eyes and said that there was no danger. She would never risk a friend's life. Sasuke thought, scratching his nose. He searched for words as his eyes roamed around the people walking nearby, noisy shops and cafes. It's not really a union. More precisely, it is not at all. We do not go deep into the circulation system, our connection remains close to the contact surface. And through it, Naruto transfers neutral, medical chakra to me. Since there are no wounds, she goes to my reserve, feeding. The Uchiha pondered the words of their younger kinsman. And who separates you after that? Shisui asked a question. Naruto does, Sasuke shrugged. Because the connection is shallow, it's no problem for her to separate her own chakra from mine. She is so bright. What do you feel about it? Itachi glared at his brother. Regret settled in his chest at the thought that Sasuke had access to the girl's feelings, her secret desires, and slight envy, to be so close to someone. His answer dispelled all illusions. Pain, Sasuke snapped, turning away. Throughout the fight, pain. And I know that Naruto feels it many times stronger. Why do you think so? Shui asked. Her chakra is alive, poisonous, dangerous, and predatory. Even the smallest particle, penetrating into me, seems to burn its way through my body, and I feel the hatred of the one who sits inside the uzumaki. Hatred for me. And Naruto is forced to weed it out, to filter the chakra in order to send it to me already cleared, neutral. Because I can't handle her real energy. Yes, and no one will be able to. Sasuke turned, looked seriously, into his brother's eyes, as if he was trying to convey something at the level of thoughts and instincts. Have you already tried? Shui interrupted the conversation. Yes, at the very beginning, Sasuke mechanically rubbed his palm. At the first stage, it is the unpurified chakra that is required. She provides communication. We cannot feel each other's emotions, between us there is only the pain of merging. Itachi imagined Naruto and Sasuke being forced to push through the pain, to disengage from it in order to fight. And Naruto also constantly cleanses the chakra, separating the Kyuubi energy from it in order to transfer it to his partner. What kind of load goes on their brain at the same time? No wonder they don't want to repeat it in a calm environment. And no more conditions? With curiosity continued to ask Shui. Well, there, chakra compatibility, for example. It is necessary that we think about the same thing, strive for the same thing. All mind. We did this only twice. Once we wanted to surprise Kagami-san, and the second time we wanted to defeat Kakashi's mentor. How did you find out about this technique? Kagami-san gave us a scroll with a detailed description. You know, your father never ceases to amaze me, Itachi said into space, squinting at his friend. He chuckled and nodded. But this is a delightful feeling, to fight and not think about the reserve of chakra. Sasuke rolled his eyes dreamily. Dobe doesn't even think about how lucky she is with the reserve. Itachi chuckled. He used to think so too. It seemed to him that the girl did not think at all about the amount of her own chakra. She easily created clones, used energy-intensive techniques, relying only on luck and regeneration. Until I realized that the little Uzumaki does nothing for nothing. The upbringing of the cunning Kagami-san had an effect. Techniques, which he himself considered irrational, expanded the channels of the girl, developed them and the hearth. Improved the body. Life taught her to save, and this saving was expressed literally in everything. After another exhausting workout, the girl still had strength, but the next morning Itachi saw how, during the next mission, she herself climbs and sprays apple trees. Although she could create clones to help, he was already used to it. If Naruto uses economical techniques, clamps energy in training, it means that she is planning to do something at home. And you won't be able to dissuade her. Every day, Itachi realized that he was becoming more and more entangled in the girl. He couldn't predict her reactions and was impatiently waiting for her every answer, every grimace, to deduce at least some regularity of her logic. There was no pattern. And it was enchanting. Easy to remember. Shui nodded forward. Itachi saw the answer to his thoughts. At the shop window, Naruto shifted nervously and stared at something inside. A whole heap of a wide variety of emotions was displayed on her face. The girl bit her sponge, counted the money in her palm. Hello? Sasuke ran over to his friend. What are you doing? Naruto jumped up. Don't scare me like that, Date Bayo. She exclaimed indignantly, waving at her comrade. He deftly dodged, his eyes flashing cheerfully. What are you doing here, Naruchan? Shui sang. Nothing special, Shur-chan. The girl showed him her tongue. Itachi smiled affably and turned back to the window. I need to buy new shoes. Kakashi-san said that he would ask the Hokage for a longer mission with a higher rank, and my sandals would not survive the long journey. The Uchiha slid his eyes over the girl's thin legs. Indeed, her sandals were practically falling apart. Naruto started counting the money again, her brow furrowed in a funny way. Standard shinobi shoes could be purchased at any specialized store. It was made from a special material that conducts chakra. Ordinary blue sandals were in special demand, although not the most beautiful and roughly crafted, but strong, durable and cheap. But for those who wanted to look beautiful even on missions, especially for kunoichi, craftsmen could even make special high-heeled shoes. It was a bit more expensive, but the quality matched the price. In the window there were closed soft shoes with flat soles, without heels, with thin ribbons that were usually tied at the ankles. Intense blue color with an almost imperceptible dark red pattern along the edges of the neckline. Beautiful, made to last, it was they who attracted the attention of the girl. You do not have enough money? Gently and carefully, so as not to offend, Itachi asked. Naruto blushed and shook his head so that the scythe jumped through the air. No, that's enough, she sighed heavily. But, Date Bayo. Her expressive face reflected a serious struggle with a terrible temptation. On the one hand, she wanted to be at least a little beautiful, and on the other hand, she was economical. For sure, this purchase will take all her pocket money, which she managed to postpone. But there is so much more I want. Itachi would definitely tell her that he didn't think she needed any jewelry, but for the first time Naruto wished for something for herself, just like that, not out of necessity. Oh, okay. She decided on something. Hey, sandals. With that cry, she left for the store and returned with a pair of standard shinobi shoes. At the same time, she tried not to look at the window. Itachi squinted at his brother and friend, who, nodding in understanding, dragged the girl towards the sweet shops. And the Uchiha himself went inside the shoe store. Good afternoon, the old man with bright, faded eyes, smiled warmly. How can I help? I'll have a pair of shoes from the window, Itachi pointed with his chin. And pack. A gift for that young kunoichi? The old man nodded understandingly. Ask. As soon as a beautiful box was in the hands, a joyful anticipation spilled inside, it bubbled, begged to come out with a cheerful laugh. Only the Uchiha's restraint allowed him to save face. Itachi quickly tucked the gift into a scroll, picturing Naruto's reaction and her happy face when she saw him. And he wanted to smile. In a semi-dark room, in a huge cage, on the surface of the water, a huge fiery red fox was dozing. His 9 tails did not stop for a minute, now wriggling, then letting loose circles through the water, disturbing the chakra. Fiery eyes blazed from under closed eyelids. Humans are such funny creatures. At first he watched them with curiosity, then he hated them. Monster, demon, creature, offspring of Shinigami, Kyubi no Yoko. He had many names, so many that the true name has already been forgotten. Kurama. She called him Dawnlight. He had only to close his eyes, and he saw scarlet hair and scarlet eyes. Like blood, like cherries. Like a sunset. A warm smile, a sunny bunny, an affectionate, light hand that ran its fingers into thick wool. And the smell of the sea. She seemed to be soaked through with it from the time she lived in Uzushio. His first cage, that damned Mito Uzumaki proudly told him that you can't keep an animal like him free. Too dangerous. Animal. He never forgave her this word and for 15 years undermined her from the inside, drinking strength, disrupting the circulation of the chakra. The body of the hated Uzumaki could not stand it, and soon, secretly from everyone, he was given another vessel. And Mito, for the rest of her life, wore seals filled with his chakra in her hair in order to deceive the others. Tsuchi was different. Inside her, the Kyubi was not crucified, a huge cage, an almost limitless supply of chakra water on the floor and floating lamps under the ceiling, dispersing the darkness with their flickering. She came often, almost every week, and brought with her the smell of the sea and cherries. And their rich color in their eyes and hair. Her tongue was as venomous as his chakra, and as sharp as a blade of the best craftsman. She could be silent for the whole visit, sit leaning against the bars of the cage, or she could talk incessantly, talking about everything in the world. Once she even sang, sadly, but she did not cry. With horror, Kyubi realized that he was looking forward to a new visit. He began to calculate his time in meetings. And she admitted that she has no friend closer than him. So he remembered his name. So he became the Dawnlight. He loved her, sincerely, truly. He hadn't had a best friend since old man Rakuto. He forgot about the hatred of people, and how can you hate the world in which Itachi exists? And then there was their last meeting. The assault on Uzushio-gakure, the ritual hall with seals and the fearful gray eyes of her daughter. Then she came to him for the last time. The crumbling walls of the cage, the stones falling into the water almost drowned out her quiet, cracked whisper. And she brought with her the smell of cherries and the sea. Kurama was even delighted when he was chained to a huge ball. The chains held tight, the pins pierced the palms and tails, and this pain was sobering, forced the Kyubi to wake up, remember the past hatred. And growl, tearing the throat. It seemed to him that he had lost his mind when he again found himself in a huge hall filled with water, inside the cage. Again and again he saw in a dream how the cage was being destroyed, how stones were falling on a fragile human figure. I re-experienced every meeting, every emotion from communicating with her. And the pain of her death. He rushed about, got angry, soaking everything around with his rage, breaking down on his Jinchuriki. For the fact that in the depths of my soul I was waiting for a silhouette in a red kimono to appear at the end of the hall. Instead, a blonde something appeared, almost floating into the clutches of the Shinigami. It was the perfect chance to take over her body, break free. He could not, because she smelled of the sun, cherries and the sea. She began to visit him almost every day. At first she was silent, hiding in a corner, and then she began to ask. And in these naive, childish questions, he heard her. The same facial features, the shape of the eyes, the same nervous word datebeo. It's probably hereditary. Something that Kushina did not have, but that her mother and daughter had. The best and secret technique of the Uzumaki family is trust. Naruto trusted people and they unwittingly learned to trust her. Not all. Only those who could see and understand. He still couldn't get over it. Especially with the presence of the red-eyed bastard near her. And he took revenge, burning him with his hatred. And Naruto, appearing, shook her head and asked not to harm her friend. The demon snorted and proudly turned away, ignoring the girl's requests. Naruto, on the other hand, ruffled her hair at the back of her head and laughed nervously, saying that Sasuke and Itachi would definitely like him. The second Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi that never existed, and the fourth, they were very similar. But Kurama never saw her in Naruto. Naruto is Naruto. End point. Are you plotting revenge on Sasuke again? At the end of the hall, a figure in a blue sundress has already habitually appeared. And why can't you leave him alone? The girl approached the cage, brazenly dragged one of the tails out and sat on it, drowning in fluffy, chakra-soaked wool. Because he's an uchiha. Descendant of this Madara. Kyuubi growled, grinning. But Sasuke is not Madara. But it can become one, said the fox stubbornly. It's in their blood, the lust for power and murder. Itachi, for example, is not like that. He's kind of weird, a pacifist genius, Kyuubi snorted. And then the tail fell on the blow of a small, strong fist, backed by chakra. Don't you dare hurt Itachi. Lightning danced in blue eyes. Otherwise next time I will come to read children's fairy tales. Get bold, vessel. The demon narrowed his eyes, bringing his muzzle almost close to the girl's frowning face. Are you not afraid of me at all? Rumbled throughout the room. What do you think, Datebeo? I think that over the years you look more and more like your grandmother, the fox said with a sigh and wearily sank to the floor of the cage. Naruto lit up like it was the best praise in the world. Am I becoming as strong and brave as she is? No, Kyuubi grinned vindicatively, she also bothered me at first. Well, okay, after a little silence, the girl pouted, but quickly moved away. You promised to tell me about that technique without seals. Rasengan it seems. Kyuubi once again covered his eyes with his paw, afraid of being blinded by his bearer's enthusiasm. He undertook to teach the stupid girl, afraid of repeating the story with the seals. After all, it will become during her experiments to go beyond the boundary. She already had control, and not bad. Hand-to-hand combat skills, weapon skills, too. And the Uchiha will not leave her without training. So Fox decided to focus on techniques. Instinct told him that the girl would not be left alone just like that. Suddenly, Naruto looked up seriously. You said it was my father's technique. How do you know about her? The lamplit underground ritual hall of the Uzushiogakure Kage Palace reappeared before Fox's eyes. Again he saw a woman chained to the pillars with special seals in a scarlet kimono, bloody, pale. And a crying girl with gray eyes in neighboring seals. Your mother's seal was created under emergency conditions. And then they didn't remake it. There was no time left for this, because officially Kushina was already supposed to be in Konoha. Despite the strong structure, there were still loopholes in it through which I could see the outside world. A collapsing cage and falling stones, a dream turned into a curse. Do I have one too? Naruto narrowed his eyes. No, Kyuubi snorted. Your father did his best to isolate me. Until you come down here, I can only get through to you when you're emotionally unstable. Okay, he didn't know what thoughts were going through her head when she furrowed her brows like that thoughtfully. Then she rolled her eyes again. So are you going to teach me or not? The fox laughed hoarsely. After a couple of hours, he carefully poked with his claw the battered carcass of the Jinchuriki, spread out on the water like an asterisk. Naruto was panting heavily, her hands trembling and her hair stuck to her sweaty forehead. How hard-oh! She moaned, moving her fingers. But I still won't back down, Datebeo. This is my ninja way. Kurama poked her again. You'd better come back. He shook his head vaguely. It seems that someone is calling you there, with the power of youth. How do you know that? The girl raised her head. While you're here, the passage is open, and I can catch something from the outside world. Fox shrugged his shoulders. In general, that's all for today. Take the chakra and get the hell out of here. And don't forget to train, vessel. He shouted at the end. The translucent silhouette waved a reassuring hand. The smell of sun, sea, and cherries remained in the air. Naruto opened his eyes, stretched, noticed the mercilessly shaking hands. But there's nothing to be done. The pain in the channels is a small price to pay for training with Kurama. She shook herself and went to the window that Lee was thrashing against. Naruto, are you alright? I will share with you the power of youth. The girl opened the window. Come in, she invited a friend. She noticed the bloodied bandages on her hands. Gaisan overdid it again. He showed me the real power of youth. The boy yelled happily and gave very valuable lessons. With a laugh, the girl led the guest into the kitchen. They met and became friends with Lee at the academy. Officially, Naruto was not familiar with the uchiha and could not be in their quarter, so as not to attract unnecessary attention. So she had to run to Grandfather Ka by long, circuitous paths under the fluffy henge of a cat. And one day, after school, I stumbled upon a clearing where an unfamiliar guy with thick eyebrows was selflessly thrashing a tree. His knuckles were shattered and the bandages were soaked with blood, but he continued to train with clenched teeth. Then Naruto treated him, gave him painkillers on the track and fled. But since then, she often began to appear in this clearing, help an unfamiliar boy, follow his training, listen to stories full of emotions. She fed him between workouts, gave him homemade stimulants, and in return, Lee allowed him to use weak medical techniques on him so that Naruto could practice. At first, business relations quickly developed into friendship, and now Lee could drop by for a visit just like that. Naruto poured a special healing mixture into a bowl, added some hot water, and helped Lee remove the bandages. Here, she pushed the bowl towards him. Otherwise you won't be able to bend your fingers tomorrow. With a sigh, the boy lowered his hands into it. Like all ninjas, he did not like to be treated, he was afraid of droppers and needles to the point of trembling, escaping every time from the first aid post. But Naruto obeyed, following all her medical orders. Maybe because they were friends. The girl, meanwhile, took out half of the cake left over from yesterday, cut it into pieces. She added a glass of milk and put it in front of the guest. In 20 minutes it will be possible to take out hands. Then you will eat. She sat down opposite. Well, tell me how your team is doing. Lee beamed and eagerly began to share the news. And what an amazing teacher he has, and Niji, his rival, is so strong, but he will definitely, be sure to defeat him one day. And the power of youth will help him in this. How is Sakura-san? He suddenly asked, and blushed up to his ears. It wasn't the first time Naruto had noticed the other's strange behavior towards Sakura and remained silent. You never know what reasons he has. But now, Lee, carefully, as if stepping on the unsteady soil of swamps, do you like Sakura? He blushed even more and nodded, lowering his head. Naruto bit his lip. It wasn't that she didn't like her teammate, no, Sakura was a beautiful, bright girl. But her split personality, constant mood swings and aggressiveness baffled. Feel sorry for Lee. Friend, you understand, she likes Sasuke. She dreams of marrying him. At the moment she hated herself for hurting her with her words. But she could no longer be silent, otherwise Lee would be bogged down completely. And here no power of youth will help. I know, the boy nodded. But I thought you were dating him, and Sakura. No, Sasuke and I are just friends. Naruto felt his ears burning. Black eyes came to mind, long hair tied in a low ponytail. She blushed even more. Definitely good friends. As with you. The time had come and Naruto went to get bandages specially soaked in a healing ointment. Why don't you pay attention to some other girl? She asked from the room. And she began to go over all her classmates in her mind. Unfortunately, their recruitment consisted mainly of clan princesses, whose parents won't let a clanless person who doesn't own Lee's chakra approach them. The exception was Ten, but she, according to Lee himself, dried up for Hyuga Niji. No! Rock Lee suddenly clenched his fists. I'll get Sakura-san's attention. May the force of youth help me in this. Me too, Naruto sighed, bandaging his friend's paws. Let's think of something, date Bayo. Don't rush, I beg you. I won't. Apparently the guy didn't even see her. He was all daydreaming about the pink-haired Kunoichi. Because she's so, Naruto sighed heavily. Fumiko's grandmother was right. Medicine is powerless in matters of love. Itachi sat comfortably in the chair next to the Hokage's chair, unfolding a green scroll. Issuing new missions to Genin teams, checking reports on those already completed. A daily routine leading to a D-rank mission. Usually Naruto and Sasuke's former homeroom teacher, Yumino Irika, did this, but the Chunin didn't have time today. Quarterly reports, performance characteristics for the past year, filing personal files of former students. When the Uchiha accidentally looked into the teacher's room, only a tail sticking out on end could be seen from the pile of papers. Irika-sensei asked the Hokage to fill in today, and Itachi easily agreed. This was quite in line with his goals. I wanted to see my brother's group. When team number 7 entered the room, Itachi realized that things were even worse than he had imagined. Enthusiastically beaming Sakura, now and then glancing at Sasuke. Ototo glanced warily at her and tried to stay away, with difficulty maintaining a calm mask. Naruto acted as a buffer between them, chattering about something cheerfully. And somewhere in the distance flashed a mentor, Hatake Kakashi. Perfect teamwork. The students do not want to see the teacher would not see the students in the eye. Therefore, they began to call him Kakashi-san, realizing that he would not teach them anything. We came for a new mission, old man. Naruto exclaimed. Just let it be something more complicated. Tired of chasing cats, date Bayo. Hatake rolled his eyes. Sakura pushed the girl in the side. Uzumaki, Kakashi-sensei himself knows perfectly well what missions we should give out. Really, teacher? She turned to the jonin. He took a deep breath, but nodded. Naruto, the third entered in the meantime. All missions are distributed properly. Look, I have. His lecture was most unceremoniously interrupted by Thor, who had stumbled through the window. The cat strode imposingly into the center of the room, paying no attention to anyone, approached Uzumaki and began to rub against her legs. Tora, my good, the girl stroked him. You've been completely tortured. The cat closed his eyes contentedly and rumbled all over the room. Itachi couldn't help but smile. Ototo painted in colors how they hunted a harmful cat, and how he defeated them in an unequal battle. But Sakura couldn't resist. Uzumaki. Couldn't you also call the cat when we were catching it? She squealed. He scratched me. Look, it still hasn't healed. Tora is not evil. Naruto stood up for the animal. She squatted down to make it easier to stroke and now looked up at her teammate indignantly. Thor defended himself. He ruined my dress. And made a fool, Itachi understood without words. He hurt me too, Sasuke shrugged. But I don't scream. Sakura immediately turned her attention to him. And Itachi did not take his eyes off the former senpai. The teamwork is zero, but the execution of the Hokage's order that Naruto was talking about is perfect. Silence. Could not stand the third, slammed his palms on the table. Then he sank into a chair, puffed on his pipe and sighed heavily. The genin lined up, straightened up. But Sakura cast short angry glances at Naruto, at whose feet Tora purred happily. 2 spots of bashful blush glowed brightly on the blonde's cheeks. She bit her lips. She clearly did not like the performance that the kunoichi put on in front of outsiders. She shot a short apologetic glance at Itachi, who closed his eyelids for a second in acceptance. Just yesterday, your mentor asked me to give you a mission of a higher level. I agreed. The old man took out a scroll. You will become guards. Great. Sakura beamed. Sasuke chuckled and Naruto lit up too. Who are we going to protect? Dame? Princess? Patience. A benevolent mood returned to the third, but Itachi followed the sly sparks in blue eyes. Uzumaki is not an idiot. She understood that they would not be given high-ranking persons right away. Rather, the reason for joy is in the journey itself. Please enter the visitor. The door slid open, and a gray-haired man with a pointed beard, in simple country clothes and a bottle of sake in his hands, appeared on the threshold. He immediately kissed her, swallowing greedily. Sasuke raised an eyebrow in surprise and Naruto grimaced. She couldn't stand alcohol, in any form. They're just kids. Meanwhile, the customer was outraged. And that small one is generally better to sit at home, play with cats. Tora snorted, claws threateningly. Naruto immediately patted him on the ear. Well, Tora, do not be offended. He is not evil. I'd rather take you on a mission with me. You'll walk next to him all the time, she smiled. Itachi snorted as the customer turned pale. A drunken blush slipped from his cheeks as soon as he saw the promising, bloodthirsty grin of Tora. It seems that the cat even licked his lips. My name is Tazuna, the man cleared his throat. I am an architect from the land of waves, building a bridge there. During the journey, you will have to protect me, even at the cost of your own lives. The friends exchanged dark looks. When the genin left with the customer, the third turned to the assistant. What is your opinion of the team, Itachi-kun? Uchiha froze, thinking, once again analyzing in detail the picture he had seen earlier. The team is not cohesive, everyone pulls the blanket over himself, the mentor has no real authority. But, perhaps, this is only my opinion, because I see the whole team of my brother in full strength for the first time. But you already know Naruto Uzumaki? Sarutobi bowed his head. Itachi stared blankly at the opposite wall. So that's what all these questions are about. Find out the real state of affairs between the Uchiha clan and Jinchuriki. Surface, Hokage-sama, he replied. She's been around the block a couple of times, but mostly she's been running after Sasuke. I'm glad they became friends. The old man puffed on his pipe. I don't think that's really true. Itachi shook his head. By all means, you need to keep the guys, at least for another couple of months, from the attention of the council, Danzo and the third. From the very beginning, Naruto chose Ototo as her rival and continues to insist on this game until now. With such an opponent, she will only improve, said the old shinobi. If he ever reaches Sasuke's level and makes him take himself seriously, Itachi snorted. And in this phrase, in the expression of his face, he tried to put all the pride, all the arrogance of the ancient clan. Judging by the relaxed muscles and rather gleaming eyes, he succeeded. So be it, let Naruto forgive him for those words. A slippery, vile slug seemed to toss and turn in his chest. But this had to be said in order to lull the vigilance of the ruling elite. That's why I'm not sure they'll be up to the task. He shook his head. Sasuke is certainly ready for the test, but the kunoichi. They might get hurt. Wouldn't it have been better to train them on D-rank missions? You're too strict, Itachi-kun. Sarutobi shook his head reproachfully. Sooner or later, the chicks must fly out of the nest. Young shinobi must learn from their mistakes. Understood. Itachi bowed his head and, with an imperturbable face, set to work on the papers. The Uchiha only outwardly seemed insensitive. In fact, another such hot-tempered clan is still to be found. And right now, rage was raging inside. Surely this mission is more difficult than it seems at first glance. Sarutobi clearly expects that on the way the kids will fill themselves with very painful bumps and will never again be asked to leave Konoha. Of course, Kakashi will not let the weapons of the village suffer, but, for example, the death of a customer may well undermine Naruto's confidence in his abilities. And if Sasuke, her friend, gets hurt? What is the life of one architect and a shinobi boy compared to almost handheld weapons? Itachi himself felt bad at the thought that his beloved little brother might suffer. That he would have to heal Sasuke's wounds, see his pain. And he couldn't even break free now to say parting words in parting or help to fold the bag, because Hiruzen carefully monitors his every movement, facial expressions and gesture from the corner of his eye. In vain he hoped to see something. Years of work in the ANBU, the title of clan genius, the title of heir to the head, deadly missions and espionage taught him best to hide, extinguish his feelings. For the next 2 hours, Itachi turned into an emotionless doll, busy with paperwork. And when he left the Hokage palace, the 7th team was no longer in the village. Are you worried, Dobe? Quietly asked Sasuke, tugging at the end of the braid, which was fiddling with the girl. This is the first time I went outside the village. Naruto shared her feelings. Before that, they didn't let me out, and when I tried to get out secretly, they intercepted me. I've never seen anything other than Konoha in my entire life. Sasuke paused, looked at her carefully. Everything will be fine. He lightly touched his friend's shoulder. She smiled, grateful for the support. Thank you. They had been walking for about 2 hours. The sun was high above the horizon, hot. But the heat did not in the least kill Uzumaki's interest and enthusiasm. She turned her head, looking around. Her eyes sparkled with admiration. It seemed to the girl that even the air here was lighter, not as oppressive as inside the village. Sasuke's sharp elbow cutting into her ribs interrupted her admiration of nature. Dobe, when was the last time it rained? He whispered, barely audible. In the last day there was definitely no precipitation, the girl hissed in response, rubbing the sore spot. It is impossible to take it easy, the topic. She protested. And why these questions? Sasuke silently nodded towards a small puddle on the side of the road. Do you think, they were attacked when the group moved 10 meters away from the puddle? In a fraction of a second, Kakashi was entangled in a steel chain and cut into pieces. Sakura screamed piercingly, looking at the parts of the teacher's body with wide eyes. 2 blurry shadows in tattered cloaks and strange masks rushed towards the genin. Naruto felt hot breath on her back, the smell of unwashed body and steel. Your turn, his attacker hissed. The girl silently went sideways. Sasuke came in her place. The Uchiha jumped high, twisted, following the steel band that bound the opponents, and nailed it to the tree with a shuriken, secured it with a kunai. The enemy shinobi reached out, jerked and hissed, unable to free themselves. Each had one glove with huge claws, from where the chain stretched. And it was these gloves that Sasuke chose to land on. He lowered himself lightly, grabbed them, and with a simultaneous blow sent them both forward, causing them to twitch like dogs on a leash. And there already one of them was met by Naruto, with a roundhouse kick. The soul pressed into the bridge of the nose, breaking it with a crunch. Blood spattered, the shinobi hissed, and the girl carried out a series of blows to the ribs and kneecaps, almost paralyzing. So I updated the shoes, she grunted, folding the seals of shadow cloning. During this time, the second managed to free himself and rush to the architect, near whom Sakura froze. But he was met by a crowd of identical blondes with kunai in their hands. And Hatake Kakashi himself. Teacher. Sakura was overjoyed. You are alive. But how? Substitution technique. The jonin nodded towards the spot where his cut body lay. Instead, there were only stumps of thick branches. Hatake looked sternly at the pale architect. I think we should talk. Team number 7 sailed to the land of waves in a gloomy mood. Nobody likes to be deceived. Perhaps the only one who did not lose heart was Naruto. She lay on the prow of the boat, put her hand into the water and watched the tiny fish curl around her fingers, circle, trail after them in a multicolored train. And the thick fog, droplets of moisture settling on her hair, did not prevent her from enjoying the journey. She liked to feel the cold current gliding over her skin, refreshing her. The girl rolled over on her back, putting her backpack under her head. Sasuke immediately settled down on her hip as usual and dozed off, conserving his strength. Out of the corner of her ear, Uzumaki listened to the conversation between the mentor and the architect. Shipowner Gato doesn't want the bridge completed. He earns a lot of money from transportation, and if we are connected with the mainland, he will go bankrupt. That's why he sent the killers. The man sobbed, rubbed his eyes under his glasses. I understand if you turn around and leave. But I couldn't do otherwise. My daughter and grandson. I hear him calling me, grandfather. Grandfather. But I can no longer come up. And the daughter will never be able to forgive the shinobi leaf my death. She will curse them and will live with hatred in her heart. Sakura clenched her fists. Sasuke grunted into the thick fabric of her friend's sundress. Naruto bit her lip. Perhaps Kakashi-san most clearly expressed the general point of view on such a simple blackmail. But it is necessary to teach the architect a lesson. She jumped up, pressing her hands to her chest. Well, of course, we will help you. She exclaimed. We just have to help you. Just. I beg you, Naruto gasped, tears welling up in her eyes. She looked at Tazuna with pleading eyes. Please, if something happens to me, tell my grandparents that I love them very, very much, more than anything. They have no one but me. She spread her hands. My parents died, only I remained. But my family will be proud if I die like a true shinobi in battle. Her eyes lit up. I will fight and protect you. Don't look that I'm small, I'm already 11 years old. I can stand up for myself, I just graduated from the academy. Sakura stared at the performance with round eyes, the mask making it difficult to read Kakashi's reaction. Sasuke hugged his friend and leaned into her shoulder. I'll help you, Dobe. He said hoarsely. I want to return as a hero to my little sister, to brag to her. After all, I promised to go with her to the river and buy her a dango. Apparently, the architect became terribly uncomfortable. Apparently, only now he realized a simple truth. In front of him were children, yesterday's school children. Not terrible and powerful shinobi, but ordinary teenagers who had brothers, sisters, families. I can't, he managed. I cannot. Immediately, the atmosphere changed. Sasuke straightened up and in a predatory move was nose to nose with the man. Never try to deceive a Konoha shinobi, he said in a didactic voice, fixing his inscrutable gaze. We are touchy, vindictive and vengeful. Speak for yourself, team. Naruto smiled sunnily. After all, I can forget, and then, take revenge on a new one. The architect was shocked. So you have, you. I'm an orphan, I don't have grandparents, Uzumaki shrugged. And Sasuke has no sisters, but there is an older brother, a jonin. You deceived me. Tazuna exclaimed, and the boatman immediately hissed at him. But now we're quits, Sasuke chuckled. And next time, think before you fool the ninja. Prankback might not be so harmless, Naruto finished after him. But we'll still help you, Kakashi concluded the introduction. Sasuke-kun, Sakura folded her arms across her chest. You were incredible. She moved closer, praising her teammates' acting skills. And Naruto again returned to the bow of the boat and lowered her hand into the water, teasing the small fish. Life is beautiful. Naruto didn't like to hurt, didn't like to fight just to win. She wanted to become a doctor in order to help people, to be needed and useful, to be able to take the pain of a comrade for yourself. And in battle, she most of all valued the faithful shoulder of a friend next to her. Don't be afraid, Sasuke-kun, I can protect you. I will fight to the death for you. For all of you. It doesn't matter if a person loves you or hates you, if he is ready to trust you with his back in battle, it's worth it. And this means that you have become one step closer to understanding each other. Kakashi-san defended them from the appearance of the swordsman of the mist, Momochi Zabuza. He fought it, using the Sharingan in his perpetually blindfolded eye. And yet he fell into the trap of the enemy, ended up in the water prison. And now, while the real Zabuza kept the Jonin in a huge water balloon, his clones attacked the rest of the team. The bandage jingled as it fell to the grass. A bright scythe flashed in the air. A powerful blow knocked the air out of her lungs. Naruto prepared to fall, but she was caught by strong hands, laid on the grass. Don't worry, Dobe. Sasuke smiled at her with the corners of his lips. I'll take care of the rest. He rushed forward, after a swarm of his shuriken, which Zabuza took down with one blow of his sword. Sasuke wheezed in his arms, twitching. Naruto felt his pain as her own. A trickle of blood ran down his chin from a bitten lip. With a single click, a huge fan slid out of the scroll and opened its dark wings. The directional flow of air knocked prey out of the hands of the shinobi, who hissed, and Sasuke ran to his friend, who was leaning on a fan. Staggering, the girl approached the dropped bandage. Sakura was torn from behind, shouting something, but the girl did not listen to her. She slowly bent down and lifted her bandage. "I told you to run," raged in the water prison Kakashi. "I got caught. Everyone, we lost. Grab an architect and run. Do what you're told, girl. Run. And leave the old man to us, I'll be well paid for him." Momochi grinned. "And leave your teacher too, you will not help him in any way." Naruto looked at him calmly, with a slight smile. "It doesn't matter if I die now. Even if Kakashi-san hates me," the teacher twitched in the water balloon. "But I won't leave him in trouble. A real shinobi will never abandon his comrade. And I want to help my friends." An open scroll, and Senbon and Kunai flew at the swordsman, followed by 50 shadow clones, which Zabuza simply destroyed with his sword. The girl turned one of the clones into a weapon, quickly stuffed it into her backpack to get it in front of Zabuza's eyes. "Sasuke!" Naruto tossed him a huge collapsible shuriken. The Uchiha threw it at Zabuza, the real one, who was hiding behind his clone. He caught him easily, with one hand, while continuing to hold Kakashi captive with the other. But the first shuriken was followed by the second, which Momochi simply jumped over. With a pop, Naruto emerged from it, unfolding the fan. Thin streams of air wrapped in a drill rushed towards Zabuza. He was forced to pull his other hand out of the water. "You're in deep trouble." She had no idea that Zabuza could move so fast. In the blink of an eye, he was at her side, his weapon raised over his head. With a loud clang, the shuriken caught by the swordsman met the folded fan. The girl screamed from the monstrous power invested in the blow. Her hands went numb instantly, and she dropped her weapon. And when the blade rushed towards her again, she closed her eyes. "Naruto!" Sasuke's desperate cry. There was no blow. "Good plan, Naruto." The girl raised her eyes. The blade stopped Kakashi with his hand, blood spraying into the water in a fountain. "Thanks, Kakashi-san. Now get out of here." Naruto nodded, dived for the fan, and threw herself out of the water into Sasuke's arms, which caught her. "Crazy!" The Uchiha breathed out. "What if he bit you? Couldn't they just make another clone?" "But it worked." Naruto beamed back. Sasuke covered his eyes with his hand and sighed heavily. "Itachi would kill me if something happened to you. What's up with Itachi?" Naruto didn't understand. Another heavy breath. The fight between Kakashi and Zabuza was amazing. They foresaw the movements of the enemy, ahead of thoughts. The giant water dragons sank their fangs into each other's throats as their creators repeated their movements like a perfect mirror. "Wow, Date Bayo. Sharingan can do that?" Naruto looked at Sasuke. "I think Kakashi already knows water techniques." The Uchiha shook his head. In the end, Zabuza was simply washed away by a huge wall of water. 3 thin Senbon immediately pierced his neck. A special shinobi hunting for Nuke-Nin bowed politely and took the criminal with him. They had no right to interfere with him, so as not to aggravate relations between the villages. "Still, it's unfair, Date Bayo." Naruto muttered. She felt something was wrong with what was happening, something had gone wrong again, but her tired mind still could not figure out what it was. "Don't worry, Naruto," Kakashi approached her. For a moment he held his hand above his head, thinking, and then, having made up his mind, he patted the fluffy top of his head. "Now everything will be fine." "Yes." "Date Bayo," the girl sniffled. "And the next moment I was already forced to catch the unconscious mentor." Naruto snapped out of her memories. They won, with difficulty, but they won. It remains only to bring their mentor to life. The door to the room slid open, revealing Tazuna's daughter, Tsunami, with a teapot with a parka spiraling over it. "I brought more water, as you asked." The woman put the dishes next to the girl. She looked at the pale, motionless man. "How is he?" she asked worriedly. "He'll live," Naruto smiled. "Now I won't let him die until he shows me all his water techniques, Date Bayo." The woman laughed lightly, nodded, and left the room. Naruto started rubbing herbs in a small bowl. As a child, when she watched Fumiko work, it seemed to her that her grandmother was doing magic. It looked so mysterious. They settled in the architect's house, allocated 2 rooms. Kakashi was immediately placed in one of them, and Genin settled in the second. Tazuna turned out to be a good old man, lively, cheerful and sociable. He had a glib-tongued daughter and a troubled grandson. The boy looked blank, angry, and hated any mention of heroes and shinobi. Naruto herself could have become the same if Grandma Fumiko hadn't picked her up in time. Inari almost lost faith in people, in their kindness. He is disillusioned with the world. And she didn't even have time to shake him up. The inhabitants, having heard that he had come to them, even a beginner, but still a medical shinobi, reached out to her with all their illnesses and ailments. From morning to evening, Naruto examined them, scanned the body, prescribed treatment. She wrote detailed recipes for decoctions and infusions, explained how to determine the herbs needed for this. She came to bed late at night, fell and immediately fell into a dreamless sleep, so that after a couple of hours she got up and went to solder Kakashi with a strengthening infusion. It allowed to tone the muscles, rid the body of toxins, cleansed it. Without a thorough examination and detailed analysis of the patient's condition, literally in the field, this was the best that Naruto could offer. The girl herself cleaned the channels, drove healing chakra through them, slowly returning them to normal. And diligently bypassed the eyes and head. It was not enough to damage something in the Sharingan out of ignorance. Naruto raised his mentor's head and forced him to drink another portion of the infusion. She lifted the mask again and carefully laid him down, covering him with the blanket. I remembered how for the first time I was afraid to even touch a piece of cloth on the face of the teacher. But the duty of the physician is above personal motives. The mentor had a manly face with a sharp, stubborn chin and bitter wrinkles at the corners of firmly compressed lips. Not handsome, like the same Uchiha, but there was something in him, attracting attention. The girl stroked the man's hard, gray hairs. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei," she sighed, "and why do you hate me so much?" "I didn't do anything wrong." The girl smiled bitterly. In the depths of her soul, it was insulting, because she did not even know the reasons for such an attitude towards herself. "Okay," she got up, "get well. And you'd better hurry or I'll send Sakura here." She threatened cheerfully, and left the room, shutting the door behind her. She found Sasuke behind the house. The friend was sitting on a small log, his hands clasped under his chin in a familiar gesture. Naruto sat down next to him, resting his head on his shoulder. "Tired? Crazy?" She rolled her eyes. "But I like it," she smiled. She closed her eyes, relaxing, feeling the fabric of her friend's t-shirt under her cheek, his hot, strong body. Sasuke tugged off the end of the braid, began to sort through the thin strands, winding them around his finger. They often sat like this after training and did not see anything special in it. Just the support your friends need. True, Itachi was always next to them. And now it was missing. "My brother told me that ninjas like the one who took Zabuza are killed on the spot. They don't have to drag their prey somewhere." Sasuke stared straight ahead, gripping the end of his scythe tighter. Naruto nodded. "I started studying acupuncture with my grandmother. The way the senbon entered Zabuza's neck. Do you think we'll see him again?" She turned to her friend. He replied with a grim look. "Gato will not back down so easily." People began to leave the construction site, and Tazuna alone could not cope. "I wanted to ask your teacher everything, but I'll ask you." The architect himself came around the corner, sat down on the ground next to them. He took out his pipe and lit a cigarette. "Why are you helping me, although I deceived you?" "Because it's right," the girl shrugged. She had no other answer. "Because I want to help good people." "Am I good?" Squinted the old man, looking at her through the smoke. "I think yes." They sat in silence, watched the village wake up, listened to the birds singing. Inari's father was killed by Gato. Tazuna blew out a ring of smoke and watched it drift into the clouds. He was the hero of our village, and Gato couldn't afford to be confronted by a peasant. Since then, my grandson does not believe in the existence of heroes. He doesn't trust anyone at all. The old man sighed heavily. A scorchingly hot wave of bright chakra came from within, which drove away drowsiness and fatigue. Naruto jumped up. "Nothing, we still have time. Let's talk to your Inari," she smiled. "He will believe in heroes again. In the meantime, we need to figure out what to do with the bridge. And what to do with it. Almost all the builders have left, there is no one to do the work." The Uzumaki bit her lip, holding back a smile. "Made the seals. The clearing behind the house was flooded with blue-eyed blondes. 50 volunteers will be enough for you." The girl chuckled. "I slightly increased their endurance due to survivability." Tazuna turned his uncomprehending gaze to Sasuke. "Clones require more chakra, last less time, but are equal in strength to an adult male," he explained condescendingly. "As soon as they disappear, Naruto will create new ones." "Yeah. Well, to work." And by the evening they were waiting for another good news. Kakashi-san came to his senses. Naruto opened her eyes. Above her head was the ceiling of a room in Tazuna's house. She groaned, sat down, throwing back the covers. Multiple shadow clone technique 3 times a day can wear down even the Uzumaki's legendary survivability. Gathering herbs in the forest, the girl suddenly discovered that her nose was bleeding. And then the memories of the scattered clones hit. Her brain sank, choked, trying to sort the pictures. And although the copies did nothing special, the amount of information was amazing. Naruto collapsed right where she was standing. There were screams from below, Inari's crying. His mother was dragged somewhere by Gato's people. Judging by the noise, too, no less. The girl got up, found her things next to the mattress. Tight blue sundress, mesh t-shirt and shoes. She must have been undressed by Tsunami. It is unlikely that Sakura would have folded her clothes so neatly. The short sleep did not give her a good rest, rather, she felt less overwhelmed. She caught up with Inari on the way to the bridge, saved him with the substitution technique, hit the bandits with an air wave, and a pair of shadow clones stunned them from behind. While the girl tied them in the manner of a caterpillar, the boy stomped around. "Why are you helping us?" He finally managed. Naruto smiled as she continued wrapping the rope around the unconscious carcasses. "Because I want to become a medical ninja, and the duty of a physician is to help those in need." She turned, patted the boy on dark whirlwinds. "Whatever you said before, today you acted like a real hero." Not afraid, he rushed in pursuit to save his mother. "And this means that the heroes are still alive. They live inside each of us." She put her hand to the boy's chest, felt the rapidly beating heart. "We just need to find it." "You found." Inari began to sob. "Father would be proud of you." Naruto finished him off. "Like you, he defended the people dear to him to the last, did not back down even under the threat of death. For him, this would be cowardice, he simply would not be able to look into the eyes of you and Mom. Naruto sister." He rushed to her, wrapped his thin arms around her. The girl hugged him and began stroking his head. What are you? Don't cry. Everything ended well. Will you manage on your own?" He nodded, smearing tears and snot on his face. "Great. And I'll run to my rescue." "Gone without me, contagion," she hissed, narrowing her eyes. "Here she will tell Itachi what an irresponsible brother he has." She looked back at Inari. "And remember, being a hero is not easy, it is hard work. So get ready." The boy jumped up and beamed. "I'll be ready, Naruto sister, date Bayo." The girl laughed and ran to the bridge. Needless to say, she made it on time. Sasuke was dodging numerous senbons while trapped in the icy mirrors. So far, he was able to do so, thanks to the reflexes Itachi had developed in them. The senior Uchiha in training did not know pity and mercy, drove them to bloody blisters. The ice boy in the mask could not even dream of the speed with which Sasuke's older brother threw kunai and shuriken at them. The folded fan crashed into the cheekbone of Sasuke's opponent with great speed and knocked him out of the mirror. "You're not being cheap, Uzumaki." The Uchiha raised his eyebrows and tossed her weapon to her friend. "I don't see the point, date Bayo." They stood shoulder to shoulder surrounded by a dome of mirrors. And each reflected the guy in the mask, the one that dragged Zabuza away. A faint scent of medicinal herbs drifted up to Naruto, the ones she had been gathering in the clearing when she passed out. But the enemy did not look sick or weakened. You're the guy I met in the woods." It dawned on her. The reflections bowed politely. "My name is Haku Naruto. I am very unhappy that we are meeting under such conditions." His deep voice reverberated off the shiny icy surfaces. It seemed like he was everywhere. "I don't want to kill you, so you better retreat." "Would you yourself have retreated if Zabuza had been in Tazuna's place?" Naruto asked sadly and understandingly. The guy shook his head. "Then I'm sorry, Naruto." Senbons flew at them from all sides. The girl remembered that they practiced defense against such an attack together with Itachi, but then the space was not closed. In a split second, she pulled Sasuke to her, stood in front of him and unfolded the fan. She could not use the Tezzen to its full potential, the air currents did not harm the mirrors. But to use it as a banal shield is easy. As always, Sasuke understood her perfectly. He put his arm around her waist, hugged her tightly to him and began to spin around his axis with speed, turning the girl. She held in front of her an unfolded Tezzen, on which metal needles pounded. Like raindrops on the roof. "When did you get to know him?" The friend sighed heavily. "Collected herbs together in the forest. Many people take me for a girl," Haku put in. "You are the only one who didn't make a mistake. A girl with an Adam's apple?" Naruto raised an eyebrow, changing the position of the Tezzen again. As a result of Haku's attack, only a few senbon reached their target. Naruto hissed as he pulled the needle out of Sasuke's hand as he covered it, looking intently at his opponent. Original defense, Haku appreciated. But your mentor is still powerless against Zabuza-san. Sasuke didn't take his eyes off Haku as Naruto turned to see how Kakashi and Sakura were doing. Just at that moment, the swordsman ran towards the copy ninja, aiming for the eye with his Sharingan. Kakashi covered himself, sacrificing his hand. Kakashi-san, I won't treat you anymore. Naruto yelled. Do you have any idea how much chakra I swelled while you were sleeping? Don't appreciate my efforts at all, Datebeo? Mama, Naruto, Kakashi smiled, don't be angry. I appreciate your efforts, but my eye is also dear to me. A show off. Sasuke grumbled. Again. The girl unfolded the fan, they began to spin again. Again, a sense of unity, like two gears in a watch, ideally suited to each other, and they worked in duels. She felt her partner's heartbeat against her back, heard his rapid breathing. He turned it in the right direction, his whisper in his ear told him where to turn the fan to cover them. We won't last that long, Sasuke croaked. How does he manage to move so fast? Naruto bit her lip as she looked at Haku's many reflections. But only one of them is real. Why are you doing it? She asked to buy time. Why are you helping Zabuza? He's a criminal. He saved my life and soul, the guy's voice warmed up. And I want all his dreams to come true. Naruto, meanwhile, took out some fragile balls from her pouch. What is this? Sasuke was surprised. Light paint. Does the memory of the painted faces of the Hokage haunt you? Sneered Uchiha, taking out another needle from his shin. Something like that, Naruto agreed. Follow closely. No matter what the others say about the awakening of the Sharingan and abilities, absolutely all Uchiha brains were imprisoned for a larger amount of information and its high-speed processing. They saw what the rest could not catch. Natural abilities, carefully nurtured by the mentors of the clan. Several shadow clones rushed towards the mirrors. The paint flowed behind them in multicolored streaks. It was then that they understood the principle of the Haku technique. With great speed, he jumped from mirror to mirror, lost between his reflections. Again. This time it was just shadow clones. More. Naruto covered Sasuke from the needles, but she didn't have time. Her back pierced with burning pain, she hissed and began to fall on her side. Blood splashed out of his mouth, his stomach burned with nine-tailed anger and a little, just a little bit, excitement and anxiety. Uzumaki. There was a familiar hiss above her ear, strong arms grabbed her across her torso. Decided to die here? You will not get it. The dome was surrounded by a dense fog, in which an alien chakra could feel. Oh, Zabuza-san has become fog. Your mentor was unlucky, Haku stated calmly, even indifferently. Now he is nowhere and everywhere, he is everywhere. It no longer has a form that the Sharingan could copy and can strike from all directions. And again needles. But this time, Sasuke had already caught the enemy's movements and was able to burn him with a fireball. But he left Naruto without cover, which Haku took advantage of. The girl was lying and could not even get up, her body seemed to be numb. Early fatigue and overexpenditure of chakra affected. She tried to crawl away from the Senbon flying towards her when Sasuke stood in their way. He beat the needles away from the most vulnerable and dangerous points, getting a few into his body. And at once he looked like a hedgehog. Or a cactus. How are you? He turned around, gritting his teeth. And Naruto saw that the previously black eyes turned red, one tomo swirling in them. Awakening the Sharingan, she whispered. I know, he growled. The head is splitting, the eyes are burning. The partner is a suicidal idiot. Well, why do I need all this? They repulsed the attack several more times. You began to keep up with my movements. It's probably all about your eyes, Haku reasoned. They seem to have been fed with blood. But I can be faster. The numbness slowly passed, the girl managed to dodge and pull out the needles with the help of clones. Immediately it became much easier, and she managed to pull Sasuke away. He dodged the second game himself. He spat out a fireball in response, and another and another. Naruto supported him with the wind. They could have circled so endlessly, but one needle hit the girl in the ankle, breaking the tendon. Naruto screamed, feeling the burning pain, sat down. A shadow covered her. Sasuke spread his arms to shield her. She barely had time to pick him up in her arms, with difficulty finding a place between the stuck senbons. Head hurts, eyes burn, partner is a suicidal idiot, he smiled weakly. His eyes brightened. But I couldn't do otherwise. And lost consciousness. Naruto understood, to check the pulse, remove the needles, give first aid, share the chakra. But inside, orange, burning fury rose in waves. She clouded her brain, roared in her ears. Spiral currents of scarlet color began to rise around, they swirled like a hurricane. Uzumaki was in the very center of it, holding the motionless body of a friend in her arms. With blind eyes she looked at his pale face, at the blood coming from the wounds. Her lips were dry, parted, exposing a brutal grin, the scars seemed to cut into her cheeks, became longer. The way she looked at herself. Cautiously, fearing to disturb, she put her friend on the ground, and she rushed towards Haku. "What is this?" he whispered in horror. Such inhuman malice. The fox was tearing up inside, asking him to come to his senses, to wake up, but Naruto, perhaps for the first time in her life, did not listen to him. In front of his eyes stood motionless Sasuke, studded with senbons. She lost him, lost a friend, a loved one. Failed to defend. She lifted her face to the sky and howled. The howl reverberated through the ice dome along with a wave of dense chakra. The plate unraveled and her hair stood up, streaming through the air like living snakes. The ice began to crackle, ring, cracks ran along it. Naruto rushed towards Haku. Quickly, dodging all blows, as if in front of her, Itachi, sweeping needles, grabbed the enemy by the arm, burned with poisonous chakra and hit with all his might, breaking the mask. Along with it, ice fell to the ground in fragments. She continued to beat him, watching with pleasure how bruises adorned her face and hands, how a scarlet thread flowed from her mouth. "Kill me!" Haku wheezed, like a bucket of ice water. Naruto stopped, froze, sitting astride the guy. Her hair fell in golden strands, shading her face. She almost killed her opponent like a beast, nearly beat him to death. She was mad with bloodlust. The girl jumped back, rushed to her friend, instantly felt for a pulse. Sharp, quiet, but quite stable. The rage was gone, as if it had never happened. Naruto began to slowly pull out the needles, squinting at Kakashi and his opponent. "Kill me," the lying Haku asked again. "What more?" "I don't even think." Uzumaki snorted as she healed her wounds. "You are a strong warrior, you can still fight. I can't handle you." Haku looked up at the gray sky above. "Remember, when we first met, you said that you would die for your friends. You will do everything to protect them. I also want to die for Zabuza-san. In our country, the owners of improved genomes are hated. My birth father killed my mother and tried to kill me when he found out that I was an ice tech. He couldn't deal with it. And if not for Zabuza-san, I would have died of hunger and cold. He gave me a roof over my head, gave me a home and the meaning of life. Fulfilling his dream is what I live for. I am his best instrument. And I failed him. Couldn't kill you. What nonsense." The girl bowed her head, her hair climbed into her eyes again and she angrily removed them. "Whether you are a weapon or an owner of an improved genome, it doesn't matter. You are a person and cannot be a thing." She pulled out another needle. A greenish glow seeped into the wound. How is it necessary to love a person in order to dissolve in him to such an extent? "Hard, Naruto, very hard," Haku smiled. "I hope one day you will understand me. I'm sorry, give me some more time, I can't die yet." He folded the seals with one hand and disappeared. The ninja dogs, called by Kakashi, detained the swordsman. The largest, black bulldog, dug into his shoulder, forcing him to stand in one place. And in the hands of the jonin, lightning danced, discharges hit in different directions, a sound resounded in the air, similar to the cries of many birds. Hatake rushed towards the swordsman, but Haku suddenly jumped out in his way. A hand with lightning pierced the guy's chest, coming out the other side. The cries of the bird ceased. Naruto screamed, pressing her hand to her mouth. Even though Haku was her enemy, she sympathized with him. "Because I knew how much loneliness hurts. When in a thunderstorm you hide in the farthest corner of the room. When you try with all your might to achieve at least one smile, affectionate look or gesture. And a person is ready to accept any outstretched hand, just to no longer be alone." She wanted to help Hack, to become his friend. Show that he has more than just Zabuza. And at the same time, I realized that it was all useless. The guy chose his fate, he himself determined the meaning of his existence. And nothing will turn him off this path. She suddenly remembered closing Grandma Fumiko's eyes. Her first death. On his knees, Sasuke groaned weakly, instantly bringing her to her senses. She took up her friend's wounds again, casting quick glances at the swordsman and jonin. Hatake jumped away from his opponent's sword, carefully lowered Haku and closed his eyes. "Kakashi-san. Naruto, take care of Sasuke's wounds. I have to deal with Momochi myself." It was the first time Naruto had seen him so serious, collected. In front of her stood the Anbu, a weapon in a human body. And it longed to avenge the boy who was so selflessly devoted to the swordsman. Killed because of him. Yes, the Uzumaki whispered softly as she returned to her work. Tazuna and Sakura ran up to them. How is he? The girl leaned her head against the Uchiha's chest. Sasuke-kun, she called. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke-kun. She screamed piercingly, tears welling up in her eyes. Naruto winced. Don't cry, Date Bayo. You are only distracting. He will outlive you and me. Haruno raised her eyes. So he's alive, alive? Really alive? True, true, now don't interfere. Momochi, being hidden by the mist, patted Kakashi significantly, but he did not remain indebted. Now it was the swordsman's turn to lose. The first thing the copier left him with was no arms, hitting the crooks of his elbows with kunai. Thus deprived him of the opportunity to hold the sword. Battered, covered in blood and mud, beaten, they stood and bared their teeth against each other. It is not known how events would have developed if the shipowner Gato himself had not appeared on the bridge with a company of armed men. Well, you're still alive, he grinned. How embarrassing. I'm sorry Zabuza, but you have to die. What? Did not understand the swordsman. Do you really think that I would spend highly qualified personnel on a lousy village? He pointed at his henchman. It's better to hire hidden village antitribu. Moreover, they pay so well for their corpses. The escorts burst into laughter. Gato turned his attention to Haku's corpse. Oh, that's the guy who broke my arm. I promised to remind him of this. He lowered the heavy cane. Naruto closed his eyes. The crunch of broken bones was in my ears. I'm sorry Kakashi, I don't have any more reason to kill Tazuna. And fight you. Zabuza stood with his shoulders slightly hunched. There was nothing left of that shinobi bursting with strength and fury, who rushed into battle with a roar. It's like he died in an instant. The swordsman did not take his eyes off the body of his partner, gliding over the folds of his clothes, along the bloody hole in the sternum. The shadow of a smile on her lips. And I don't have any more chakra, the jonin squatted down. Naruto put Sasuke down, got up, took the fan. The weapon seemed unusually heavy, pulling away tired hands. Look after him, she told Sakura, nodding at her friend. And she went forward, to the mentor and Zabuza. The swordsman didn't even turn around at the sound of her footsteps. I heard your conversation with Haku, girl, under the bandages that hide half of the face, bitter folds lay around the lips. Although I have always insisted that shinobi are only tools for war, today I admit that you are right. I could never see Haku as just a thing. Can you lend me your kunai? Naruto walked over and stood next to him, offering a weapon in her open palm. Zabuza bent down and took it between his teeth, slightly scratching the skin. I'll help, the girl straightened the fan. Hate is the most destructive of all feelings. So taught her grandmother Fumiko. Which was why Naruto didn't hate Gato standing nearby right now. No, she despised him. Because of money, because of the illusion of power, he broke the lives of excellent shinobi, he sent people to certain death, forced them to do meanness, abominations. And he hid behind them like a rat. The swordsman nodded. They rushed forward at the same time. Suicide attack. A swordsman of the mist, devoid of arms, and a half-educated leaf, left with almost no strength. They made their way through the crowd. Naruto cleared the way for Zabuza to get to Gato, dodging spears and short swords along the way. She used the folded fan like a cudgel, distributing blows to the right and left, breaking bones with a crunch, looking indifferently into eyes distraught with fear. As if someone erased for a while all her emotions and feelings. Then she will mourn Haku and his difficult fate, but now she simply does not have the right to do so. Zabuza has turned into a blood-hungry demon. He shredded, cut people, rushed forward to his goal, jumping over living obstacles, walking, literally, over their heads. But when the kunai was already stuck in Gato's chest, he himself was hit by several spears. Naruto immediately threw away the owners of the weapons, but it was too late. The swordsman snarled and lashed out with the blade a few more times, pushing the shipowner's body off the bridge. With a quick jerk, he turned to the girl, causing the others to recoil. His gaze gradually dimmed due to the loss of blood and chakra. The last one was especially scary. It is the chakra that allows the ninja to survive in battle, to reach the hospital even with the most terrible wounds. Zabuza could no longer be helped. Help me get to him. He lay down next to Haku, gently touching his cheek. I wish I were in the same place as you. At that moment, light, fluffy snow fell from the sky, the first of this year. It fell to the ground in large flakes, covering it with a white sheet. Naruto continued to sit next to the defeated opponents, not noticing the tears rolling down her cheeks. She did not see how the peasants came with pitchforks and hoes and drove out the remnants of Gato's bandits. She didn't see how Sasuke, who had awakened, came up to her in the company of Sakura. She just sat and watched. And she cried. Thus ended their first serious mission. That's how it was. Sasuke finished his story. They named the bridge after Naruto. Dobe not only cured many people in that village, but also helped the grandson of the architect to believe in himself again. They sat in the bright kitchen of the Uchiha house. In addition to the Sasuke family, Kagami and Shisui also dropped in on the light, who inserted their comments throughout the story. I'm proud of you, both of you are great. Mikoto stroked her son's head. As expected of my son. Fugaku answered proudly. Sasuke lit up. And Itachi thought that at such a pace he would turn gray before his time. The adventures of this couple were thrilling. What if Naruto wasn't a medic, if she couldn't pump Sasuke out? The younger brother could easily have died due to the deceit of that old man, Tazuna. The swordsman of the mist alone is worth something. And also the carrier of the improved ice genome and the Gato company. But everything ended well, as Naruto herself would have noticed. They coped, filled the bumps, as the third expected, but did not give up, contrary to the expectations of the same third. And soon they will again demand missions outside the village. Speaking of Naruto. Strange thing, but the girl gave the right to become a storyteller to a friend, withdrawing herself. She sat on the veranda, her bare feet dangling in the air. It was so unlike a live, direct uzumaki that Itachi became worried. What really happened to her on that mission? What was she talking about with Haku in the forest? And what did Zabuza tell during the fight? The brother kept silent about many things, did not want to talk, deftly avoiding dangerous moments. This made Itachi more worried. While everyone was distracted by Kagami's sarcastic remark, Itachi slipped out, closing the door behind him. Naruto leaned on his hands, lifting his face to the full moon. The cool night breeze played with loose golden strands, and the moonlight deepened the shadows under the eyes, sharpened the cheekbones. Itachi sat down next to him. What's bothering you? He asked softly. The guy himself did not understand how he found out about her excitement. I felt the tension of the stretched string. She took a deep breath and licked her dry lips. I don't know. Perhaps I finally parted with illusions. I knew shinobi were essentially the same assassins, but before this mission, Itachi understood her perfectly. I remembered my impressions of the first serious assignment. Then he was even younger than Naruto herself. The genius of the clan, of course. That day, he was throwing himself inside out in the roadside bushes after their team cut out 2 makeshift camps of enemy ninjas. The life of a shinobi is dirt, blood, war, betrayal and behind-the-scenes games. With any luck, you'll never fly high enough to plot against your own. But the life of a shinobi is also friends who will never leave you, will not leave you in trouble. He pulled the girl to him by the shoulders, forced her to bury her face in the shirt on his chest. Naruto sighed raggedly, hugged his waist, clung so that even the tongs couldn't tear it off. Itachi felt his thin shoulders tremble under his hand. I'm also afraid, she said in a hollow voice, that one day you or Sasuke might get seriously hurt. And I won't hold back again, I'll go crazy. I will unleash the demon. Then you need to improve your self-control, Itachi said instructively. Naruto snorted, lifting her face to look skeptically at her friend. I'm Uzumaki, Itachi. Due to the peculiarities of physiology, we are all a little mad. Itachi pressed the nose button. Then you need to remember that we are all your friends and will never turn our backs on you. No matter what happens. And yet we remain strong shinobi. We don't need to worry so much. Once you become the chief physician of Konoha, then you will definitely be aware of all our wounds. And I will brutally treat you. Naruto giggled happily, rubbing her hands together. Itachi smiled and hugged her tighter, sharing his warmth with her frozen body. You're not a monster, Naruto. Believe me. And in response came a quiet, warming him from head to toe. I believe. Snake Eyes, training field near Kagami Uchiha's house. Shisui replaced Itachi and now taught Sasuke the basics of working with the first-degree manifested Sharingan. Itachi himself sat comfortably under a tree, in the shade, carefully observing what was happening and occasionally giving valuable advice. Naruto was lying next to him, her head on his knees, and diligently reading some scroll with a medical bias. Itachi took the thick braid with his usual gesture and felt it for weak spots. He loved to pull out long, thin golden strands, look through them at the sun. Naruto snorted at him in such a funny way, pouting, letting her hair down and redoing the complex weaving. And that made her look even more like a little fox. He noticed that Sasuke and Shisui had stopped studying and were now standing close to each other and whispering about something. If at the same time they viciously rubbed their hands, they would completely begin to resemble small evil demons. What are you discussing? He asked. Techniques, techniques, Shisui waved him off. They turned so that their conversation could not be read on the lips. You know, Itachi tugged at a light strand. I think they're plotting against us. Naruto looked up from the scroll, looked at the couple, then shrugged. Quite possible. It will become of them. But if anything, I'll stop making Sasuke's favorite mashed tomato soup for him. It would seem that she spoke very quietly, but Sasuke immediately jumped up. Itachi couldn't help but smirk at the indignant face of the Ototo. Naruto, this is blackmail. He shouted. And extortion. Added, a little thought. These are security measures. Retorted Uzumaki and showed her tongue to a friend. Shisui and Sasuke approached and dug deep into Naruto's bag. Like children on the eve of the holiday, in anticipation of gifts and sweets. The girl herself did not pay any attention to arbitrariness and robbery, again plunging into the magical world of the scroll. Shisui, munching on a hot sandwich, passing the second to Itachi, peered over her shoulder. And choked. These are Tsunade Senju's notes. Where do you get them from? Naruto looked up at him in surprise. What is it? Itachi caught his breath. What did the restless girl get into this time? It was the princess of the Senju clan who at one time insisted on the formation of combat units of 3 people, which without fail included Irenen. This greatly increased the survivability of shinobi on missions. She even began training young doctors, but was forced to stop due to hostilities. After she left the village, all notes under her authorship immediately went to the secret archive of the Hokage. The people who would have access there could be counted on the fingers. The Uchiha read the lines. Well, exactly, a detailed, sometimes even tedious, description of the physiology, anatomy of shinobi and the influence of various techniques on it belonged to the pen of Princess Senju. Naruto, I don't ask where this scroll came from. Itachi kept the girl on her knees, who was twitching. The Uzumaki pouted. I'm more interested in how he got to you. Yes, what's the problem? Not weathered already. Sasuke chewed another tomato. In the eyes of his Ototo, Itachi saw the same determination that overcome him. Protect your girlfriend at all costs, cover up, risking everything. These scrolls are kept in a special archive, Shisui explained. As far as I remember, in the entire history of the village, 15 people could enter there at most of which are already dead. Who? Ototo immediately became interested. Itachi could see the gears spinning in his brain, giving out ideas on how to save the Jinchuriki from possible reprisals from the authorities. First, second, third Hokage, Mito-san, wife of the first, Uchiha Madara, current assistant of the third, 4 of the Hokage's closest bodyguards and the archivist himself. In addition, Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki had access at one time. So that's why he... Naruto drawled. Her face lit up, as if she had found the answer. The girl smiled fervently. Is there anyone from your clan? Yes, Itachi, Shisui nodded at his friend. At one time, the first Hokage made a pact with Madara Uchiha. If a worthy representative of the clan is born in a generation, then he will have blood access to the Holy of Holies. So, for example, me or my father did not receive it. But Itachi, at the age of 7, could walk there, as if at home. Great! In one voice held out Naruto and Ototo's. Itachi felt his cheeks turn slightly red under the admiring glances directed at him. For some unknown reason, the girl's gaze aroused pride in her soul. She wanted to importantly straighten her shoulders, raise her chin. Her reaction was doubly pleasant. But Itachi wouldn't be himself if he didn't know how to control himself. He turned his sharp gaze to the Uzumaki. So who is he? Your unknown assistant. The girl sighed. Shiranui Ginma, she said. He and a few other people always treated me well, helped. And the other day he came up to me and dragged me to the archive. We checked. I have blood access there. It turns out that my grandmother also set up protection there, so she arranged a loophole for everyone who has even a drop of her blood in them. And she didn't give a damn about the first one's decree and set up some Fuin traps there, just for those worthy ones to test their strength. Check the choice of the archive. She shifted her suspicious look to Itachi. He sighed heavily, realizing that he would have to part with a few more secrets. Your mother, even before pregnancy, undertook to teach me the basics of Fuinjutsu. Well, the basics in understanding the Uzumaki clan. She taught me to bypass such traps, to penetrate where they should not. A lot more. Even the fourth didn't know about our lessons. And you were silent? Naruto jumped up. Will you teach me? Well, please, please. Pleading sky blue eyes stared at him. The girl even folded her arms over her chest, fidgeting impatiently in place. She was ready to break right now. Naruto, I can teach Sasuke everything I know myself, Itachi sighed. Because we have, one might say, one look, the same strength. But I will not undertake to teach Fuinjutsu to a born Uzumaki, because I can lead you in the wrong direction. The girl was upset, though she tried not to show it. She turned away, hiding her eyes, biting her lips. And Itachi got the reproachful glances of his brother and friend. He sighed again. Naru, he rarely called her by a short name, and only Uzumaki allowed such liberties to him. He put his arm around her, pulled her close to him, and took out the Seal Master's diary from his pocket. A few drops of Naruto's blood and the text was revealed to him. Show me where you are now. She turned to the correct page. Itachi scanned his eyes, turned over 5 sheets. Here's what Kushina-san taught me. In due time you will get to it. Understand, I can tell you right now everything that she told me, but Kushina-san tried to keep me safe, to make sure that I did not suffer from the inventions of her clan, that I could find a way out of the seals. She gave me an advantage in combat, intelligence and espionage. But didn't make me the Fuin master you want to be. You are on the right path and I don't want to bring you down. Understand? The girl was silent for a while, then nodded. Yes, I understand. Then she raised her eyes, smiled. But you're going to tell me about mom and dad, right? Of course. Itachi ruffled her hair, making her close her eyes happily. And I would not have confessed to anyone how my heart felt better from her words. Naruto was the first to whom he explained the motives of his actions, even Sasuke did without it, taking everything as it is. And the Uchiha tried not to think why he had made such an exception for her. What secrets are revealed? Sasuke stretched out on the grass with a satisfied smile. The Uzumaki will set traps and the Uchiha will avoid them. Harmony, in a word. The whole company laughed in unison. For a while, the silence was broken only by the singing of birds, and friendly chewing. Do you know that the Chunin exam is coming up soon? Itachi asked the younger ones. They looked at each other in bewilderment. No, what is it? A tournament where you'll have to show your best in order to be given a higher rank. Shursui took another rice triangle. As far as I know, Kakashi has already recommended your team, even though newcomers are not usually entered into such competitions. Why? Naruto frowned. Mortality increased, Itachi said. This time the exam will be held in Konoha. Guests from other hidden villages and countries will come here. He did not ask the guys to be more careful, already adults, they themselves understand what's what. But is it really necessary to pass this tournament to become a Chunin? Naruto tilted his head. Kagami-san and Itachi himself could be proud of their student. The girl was asking the right questions. Not necessarily, Dobe. Sasuke snorted, taking a sip of iced tea. Brother and Shursui did not pass any exams, they were assigned the rank of Hokage. This means that the exam serves other purposes. Shinobis are coming from other countries, Naruto joined in. Itachi listened attentively to the skirmish of the younger ones and was proud of them. So, picking up each other's phrases like hot coals from the hearth, they built their version of events. Logic, Sasuke's quick reactions and Naruto's unpredictability, which could offer the most incredible, but at the same time possible options. One perfectly complemented the second, in the future they will still need it. Itachi had already thanked the girl more than once for bringing an Ototo to training once. Making them partners just got a whole lot easier. And more interesting. Just before leaving, he tugged at Naruto's end of the scythe, they fell behind the others. Be doubly careful. No one must know that you are a Jinchuriki. I don't want you to get hurt. The girl smiled. I will act according to the situation, don't worry. We'll manage. Naruto went shopping, stocking up for the whole week. If Kakashi approved their candidates for the exam, she would have no time to cook, all her free time would be taken up by training, and she did not want to switch to instant noodles, as in a distant hungry childhood. On the way, she was overtaken by Sasuke, who was pulled into a dango shop by Itachi. The older Uchiha himself immediately held out his wand to Naruto. From his smile, just the corners of his lips turned up, the heart trembled strangely. The girl blushed as she accepted the treat, their fingers touched and the Uzumaki twitched. And then she scolded herself, she behaves like the heroine of snotty women's novels. Speaking of heroines, on the way they ran into Sakura, who immediately began to shoot her eyes in Sasuke's direction. The Uchiha held on, the Uchiha held on, the Uchiha was impenetrable, gritting his teeth to Naruto's quiet chuckles and Itachi's amused glances. The last thing he wanted was to get into such an awkward situation in front of his older brother. And now he did not know how to get rid of the stubborn girl. Imagine, you will have such a daughter-in-law. Naruto nodded at the couple walking in front. Sakura gripped Sasuke's hand like a tick, chirping sweetly. Shinigami is merciful, he will not allow this, rejoiced at Itachi's prospects. Naruto giggled into his hand. Don't you want to walk with someone like that? Itachi looked at his brother in front. I'm going with you, the girl pulled off another skewer. That's not what I'm talking about, Naruto, the young man sighed. I know, she echoed back. But I feel good and comfortable with you, with Sasuke, fun, with grandfather calmly. And I don't need more. But one day you'll want kids, Itachi grimaced imperceptibly. As soon as he imagined how a man's hand hugs the girl's thin waist, how some stranger kisses her and whispers romantic nonsense in her ear, something in his chest turned, huge, slippery, icy. Backbiters who will waste my time, nerves, and my sweets. Naruto raised an eyebrow. I'm not mentally ready for this yet. Shouts sounded from the side, and the girl hurried there, literally throwing packages into Itachi's hands. Some guy in a dark suit, with a bandaged bundle behind his back, was holding by the throat Konohamaru, the grandson of the third and one of the best spies of Naruto's intelligence network. The boy was kicking his legs, panting. His friends were stomping around. Moegi was almost crying from despair. A blonde with puffy ponytails and a huge fan looked at all this with a bored look. Let him go. Sasuke quite aptly hit the guy in the back of the head with a stone, diverting attention to himself. The aggressor released the boy, he fell down and coughed. He was immediately dragged away by his playmates. And in the next moment, the attacker was pinned to a wooden fence with Naruto's kunai. The blades gently, even delicately pierced the edges of the clothes, preventing the guy from moving. The blonde reached for the fan, but it was nailed to the same fence by Sasuke's shurikens. Aren't you ashamed? Naruto stepped closer. Attacked a defenseless child. She noticed the protectors with the sign of Suna. You are not at home, but at a party you don't behave like that. Small first started. The guy growled. Naruto looked with interest at the bright purple lines of the war paint on his face, but didn't notice the presence of any seals. So, just for beauty. I could draw something else. As far as I know, you are the children of the ruler of Suna. Itachi approached them with packages. Naruto narrowed his eyes. So that means what kind of upbringing in the ruling family? She sang slyly. The Kazekage offspring twitched as if struck. You! The blonde hissed. Yes, I love you. Better watch your brother, Naruto grinned amiably. Looks like he's stealing your makeup. Itachi chuckled and Sasuke chuckled. Konohamaru and his friends laughed. Sakura didn't know what to do, as usual. Naruto chose the perfect weapon. If you want the enemy to stop being feared and respected, ridicule him. The children of the ruler blushed, turned pale, took an air into their chests, clapped their mouths, but could not utter a word. Their efforts were interrupted by a cold voice. Kankuro, Temari. It is time. Hanging upside down from a wide branch of a tree near the road was a guy with scarlet hair and a large pumpkin over his shoulders. The sand swirled around him with a slight rustle, and in the next moment he was already near his comrades. They turned strangely pale. Naruto frowned. They were clearly afraid of the stranger, to the point of trembling, to the point of panic. The guy turned around, empty emerald eyes looked at the girl, the wind blew off her short bangs and exposed the hieroglyph love on her forehead. A dark aura emanated from him, insane. Almost demonic. Shikaku, came the unintelligible reply from within. But Kyubi refused to explain the rest. I apologize for my brother's behavior, the boy said dryly. There is no emotion in the voice. Sorry, the girl said. Only, if possible, please return the kunai to me, she smiled slyly. Named Kankuro, he collapsed to the ground in a dusty sack, and a broad paw of sand brought Naruto her weapon. Thank you, Date Bayo. She immediately hid it in a bag with which she did not part. My name is Uzumaki Naruto. A dog no Gaara, the red-haired man introduced himself. Genuine amazement flickered and disappeared in his eyes. Nice to meet you. Are you here for the exam? Yes. Great. We will be there too. She pulled her teammates closer. This is Sasuke, and this is Sakura, she poked at everyone. Temari paled behind Gaara as Kankuro impolitely pointed his finger at Naruto. Are you talking to him? He croaked. The atmosphere immediately changed, becoming tense again, almost icy. Gaara tensed, Temari reaching for the fan. Kankuro turned pale, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. Itachi lowered the bags to the ground, gently, slowly, demonstrating every move, walked over to team number 7 and put his arm around Naruto's shoulders, looking directly into Gaara's eyes. Well, yes. Naruto didn't seem to understand. She looked at Itachi in surprise, then at Kankuro. Unlike you, I like him. For the first time, Gaara showed any emotion. He stared at the glowing girl in astonishment. Uzumaki's smile widened even more, it seemed to go beyond her cheeks. But she was still sincere, a little bit naive. Naruto was really happy to meet her again. The plan came to fruition instantly. There were far more pros than cons. New acquaintances, stories about an unfamiliar country, and you can try to find out what is shikaku, about which the fox grumbled. The dog but regained his former equanimity, he clearly calculated something. The gaze of green eyes flickered over Sasuke as he approached, over Itachi's figure, his hand on the girl's shoulder. He made some decision. And still late. Naruto has already turned to the children. Konohamaru, Moegi, Udon. I have an important task for you. Do you agree? Yes. Sounded friendly. Find out where Kakashi-san is hiding and what he's doing. Eat. The kids immediately ran away. Uzumaki picked up the bags, shoved them again to Itachi, and she herself galloped to the Cenobites. Do you have time? She grabbed Gaara's hand. Ah. Yes. Great. Let's go too. Dragged him along. Where are you taking Gaara? Temari snapped. I invite him to dinner, the girl waved her hand. And in return I want to hear stories about life in Suna. Never been there. In principle, I have never been anywhere but the land of waves, she informed the already stunned Gaara, who was following her lead. Is she always like this? Temari asked the others suspiciously. The Uchiha brothers replied at the same time, turning around and heading after their friend. Yes, Sakura sighed, let's go. Where? Home to Naruto. Do you really think she will leave you that easily? The kunoichi asked doomedly and led the guests along. In less than half an hour, the whole company settled down in the Uzumaki's small, cozy kitchen. Naruto put on an apron and started preparing a delicious dinner. It is necessary to celebrate a new acquaintance, and it would not hurt to surprise the guests. Itachi stood next to her. She gave him a salad and sliced vegetables. They probably looked amazing from the outside, they habitually complimented each other's movements, picked up cutlery, silently, at the level of thoughts and views, passed the necessary spices. The guests were sitting on pins and needles. They looked around, waiting for an attack, the pressure of Gaara's chakra either increased or decreased, so the waves run against the shore. From this, his relatives turned pale, stuttered, but Naruto chatted cheerfully and easily, talking about Konoha, about its sights, it smelled delicious, and gradually their suspicion faded away. So what is Suna like? Asked Uzumaki, arranging the plates in front of the guests. I heard there is a lot of sand. As always, at such moments, the right words themselves slipped from the tongue. Naruto understood that one conversation would not break through the many years of shell that had grown on Gaara. However, I wanted to do it. Something inside told her that he was not what he seemed. That you just need to give him a chance, just believe in him. Our village is in the middle of the desert, Gaara's eyes blurred. There is an immense sky and clouds that you can reach with your hand. And the sun rises very, very close, burns and bestows its blessing on each new day. And at night, velvet stars shine there. Naruto listened. Perhaps Gaara did not like people, even feared them, but he was genuinely in love with the desert. His face became so spiritual, it seemed to glow from within, when he mentioned sharp rocks, a sandy carpet and rare oases filled with greenery and small animals. He transformed into a brilliant and slightly insane artist who painted magical pictures with his soft, quiet voice. The sand was spread over his body in a thin layer and perfectly shielded him from the attention of censors and other shinobi, and slightly interfered with probing his master Naruto. But the girl acted, rather, at the level of instincts, without using any special techniques. She was actively assisted by Kyubi, who was also overcome by curiosity. The reasons for which Fox mysteriously kept quiet. You're surprised, Itachi remarked to Kankuro sitting next to him. He cleared his throat softly, wide-eyed following his brother, who was enthusiastically narrating, who was eating lunch. His cheeks flushed, his eyes sparkled. Gaara never talked so much in his life, he whispered. He preferred to run away and meet the sunrises in the desert. We barely found him and brought him home. Why did he run away? Sakura asked, clearly uncomfortable in such a strange company. You don't need to know. Temari's sharp reply broke the warm atmosphere. The feeling of warmth and trust shattered like fragile crystal. Gaara flinched, coming to his senses, looking away from Naruto. The girl, too, seemed to wake up from hypnosis, shook her head. We are opponents, I may have to kill you, the hermit said again indifferently. Why? Naruto replied calmly. All feigned carelessness disappeared, revealing the real Uzumaki to the world. The fact that we are rivals does not mean that we are enemies. I don't consider you my enemy, Gaara, but the dog. She looked straight, penetrating into the very heart. Something dark, heavy, like a large bird hit the window. This is for you, the Uzumaki explained. Where did you get it? Temari immediately jumped up. After all, There is a plug in every barrel, it cannot sit still and watch. She needs to intervene in everything, she cares about everything. Because mine have long been accustomed to barriers and just knock. Gaara nodded and walked towards the window. Thank you for lunch. See you in battle. Kankuro and Temari left silently, Sakura also hurried to leave. Sasuke helped clear the dishes and wash the dishes. Naruto poured the tea, took out the sweets. You didn't just invite him over, the Uchiha remarked. The girl did not take her eyes off the dark surface of the drink. Guys, who is Shikaku? The brothers looked at each other. Itachi took the floor. Shikaku is the name of the one-tailed Biju, the spirit of the desert. They say he is bloodthirsty, kills everyone on whom his gaze falls. Crazy. Gaara is Shikaku, or rather, his Jinchuriki. Naruto took a sip. But he's not bad. I've been scanning it, checking it all this time. Embittered, rude, yes, but not bad. There is no darkness in it, that's it. So the hermits brought Bija with them. I wonder what they expect? Thought Itachi, intercepted the meaningful look of his girlfriend. No. No. And no, you won't do this, Naruto. It's too dangerous. The girl saw that a friend was not saying this out of malice, he was worried about her, worried. And I wanted to protect. And at any other time, she would have given him that opportunity. Just not in this case. Helping people is always dangerous, she smiled sadly. But I want to try. Perhaps Gaara did not become like this himself, someone brought him to such a state. I have to figure it out. And the first step has already been taken, Sasuke remarked. Naruto looked down into the cup again, Itachi turned to the window. The soul of the company was restless. Itachi was going crazy with worry. The restless Uzumaki again found problems with her 9 tails. He tried to hide from the emotions on the training ground, to occupy his thoughts with training. The kunai flew right on target, hitting each other, creating sparks. The man threw them with such force that chips flew from the tree. He couldn't calm down, he couldn't. At the mere thought of what the sand demon could do with the cheerful Uzumaki, with this restless spark, the insides were frozen with ice. He wanted to grab the girl by the shoulders, shake her to give up her idea. But all he could afford was to watch from the sidelines. And pray that the Jinchuriki will not be in trouble, that the Shinigami will not turn their eyes on her. And in his ears sounded the phrase that Shisui said to him, ask yourself another question. Why are you so worried about her? Indeed, why? He whispered to himself. He could deceive others as much as he wanted, telling them that it was all for Sasuke's sake. But lying to yourself is the last thing. Naruto has long and firmly settled in his soul, he took care of her on a par with his younger brother, if not more. He didn't think about it, letting life take its course. So maybe it's time to think. As soon as the 7th team entered the building where the exam was to be held, they heard the sound of blows. A guy in a green tights was knocked to the floor from a strong blow from an unfamiliar ninja with a Konoha protector. He was followed by his partner, Tenten. Niji stood aside and calmly watched the beating of his partners. Uzumaki sincerely did not understand his behavior. Can't you help the team? Lee! Naruto rushed forward, helping his friend up. Naruto! The guy beamed. You are participating too. The girl nodded and began to heal the abrasions. Then she turned around to Sasuke and Sakura who had come up. To stumble upon an appraising, slightly arrogant Uchiha look. For which a friend immediately got a sharp elbow under the ribs and looked indignantly at the Uzumaki. Guys, meet me, this is my friend, Rock Lee. And these are my friends and teammates, Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto noticed Lee hovering in front of the kunoichi, looking at her with adoring eyes. Sasuke raised an eyebrow and Naruto shook his head in disgust. Rock Lee is an incorrigible optimist, since he still hopes for Hiruno's favor. Knowing the girl better, Uzumaki felt sincerely sorry for his friend. Hello, Sakura. He smiled. Let's meet. I swear I will protect you all my life. He waited hopefully for an answer. With the same hope, the Uchiha began to look at him, with ingenious speed catching the opportunity to get rid of the harassment of his teammate. Leave me alone. Sakura snapped, turning away. You're plump. Naruto and Sasuke simultaneously looked around at the toned figure in tight-fitting leotards. And where did the picky find at least 1 extra gram? The very same Uzumaki nervously fiddled with the edge of the blue sundress. At one time, she diligently divided her life into spheres and tried to make sure that these spheres did not intersect. Home, assignments, training with Itachi, friendship with Lee, these are all spheres. She was sincerely offended to see such a reaction from her comrades. The girl wanted them to become friends with Lee. After all, he was a great guy, sincere, a little naive and so straightforward. And also, a great, strong shinobi. She wanted to hit Sakura just for the sad look in her round dark eyes. Someone gently touched her hand. Sasuke looked at her with such a familiar smile, slightly raised lips. She had seen the same one on Itachi when she trained with him. The younger Uchiha turned to Lee. Naruto's friends are my friends, he held out his hand. Nice to meet you, Rock Lee. Guy's disciple immediately forgot about his previous grievances, shook the outstretched limb with pleasure. Naruto was once again amazed at how quickly his friend's mood changed. Me too, Sasuke. I am sure we will become excellent rivals and comrades. He shouted. The Uchiha obviously didn't know what to say, but he nodded in agreement anyway. The last thing I wanted to do was offend Naruto. Someone behind him cleared his throat. The guys saw the same shinobi that beat Lee. And about which they have already managed to forget, captured by new acquaintances. Are we disturbing you? One of them inquired sarcastically. No. Sakura raised her chin, clenching her fists in a belligerent manner. Uzumaki and Uchiha habitually divided duties among themselves. Sasuke scanned the surroundings for unaccounted for illusions, while Naruto focused on the faces of the impudent boys. They seemed vaguely familiar to her. It's an illusion, the friend nodded at the sign above their heads. This is the second floor. Naruto couldn't remember where she'd seen these shinobi before. They reminded her of someone. The silence dragged on. The guys began to rant about the importance of the exam, its dangers, and the girl mentally went over all the chunins and jonins that she saw in the village. Finally it dawned on her. She remembered her second meeting with Itachi at the gates of Konoha. Katsums! She exclaimed, striking her palm with her fist. The boys twitched strangely. Sorry? One of them asked, twin blades on his back. Katsuma, Naruto said clearly, as if explaining to children. Kotetsu. Poked at one. And Izumo. In another. Kai. Sasuke chuckled. With a pop, the illusions were shattered and chunin in gray examiner uniforms stood in front of them. A sign overhead showed the second floor. Well, I told you, Katsuma, date Bayo. Naruto rejoiced. The chunin blushed and hissed indignantly, but the seventh team no longer listened to them. The Uzumaki towed them further along the corridor, to the stairs to the third floor. In the right room they were greeted a little, unfriendly. Sakura recoiled from the multitude of hostile gazes from the shinobi already present, Sasuke striking with a deadpan expression. Uzumaki honestly suspected that an Uchiha clan member locked in an interrogation room was a global lesson in self-control for anyone. They did not betray their emotions even with severe pain. At least that's what Kagumi's grandfather used to say. She found a familiar scarlet head of hair in the crowd and waved her hand. Hey, Gaara. Kankuro, Temari. The boring look in response performed by the three hermits did not bother her at all. But he confused the others. They had already become familiar with the terrifying aura of Suna's squad, and now looked at the newcomers with apprehension and bewilderment. And easily missed the girl forward. Naruto sat down on the table, flipped her braid behind her back, and moved to make room for Sasuke. Behind him, Sakura stomped awkwardly, being frightened by Suna's genin. Do you know what will happen at the first stage? The Uchiha asked them. If they knew, they wouldn't tell anyway. Temari snorted. So you don't know, the guy concluded. The hermits grimace, realizing that they themselves betrayed their ignorance. Gaara, meanwhile, approached Naruto. He was stopped by a large raven flying in through the window. It landed on the girl's lap, gave a deafening yell, opening its impressive beak, and flew away again. Soft wings stroked her hair, as if they had given a cuff, and a black feather remained on her knees. Sasuke nodded contentedly at some of his thoughts. It was like putting a check mark next to an item on a mental list. Naruto immediately shook his head. He was right. You and Shur are clearly up to something. I don't understand what you mean. Sasuke looked innocently innocent, so much so that his girlfriend didn't believe him a bit. You'd better heed his warning. He is worried. The girl narrowed her eyes suspiciously for a while, but Sasuke remained content and serene. And she turned away. Thoughts immediately turned to the young man who had sent her a message. Fingers fleetingly, mechanically touched the pen. He showed that he is always there and looks after them. So nice. The feather migrated to the inner pocket of the sundress, to the very heart. Itachi sat on a wide branch of a tree right in front of the windows of the examination room. Marino Ibiki gave him a warning look, which the Uchiha ignored. You would think that if he wanted to help the Itoto, some miserable barriers on the windows would stop him. At the same Uzumaki, they are already much more powerful now. Uzumaki. If you let go of reality and look at the situation from the outside, Each clan began to select a worthy bride from the moment the dojutsu awakened. For a fee, the Irenans performed all tests, including genetics, and made predictions for the future. So there were certain lists of potential brides. Itachi was lucky. At the time of the awakening of the Sharingan, Danzo was intensely interested in him. The father considered it inappropriate if the clan spy had a weak spot, and did not select candidates. But Sasuke did not suffer a similar fate, but not a single kunoichi from his entourage made it to the list. The same Sakura could be lucky only in one case, if the Ototo himself chooses her. In this case, the father will reconcile and accept his decision, but in a different scenario, he will not let the girl come close, whose blood can weaken the Uchiha gene pool. The rest belonged to clans. In the general offspring their dojutsu could overpower the Sharingan. The father did not include Naruto in the list of Sasuke, although he recognized her as the most worthy option. But don't underestimate the blood of the seal master in her veins. The kunoichi could easily infiltrate anywhere. See the lists and there won't be any scandal. She just shuts down and won't let you in anymore. And Fugaku did not want to lose the trust of the last Uzumaki. Despite this, Shursui, when he started talking about students, carefully hinted at a certain development, leading to an answer that Itachi already knew very well. If you look at Naruto with the eyes of the heir of a great clan, she will be a great option. The last representative of the main branch of an ancient, once powerful clan, whose blood will refresh and strengthen dojutsu. Future Irenin, master of Fuinjutsu, perhaps even a Sannin. But, something inside Itachi resisted that look at the girl. For him, she was a cheerful sunbeam, jumping across the palm of your hand, warm and trusting. And he did not want to lose her favor. Without her, he'll freeze to death. In addition, it would be better for Naruto to choose some non-clan shinobi for himself so that his blood does not interrupt the Uzumaki genome. Just like her mother used to do. She was courted by Uncle Itachi, Fugaku's younger brother, Hizashi Hyuga, twin brother of the current head of the Byakugan clan. But Kushina-san listened to her heart and chose Minato Namikaze. An orphan without a clan behind him, he could only offer her his hand and heart, and she followed him, turning away from wealth and a secure life. Itachi still remembered how their faces lit up when their eyes met. They loved each other even after years of marriage. As a result, Naruto is a purebred Uzumaki, although her gene could not have taken anything from her father, bending under his color. And he could not regard his friend as a piece of meat for sale in the market. How important is the genome, heredity compared to a warm smile that warms the heart, a strong hand, intertwined fingers. Itachi saw how Gaara no dog was looking at her, and he wanted to send his call to the boy so that they would peck out his eyes. Even now, Sandy did not take his eyes off her. The Uchiha leaned back against the trunk of the tree, feeling the rough, sun-warmed bark. Naruto took the best from her parents. The bright color of her father's hair, his boundlessly blue eyes of an unusual, slightly curved shape, like her mother's, her delicate features. A dazzling smile, boundless loyalty and devotion. He seemed to smell the scent of her hair again, cherries and the sea. And the summer sun. I wonder what her sunny warm lips taste like. Itachi groaned, hitting his head against a tree. What is he thinking about? Since when does he look at his girlfriend like that? Since then, as I realized that she had already grown up. You shouldn't have fooled yourself. His ingenious mind has long understood that Uzumaki is an adult, independent kunoichi. He just realized it right now. Whatever choice Uzumaki makes, whoever she calls her destiny, he will accept any of her decisions. And try not to kill that lucky one. His brother's brief glance, cast on him insidiously, was at the same time sympathetic and mocking. That's right, Sasuke, sympathize, laugh. Your brother is an idiot. When Naruto suddenly looked out the window, there was no one else on the tree branch. The girl shrugged her shoulders and carelessly stroked the black feather near her heart. She could feel someone's eyes. Itachi landed on a branch of a tree growing near range 44, named Forest of Death. Shursui appeared next to him a second later. Oh, our little ones have passed the first stage. He rejoiced, finding in the crowd a familiar blonde braid and short black strands sticking out like a hedgehog. But there are too many commands. I heard our interrogation department was conducting the test. He looked inquiringly at his brother. Naruto neutralized Ibiki's pressure and thus saved the others. Shursui looked at the girl carefully. She shrugged her shoulders and looked around a few times, but Sasuke shook her head at Sasuke's question. The nature of the bloody habanero is more and more manifested in it. She, too, was impatient, fiery. Stop! Itachi leaned forward. Isn't that Uchiha-rin over there? And then he recoiled, hiding in illusions, because the said guy turned around, his eyes glancing along the branches of trees. Finding nothing, but having made his conclusions, he turned away and again began to listen to Midarashi Enko, diligently intimidating the newcomers. Like all Uchiha, he was black-haired, black-eyed, with pleasant features, but something glided in them, sharp, inhuman. The last time Itachi saw him, he wasn't like that. Yes, Shisui also cautiously leaned forward. But he went missing 5 months ago. I remember, even lines of the case flashed before my eyes. His mother and younger brother died of a fever in the spring, which is why he was able to awaken the Mangekyo Sharingan. I trained him, but we never had time to develop a single technique. He was sent on a mission to the country of rice fields. Where did he disappear? In the village founded by Orochimaru. What a lucky coincidence, the friend nodded gloomily, reading the unsaid between the lines. Tell my father of our suspicions, Itachi decided a couple of seconds later. I'm going to keep an eye on our guys. I'll join you, Shisui nodded and disappeared into the Shunshin. Itachi looked grimly at the curtain behind which the genin received the heaven and earth scrolls. The old philosophy, which they decided to make the key at this stage. Orochimaru, the serpent Sannin. The eternal problem of the Uchiha clan. A few years ago, he was expelled for conducting experiments on people. The third discovered this, having visited the serpent's laboratory in the company of Anbu. Also suspicious, painfully on time he decided to visit a former student. The genius fled, leaving his apprentice, to the previously founded village, which became his refuge. But he did not give up his goals. He dreamed of gaining immortality in order to be able to learn all the techniques of the world. And for this he needed a body with a Sharingan. Itachi suspected that Orochimaru was specifically waiting for a possible clan uprising in order to get some weakened Uchiha. It did not work out, the clan survived. And since then, the Uchiha on missions began to encounter shinobi with sound protectors. Even Itachi had to fight several of them. Those obviously worked in a sparing mode, trying to capture alive, so it was not difficult to dodge and win. But he had to be careful. The serpent could use the pretext of attacking the country and get the guilty in his raking, tenacious paws. By default, no one attacked, and no direct Uchiha evidence was left. Until Ren went missing 5 months ago. Itachi recalled that the attacks had stopped in the same time period. But what did Orochimaru need in the exam? Is that? Look fell on his brother. Is Sasuke the new target? But for what if the scientist got the right body? The brain quickly processed the options, taking into account the specifics of Orochimaru's thinking and behavior. Itachi wasn't considered a genius for nothing. If Orochimaru got hold of the body with the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would definitely want to try it out. In battles not only with ordinary shinobi, but also with the Uchiha clan. The father closely followed the younger generation, the children did not leave the clan lands unaccompanied, even adults took them to the academy, many studied at home. The adults were even more dangerous. Only Sasuke remained, not at home, but not outside the territory of Konoha either. There will be no one to blame if he perishes in the forest of death. Itachi summoned a raven, left it to wait for Shisui, and slid into the training ground like a light shadow. He won't interfere with the exam itself, but he won't let Orochimaru near his brother either. Here, Sasuke handed the scroll to Naruto as soon as they entered the forest. She put her hand behind her back. In certain places, the weaving of the braid was not so tight, the strands moved apart. She sealed the scroll in a ribbon given to Itachi. She not only served as an excellent storage device, but also kept seals excellently. For the umpteenth time, the girl tied a knot for herself as a keepsake, to give something to the older Uchiha. A wild, pain-filled scream or howl resounded through the forest. Sakura squealed, clutching at Sasuke's arm. What is it, Sasuke-kun? Oh, someone has already been eaten, the Uzumaki shared cheerfully with her and stomped forward. The best way to not think about fear is anger. Give Sakura a chance. As expected, Haruno instantly forgot her surroundings and started scolding Naruto. You're so heartless. Do you think you are the best? Yes, you always lagged behind in the class. You. Naruto didn't listen to her, looking around carefully. Sasuke did the same. Polygon number 44, or Forest of Death. Everything within the fence was deadly. Giant leeches, sensing body heat and blood flow, attacked in packs. Insects could lay their eggs in a person's spine in a matter of seconds or drink him dry. There was no point in even stuttering about huge predators. The most beautiful plants here could devour anything within reach. The sun almost did not penetrate through the dense crowns of tall trees, and fog swirled between the roots in half with darkness. Only Jonins and Anbu ventured here. For their training, less fit perfectly. At one time, Kagami took Sasuke and Naruto to the beginning levels of the Forest of Death to show how dangerous wilderness and unfamiliar terrain can be. Uzumaki was afraid to fall asleep for another week. Suspicious rustlings and rustlings seemed to be everywhere. She heard the greedy, wet smacking of a plant chewing on another unfortunate prey. From the look on his face, Sasuke also remembered that time. We have a scroll of the earth, we need to get a scroll of heaven. Did you run? The essence of the stage is simple, each team has one scroll, you need to get the second one, take it away from other shinobi. Thus, half will be eliminated immediately. And you need to meet within 5 days, come to the tower in the very center of the forest with 2 trophies. He jumped up the tree first. The girls followed him. They rushed forward, keeping an eye on their surroundings. Sakura flinched nervously at every rustle, squealed, recoiled from any suspicious twig. Do not be afraid of everything, Naruto did not turn around, not all animals are dangerous here. There are, for example, squirrels, chipmunks, snakes. She fell sharply on her back, rolled, avoiding the throw of a huge beige snake. She hissed irritably, tasting the air with a forked tongue. Coo, what smart kids! Sang a male voice from behind. The genin jumped out of the tree, spinning in midair. The clearing below offered more room for action. The stranger followed them. Black-haired, with pleasant features, he reminded someone of Naruto. Sasuke wrinkled his brow, trying to remember as well. They were not given time. The blast wave swept across the clearing, they rushed in all directions. Naruto responded with a gust of wind with small, sharp ice crystals. Not much damage, but what a distraction. Under the guidance of Kagami, she managed to master several techniques of water, which was her second element. First of all, the uchiha took care of the granddaughter's ability to get water in any situation. After all, it can be brought to an area where there are no sources. Sasuke created fireballs one after another, followed by shurikens, giving no respite to the enemy. He eluded them with truly serpentine dexterity. Naruto wrapped her kunai in the wind, sharpening them even more, and rushed forward. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed how the scaly reptile rushed towards Sakura and Sasuke, who was covering her. Bouncing back from the enemy at a decent distance, she launched wind blades into the snake, putting maximum chakra into them. The scales withstood the onslaught, only small cuts appeared on the sides. But they were enough for the reptile to hiss, forget about the prey and rush off after the fleeing, nimble blonde. Here we are left alone, Sasuke-kun, the enemy licked his long tongue. Sasuke grunted, shifted his kunai more comfortably, checked the line in his belt pockets. It's a pity that for the second stage it was forbidden to take a supply of weapons, only what would fit in the pouch. Although the same Uzumaki probably has a whole arsenal with him. I know you, he said calmly. You are an Uchiha, my brother's apprentice. Lost on one of the missions. Neither father nor Itachi began to withhold information about Orochimaru's plans for their clan. Therefore, Sasuke was hardly surprised when he saw in the crowd of applicants for the title of Chunin a former ally, a Tokubetsu Jonin. Lost in sound. Old Snake did get his way. Then what does he need now? Test a new body? Orochimaru extended his neck, lunged at him. Sasuke dodged, took out the fishing line. Using a trick in the form of a clone, he crept up from behind. He wound circles around the tree, confusing the enemy, dodging his attacks. Thin threads soaked in his chakra cut the bark layer off the branches, and soon Orochimaru was pinned by a shiny web to a powerful trunk. Somehow the Sannin managed to dodge, to lay down the seals. And Sasuke and Sakura were horrified. Fear shackled the limbs, did not allow to move. Pain, there was pain everywhere. She hit the nerve endings, blinded the receptors. Sasuke understood that he was caught in a genjutsu, it was a trap, but he could not do anything. Orochimaru surpassed him in strength and experience. The chakra feed was gone, and the enemy easily broke the line. Sasuke saw how he was slowly moving towards him, but the overwhelming horror prevented him from thinking, moving, even breathe. The guy grabbed his throat. From somewhere to the side came a wave of familiar scalding flames. Thin fingers clasped his hand, thrusting a kunai into it. Come to your senses, Sasuke team. Whispered a native voice in his ear. The Uchiha twisted, stabbed the blade into his leg and screamed. From pain. From the relief that came when the genjutsu trap fell asleep, the Uzumaki stood next to him. All covered with some kind of vile-looking and smelling slime and terribly happy. Together they brought Sakura back to her senses. Haruno immediately put her blade forward. Where is the snake? Sasuke asked, following Orochimaru's movements. He looked at them with curiosity, constantly licking his lips. Overeat, date bayo. Shrugged the girl, unfolding the fan. And she barely managed to shield herself from the throw of another brownish snake. How many of them does he have? She was indignant, hitting the eyes of the reptile with wind currents. The snake hissed, tried to strike blindly. Sasuke regretted that someone had to protect Haruno, she couldn't handle it on her own. With what pleasure he would help the Uzumaki, but he had only to cover it with fire techniques. You can't do it alone. What do you suggest? I will help. Let's act. In two voices, Orochimaru raised his eyebrows in surprise, feeling a devilish surge of fiery chakra. His opponent changed dramatically, the speed of her movements increased, and when she accidentally turned to him, he saw that her eyes seemed to be filled with blood. The pupils stretched into thin threads. The pretty scars on her cheeks lengthened, became ragged, sloppy, like a rift in the firmament of the earth. Demon, he was opposed by a demon. He played with them, now striking, then eluding. Her shadow clones attacked him, throwing kunai in the hope of getting him. The air boiled and melted around. Cats and mice, demon snakes. Naruto felt the Kyuubi's chakra flowing through his body. Furious amusement bubbled in his chest, mixed with impatient anticipation of the battle. The fox danced in his cage, pawed, his tails fluttered like antennae. That sense of togetherness was wonderful. The snake tried to capture her with its long tongue, for which it immediately paid the price. The Uzumaki cut it into pieces with quick movements, and the air spear deprived the reptile of one eye. She couldn't help but laugh. And in this laughter, echoes of the thunderous laughter of the Kyuubi were heard. The feeling of superiority over the enemy was intoxicating. And most importantly, while the enemy with his hand snake is busy with it, he cannot get to Sasuke with Sakura. In the next moment, the slimy tongue of the enemy itself wrapped around her, and the girl was paralyzed. Naruto internally winced in disgust. Sakura's scream was heard from the side. So this is where the little nine-tailed fox hid. Coo, and you can use his chakra. Interesting. He looked at her like a scientist would look at a butterfly under the glass of his microscope. Violet chakra lights lit up at the ends of his fingers. His tongue slid over his body, lifting the sundress, leaving a wet trail. Good thing she wore shorts underneath. Sakura gasped. Sasuke's excitement became more palpable, his chakra stirred like a candle flame. A sharp blow with his fingers in the stomach, where the seal was located, locking the Kyuubi, the name of some technique, and Naruto arched. She screamed as the sharp pain shot through her body like a whirlwind. Her channels seemed to be burning, tearing them apart. She writhed in the arms of her tongue and screamed, her mind drowning in a sea of information. This was not even with shadow cloning. Consciousness slowly eluded her, as if someone had carved a delicate pattern on her body with a hot blade. Naruto slowly collapsed into a faint, almost feeling her tongue loosen. Sasuke caught the falling partner and jumped back. Naruto moaned, every touch hurting her. His own head was breaking open, as if someone generously poured sand heated on a fire into his eyes. He was frightened, truly frightened, when his girlfriend screamed. After all, he knew how dangerous the old serpent was, and still did not warn the Uzumaki. That's where she got it. Regret and guilt swept through her mind as soon as she glanced at the unconscious, trembling body that Sakura dragged towards her and wrapped her arms around her. Naruto is his first real friend, and he let her down like that, underestimated the danger. Come on, Sasuke-kun, do you want to avenge my girlfriend? The snake grinned mischievously. Or maybe you want to get the scroll of heaven. He showed a white scroll. Perhaps you don't want to lose the scroll of earth? A dark blue dense roll appeared in the second hand. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. He knew exactly where Naruto had hidden the scroll. It was impossible to get it without her desire, so Orochimaru simply rummaged through the girl's pockets and got a similar one. But the Sannin obviously underestimated his genius. Sasuke tugged at the fishing line he'd hidden at the start of the fight. Thin threads whistled, grabbed the scroll of heaven, pulled it out of the man's hand and dragged it to their master. I think we'll make an exchange, the Uchiha smiled thinly. Orochimaru hissed, a wave of horror hit the guy again, but now he was ready. In the eyes, against a red background, two tomo lit up, and Orochimaru's fire dragon technique flew. And then the reinforcements came. Itachi's phoenix flowers rained down on the Sannin from above. Black flames slowly blossomed and grew in them. The elder brother was angry, very angry. His crows swirled in the air, Sharingan in their eyes. A greenish veil of Susanoo descended on the genin themselves, from whose chest senbons squirted towards Orochimaru. None of them hit Itachi or his clones. Sasuke admired the teamwork of his brother and his friend. Shisui knelt beside him. Sasuke, how are you? What's up with Naruto? He used some technique and she lost consciousness. Itachi's crows meanwhile surrounded Orochimaru, each turned into a shuriken. The Sannin barely managed to hide in one of the trees. In the next second, the blade stuck where he stood. He half crawled out of the other trunk. So reinforcements have arrived? Geniuses of the Uchiha clan? I can't deal with them. Bye. However, I knew what I was getting into when I chose this body. Coo. With a nasty laugh, he dissolved, disappeared. The Sharingan didn't detect his presence, but just in case, Itachi didn't deactivate the dojutsu. He quickly rushed towards his brother and girlfriend. The greenish glow of protective equipment was just falling from them. Naruto was barely breathing, convulsions went through her body every now and then, she was trembling. Medical technicians were of little help, the adrenaline of the fight and the Kyuubi chakra were still splashing in the blood, which blocked any scanning. The whole body seemed to bristle in a defensive reaction. Itachi put his hand on the girl's forehead and she moaned as if in pain. He jerked his brush away immediately, a helpless look flickering in his eyes. However, the older Uchiha quickly pulled himself together. We need to find a place to rest so Naruto can recover. Shisui nodded. I know where to stay. My father showed me one place, not far from here. Itachi silently took the girl in his arms, horrified at how light she seemed. As if it weighed nothing at all. They went after their guide. Sakura was silent, only moving admiring glances from one adult to another. She'll get better, Enai-san? Sasuke looked at his friend with concern. Of course. The corners of her lips turned up. Itachi tried to convince himself of this, to believe in his own words. It came out bad. It's Naruto, she won't give up. Sasuke twitched his chin and clenched his fists. It's my fault. Didn't tell her about Orochimaru as soon as I recognized him. Do you think it would help? Shisui turned around for a moment. If she knew the truth, she would protect you even more. And giving out information about the enemy during the battle, is the most stupid and irrational thing to do. That way he can figure out what you know and take advantage of it. Itachi was silent, he listened to Naruto's hoarse, heavy breathing, pressing her to him with all his might, just to feel the beating of her heart, to know that she is still alive. They were dealing with Orochimaru's accomplices and they were almost too late. Perhaps if they had come a little earlier, Naruto wouldn't have been hurt. However, Itachi knew that he could not protect her all the time. Uzumaki is a strong, talented kunoichi, taught by Kagami, she will not be lost. And he and Sasuke must gain real-life experience, the only way they can fend for themselves. The location Shisui had chosen was in an inconspicuous clearing to the east of the central tower. A cozy cave formed by the roots of an old tree, from which a wonderful view of the surrounding area opened up. Itachi regretfully laid Naruto down on the grass, running his fingers through his fluffy hair. Relatives pretended not to notice anything, averting their eyes to the side. And the Uchiha still could not tear himself away from his pale face, covered with abrasions and bruises, white lips compressed into a thin thread. What did he think then? Sunny warm? Now they were poisonous burning. The Kyuubi's chakra splashed out, fought, and even the genius of the clan could not predict the result. It is time. Finally, he straightened up. The others immediately pulled up. Officially, we weren't allowed to help you. Shisui began to explain the situation, mostly to Sakura. But Orochimaru is not an opponent you could handle. We have already alerted Fugaku-san to his presence. And the Hokage? Have you informed the Hokage? Sakura intervened. The three Uchiha exchanged knowing glances. Yes, Sakura, we warned the third. Itachi lied easily. According to his calculations, Mitarashi Enko had already found the bodies and identified the teacher. Yes, and the cursed seal certainly made itself felt. So she will tell everything to Sarutobi. Sakura fainted. Such a handsome man knows her name. Ino will be jealous. We will be silent. She said meaningfully and blushed embarrassedly. Well done. Shisui struggled to contain his laughter while Itachi tried to take one last look at Naruto, assessing her condition. Sasuke moved aside so as not to interfere. A minute later, both shinobi melted into Shunshin. Sasuke sent Sakura to gather brushwood for the fire, while he himself remained to guard the Uzumaki. It is unlikely that Orochimaru will dare to attack again, because the older brother, and Shisui can be spinning somewhere nearby. He unpacked the sleeping bag and began to undress Naruto, for the slime-covered, torn sundress was good only for rags. The black tie of the tattoo was still visible on his flat stomach. Sasuke leaned over to her and put his ear to her. Kyuubi, if you can hear me, help her. She can't do it alone. A wave of chakra passed through her body. Sasuke took that as an answer and tucked her in, wrapping her in a blanket like a baby. Too bad he can't put up barriers around the hideout. Fuin has always been bad for him. The girlfriend spent the whole day in unconsciousness. All this time, Sasuke gave her plenty of water, wiped her with a damp cloth. And at night he warmed, falling asleep in an embrace with a thick caterpillar, consisting of a sleeping bag and Naruto. The girl was cold and could not get warm in any way. On the third day, the Inoshikacho team flew into their clearing, another rookie who graduated from the academy this year. Previously, genin were hesitant to participate in the exams immediately after graduation. Sasuke suspected that the Jonin tutors were politely asked to apply so that the heirs of the Konoha clans would mature faster when facing hardships. There, even Sakura behaves differently, does not comment on the behavior of Sasuke-kun in any way, only silently sparkles with evil eyes at the unconscious Naruto. Following the Konokovites, their opponents also jumped out. Sasuke looked at the protectors and groaned, "Sound again." What is it? The Uchiha didn't flatter himself about his abilities. Only colossal luck allowed him to take the second scroll from Orochimaru, and without the timely support of a brother and a friend, the Sannin would simply kill them, if not worse. The whole village heard about his experiments. The best option was to sit out in the cave without getting out, but Sakura, seeing her eternal rival battered and injured, could not pass by. She got out. "What, Ino, are you unlucky?" The blonde from the clan of mentalists turned around, furiously flashed her blue eyes. For the umpteenth time, Sasuke compared her to Naruto. A friend won, but maybe he judged biasly. But Uzumaki is brighter, it feels soul and life. And the sun. Compared to her, Ino seemed faded. Oh, the sound engineers were delighted, more kids. We will have many scrolls. Sasuke realized it was time to get out. We need to protect Naruto until she comes to her senses. He hid the scroll of heaven in a seal, hiding it among the rags of his girlfriend's clothes. It is unlikely that men will climb into slimy rags. Don't wait, he grinned as he stepped out into the light. The sun's rays broke through the foliage, fell on the clearing. Hello. He nodded to his former classmates. Fat Choji Akimichi cracked his chips, Nara yawned in greeting. How interesting, a strange type with fur on his clothes bared his teeth like a wolf. Are you planning to defeat us? Where is the third member of your team? Why are you talking to them, Dosu? Yelled another member of the sound team. Kill them, take the scrolls, that's all. Choji, he thinks you're fat, the Nara suddenly yawned. That's what he told me when we were fighting. Akimichi turned purple and threw away the empty bag of chips. And curled up into a huge ball, which rushed to the sounders. Sasuke, Nara turned to him, Ino sprained her leg. Will you lure them closer to me? No problem. Nodded Uchiha and rushed to the enemies. He needs to take the enemies away from the sick girlfriend, and together, with Sakura, he cannot cope. Kunai crossed with a clang, the guy spat a fiery clot and set fire to the girl's hair. She pounced on him, step, 2, 3, and now her shadow was captured by Shikamaru. Dosu took out some kind of metal device, activated it, and nothing happened. He pulled it, pressed it again and again, but the device did not work. Sasuke turned around. At the threshold of their hideout, Naruto was kneeling, holding the unfamiliar seals folded. She trembled, sweat rolled down her face, but the girl did not give up. I blocked the air in the holes in his device, she croaked. This is not for long, the girl coughed. Enough for me. Someone shouted. Whirlwind leaf. With relief and joy, the Uchiha saw the familiar green tights. Rock Lee swept opponents apart in a matter of seconds. The Sharingan involuntarily copied his actions, the guy caught his breath. The taijutsu techniques were so fast. Lee's team was waiting for him on the branches of a tree. Seeing such a disparity in strength, the sound engineers preferred to get away. Rock Lee flew up to Naruto with a squirrel on his shoulder. The others got closer too. What with her? Lee asked Sasuke sternly. It seemed to the Uchiha that he was ready to break into his deadly dance again and beat him half to death. Stopped by Naruto herself, she straightened up, wrapping herself in a blanket. It's all right, Lee, don't worry. I just got sick. Hi guys. Ino Shikacho nodded. They answered the same. How are you doing? Did you get all the scrolls? Yes. Lee yelled happily, throwing his fist up. We defeated some team using strange night clones. They blurred like mud, but Niji quickly discovered the fake with his Byakugan, and we defeated them. We, too, Ino nodded importantly. I captured the mind of the head of the detachment and forced him to hand over the scroll to us. Sakura clenched her fists. Her eternal friend rival excelled again. Everyone's stomachs rumbled, and even the unruffled Niji blushed a little. How about a snack? Naruto went to the cave. There were numerous claps from there. She came out fully dressed, with bundles of food in her hands. Then we'll all go to the tower together. Together? Niji raised an eyebrow arrogantly. Sasuke heard about him. Genius of the Hyuga clan from the side branch, graduating from the academy a year earlier. Team Might guy. He deserved the last. Well, yes, the girl shrugged nonchalantly, untying the knots. Sasuke saw with a grin as the other's eyes widened, as Chuji salivated. We have twin scrolls, so I don't see any reason to fight. If we go with the whole company, there will be a better chance of getting there safe and sound. Everyone admitted that she was right. The guys sat in a circle near the food, no one dared to start first. Either they were afraid of poisoning, or they were embarrassed. Can we really eat this? Fat man Akimichi looked hopefully. Naruto exchanged surprised looks with his friend. Yes. Great. Bon appetit. He folded his arms and pounced on the food. Others followed suit. Ino and Sakura vied with each other to offer treats to Sasuke, who no longer knew where to go from such attention. Choji ate on both cheeks and did not react to external stimuli. Nara and Niji also chewed, though with equally sour faces. The brunette Tenten tried to stir up the latter. Naruto leaned against Lee's helpfully leaning shoulder, sipping her green tea. She still felt weak in her body, although it quickly passed under the influence of the stamina and vitality of the uzumaki. That feeling. Orochimaru brought some discord into her seal. The invisible chains that passed through her body changed their thickness, color, creating a slightly different pattern. The body reacted badly, because for many years the technique remained unchanged. Fox said he didn't feel anything catastrophic. It just became easier for him to get into the outside world. The cell began to let him through, not only in moments of Naruto's emotional instability. If he still hated the Jinchuriki, it would have bothered the girl otherwise. Kurama wouldn't be bored at least. Thanks for the food. Someone shook her by the shoulder. Naruto opened her eyes. And how did she manage to fall asleep? Chuji was standing in front of her with a slightly guilty expression. Despite this, very satisfied. As they say, a full Akimichi is a happy Akimichi. We just ate everything, he explained. Speak for yourself. Ino snarled at once. He himself chewed more than the others combined. Don't be scared. Naruto yawned. I still don't want to eat. Akimichi smiled broadly, and the girl, stretching, yawning, began to collect handkerchiefs and boxes of packages. Do you still want to sleep? Sakura was outraged. You've been sleeping all day. Have a conscience, Uzumaki. Sakura, the girl mentally yawned again. Envy is a bad feeling. Don't you have your own doctor? Shikamaru asked as Naruto cleaned up the remains of the people in the cave. Sasuke did the same in the clearing. Yes, the Uchiha nodded, and this is her. He pointed with his chin towards the shelter. The whole friendly crowd they went to the tower. Fortunately, they did not meet rivals, they only scared away a flock of birds, and a group of imposing squirrels, similar to the one that was sitting on Lee's shoulder. Rock Lee is back to his old demeanor. In the first half hour, making sure that Sasuke was protecting Naruto, he began sending Sakura loving glances. The kunoichi shuddered, cringed, and huddled closer to the powerful figure of Akimichi, who was the only one who didn't understand what was going on. The rest did not interfere. Tenten rolled her eyes in doom, Niji glaring at Sasuke, wondering which one was his opponent. Nara yawned heartily, competing with the cheerful but exhausted Naruto. So far they've had a solid draw. Ino chuckled and shot her eyes at Sasuke. And he began to ask Rock Lee about his victories, completed missions, thereby arranging unobtrusive advertising. And he was not stopped by the blows of Naruto's sharp elbow under the ribs. Rock Lee glowed with the interest of his rival and comrade, shouted at the whole forest, proud of his success. Aren't you ashamed, Datebeo? Naruto asked as they reached the tower. Friends are slowly falling behind. Lee is a good guy. And he considers you his friend. Do not reassure him if this is not so. She was worried about the open rock, who is so easy to offend. Naruto, Sasuke stopped. I think Rock Lee is a good comrade and a pretty strong shinobi. And it's not me, but he constantly reassures me. I still hope he takes Sakura for himself. Naruto looked straight into her eyes and nodded to herself. And she laughed merrily. So they came to the tower, the heart of the forest of death. Sandstorm. They easily opened the sealed doors and found themselves in a large empty room. On the opposite wall hung a large scroll with inscriptions. The genin moved closer. If you want the power of heaven, let your mind soar. If you lack the earth, drill your body, be ready to fight. When heaven and earth unite, they will guide you forever. This is our secret, our eternal motto. And what does it mean? Ino and Sakura asked at the same time, glaring at each other in displeasure, but did not argue. They wanted to know the answer more. And Naruto seemed to be back in the darkened living room, where it smelled of dry herbs. Kagami Uchiha, closing his eyes in pleasure, savored the exquisite tea in small sips. He taught her etiquette and various types of tea ceremonies, from a simple tea party between friends to almost a whole ritual performed at a meeting of heads of hidden villages or hostile clans. Teeth ached from the instructions, muscles ached, forced to stay in one position for a long time. But everyone was rewarded with philosophical conversations, which grandfather explained to her in a simple and understandable language. So he taught her to weave verbal lace on her own. He wanted her to become the Heim of his clan, even if it had been destroyed long ago. Nothing will stop her from resurrecting the Uzumaki later. On the tongue, a bitter aftertaste of the drink, in the memory, twilight and the smell of herbs. The mind of a shinobi is heaven, a soft half-smile. Discolored, but no less valuable words of the ancient dialect flowed smoothly from the language. His body is the earth. Only by overcoming the doubts of the soul, a real shinobi understands whether he wants to take off or descend into the earth's firmament. Uzumaki. Why are you smiling? Haruno interrupted her thoughts. Naruto opened his eyes and woke up. In general, Sakura, the meaning of the instruction is that heaven is our mind, earth is our body. If there are no brains, but there are physical abilities, you must try harder to make up for the lack. If you have brains, but no abilities, go ahead, train your body. Something like that, Date Bayo. But now we can see what's in these scrolls. Ino asked. Yes, Uzumaki, open. Sakura encouraged her. I don't even think about it. Naruto scoffed. You never know what. We were told to just come, bring the scrolls with us, which we did. They didn't say anything about the rest. But to sit here for almost another day. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. Naruto sighed heavily, a subtle movement of his hand, and now the scrolls are in her hands. She tore both at once and threw them away. Smoke billowed from the crossed paper ribbons, through which a human figure could be seen. Yumino Irika in person. The teacher surveyed the company that had opened to him in surprise. He did not expect to see almost the entire issue of the academy plus the previous one together. Sasuke nodded to Naruto. In this scenario, the stage was to identify those who will be able to complete the mission, no matter what. If someone broke the rules, the Chunin who appeared would easily deal with him. Meanwhile, Irika looked at his watch, snapped the lid shut, and smiled at his students. I congratulate you, you have passed the second stage of the exam. And the others, Master Irika? Sakura couldn't help but wonder. The others either came before you or died. Many did not follow the rules of the stage. He summoned several mentors, who transported them to a huge hall with Shunshin. At one end was a small dais where the Hokage and the mentors of all the past teams currently stood. Behind them is a statue, huge hands folded in a simple seal, and the symbols of the land of fire. The third Hokage stepped forward. Line up. He said loudly. Genin quickly stretched out, trimmed, like real, adult shinobi. Naruto looked around the room, listening to the Hokage's speech out of the corner of her ear. All the same, he will not say anything new, not for them with Sasuke, for example. Mini war as the goal of the exam, how? This is pinpoint espionage, allowing you to find out the details of the techniques of a possible enemy. Like, I know that we both know how. But the news about the qualifying tests struck everyone. As far as Uzumaki knew, they hadn't been held in the last years, 5 years, if her memory serves her well, Date Bayo. Then even the ninja were tested in greater numbers, but then either the exams were complicated, or the training came to naught. In general, the need for intermediate tests has disappeared. Up to this day, Ino was indignant that they would not be allowed to rest. The little Heim of her clan was not accustomed to such loads, a mentalist, in a word. They are more mentally strong. But Sakura did not dare to argue openly, although it was clear from her eyes that she did not like it. But Naruto was insulting. It seems that she was expecting something like this. She knew that they would not be allowed to go forward so easily, but still, it's a shame. They tried so hard, they were in such a hurry, and then the judge generously invited those who are sick or not confident in their abilities to leave the ranks, especially since they were no longer required to hold on as a team to advance further. The third stage is single duels. Only Kabuto, the Konoha ninja, with whom they had a great chat after the written exam, left. Mitarashi Enko, who was present, followed him with a suspicious look, rubbing her left shoulder. Had it been Naruto's will, she would have led Gekko Hayate by the hand into the Irinen core. Judging by the cough, skin tone, he has advanced damage to the lung tissue, either lead dust, or just heavy metals, or extensive poisoning. It was hard to tell from her position. I would like to do a couple of scans, and a general blood test, maybe even urine, saliva, a chakra sample, a couple of hairs. Naruto, Sasuke tugged at her hand. Why are you frozen? Ours are all gone. Naruto sighed and looked around. It turns out that while she was intently examining the judge, the applicants were already climbing the stairs to the narrow balconies of the second floor, making room for fights. The judge looked at her warily, covered himself with a tablet as a shield, and in general would have planned to run away to hell, if not for the Hokage person on the other side. Naruto giggled, all men are like that. As in battle, so courage splashes over the edge, just substitute a basin. But as soon as there is a small scratch that needs to be shown to a professional, they are almost in a coma. What are you? Asked a friend. I want to conduct a medical examination of our judge, the Uzumaki whispered in response. The back of Hayate, who sensed something was wrong, twitched expressively. Sasuke looked at his friend with pity, touched his forehead. I'm completely overwhelmed, poor thing, he shook his head. I will bail my brother so that he will take care of your health, otherwise they will conduct an examination for you. Yeah you. Naruto waved at his grinning friend. I just. She twirled her brush in the air. Ironin, Sasuke muttered. And it sounded like a diagnosis. A friend was called to the fight first. An opponent from Kabuto's team. Naruto bit his lip. Sasuke fought Orochimaru, gave it his all, and then did not sleep for almost 3 days while she was sick. He looked after her, guarded her, protected her and Sakura from dangers. He was almost constantly vigilant. The use of the new Sharingan plus keeping the body in a state of tension could not but take its toll on him. And let Sasuke never show his weaknesses, let his gaze be firm and confident, she knew how tired he was. I saw shadows under my eyes, a slight trembling of my hands. In battle, this could work against him. Cover me. She whispered to Sakura. She ran across Sasuke as he descended the stairs, threw herself on his neck, pushing him against the railing. She pressed her whole body. I heard his shocked sigh, saw the stunned faces of those present, the open beak of a black bird, unnoticed before. At the moment she was not up to it, she had too little time left. Sasuke, you won't lose. She yelled loudly. I believe in you, Date Bayo. She was shouting something else, just as life-affirming, flapping her eyelashes, building large, naive eyes, which, in the performance of her dirty, exhausted, battered carcass, must have looked terrible. And mid-chakra poured from his hands into Sasuke's body, patched up his body, removed bruises, tightened cuts. It's good that a friend managed without internal injuries, you can't heal them so easily. She slipped a couple of her own pills into his palm. Sakura stood with her hands on her hips, snorting angrily, trying to tear off the arrogant, blonde fool. In general, I closed it as best I could. The performance was designed for others, the dense Kyuubi chakra oozing from Orochimaru's loose seal perfectly masked all the actions of Uzumaki. Although it will take a few more days before the body gets used to the new type of cell and returns to its former energy control. The energy boost won't last long, the Uzumaki whispered before letting go of her friend. He nodded, for a moment his eyes lost their impenetrability. Warm gratitude shone in them, the corners of his lips turned up in Naruto's much-loved smile. He nodded and went downstairs. And the girl, exhausted, sank to the floor near the wall. Now she had no doubt, Sasuke would win. Sakura sat down next to him. Can you fix me the same way? She whispered, tracking the judges and mentors. Of all the mentors, Kakashi and his all-seeing Sharingan bothered her the most. But he was rooting for Sasuke and pretended that the girls of his team did not exist at all. Naruto leaned on her shoulder and grabbed the kunoichi's hand. She tensed, ready to push away, but the Uzumaki clung tightly. What's in the arena? I don't have the strength to get up, she complained, hugging her partner. She began to tell how good Sasuke was, while Naruto treated her in the meantime. The chakra reserve was fully restored, Kyuubi deigned to generously help, waving his 9 tails in farewell. When Sasuke's opponent flew up to the very ceiling, sent by a powerful kick from the Uchiha, Sakura jumped up, rushed forward, began to actively support her chosen one. Shikamaru Nara approached Naruto slowly. Can I sit here? Tired, the guy yawned heartily, settled down next to him. Naruto took care of his treatment, trying not to catch the greenish glow onlookers. The rules forbade conspiracies, and helping rivals to each other. Everyone is for himself, everyone must demonstrate all their personal skills and abilities. But Uzumaki could not leave her comrades without support. Sasuke won by deftly knocking down his opponent right in the air. Naruto recognized the elements of the leaf vortex that Lee performed. Means, all the same copied, an infection. And again he leads in their personal competition. The girl smiled against her will and caught the same sly look in the black eyes of the returning Sasuke. Shino was next defeated, his opponent was the shinobi of sound. Naruto even felt moral satisfaction when Orochimaru's subordinate was carried away by the ironin. Although it was a pity for the guy, the bugs clogged the outlets of the pipes in his hands, and the air, not being able to leave the body, simply blew up the muscles, meat and skin, thereby depriving him of the ability to move. She winced when she heard Hyuga's conclusion about Shino's symbiosis with the bugs. Unlike other girls, Naruto was calm about mice, even stroked them, snakes and slugs, but the bugs caused a squeal from the brave kunoichi, from which the uchiha who usually stayed with her went deaf. The puppeteer from Suna showed a good result, although he cast a grim look at Naruto. Apparently, he remembered her remark about the lady's cosmetics on her face. However, Sasuke was standing nearby, whom the girl was actively restoring after the battle, and Kankuro did not dare to say anything. And the admiring look of the lively girl warmed his heart, at least, his look kinder. Cold water from the faucet in the restroom refreshed the face, washed away the dirt and fatigue. Naruto was constantly pumping chakra through his body. Of course, such an exercise was not a panacea for all ills, but in emergency cases, when it was not possible to get a contrast shower or fresh cold milk, it was great invigorating. She retwisted the braid, tucking all her work and seals, Itachi's ribbon inside, when wings flapped overhead. The girl extended her hand, a huge raven with scarlet eyes gently landed on her fingers. He carefully, so as not to injure with impressive claws, moved his paws, looked inquisitively. "Your brother won, did you see?" Naruto smiled. "And also, I treated him then, and did not hug him. Even though I don't know why I justify myself to you, I just know what to say." The raven croaked softly, rubbed its beak against the tender cheek. "We haven't seen each other for only a couple of days, and I already miss you." Thin fingers ran over the black hard feathers. "I always wondered how accurately Itachi performed his clones, almost indistinguishable from the real ones. And his appeal is appropriate, although many considered those crows to be clones too." Then the older Uchiha brazenly used. "I looked at Orochimaru's snakes, I thought, maybe I should also get a small animal." The raven seemed to laugh. He opened his beak and jabbed it with all his might at a beetle crawling by. "Well, no, Date Bayo." Naruto flinched. "No bugs, caterpillars and cockroaches, you know I can't stand them." The hoarse croak sounded almost like laughter. There was a knock on the door. "Fly!" Naruto tossed the bird. "I will win, no doubt. I never give up." The bird caressed her hair with a wing and disappeared into the shadows. Naruto opened the door. Sakura hesitated at the door. "Sorry, you probably want to wash too." "I am already leaving." "No." Haruno slammed the door shut and leaned against it. She stood, clenching her fists, biting her lips nervously, and in her eyes a doomed understanding of what was happening froze. Probably for the first time in her life, Sakura stopped being a capricious girl, finally realized that the life of a shinobi is not romantic nonsense about adventures described in Jiraiya's first books. "I'm afraid," she said softly. Naruto choked on the water she poured herself a drink. "I'm afraid," Haruno repeated without raising her head. "I thought my chakra control would give me an advantage, but everyone here, even you, has great control over their energy. And I have nothing more to offer." Oh, Uzumaki didn't know what to say. She was used to seeing Sakura as a third member of the team, preventing them from working as a duet with Sasuke, used to pull her out of troubles, with hints, provocations to force her to look for information, to learn what is really necessary and useful. But the truth was that Sakura is also a person, with her own dreams and aspirations. She saw the world of shinobi in the color of her hair, did not understand the whole truth, and when faced with it, she could not cope alone. Due to her nature and morbid infatuation, Sasuke lost her only true friend, Ino, who ignored her family, pedigree, and skills. And her team, both Sasuke and Naruto would have preferred Haruno to be stuffed into a hospital or work in the same school, but not brutally broken on the battlefield. "I don't want Sasuke-kun to see me as weak," his shoulders slumped. "I want him to understand that I am worthy of him. However, since there is no other way, since Haruno has already gone so far. You are strong, Sakura-chan," a sincere, bright smile. Naruto patted Sakura on the head. "Even if you do not have outstanding abilities, like Sasuke or Neji, but you are strong in spirit, persistent and stubborn. You'll be fine, you'll see. The main thing is to believe in yourself. Do not give up." Her words strengthened the girl's confidence, and she straightened her shoulders. "I won't give up." She lifted her chin proudly. "You'll see, Sasuke-kun will be mine." A moment of weakness passed, Sakura nodded sharply and left, and Naruto smirked. Does Sasuke know? The irony of fate brought Sakura and Ino together in a duel. Former girlfriends, constantly snapping, showed their skills in taijutsu and wielding kunai. They also had a bet on a date with Sasuke. Gloomy, imperturbable as a rock, Uchiha quietly asked his friend for political asylum. As Ino sacrificed her hair for a tangle of chakra-infused snares, Naruto shivered, involuntarily stroking her thick braid. She wouldn't have been able to do that, and with all the seals that lurked in the golden strands, with the amount of chakra that she swelled into them, such a decision became extremely life-threatening. Sakura yelled, furiously, screaming at Ino, driving her out of her head. It's the power of Sakura's spirit. Kakashi said proudly. It's a split personality, the Uzumaki corrected him. Are? Uchiha and Hitaki equally inquiringly turned to her. Naruto sighed heavily. It's hard to be an Irionin on an action team. Sakura has a second personality, more courageous, impudent, resolute. Most likely, it was formed as a result of the suppression of certain aspects of character and temperament, starting from early childhood. Forced to hide parts of her nature, Sakura's mind found a kind of outlet. The reason for this could be either upbringing in the family, or personal motives. I saw these motives. Sasuke cringed. Naruto giggled. Well, yes, Sakura's mother is punchy, active, her daughter is all in her, a small copy. The unknown father of the Haruno family felt sincerely sorry. And Sasuke, as a potential groom, too. How long have you known this? Asked Hitaki. I became interested in the academy when I noticed how her mood changes dramatically, and the jumps are large, from one extreme to another. I do not detract from her merits, but I also know about her shortcomings. Naruto snapped and turned away, refusing to discuss this issue further. Instead, she gave her unconscious friends the restorative brew she asked for from the Irionin, and lubricated the wounds. Not all the same, she spends chakra, otherwise she won't have enough for her own battle. But the battle between Temari and Tenten attracted all her attention. If only because the Kazekage's daughter used Tessen, just like Naruto herself. What do you say? Sasuke turned to her, nodding at the fan. Despite the fact that the art of Tessenjutsu itself was almost lost, there were many types of fighting fans in the world. Some masters were specially engaged only in their manufacture. Although the art of combat itself was lost and forgotten every year, only miserable foundations remained of it. The current fighters did not know how to third of what the masters of the past did. Naruto was lucky, his grandmother left her notes. Without them, the girl would not have coped with anything. Temari's fan emitted chakra for several meters. A trained eye identified a base made of chakra-conducting metal, fabric wings stitched with a special thread. Of course, an expensive toy, dangerous. Even when folded, by directing just a little bit of chakra, the kunoichi could deflect Tenten's weapons. And the sauls are not suitable for the work of the masters of Yuzushiogakure. They created only one fan for one person, sealed on his blood, chakra, life itself. Tessen ceased to be just a weapon, became a friend, brother, comrade in arms. He was treated like a living being. Uzumaki, including the grandmother, considered their fans to be animated, endowed with a special character and temperament, and gave them names. Sometimes Naruto thought she could feel the joyful trembling of her Tessen when she was about to fight Itachi. Or in childhood, when she was cold and frightened in summer thunderstorms, he became warm. With him, only good dreams always came to her. Tessenjutsu performed by Uzumaki turned into a whole philosophy, the doctrine of life in harmony with one's fan. One red-haired demon with a fan in his hands on the battlefield was worth a whole detachment. Because he was able not only to control the wind, but also to kill in a tough contact duel, reflect genjutsu or use other elements. And also, to seal other weapons, prisoners, maps, blow up. A lot more. And all this with the help of Tessenjutsu. Not a bad job, but short-lived. The girl shook her head. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed how the hermits listened to her. This fan has a simple fabric base, processed, not specially dressed material. He has his own, threshold, date Bayo. That is, he can only take a certain amount of chakra. As long as Temari is still a teenager, that's good. But the reserve can increase by 12% to 20 years, and another 3 or 4 to 25. That is, she will have to order fans at least 2 more times. In this case, the wear of the material should be taken into account. However, these are not the legendary Sannin cloaks that they receive in the worlds of summoning. Are you saying that? Yes, the Uzumaki made their Tessen from just such a material, so one fan followed its owner all his life. Naruto touched the seal affectionately that contained her Ayakashi, as her grandmother called it. Dark, with rich scarlet streaks, he listened to her perfectly. Later, after reading the Tessenjutsu theory, Naruto learned that her grandmother never used it. She sealed the fan in advance on the blood of her descendants, no matter in what generation. If you are worthy, Ayakashi will obey you. Just as rebellious as the demons. And just as faithful, if you manage to gain his trust. Tenten flew up to the very ceiling, long scrolls curled around her in a wondrous dance. She took out one weapon after another and threw it at her opponent, but she easily intercepted the fan and brushed them away. Tenten grinned and pulled the previously invisible strings. The weapon flew up to her, hung over the desert like a black, heavy cloud. Temari opened her fan completely. 3 moons. She grinned. A stream of wind soaked through with chakra blew Tenten away and threw him to the very edge of the field. The Kazekage's daughter has disappeared, to appear behind the opponent, fly over her head on a straightened Tessen, like a huge bat. With a bloodthirsty smirk, Temari jumped to the floor, waved her fan. Cutting wind technique. No no. Uzumaki's sonorous voice rang out over the arena. Naruto stared at the activation of the ancient technique with wide eyes. If that's what she thinks, there will be nothing left of Tenten. She rushed forward onto the railing. Sasuke barely had time to catch her by the belt. We have to stop her. This technique will kill Tenten. We need to save her. She escaped, but the Uchiha held tightly, pressed her to him, hypnotizing with black eyes. And in these whirlpools Naruto saw herself, pale, frightened, with horror written on her face. The others did not understand why she was so alarmed. Well, they didn't even know. Late. There's nothing more to be done, Dobe. The whirlwind picked up Tenten, twisted it, lifted it up to the very ceiling. The girl gasped, her mouth open, she scratched her throat, trying to catch at least a drop of oxygen. Small scratches appeared on her shoulders, hips and chest, from which blood oozed. Relief hit Naruto as she slid to the floor, still supported by her friend's arms. Once again, Tessenjutsu played a bad joke on her. She forgot that all the treasures of knowledge of this science were buried with the maelstrom, and when she heard the name, she was frightened that Suna had become known from somewhere. A terrible Uzumaki fighting technique that only they used and feared by their enemies. Glory was carried through the centuries, the name was preserved, but the very essence was lost in people's memory. What are you so afraid of? Sakura asked, frowning. Rock Lee silently held out a glass of water. Cutting wind, a technique that cuts the enemy into uneven pieces. And it doesn't matter who is in front of her, the wind will not stop until the invested chakra ends, or until the person loses his pulse. The latter, by the way, happened more often. Now the others have already turned pale, imagining what could happen to Tenten, if Temari knew such a technique. The Kazekage's daughter just grinned widely. I heard about it, that's why I undertook to study it, the fan folded with a click. True, I did not think that I would be so mistaken in the name. Rock Lee couldn't resist. He jumped down, took his partner. How can you? Don't you have a heart at all? Temari came close, leaned close to the boy's ear. No, on the exhale. And jumped on the balcony to the brothers. Lee clenched his fists. I'll show you. I will avenge you for Tenten, I will show you, I will win you in a fair duel. Guy landed next to him and put his hand on the student's shoulder. And you'd better watch out, this guy is incredibly strong. Together, the Time Masters jumped onto the balcony again. Rock Lee never took his eyes off the stretcher Tenten lay on. Will you watch it, Naruto? The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise. I'm not a doctor, Lee. The Irenans at the hospital know best what to do. Rock looked her straight in the eyes, openly, seriously. I don't trust them, but I don't trust you. And I'll help you get past the guards. He put his hand on Sasuke's friend's shoulder. Sing already, Date Bayo. Narrowed her eyes, to which the Uchiha grunted, and Lee showed his thumb, realizing that the girl agreed. Extortionists, she concluded heavily. Shikamaru showed how laziness and genius can be perfectly combined in one organism. Naruto gloated, rubbing her pretty paws. Having a subordinate of a person banging his head against the walls is shameful, Orochimaru, very much. The next duel belonged to her. The opponent was Inuzuka Kiba. Well, not the worst choice, the same Niji or Gaara with a demon inside could get. It is unlikely that the arena is designed to find out which of the tailed ones is the coolest. Naruto, good luck. You will win. Yelled Rock Lee. Don't let us down, Dobe. Sasuke's eyes gleamed cheerfully. Problematic, woman, Shikamaru said and waved his hand at her. Naruto chuckled as he climbed downstairs. Come on Naruto, show him. Yelled Sakura. Kiba bared his teeth, leaning out of his jacket, thinly growled Inuzuki's snow-white dog, Akamaru. What can the main loser of Konoha show? He chuckled. You will lose. Don't wait, Date Bayo. The judge gave the go-ahead. Kiba immediately dropped to the ground, grew claws and rushed forward. His silhouette seemed to blur, dissolve, he was so fast. But what does this mean for a man who regularly fights with the genius of the Uchiha clan, and more than one? Naruto jumped high into the air, tucking her legs under her, letting the blow pass under her. Her clone had already landed on the floor, she herself stood on a kunai driven into the wall. Kiba growled as he hurled smoke bombs at the clone. A purple mist enveloped the fragile blonde figure. It was only now that Naruto noticed how small she seemed. Isn't it growing at all? Together with the pet, the opponent expected to beat her in a smoke screen while she was disoriented, but the clone dissipated after the first blow. It's time to act before the veil is completely gone. Sasuke often joked that there was an arsenal of shinobi hidden in her clothes and hairstyle. He hasn't looked at the backpack yet. From the numerous pockets of her dress, Naruto took out several bottles of perfume. Cheap, strong-smelling, she grabbed them for a distraction back in the forest of death, created several clones, covered them with henge mice. Ino and Sakura squealed as fragrant-smelling mice with small bottles in their paws jumped from her feet in all directions. They had to process as many places in the arena as possible. The strong point of the dog breeder clan was their keen sense of smell, but it could also become their weak point if you approached the sabotage skillfully. In the meantime, the smoke screen had vanished, and Kiba began to look around. Naruto jumped down to him, immediately created a dozen clones, which the enemy began to methodically exterminate, trying to get to the real one. And the girl took out a fan from the seals. Convulsive Sai Temari became her reward. Naruto knew what the desert girl was seeing. At that time, a man with an improved metal genome was in the service of the Uzumaki clan. He could germinate it, mix it with other materials, be it stone or wood. Or fabric. Such work was fabulously expensive, but who, if not the seal masters, had money? Dark wings with scarlet veins, sanding metallic fabric, flexible metal. Therefore, the fan could bend like a cloth and beat off the same senbons like steel. The crowning achievement of the masters of Uzushiogakure, a formidable battle weapon with a cutting edge and many seals all over. And the fabric itself perfectly conducted the chakra, absorbed it, could accumulate it. Grandmother knowingly put half a year on his improvement. She wanted to send her daughter to Konoha for the support she needed. It is a pity that my mother did not have the opportunity to fully appreciate her gift, as she chose not Tessenjutsu. On dark wings with scarlet streaks, Mon Uzumaki, so rarely seen on weapons now. You think you frightened me by pulling out a fan, like that girl from the sand? Kiba grinned. Akamaru became a complete copy of him, and two gray drills screwed into the air, headed towards her. Uzumaki bent, covering herself with a fan, sideways passed between them and sent after several air fists, dense balls of air that hit pain points. There was a howl, and in the meantime she received information from the missing clones that the spirits were splashed. A few strokes of the Tessen, and now a sugary sweet aroma floats over the arena. Getting up with difficulty, Kiba pinched his nose. Are you kidding, Uzumaki? He howled. You fight me with women's things. Beauty is a terrible force, Date Bayo. Naruto giggled. And a little quieter she added, and the more beautiful, the more terrible. Another smoke screen, which is dispersed by Ayakashi. The curved dance of Kunoichi and Tessen sent thin streams of air at the enemy, whipping the sides of the dog and man. Neither combat pills nor shuriken attacks helped. Naruto fought them off and continued her dance. The air whip is almost a childish technique of the Tessenjutsu school, but there is no need to demonstrate all your skills. She already lit up like a fan, she could not help but hurt Temari, who imagined herself to be the best. She wanted to childishly avenge Tenten, who tried her best. The beaten Kiba couldn't even move, Akamaru whined plaintively, covering his nose with his paw. The Irenans put them in the break room and went to get some medical supplies. Naruto quietly approached her former rivals. Inuzuka half opened one eye, with the same hand shielded the puppy lying on his chest. What do you want? He growled fearfully. Many would want to finish what they started in the arena if their opponent survived. Here, Naruto shoved a small vial under his nose. What is this? Painkiller. From them, she pointed with her chin in the direction where the white overalls had gone. You won't wait. They believe a shinobi should feel pain from wounds. So he will take care of himself and try not to end up in the hospital. Kiba nodded and drank half of the vial in one gulp. Can dogs drink it? Naruto thought as she remembered the ingredients. It seems that she did not use anything deadly, and it is unlikely that Akamaru will become ill from extracting tansy and arnica. Maybe you can, she shrugged. There are simple substances. Pour him in. He held out the rest of the potion. Naruto carefully lifted Akamaru's head, unclenched his jaws. The puppy swallowed hard, barked uncertainly, and licked the girl's hand. Naruto stroked the soft fur with her fingertips. Sorry, I didn't mean to hit you, she apologized to the puppy. But I wanted you. She pursed her lips towards Kiba. He laughed hoarsely, raising his hands. Get well. Only the tip of a light braid waved in the air, and near the patient fussed Irenen. Friends greeted her with joyful exclamations. Rock even danced around a certain dance of the winner. Well done, Hataki nodded. As always, Soft managed not to kill Kiba. And shared painkillers with him, Sasuke put in. Big-eyed you are mine, Naruto showed her tongue, looked at the scoreboard. Hinata versus Niji. But this is, a Date Bayo. She gasped in shock. At the academy, only the blind and deaf didn't know that Niji hated Hinata with every fiber of his being. Not much has changed since release. The same blood flowed in them, their fathers were twin brothers, and only a minute separated Hisashi from the title of head of the clan. Instead, he got the seal of submission on his forehead and the eternal fear of the tearing pain of punishment. Naruto had a chance to see how members of a side branch of the clan were being punished. Kyumo has long licked his lips at the Hyuga clan's dojutsu. One day, their ambassador to the village decided to steal the clan's heiress, Hinata. He organized the kidnapping, which was stopped at the very last moment. The ambassador himself was killed. This threatened strife, a war between Kyumo and List. No evidence was found against them, it was impossible to prove the abduction, but the death of an important official. The rest of the members of the diplomatic mission demanded the death of the current head of the clan. So like a brother, Niji's father replaced him with himself, gave his life. He kept the peace between the villages, the well-being of his family. Although it is unlikely that Niji himself knew the details of the case. True, this did not change the fact that Niji was left without a father and got the seal of submission on his forehead. Sometimes Naruto even sympathized with him, although she did not understand how it was possible to be such a scoundrel in relation to the sweet, timid Hinata. Despite her clan upbringing, the downtrodden heiress grows. And now they were pitted, almost forced to fight each other. Genuine interest flickered across the Hokage's face. And Naruto wondered if the selection of pairs for fights was so random. Don't give up, Hinata. Uzumaki leaned over the railing, almost fell out. Show him what you're worth. I believe in you, Date Bayo. A timid smile, a faint glint of pale eyes. And the real beating that followed. Hinata fought, showed all her skills. Almost on equal terms, she opposed Niji, evaded, used the clan style. She even activated a dojutsu. Their movements, harmonious, similar, amazed. There is no spectacle in fights with the Byakugan. First of all, they are designed for internal damage, and not for external manifestations. But the taijutsu itself, great. Niji almost killed Hinata. At the very last moment he was stopped by the mentors of all the Konoha teams. Naruto jumped down, ran to the fallen girl. Knocked out Tenketsu is not the worst thing. The Irenans will be able to restart the Kirakukiai. But the morale made me worry. Yet Niji, chatting during the battle, hit on the most painful, the Kunoichi's inability to stand up for herself, her modesty. Inexpressiveness, as Hyuga herself believed. Well done. You fought amazingly, Hinata. Naruto stroked the girl's hand. Hyuga smiled and closed her eyes, losing consciousness. The Uzumaki spun around to face Niji, fury rising in her chest. And only the endless lessons in self-control from Grandpa Ka helped to contain the famous fiery temperament of her clan. Niji snorted contemptuously. Losers will always remain losers. Such is their fate. Fate, you say? Naruto smiled wickedly. After these words, the rage subsided, the girl calmed down. What about your destiny? What is she like? Are you from the Hyuga side branch? She said softly. Yes, Niji drawled, not understanding what she was leading to. Then you must protect the representatives of the main branch, even at the cost of your own life. Is this your destiny? Yes, the genius began to reach, but it was too late. So why did you almost kill the heiress and thereby go against your fate? Naruto bowed her head, mockingly, sarcastically looking into the pale eyes of the confused guy. Don't worry, Naruto, Rock Lee's warm hand brought welcome support. I want to fight Sasuke and then Niji. Or you will fight him. Together we will avenge Hinata. I agree, Date Bayo. The girl smiled. Their plans were not destined to come true. Dog no Gaara, sand demon of the desert. Against him, neither the speed that increased after removing heavy loads from his legs, nor all the skill of Tai Rock Lee, helped him. Absolute protection from sand. And the same absolute hatred that swept through the arena in waves. As he began to pound Lee on the back, Naruto released a tiny bit of the Kyuubi's demonic chakra for a moment, just a second. Gaara whirled around with a predatory expression as he slithered through the ranks of the genin, looking for the source of his power. The reason for your hatred. Kurama explained that Shikaku, his younger brother, had always hated power. And he only respected her. Gaara sniffed the air like a bloodhound, trying to locate his enemy. In the features of his face appeared other, inhuman, bestial. And he was no longer human. Demon, inside and out. Fear seized the insides with an icy palm, slipped like a slimy snake into the stomach. If her seal had not been so strong, if she had not made friends with Kyuubi, the same fate would have awaited her. The semi-sentient weapon of the village, whose body is tightly intertwined with the aura of the demon, with its energy. So dense that they cannot exist without each other. It was only now that Naruto realized with horror what Kurama was trying to warn her about. Shikaku has no restraints, his cage is Gaara's entire body, his only prison and boundaries. Gaara's mind is Shikaku's and vice versa. A lasting symbiosis where each of the members suffers from the presence of the other. The raccoon can only hate and does not know how to love at all. They didn't teach him. So he does what he can do best, a voice sounded inside. You're unstable again, he answered the silent question. Apparently the boy was too small when the biju was sealed in him. Ask the painted one, there he is, rubbing himself next to him. You liked him. Naruto mentally growled at the merry demon, but obediently turned to Kankuro. For Kyubi, what is happening is just toys, but for her it is a terrible reality in which Lee has already used the lotus. A painful technique that broke a shinobi's body. But the lotus always blooms twice. Tell me, she approached Kankuro. Sasuke looked askance, silently guarding. Has Gaara been a demon since childhood? She did not know how to formulate the question differently, so as not to give herself away. Yes, the puppeteer nodded eagerly. He became them in the womb. His semi-sentient sand protected him from the cradle. And he killed everyone who came close to him. He enjoyed the terror of the Uzumaki. Naruto couldn't help himself. From the womb, Gaara was changed even before birth, instilled in him by Shikaku. For what? How could an embryo that does not yet have will and reason become a full-fledged Jinchuriki? Here the demon worked on it. Lee! Her voice rang out over the arena along with the crunching of bones. Gaara thrashed his opponent's arm and leg. After the opening of the gates of pain, the battle was ended by the victory of the hermit. Guy himself interrupted him, admitting the defeat of the student. Naruto rushed to his friend, helped put him on a stretcher. Kurama, can you please help him? She yelled. Her voice echoed over the water. The caged fox grimaced and twitched his ear. There is only one call that can restore the damaged nervous system of the boy. Slug Katsuyu. Summon Tsunade Senju, Naruto finished doomed. It was like someone was running a soft tail across his cheek. Don't you dare cry, vessel. Fox growled indignantly. Uzumaki, don't give up. For what? She asked with her lips as Gaara walked by. You're not bad, Date Bayo. She whispered furiously. Confusion, almost despair, appeared on the boy's face. He quickly turned away and left. Naruto watched as Lee was carried away. Together with Guy, she listened to the Irionan's verdict. It was hard to believe that Rock Lee would no longer be able to fight. Becoming a shinobi was his cherished dream from childhood. He went to her, overcoming everything in his path. Is this how it all ends? Will he be disabled for the rest of his life? Scanning according to the method of Princess Senju showed not only broken bones of the arm and leg, but fragments that stuck into the spinal cord. It's amazing how Lee was even able to get to his feet with such injuries. He must have been in terrible pain. The rest of the qualifying round passed for her in a blur. Kurama was right, the Uzumaki didn't give up, and Naruto was already mentally in her personal library, among the copied scrolls by Tsunade Senju. She was looking for anything that could help get Lee back on his feet. If necessary, she would make a pact with Katsuyu. But he will not leave a friend, never and for nothing. The Hokage divided them into pairs, each named the name of his opponent in the first battle of the third stage. And he gave a month to prepare, so that the opponents again did not know what to prepare for, because the qualifying tournament allowed them to know each other's strengths. Naruto got Niji, but Sasuke got Gaara's number. When the official part was over, they were sent home so that the genin could find teachers for themselves. Don't worry, he and Sasuke stood aside. My brother will train me. And what will you do? I will return to myself the former control over the chakra. The girl rubbed her stomach. The seal still ached painfully. And I'll make some preparations for the battle. Don't kill the idiot, Dobe. The Uchiha rolled his eyes. Let's look at his behavior, team. The Uzumaki chuckled. Kakashi-sensei, are you going to train me alone? Sakura screamed. Hatake doomedly agreed. So these two were attached. Sasuke was glad that he would not see Haruno in the next month. Sasuke choked with delight as he talked about the qualifying fights, about the opponent's techniques. And that he got the strongest opponent, Gaara no dog. Ototo was happy, anticipating a challenge to his skill. But as soon as he crossed the threshold of the room, he fell asleep exhaustedly. Itachi only managed to drag the futon on which the little brother collapsed. The elder carefully covered him with a blanket, pushed the door leaf and went downstairs. Asleep? The father chuckled. Ichem. Go check Naruto. His mother handed him a pie. I'm worried about the girl. How is she after meeting Orochimaru? And what did he do with her seal? Can the demon escape from it? Fugaku frowned. Itachi bowed briefly and left, deciding to walk. Thanks to the Sharingan, he could see through his clone's eyes, provided the bird was within a short distance, of course. And he was struck by the poisonous burning feeling that appeared in his chest when Naruto threw himself on his brother's neck. At that moment, he experienced a thirst for murder. He wanted to tear the student from the Ototo. And he hardly restrained himself from appearing at the qualifying round in person. He did not change his face, did not betray his condition in any way, continued to sit on the tree, but Shisui said that darkness settled in his eyes at that moment. Only Naruto's simple words could cool his fury, her smile, her touch. As if touched on the cheek. At the very beginning of their acquaintance, she often checked the wrinkles near his nose, whether they were real. He remembered how she sat on his lap and, with an important, concentrated look, began to study. There are many of them, short, precious memories, they are bright, like diamond splashes of water on a sunny day. And almost everyone is related to Naruto. Itachi realized that he no longer remembered the previous life. Before it, it all merged into an endless series of days. While every day with the Uzumaki was special, she helped build relationships with her brother and parents, mysteriously managed to rally the entire clan. Uchiha now often held common holidays, knew each other's names. Lively, sincere laughter sounded more and more often in the quarter. A sorceress, not a shinobi, it is just right to recognize her as a Ikai, the spirit of the elements or nature. He stopped analyzing his attitude towards her, let everything go the way it goes. The time will come, and he will understand the name of that warm feeling that she evokes. The main thing is not to be too late. Hyuga Niji. He was considered the most gifted genin in his set, as was the Ototo in his. A talented shinobi, despite being from a side branch. Itachi suspected that Hayashi, not too happy with his eldest daughter, would gladly marry her to Niji in order to preserve the genome and finally remove all the differences between the main branch and the side branch. It was with him that Naruto had to fight. But she is more of a long-range fight, while Hyuga prefers hard contact. Of course, the girl has good achievements in Tai, but this may not be enough if they do not come up with something urgently. Itachi's path lay past the baths when he noticed a shaggy snow-white ponytail of unkempt hair. This could only belong to one person, Konoha's chief intelligence officer, the Toad Sannin. Uchiha immediately calculated all the options, based on what the Ototo told about Orochimaru. Other than the serpent, Jiraiya was the only person who knew enough Fuinjutsu. Jiraiya-san, Itachi called softly. The man shuddered and looked around. Relief flashed across his face. Ah, it's you, Itachi-kun. Long time no see. How big and strong you have become. Your parents are proud of you. Surely there is no end to the brides. The man exclaimed happily, looking at the Uchiha from all sides. Itachi smiled thinly. He liked the carefree, easygoing Sannin, although his sometimes excessive carelessness caused a lot of trouble. But it was Jiraiya who at one time continued the lessons of Kushina-san, showing a lot of good seals that the young man planned to show Naruto at one time. Speaking of Naruto, Jiraiya-san, a friend of mine may need help from a Fuinjutsu expert. Familiar? The Sannin perked up, his eyes lit up. Is she beautiful? Itachi's smile deepened. About the search for inspiration of the Toad Sannin, legends were made not only in Konoha, but also in all more or less large cities with baths. Very. Her last name is Uzumaki. Jiraiya frowned and nodded. In the village, only one person could bear such a surname. He and the Uchiha slowly walked towards the old shinobi dorms. Itachi slid through the window, leaving the Sannin waiting outside the door. He found Naruto lying on the bed. In one hand she clutched a bitten sandwich, in the other, a comb. Her hair, wet from the shower, flowed in tangled strands down her back, down to the floor. Itachi stroked his hot shoulder lightly and blew into his ear. Naru, wake up! Wake up! Shook already more insistently. The girl reluctantly opened her eyes, found him with a dull look and, apparently, did not immediately recognize him. What, do you need, Datebeo? She yawned, stretched, without releasing a sandwich. Surprised, she looked at him and looked at Itachi. Hello. She smiled broadly, blowing her bangs out of her eyes. Long time no see. The Uchiha chuckled. Let the guest in, he is waiting at the door. Who? The girl went to the exit, straightening her crumpled house dress. Your godfather. To be honest, Itachi's girlfriend's reaction was fearful. Being an orphan, an outcast, and suddenly finding out that somewhere you have a strong godfather who could help, protect, but preferred to hang around somewhere instead. Kushina-san would have talked to him a long time ago. With the help of a frying pan and the Kyubi chakra, Naruto just raised an eyebrow. About how? And that's it. What's on her mind is unclear. The Sannin entered the apartment, carefully examining the girl. She, chewing on the sandwich on the go, stomped into the kitchen, mumbling something inviting. 15 minutes later they had cups, a teapot, and a basket of biscuits in front of them. Please eat. Itachi said that you are his friend. My name is Naruto Uzumaki, the girl smiled. She washed herself, brought herself to her senses a little, although there was a trace of a pillow on her cheek, and she left her hair loose. It was dry and combing it became a whole problem. How did Itachi understand her? My name is the Great Toad Sage of Mount Myaboku Jiraiya. Shook his mane Sannin. An old pervert who writes vulgar books that Kakashi-san reads, the Uzumaki concluded. Itachi continued to drink tea, and the Sannin choked with indignation. He blushed, turned pale under the cheerful look of his blue eyes. Orochimaru somehow altered Naruto's seal, he hurried to intervene. Jiraiya-san, could you make it the way it was before? Naruto tensed up beside her, ready to break loose and run away instantly. To prevent this, Itachi took her hand, began to stroke the protruding bone, reassuring her. And he wondered to himself how thin her wrist was. He easily grabbed it with 2 fingers. And at the same time he manages to wield the heaviest tessen. The Sannin gazed intently at their clasped hands and chewed his lips. He obviously did not expect that the girl was aware of her chosenness. To do this, I need to see the seal. Naruto blushed and recoiled. A difficult childhood left its mark on her, difficulties with trust. Despite her light disposition, she had a hard time getting along with people. She could chat, have fun, laugh, but to really trust. And not everyone was allowed to touch her. It took more than 1 month for Itachi to see her reel behind the mask of a laid-back blonde. Itachi? A raised eyebrow. Naruto, the corners of his lips turned up. For some reason, it was his smile that always aroused delight in the girl. I'll be there, I won't let anything bad happen. Naruto nodded and went to change. Trusts. The seal of concentration, and a spiral appears on the stomach, surrounded by intricate seals. And around, a few more, they occupy almost the entire area of /U200B/U200B peritoneum. Jiraiya squatted down, touched her with his palm, which made the girl flinch, and only iron self-control kept her in place. Itachi was proud of his student. The Uchiha activated the Sharingan, he knew what the master was seeing. A thin trickle of crimson rage pours into Naruto's blue calmness. Or not quite rage. Itachi frowned. He did not feel the malice of the demon at all, his presence, yes, but there was no that hatred that reigned earlier in his energy. Rather, excitement, anticipation and something else. It's hard to figure it out, especially if it's not a sensor. That's it. The Sannin understood. Your seals are double. Even if the demon energy breaks the first boundary, the second will allow it to dissolve into your chakra. They are both even. But there's an odd seal on top that breaks your control. Now, just a minute. He struck the seal with a flourish, the girl exhaled sharply, closed her eyes. A scarlet thread began to disappear from the sky blue, the background is leveled. Itachi sighed in relief. Toad infection. Ruined all the fun. And how did the new seal interfere with him? Not that Kyubi was angry, but he could not help scolding the hermit. Thank you, Jiraiya-san, Date Bayo. You helped me a lot, Naruto bowed, impersonal, like a real Heim. Itachi understood that she would not say, would keep silent about the fact that she knew the status of a Sannin. Do not let into your life. They drank some more tea, chatted, and then Jiraiya ran away in search of inspiration. Don't be offended by him, Naru. It was sent away right after your parents died. He hugged her, pressed her to him, her shoulders trembled, and her eyes were dry and lifeless. All childhood, Naruto dreamed of such a person that would come and drive away her offenders. And now he, the godfather, did not even want to get to know her better. It's not easy for him either. He loved both Kushina and Minato. Was waiting for you. The third one forbade him and Tsunade from taking custody of you. Give him time to adjust, you'll see, Jiraiya-san isn't a bad person. Just weird. And perverted, Naruto chuckled. Some of his books are worth something. You read? Itachi was surprised. Looked once, grimaced Uzumaki. The first ones are nothing, but the rest, too much love and little meaning. Can you help me comb my hair? She turned her back. With pleasure. With a light heart, Itachi plunged his hands into the heavy, silky wealth. A month of preparation has flown by. Naruto came up with a plan of action against Niji. As Itachi predicted, the Arrow Sannin was used to the idea of having such an adult goddaughter. They began to walk together. Jiraiya knew many interesting and instructive stories, and, most importantly, knew how to tell them. Naruto listened, memorized, some even adopted. She especially liked the description of the adventures of the then young Sannin. How Tsunadeheim chased the godfather. Jiraiya blushed in response to the merry laughter, mumbling something under his breath. When he offered the girl to sign a contract with toads, Naruto still refused. It was not hers, she did not feel in herself a kinship with them, and she did not yet have enough determination for a free call. Fortunately, the godfather was not offended, said that she was acting very reasonably for her age. Not like some drunk grannies. Nothing was found for Lee. In a month, the girl read more works on medicine than in her entire previous life. At night, she visited the patient, examined him again and again, scanned him, took tests and made his way to the hospital laboratory. True, she had to make such raids during the duty of certain doctors who treated her better than others. Nothing worked. Everything seemed to be about getting pieces out of the spine, healing injuries, monitoring the heartbeat, and controlling the chakra circulation system. And all this at the same time. One doctor simply does not have enough hands and energy, and at least Class B Irenans were few. And Kabuto disappeared somewhere, on whom great hopes were pinned. The medic just disappeared, as if he didn't exist. Naruto climbed the wall again into the open window of Lee's room. The nurse was talking very loudly to herself near the bushes where the girl was sitting. She was angry at the recalcitrant patient who drags himself into the yard for training and faints there. Well, is that the case? Naruto was bringing him vitamins of her own making, some stimulants. And also carefully developed the damage, did not allow them to encapsulate. Slowly so as not to harm. Uzumaki was aware of the lack of education, skills and abilities, so she did not affect the spine itself, taking care of the areas around it, the arm and leg. But looking into Lee's eyes, seeing the hope in them and knowing that you can't justify it, it hurts. Perhaps that is why she went at night when the patient was sleeping. I left him favorite fruits and wildflowers, fresh each time. Someone was standing by Lee's bed today. Naruto heard the rustle of sand on the walls, recognized the short red hair. The fan flew into his hand, the whirlwind threw Gaara against the wall. What do you want to do with Lee? She asked softly, although it was not possible to wake her drugged friend. I came to kill him, the hermit remarked soullessly. Why, Datebeo? Even in the womb, I was infused with a desert demon named Shikaku, the incarnation of a monk from our village, whose spirit was imprisoned in a special vessel. Gaara looked past her, the sand swirling, entwining around. He brought madness into my mind. I have problems with emotions. And my father abandoned the plan to make a weapon out of me. Abandoned the plan that ruined my mother and me. The guy was trembling, clutching at the edge of his clothes. I'm no longer needed. Tell me, how can you live without a purpose in life? He is connected to Shikaku, bound by unbreakable threads. And the worst thing is that he realizes that not everything is in order, that his mind is damaged. But nothing can be done. And I realized, my goal will be what I was created for. Murder. After all, people are afraid of those who are stronger than them. And as long as such shinobi exist, as long as they need to be killed, then I will also exist. I will become Hokage. And you recognize me. She, too, wanted to find her place in life, a purpose for which she could exist. She had grandparents, friends, comrades. For many years she lives only for them, to help those who are dear. Gaara doesn't. Naruto slowly approached, carefully taking his hand. Any shinobi is a weapon. But I'm sure our parents wouldn't want that kind of life for us. My mother would like me to learn techniques, especially ninjutsu, not to borrow, save money after every mission. Don't always listen to Jiraiya, Datebeo. The girl smiled weakly. And yours? She moved strands from the tattoo on her forehead. You can't put such a hieroglyph if you don't love a person and don't wish him happiness. Black-rimmed eyes widened, Gaara grunted, grabbed his head, and ran out. Naruto gripped the rails of the hospital bed, her spine relaxing a little. The tension receded. Didn't break, didn't kill. So, is there still hope? From the very evening noble guests began to arrive in the village. The confidants of the daimyo, the Kazekage and his bodyguards, many famous shinobi and just important people. Bright caravans stretched along the roads, gathering crowds of people. Fights were traditionally held at a specially equipped training ground. Large arena with trees, bushes and small protruding rocks. Above it were stands, separately, a box for special guests. The uchiha took their place near the head of the Hyuga, who had come with Hanabi's youngest daughter. Fugaku bowed sedately to his fellow leader as Mikoto settled into the seat, taking her husband and son's seats. Itachi, like an heir, stood behind his father's shoulder like a silent statue, saw Hayashi's appraising looks. For a long time, the man had already offered to intermarry with the clans, but Fugaku always refused, not wanting to interrupt his genome with a weaker dojutsu. Yes, and Kagami Uchiha, with his fox agility and devilish cunning, should not be written off. What he said, appearing next to the head of the clan and bowing ceremoniously to him. He was followed by an indifferent Shisui. Finally, the ceremony ended and they took their places. The genin entered the arena. Itachi saw a proud Ototo in a dark uniform with the mono of the Uchiha clan on his back. Naruto stayed close, short, slender, with a thick golden braid and a fan behind her back, in a simple knee-length blue dress. She smiled absently as she listened to Shiranui Genma. Her fight was first in line. Itachi clenched his fists. Good luck. For Naruto. He heard talk about the strongest genin, about his abilities. I saw how the head of the Hyuga clan drew himself up. Itachi gritted his teeth, seemingly calm. He must believe in Naruto. Gotta support her. He promised. Opponents began to probe each other with trial blows. Neji blocked a couple of points in Naruto's body, for which he immediately received a heavy fan on the shoulder. The touch is casual, but it is quite painful if you know how to hit. Naruto knew. They quickly moved one after another. Neji tried to touch the Uzumaki, who slipped away, throwing him away with waves of wind. Finally, Hyuga got fed up with this and charged forward, attacking. Blondes in blue sundresses filled the playground with a bang. Neji was confused by so many simultaneously working opponents, and Itachi, with the help of his Sharingan, saw how the real Naruto slid first to one side of the sight, then to the other. There was no system at all in her movements. She barely managed to escape from the second point, when Neji dealt with all the clones. And attacked. The girl managed to block several blows, even answer a couple of times, for which she had to throw a Tessen. But she was not as strong in taijutsu as her opponent. Itachi saw her pain, her bitten lip. She flew off to the walls, but each time she rose. Again and again. Your destiny is to lose to me, Hyuga hissed as he resumed his stance. Naruto wiped the blood from her lips. Do you think so, Datebeo? It doesn't matter to me whether you win or lose. Yes, of course I want to win, but most of all I need to avenge Hinata. She fought not for victory, not for the title of Chunin. She fought for your respect, and you humiliated her so much, Datebeo. Naruto straightened up and put his hand in the pocket of his dress. Neji was worried. I can't forgive you for that. The scroll unfolded and kunai flew at the boy. With a whirling motion, he created a dome that repulsed all the shells. But isn't this a clan technique known only to the main branch? However, Naruto didn't seem to be bothered by this. She closed the fan and carefully placed it under her feet. And then rushed at Neji with a kunai. So silly. Hayashi Hyuga commented on her actions, referring mainly to his daughter Hanabi, but looking at the Uchiha out of the corner of his eye. Itachi bit his lip until it bled. It's good that Shisui covered him from the side. Neji used the 64 touches technique against Naruto. His heart sank when he saw how his girl was being beaten. She screamed helplessly, tried to run away, but Neji always caught up with her. And beat again. The stands and spectators disappeared, their cries disappeared. There was no father and mother. Itachi's entire world had shrunk to a tiny point of light, a patch of ground where Naruto had been beaten. Narrowed down to collapse. In his red and black Tsukiyami world, the sun had finally risen. And he, the fool, did not immediately notice this. If he didn't have the Mangekyo Sharingan, he would awaken it now. Because there, in the arena, the person dearest to him suffered. Itachi? Shisui touched the white knuckles. The Mangekyo Sharingan looked at him and plunged him into an illusion. I love her, Itachi replied simply. And disappeared. Shisui chuckled and shook his head. It took you a long time. Sasuke will be happy. And slipped out after him. A fraction of a second was enough for them, no one noticed the red eyes. And Itachi stared back at the arena where Naruto was taking the final blows. Now he was collected, cold. He knew what he wanted to achieve. Naruto should be his. He will not give it to any other lucky person. It is only his son, personal, only for his world. All Uchiha were owners, this quality boiled in their blood. But only now Itachi realized his strength and power. Naruto should belong to him, of his own free will. And nothing else. Are you giving up? Meanwhile asked Neji Hyuga. And he received a blow with a heavy Tessen in the stomach at the moment when he was weakened by the technique he had just performed, flew off into the funnel that he created with his rotation. And the bluish walls of the barrier were erected around him. It was only then that he noticed that Naruto had one foot on the scroll. Only now I realized all the insidiousness of her plan. Itachi was proud of his girl. Naruto used numerous distractions to place kunai with prepared seals in the arena, the basis for the barrier, its four corners. She placed the scroll beforehand and sealed the chakra in it, too, while Niji fought the shadow clones. All that remained was to lure Hyuga to the calculated point and lock him up. I had to sacrifice the chakra circulation system, but it worked. In the intervals between the last blows, while there was still energy left, the girl transferred the chakra needed for the push into a scroll, that one into a kunai. A small pebble can cause a whole avalanche. The blank in the scroll led to the simultaneous activation of all the others. Not a single four-sided barrier, but four identical walls extended in a certain direction, a scroll, a lid on top. A real fuin, a long-forgotten art. Delightful. Kagami Uchiha said. If she was mistaken even by a hand, took an extra step, she would be inside the barrier with Niji. If I had put the scroll in the wrong place, the system would not have worked. Awesome plan. And amazing barrier techniques. Immediately calculated the benefits of the father. The Uchiha present snickered contentedly, the Hyuga glanced at them in annoyance. Naruto fell on his back with his arms outstretched. Itachi saw her happy smile, sparkling eyes. Are you alive there? Shiranui Ginma asked, not at all like a judge. Yeah, Date Bayo. The girl still got up, leaning on the tessen. She sat down, crossed her legs, made a seal of concentration. I'll come to my senses now. Niji tried to get out of the barrier, hit him with chakra, screamed, but the walls did not even think of falling. Uzumaki did not stint to prepare more energy. Yes, and the color of the barrier. Itachi remembered that to destroy such a fuin, the chakra of the same element as that of the creator is required. That is, in this case, water and wind. The veins bulged, the Byakugan fired, and the boy recoiled as a furious chakra flame flared up inside the girl's body, evil, crushing. As a doctor, Naruto was not able to correct the effects of knocked out Tenketsu, but she could restart her own system with the help of the Kyuubi's chakra. And when did you learn? Itachi realized that he had accumulated a lot of questions to the last representative of the Uzumaki clan. The story told by Niji struck, made the stands erupt with bewilderment, indignation, sympathy. And Naruto replied in her favorite way, you're not special, Niji, and you never were. The world is full of people who are also unlucky in life, they have lost everything, and which are different from the rest. She pressed her hand to her stomach for a moment. And if you think that the fate of all people is the same, death, why are you fighting, Datebayo? I fight because I know, only I myself determine what my future will be. The swirling chakra swirling around her subsided, vanished from her stomach. The girl approached the barrier, began to fold the seals, first against one wall, then the other. Third, fourth and scroll. If it was a single technique, it would be much easier, otherwise she had to repeat all 5 times again. The seals on the kunai flared, and the scroll smoked. The barrier seal appeared, and Niji's vortex was at the very center of the intersecting lines. The walls went from blue to orange. What are you up to? I'm making changes to the seal, Naruto said absently. Don't interfere. She waved him off. After a couple of minutes, Niji began to settle down, breathing heavily, shallowly, sweat rolling down his forehead, flooding the cursed seal from which he pulled off the bandage earlier. What happened with me? The chakra has stopped transmitting oxygen, you will soon suffocate, the Uzumaki shrugged, again conjuring over the seals. When the enemy lost consciousness, the barrier was asleep. She looked up at the judge. I won, Date Bayo. Shiranui Ginma, having chewed Senbon, was forced to recognize Niji as a loser. The Hyuga lay on a bunk in the arena's infirmary, the Irionans diagnosed him with exhaustion. Fortunately, no internal organs were affected, the seal did not harm the body. For a long time no one came across the art of Uzumaki, doctors managed to forget the influence of their techniques. A hot hand lay on his forehead, Niji was surprised to find his former rival beside him. She smiled warmly as she sent the med chakra to him. And what is my habit of helping all defeated opponents? She asked, winking at him. Niji closed his eyes for a moment. Do you really think that you can decide your own fate? Even in the Hyuga clan? Yeah, Date Bayo. Naruto removed her hand, and for a second, the boy wanted to return it to its place. He overcame an incomprehensible desire. And the girl looked out the window, behind which 2 birds soared freely. Did you see that orange energy I used? Hyuga nodded. She prescribed me only one way, a weapon, preferably blunt and silent. Ready for everything. But I want to become the chief Irionan, and I will achieve this. I'm sure, Niji smiled, it will. He grabbed her hand and smacked it loudly on his forehead. Naruto giggled, then stood up. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. They came to you. I'll leave you alone. Get well. The girl left, letting Hayashi Hyuga go ahead. Niji tensed. Judging by the head's face, this is going to be a tough conversation. For the sake of greater entertainment, the battles were reversed. Sasuke was moved to the bottom of the list, which the Uchiha got mad at in his deadpan manner. "It's okay, you won't have time to blink an eye before the others finish," Naruto reassured him. "But there is time to check if everything is in place, Bayo." The Uchiha nodded, his eyes blank. He remembered and listed the places and the stash that they store. For the tournament, Naruto prepared specially for him explosion seals for storing weapons, and even sealed several fireballs, to be honest, her first such experience. So the Uchiha decided that he would use them only as a last resort. Kankuro gave up his fight and Shikamaru, with a lazy genius, won, but withdrew the win in favor of Temari. And now it's Sasuke's turn. "Good luck, topic." "Thank you, Dobe." Sasuke didn't like Gaara from the first minute. He mumbled something, asked someone for forgiveness. And then his sand attacked. Uchiha dodged, with a smile applied the entire arsenal copied from Lee. It will definitely be necessary to help Naruto seek treatment for him, such a taijutsu master and comrade should not disappear. Damn Dobe, all her influence. He already has friends outside the clan. His speed was inferior to Lee's, but Sasuke had his own advantage, Sharingan, a powerful copying technique. He began to cut circles around Gaara, tangling him in his favorite fishing line. From behind, to the pumpkin with a quick movement, he attached the explosion seal. The hermit didn't even notice. He jumped in front, hit with his knee in the stomach, with his hand, under the ribs. And jumped back as the sand rushed to the defense. It formed an impenetrable ball around Gaara, dense, hard. All blows were extinguished in him. He changed, tried to prick the Uchiha on spikes, not letting him through to Gaara locked inside. Okay, as Kagami-san says, there is no hold against scrap. True, he attributed this to the stubbornness of the Dobe. Shirsui from Itachi's kick showed him a new technique, however, he did not have time to really work it out, the acceleration was still too big, but he could not think of another one yet. Flying up the wall, he quickly rushed down. The wind whistled in my ears, 1,000 birds sang in my hand. Chidori is a powerful Sharingan technique for striking in the forehead. Lightning pierced the sand, nearly reached Gaara's face, and died out. The sand again closed its bearer, which was folding some kind of seals, though Sasuke had already achieved his goal. The thin line that he wrapped around Gaara at the beginning of the duel went inside the cocoon, and affected the explosion seal. While there is no chakra in it, the sand did not notice it, which means that it has only one attempt. Sasuke directed the energy along the thread. The explosion scattered the sand, threw back the taken aback hermit, almost swept away the stunned Uchiha with a wave. Correctly, he decided to wait with the dope seals. She, as always, overdid it and put too much chakra into it. Or was she the one who cared so much about him? To stay alive with such care? Sasuke glanced at his friend. She looked a little unhappy. From his lips he read, "I overdid it a little, Bayo." Overdone? Well, then he will arrange for her. The explosion seemed to be a signal. The stands fell into a dream. The Kazekage grabbed the Hokage and soared to the roof of a neighboring building, where four incomprehensible personalities set up a powerful fire barrier. Another distant explosion, noise and screams. A guide from Suna jumped into the arena. What's happening? Sasuke looked around. His parents, brother, Shirsui and Kagami-san, in the company of Kakashi and Guy, have already fought with unfamiliar personalities with the sound protector. Genma landed next to Sasuke and fought off the kunai thrown by the Sunavite. Meanwhile, the Kazekage children picked up their brother, who had passed out from the explosion, and rushed off somewhere. As soon as he restores the chakra, the plan will continue, the hermit smiled. And wheezed, a kunai pierced his throat. The Uchiha entered the arena. Out of breath Naruto ran up. Training with Itachi has been beneficial. Now the Genjutsu was not so easy to defeat. Sasuke, catch up with Gaara, you need to intercept him, his father commanded. Kagami-san, Mikoto, you'll take care of the snakes at the edge of the village. He nodded in the direction where the smoke was coming from. Naruto, help us breach the barrier around the Hokage. Itachi, Shirsui, you are with me. I'm listening. At the same time they responded and rushed in all directions. Behind the barrier, wearing the Kazekage robes, stood Orochimaru. As soon as the Uchiha landed, the Hokage's men rushed towards them. Can you remove the barrier? No, but we have a Fuinjutsu master with us, Fugaku pointed at Naruto. She was already crawling with might and main around one of the fiery walls, hissing something under her breath. Then she took out a book and began to hastily flip through the pages. Naruto? Itachi asked cautiously. I have never done anything like this, but my grandmother was fond of not only creating, but also breaking various seals, she said, her eyes ran over the lines. Comparing the drawings. A thin little book containing several volumes. Another fuin of the legendary clan. Without it, one cannot become a master. Ku, Naruto-chan, do you really want to break my barrier? The serpent grinned. Welcome. I have a surprise for you. Wooden closed sarcophagi began to appear from the roof. And only the third managed to stop the Hokage. From the first two came men in ancient armor. Hashirama-san and Tobirama-san. Shisui gasped behind the girl's back. Itachi didn't take his eyes off the blonde braid. Sarutobi glanced askance at the girl who was not at all surprised, who did not even take her eyes off the book. Forgive me, Naruto. She chuckled, shrugged. It's stupid to apologize for something you don't regret, old man. Is not it? There was a bitter line on his lips that Itachi wanted to smooth out with his fingers. No one hurried Uzumaki, but everyone present understood that time was running out. Soon the first and second rulers of the village will come to their senses and will be able to fight at full strength. And then the third and the whole leaf will not do well. Hooray, I found it, Date Bayo. Naruto quickly read the open page. I will not remove the barrier, not with my level of knowledge. But I can let people in. And I need volunteers to help. The Hokage's men stepped forward. They calculated correctly, the Uchiha, with the clan's dojutsu, the best fighters in the Konoha, they would be able, if not to win, then successfully to delay the revived Hokage. With symbols inscribed on their palms, the three of them stood at one of the walls of the barrier at an equal distance. Let's start on my command. Naruto quickly made seals, of which several were non-classical. Indeed, a burglar. Let's. All three put their hands together, and a rectangular opening formed in front of the girl, into which three Uchiha immediately dived. Itachi glanced at Uzumaki for a moment, regretting that he couldn't even call her by her first name so as not to put her in danger. Understanding showed on her face, she nodded. All three moved away, the girl's hands were smoking, there was a smell of burnt skin. Naruto. The Hokage couldn't find the words. Nothing, everything will heal like a dog. She chuckled. I'm with Sasuke. He can't have all the fun alone, Date Bayo. The Uchiha clan has preserved ancient chronicles that belonged to Madara Uchiha. In them, he described the wars of the clans, his struggle for a place under the sun, as well as their strongest opponents. But Itachi never thought that he would have the opportunity to fight the reincarnated Hokage. He took over the second, as the only one who owns the water element. Although his skill was not great, it was enough to dodge, block blows or survive at the depth of techniques, where the dead man regularly dragged him. He was almost demolished by the water walls, sucked in by the whirlpool, but every time Itachi returned, he managed to react at the last moment. He vaporized the water with fire, and at the end immersed the second's consciousness into Tsukimi. Itachi knew how risky it was to freeze like this, motionless, in the middle of the battlefield, but the rest of the techniques seemed impossible to pull off. Shisui did the same when he and Fugaku got tired of burning powerful tree shoots and parrying the powerful blows of the first. Both geniuses froze, not releasing opponents from their snares. The senior Uchiha ensured their safety. Orochimaru took over the third. But even he could not resist the increased strength of his disciple. Therefore, he resorted to the last resort in any battle, the call of the god of death. Shinigami could defeat an entire army, but he also took a great payment for his help. The second resisted, fought. Itachi was forced to cast the genjutsu over and over until the Hokage's mind won out. He slipped out of the trap, rushed forward. Itachi took the blow of the sword with his blade, threw away the shurikens. Shisui collapsed from the side, defeated by the first. The founders of the village were amazing, it was not for nothing that they were considered the strongest warriors in the shinobi world. Itachi fell to his knees, breathing hoarsely. The channels leading to the eyes pulsed, blazed with fire, blood flowed down her cheeks. My father was immediately there, helped me up, gave me stimulants. An icy wind blew, and the abyss seemed to open behind him. The Shinigami was fulfilling his part of the contract with Sarutobi. He took the souls of the first and second Hokage and absorbed them, thus destroying the two clones. A ghostly hand with scarlet beads was already reaching out for the soul of Orochimaru, who was being squeezed by Sarutobi with the last of his strength when the serpent summoned his sword. The glowing blade was intercepted by Itachi at the last moment, stuck into the chakra-soaked tree left from the first Hokage. The Sannin hissed as Fugaku fed Sarutobi with his chakra. The Uchiha were not experts in medical techniques, they were only enough for such a simple transfer of chakra, to support the forces of the third, so that he could complete what he started. Even Orochimaru is powerless against Shinigami. The deity pulled out, swallowed his soul. The Uchiha watched as the body of the third sank onto the roof with a burnt wound on his chest. There was no time to rest. After Orochimaru's death, the barrier fell asleep. Itachi, Sure, you are for Naruto and Sasuke, his father nodded understandingly. I'll deal with the unrest in the village. Itachi nodded his thanks and started to run. Sure rushed to Kakashi with a shunshin, begging the ninja dogs from him. They got the dreary Pakin, who, it turns out, had already brought Naruto and the company to the goal and disappeared. The Uchiha jumped through the trees almost without looking where he was stepping. He was driven forward by a single thought, Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. His heart, his mind, everything went into an agonizing cry. Naruto, Naruto, Naruto. His personal whirlpool, the son of his Tsukiyami world. Naruto was late. When she rushed in, Gaara almost took on the form of a raccoon demon, was covered in burns from explosion seals and fireballs in half with Chidori, and Sasuke lay exhausted on the ground, bleeding. "New and that me with you to do, subject?" The girl asked with a sigh as she healed the deepest wounds while Sakura tied in with her and bandaged the rest. "Understand and forgive, Dobe," the friend smiled weakly. "Let's go home, and I'll forgive you." "So I'll forgive you, you won't forget the age, date Bayo. And you, for the press." Naruto managed to blush a little. "Well, yes, I miscalculated a bit. Look after him," she told Sakura. Above them towered a huge beige demon, all covered with a tie of tattoos, with yellow pupils against a background of absolutely black whites under heavy brow ridges. All her clones are not enough to defeat him. Gaara slept, stuck in its sand, without dreams, dangling around like a soulless, inanimate doll. Symbiosis. Kurama in the inner world gloomily looked at the bearer that appeared. The tails wriggled and danced. "Can you repeat it?" she asked wearily. Even she was exhausted by the battle with Niji, setting, changing and breaking seals, chasing, healing. The eyelids became heavy, the skin tightened like a mask. "No more than 4 tails." Kurama growled. "Otherwise, you will melt into me. I have to save Sasuke and Sakura. And Gaara, the rest doesn't matter." Naruto sank into the water. "Shikaku tried to hack into my mind and sent Gaara's memories of the past, of his childhood. This is terrible, Kurama, it shouldn't be like this, date Bayo. Did they treat you differently?" Lee bowed his head. "It doesn't matter anymore. I have an Uchiha, I have you. You are my family." The fox paused, then turned up his nose. "And don't think that I'll get emotional here and let you do whatever you want. You're just a bratty snotty girl. Give me a seat." Naruto laughed out loud. The orange swirls turned scarlet, rising higher and higher, creating a dark figure in the very center. Sharp, long ears, paws with claws, 9 fluffy tails. A 9-tailed fox demon towered over the forest. His heavy aura, fiery chakra spread around in waves, moving the trees, knocking down the leaves. So circles go from a stone thrown into the water. Sasuke gaped at what Naruto had become. "Can she return, Kyubi?" roared the raccoon, hitting his stomach. A clot of air escaped from its mouth and rushed at the enemy at great speed. The fox jumped over him. Despite the full physical form, the strength in it remained exactly 4 tails. Not a little, but not a lot, compared to full-fledged power. And inside, near the cage, a girl was sleeping, immersed in her consciousness. Kurama tried to keep the waves from disturbing her. He rushed forward, jumped over another air bullet, spit fire back, and while Shikaku brushed him off, wrapped all his tails around his fat body like a whip, and doused the guy sleeping on his forehead with his burning rage. Shikaku howled. Gaara's technique was interrupted, he woke up. But Kurama had exhausted his strength, so it was Naruto who delivered the finishing blow. In flight, she flung open the Tessen, grabbed the hermit by the collar and somehow managed to land with a double burden. "A jerk and an idiot," she said. "I could have found friends for a long time if I looked around more carefully. People are drawn to you and you push them away. Date Bayo. My friends helped me overcome loneliness. And I will protect them at all costs." She passed out when she heard Sakura and Sasuke land next to her. Naruto's path could be tracked even without a dog. Shikamaru and Asuma with a group of sound ninja, Shino in the wreckage of the Kankuro doll. A huge 9-tailed fox towering over the forest. And a girl flying on a fan, clutching a former enemy in her hands, whom she nevertheless managed to save. Itachi picked her up from the ground, held her close to him, and they set off on their way back. She is near, her heart beats near him. She sleeps and smiles at something in her dream. The soul calmed down again, he easily breathed in the fresh forest air, carrying notes of burning and sand. She's nearby. Everything is as it should be. Everything is correct. Slug Princess, Uzumaki, you have to help me. Sasuke, out of breath, landed in front of the veranda of his home, constantly looking around in a hunted way. Naruto raised his eyebrows in surprise. She helped comb the wet hair of the older Uchiha, who had just stepped out of the shower. Itachi, closing his eyes, quietly trembled with pleasure. What happened? Topic. Naruto continued her work, carefully parting the heavy, smooth strands, massaging her scalp. Sakura. Sasuke made big eyes, sat next to them. She decided that I was badly hurt during the fight and now she asks all the time about how I feel. Even worse, she feeds me lunches. Even worse, she cooks them herself. The guy winced. Ototo, the girl is taking care of you, Itachi said softly. And then he received a light blow on the head with a comb. Don't bully your brother. Naruto said pointedly. Imagine Sakura running after you. I do not need such happiness. The older Uchiha shuddered. Sasuke chuckled maliciously, to which his brother showed him his fist. Of course, he could flick his forehead, but then he would have to move away from Naruto and interrupt the massage session. Click later. Much later. Itachi closed his eyes again. Actually, I was looking for you, the topic. Naruto pulled her hair back into a low ponytail. They want to choose Tsunade Senju as the next Hokage. The godfather offers to go with him in search of a Sannin. And here I am, Dobe. I need to break into the hospital and get Lee's medical file so I can show it to Tsunade. The doctors can't do anything anyway. And for this? The Uchiha pushed her. And for that, I'll take you with me. Imagine at least 2 weeks without Sakura. Father won't agree, Itachi interrupted. Now the elders are afraid that other villages may take advantage of the lack of leadership and attack, so almost no one is allowed outside the leaf. Even the missions stopped for a while, leaving only the most urgent and important ones. Sasuke slumped in dismay. He would like to travel in the company of the legendary Sannin and his best friend. I'll help you, Naruto. Convince Tsunade-san to come and help Lee. He nodded decisively, brushing off his regrets. We'll have time to walk outside of Konoha when they have the Hokage again. Well, the girl drawled. Actually, I already agreed with Fugaku-san, he will let you go. And the elders convinced the Ero Sannin. Something about the strength of our common belief, which will help bring Tsunade back to the village. Sasuke couldn't believe his ears. He smiled broadly. I'm going. He shouted as he ran away. Get ready, Dobe, we're going to rob the Konoha hospital tonight. Date Bayo. Naruto chuckled, leaning into Itachi's back. Itachi's mother finished weaving flowers into the tricky hairstyle at the back of the girl's head. Okay, it's all over now. Did you prepare a gift, or did you and Sasuke buy one for two again? To each his own, Mom. Sasuke entered the room. His eyes widened as Naruto turned around. Dobe, are you a girl? Sasuke. Mikoto exclaimed indignantly. I'm sorry, Mom, the Uchiha confessed, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. Naruto laughed softly, covering her mouth with her hand. The woman waved her hand at her son, she had already come to terms with such a relationship of partners. I didn't even bother to fix them. When are you leaving? She asked instead. Right after Itachi's birthday is celebrated. Tomorrow morning. Naruto stood up and bowed. Thank you for your concern, Mikoto-san. The woman dressed her up in a simple blue dress, with a tricky hairstyle at the back of her head, weaving flowers into silky, heavy strands. Naruto felt like a princess to herself. However, in some way she was the Haim of her clan. With all the hassle and battles, they almost forgot the older Uchiha's birthday. Fortunately, Naruto prepared a gift in advance. All the heads of the clans showed their respect and congratulations by sending formal gifts with a written message. Clanmates busy restoring the village congratulated him informally when they met or passed by. Everyone was not up to large-scale festivities, yet, at least. Therefore, in the evening, in the Fugaku house, only those whom Itachi wished to see personally gathered. The parents themselves, of course, Kagami and Shisui, Naruto and Sasuke, a modest list, but Itachi felt happy. For his sake, Naruto and Mikoto spent the whole day in the kitchen, not letting anyone in, forbidding peeping. Even a barrier was placed against the curious black eyes of the younger Uchiha spying for his brother's best friend. Their surprise was a success. In addition to traditional dishes, the table was decorated with dangos of various sizes, with all kinds of sauces. Fugaku and Kagami exchanged glances, barely holding back their laughter. There was no one in the Uchiha clan who did not know about the heir's trembling love for this sweet, so the relatives did not philosophize slyly and invent who knows what. The entire corner of Itachi's bedroom was filled with boxes, sachets, cartons of Tuchi's dangos, already taking over the center. After the meal, everyone went out with drinks to the garden. Kagami Uchiha took out a thin pipe and lit it. And under the canopy of the trees, the words of an ancient legend, like the world itself, poured out among the grasses. They curled up, rose into the sky along with a light, translucent tobacco smoke. They drifted in the breeze, ringing the flowers of the bell. They were woven into the dark crimson skies after a recent sunset and seemed as natural as the nature itself around. Fugaku soon joined him. Mikoto sat down under her husband's side, and he hugged her, tucking a plucked flower behind her ear. Behind the trunk, with his back to his father, Shursui crouched down, falling asleep to the rhythmic clatter of word beads. And above the narrator's head, Sasuke lay down on a wide branch. Kagami stringed beads, created new, bright, colorful rosaries of another, long-forgotten story. Itachi settled down with tea on the veranda. After all the turmoil, he wanted to be alone for a while. "It's the best birthday ever," he said quietly in time with the light steps behind him. Naruto knelt down beside him, wiping her hands. She wanted to do the dishes and managed to get her way, convincing Mikoto that she could do it in no time. After all, there is such a useful technique as shadow cloning. Even despite the dango? The girl grinned mischievously. Itachi snorted. Even in spite of the dango, he confirmed. "It's good that you managed to delay your search for Tsunade." Naruto turned her face to the night wind. "I asked my godfather to postpone the trip. I wanted to personally give a gift." A small box awkwardly wrapped in plain blue paper with a red ribbon across it. It contained a pendant, a thin chain and 3 flat rings spaced at equal distances from each other. The metal thread seemed to break and continue between them. Far right, for storing weapons. The other side is for technicians. Well, in the center, for chakra reserves. The seals are not very roomy, it just so happened, date bayo. The girl laughed embarrassedly, running her hand through her hair at the back of her head and almost destroying her hair. Itachi immediately put on the chain, checked the seals. Everything worked perfectly. My heart fluttered, my chest warmed. The Uzumaki took care of him the best she could. "Thank you, Naru," he hugged her, "a good end to a good day." So they sat, listening to Kagami's stories and watching the stars slowly flare up in the sky. Naruto dozed off and laid on his lap. Itachi slowly untangled his hair, took out the flowers and stacked them on warm planks nearby. The moon silvered the girl's features, laid striped shadows on her cheeks. He enjoyed the warmth of his personal whirlpool. It smelled of cherries and the sea. And the sun. In the first city they got to the holiday. "You cannot start searching without a good mood," Jiraiya announced. "And in order for it to appear, you need to properly relax." And he rushed off for inspiration, leaving the guys alone. "Old pervert, date bayo." Uzumaki shook her head. "And what will you do? How do we find Tsunade?" Sasuke handed his friend a stick of fried squid. "He has a photograph. I took 2 more in the archive." The girl waved her off. "We will ask what else, date bayo," they asked. While Jiraiya was disappearing at hot springs and entertainment events, the guys carefully polled all the gambling establishments and taverns in search of a sannin. Naruto sighed, looked up at the setting sun. This was their 3rd city in the week since leaving Konoha. Tsunade Senju fell through the ground. No one has heard of the woman known as the legendary loser. Jiraiya told all the ins and outs of his old friend in detail. She is in her 50s, but she uses a special technique to look younger. A talented doctor, a famous shinobi, who was famous for the power of impact. But she never had any luck. Not in games, not in love. What did he mean? Jiraiya said nothing, only his eyes became sad, like those of a beaten puppy. He and Sasuke always met in the evenings in clearings like this, where they could rest after a useless search or practice. The channels no longer blazed with fire, as it had at first, the skin no longer suffered from chakra burns. It's been 3 months since Kurama first told her about her father's technique. And finally she did it. How many balloons with water she translated, and how many with air, do not count. She spent almost all the proceeds from the missions and the contract with the uchiha on equipment for training. The house was practically littered with rubber. She extended her hand, focused, directed the chakra, twisted, concentrated and strengthened. A small blue ball glowed in the palm of his hand. Killer melee technique. I wonder what will happen if you add an element to it. It is imperative to calculate everything on paper. Well, or try and practice. Somehow later, a little later, when he fully masters this step, she was interrupted by the sound of footsteps and labored breathing. The girl scattered the ball. I didn't want to shine with technology yet, even in front of a friend. Too many questions may arise. She trusted Sasuke, but she didn't trust the others. She didn't want to put her friend in danger. Too few people know who her parents are, it's not worth bringing up the past. Not now. A happy Uchiha flew into the clearing. Naruto jumped up. Sad, serious reflections were forgotten. Learned something. Yes, Dobe. Accidentally met a man whom the loser blew to smithereens. He heard her say that she wanted to win back in Tenzaka. So what are we waiting for, Datebayo? Let's go wake up the pervert. Jiraiya was not happy at all when a bucket of ice water hit him in the middle of the night. But the guys did not even think to ask his opinion. They forced the man to change clothes, pay for the room and dragged him along. In Tanzak. For her age, Tsunade looked even too young. And very, very drunk. While Sasuke stared dumbfounded at the curvaceous brown-eyed girl with two low ponytails, who, according to the dossier, was 55 years old, and Jiraiya drank with her for company, Naruto did not just look, she saw. Princess Senju almost broke down, withdrew into herself. At the very bottom of her eyes, doom and emptiness froze. She was in pain, too painful, and she tried to forget herself, to leave, so as not to see, not to feel, not to remember. Being Hokage is too stupid a game. She's not for me. Neither money nor power, nothing matters compared to life. The fourth became Hokage and died young. The third, where did he go? He took on what was beyond his power. All the bitterness of her life, all her disappointment, poured out in these words. Don't you dare. Naruto softly slammed her fists on the table, stubbornly looked the woman in the eyes. Don't you dare say that about the third. She did not raise her voice, spoke quietly, but everyone heard her. Maybe the old man was not the best person and ruler, but he loved Konoha. Just as we love her. She looked around at her companions. Sasuke nodded in support. My friends live in Konoha, people who have become my family. And I want to become stronger so that I can protect them and make Leaf better, make it the best village in the world. Tsunade drained her cup with a sip, staring at the girl intently. Naruto held that look, though it felt like the cold had gone to the bone. Big words for a little girl like you, the woman chuckled. But do you have the determination to fulfill your dream? Will you be able to go all the way to the end and not give up? Do not die on the battlefield as a consumable. My will is strong, stronger than yours, Tsunadeheim. The Sannin jumped up. Are you challenging me? Naruto followed. Face to face, eye to eye. Jiraiya let out a muffled groan, and Tsunade's assistant Shizen trembled as she held the Tuntun pig close to her. And only Sasuke, accustomed to the frills of his girlfriend, continued to calmly drink green tea, brought by efficient staff. But Naruto knew he kept his fingers close to his pouch, ready to unleash a deadly attack at any moment. What if so? She raised her eyebrows. Or is loser so legendary that she's afraid of losing to a child, Datebayo? Okay, Tsunade suddenly calmed down, sat down, suddenly sober, with a challenge in her eyes. I propose an argument. I put my necklace on and you put on the position of Hokage. In a week, you must learn the fourth Hokage Rasengan technique. If you win, I will go with you and become Hokage, and I will also give you a necklace. If not, do not blame me, you will have to return with nothing. She leaned forward, leaning on the table with her hands. Prove to me your determination and will, prove that you can make the village better. Madam. Shizen gasped. But this necklace is not worth it, you value it so much. There were only 2 such copies in the world, and both were fabulously expensive. The compressed chakra of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, who was called the god of the shinobi world. He gave it the appearance of a greenish stone and gave it to his descendants. One necklace has been lost over the years. But that's not why the decoration was special to Tsunade. I agree, Naruto nodded. I'm going to win, Datebayo. In the evening, when the girl got out of the shower, wiping her damp hair, there was a knock on the door of her room. Tsunade's assistant was standing in the doorway. Kato-san. The girl was surprised. Come on, have a seat. She spilled the tea and handed the obviously upset woman a cup. Naruto, please stop this argument. Shizen started without looking up, squeezing her cup. This necklace is a dear memory for the mistress. The only thing she had left of the people she loved. Then why did she put him on the line? The woman sighed heavily. Tsunade-sama wasn't always like this. She's changed a lot, a lot. A burning sip. This necklace was a gift, first to my brother, then to my uncle. They both died. And the decoration is all that the lady has left as a keepsake. So please don't take it away from her. Naruto clenched his fists and glared at her. I never give up and do not retreat, I always go to the end. And I never go back on my word, Datebayo. Shizen blushed and left, slamming the door loudly. And Naruto quickly changed clothes and flew out the window. She still needed someone to talk to. She found Tsunade sitting at the gate at the entrance to Tenzaku. She was accompanied by a bottle of sake and a small cup, which she constantly raised to her mouth. A blush was already burning on her cheeks, which even the piercing wind could not cool. But despite the amount she had drunk, she looked even and confident when Naruto sat down opposite. The subject of the dispute, the green stone pendant, the necklace of the first Hokage, now reminded the girl of a collar for a great Sannin, behind which stretched a long chain of dark memories and shadows of the past, which did not let the woman go. "Shizen talk to you?" Correctly assess the expression on her face. Sannin. "Have you come to tell me that you're giving up and won't fight me? I never go back on my word, Date Bayo." Naruto chuckled. "I came to ask why you are trying to get rid of the necklace, and it comes back to you." Tsunade clenched the suspension in her fist, and Naruto turned away, looked at the road leading into the city. "From early childhood, I was hated in the village," she began softly. The woman blinked in surprise, relaxed, and leaned back against the pillar. "And how can you love a demon, Date Bayo? But there are a lot of good people in Konoha. Let not all, but a lot. It was only when I grew up that I realized this. The jonin who fed me, the anbu who tactfully ignored it. My first teacher who scolded me in front of everyone in the class, but the first one rushed to my aid when I got into trouble. The owner of the ramen shop and the owner of the candy store, who didn't care if I was a demon or not, they were always happy to see me, even if I just came by. The doctor, who always treated me, blew on my bruised knees and taught me how to cook, so, stroked my head. There are many such people. And I want to be like them. I have family and friends, there are those for whom I will tear veins, break bones to protect them." The Sannin sighed, twisting her sake cup between her fingers. "I gave Nawaki a necklace. And kissed. Good luck." A month later, he died during an attack on List. I didn't have time to do anything. After that, she demanded that doctors be taken to the detachments to increase the survival rate on missions and their successful completion. I was supported by a then unknown young man, Kato Dan. His sister had died, and he wanted to prevent more deaths. He considered all of Konoha his family, his home. And I wanted to make it better. I gave him a necklace. And kissed. Good luck. He was dying in my arms, all my skill as a medical ninja was useless. From somewhere she took out another cup, poured sake into it and handed it to the girl. "Looks like we're having a revelation night," she chuckled, saluting. Naruto accepted, took a tiny sip, winced. "Can't drink?" The Sannin teased her without malice. "Well, firstly, I'm underage," pedantically, adjusting invisible glasses on her nose, the girl answered. "And secondly, a drunken uzumaki is a natural disaster of a local scale, because it blows our heads off at once." "I already checked." The medic giggled. "Am I the first to get you drunk, Grandpa?" Naruto grimaced. The mere memory made my head hurt. Somewhere he heard that uzumaki is not affected by alcohol. Decided to test it on me. And how? It works, but is quickly neutralized, thanks to the physiological characteristics of a tenacious clan. But in that short period of intoxication, we can do this. The girl made big eyes. They both giggled. Tsunade drank another cup and pulled out a second bottle. "And you won't lecture and moralize me like Shizen?" She raised an eyebrow. "What for?" Naruto shrugged. "You are an adult, independent woman, you have your own head on your shoulders. I think you yourself understand that with your indifference, with your words and ridicule, you are betraying the dream of dear people. And you suffer from it. But you can't do it any other way, you're scared to believe again, because this blind faith has already taken away your loved ones. It's hard to understand how a woman feels, but just imagine that she lost Itachi or Sasuke, and everything falls into place. Fear, doubt, torment of endless guilt. For what I didn't have time, didn't do, but I could. But that's not what I came here for, Date Bayo." From the press the girl took out a medical card. "My friend is in trouble. Our doctors can't help him." They moved to the middle of the crossbar and bent over the papers together. Naruto shined a powerful flashlight as the woman read the lines of prescriptions, surgeries performed, and test results. "The chances are 50-50, the doctor concluded, stepping back. And this is only according to your data, things could have gotten worse." Naruto carefully pushed away the thought that Lee's condition had worsened during her absence. She believed in a friend, in his determination and strength. Therefore, she was in a hurry to bring a doctor, until Lee finally lost heart and abandoned his dream. She waved a shot of sake, then another, her head buzzing, swirling, pleasantly light. With difficulty, Naruto managed to concentrate. Tsunade looked at her slyly. "Are you giving up?" The Uzumaki shook her head, took out her calculations on this issue from the press. All that she calculated and came up with, based on the call of Princess Senju. And she jumped down. I'm going to sleep. I've probably had enough. Jiraiya raised an eyebrow as he stared skeptically at the picturesque scene before him. He wanted to start explaining the Rasengan to the girl, but then, Naruto lay on Sasuke's lap, sipping cold water from a misted pitcher through a straw. The guy covered the girl's sore eyes with his palm. Seeing the Sannin, he shrugged his shoulders. Uzumaki doesn't know how to drink at all. You know, I have a bad feeling, Date Bayo. Naruto raised her head. The week given to Tsunade to master the technique was soon ending. All this time, friends spent in a small clearing near Tenzaku. Sitting at different ends of it, they practiced their own techniques. The Uchiha was trying to shorten the time to create the Chidori. Naruto was remembering the fighting cannons with a fan. Nobody mentioned the dispute. Naruto did not doubt her victory, she just needed to give the Sannin time to rethink her position. She knew that Jiraiya would not leave his old partner alone, he would moralize and lecture until he achieved a result. It doesn't matter which one. And the Uchiha simply believed in his friend, that she had some kind of plan. A friend activated the Sharingan, looked around. The wind, as usual, rustled in the crowns of the trees growing around, a wave ran through the grasses and flowers. A spring gurgled, beating from the ground nearby. But today, these sounds seemed frightening to the Uzumaki. Something must happen. Your intuition is amazing, Naruto. The friends turned around. Standing on a branch of a tree was Kabuto, accompanied by a strange man with blue skin and gill slits under his eyes. A huge bandaged sword poked out from behind his shoulders. Both were wearing strange black cloaks with red clouds. The men jumped down and came close. Kabuto's companion bared his teeth, showing shark-like teeth. Swordsman of the Mist. Sasuke did not know, and no one except her had seen on that very first mission, with what teeth Zabuza was clenching the kunai given by the girl. They were triangular, sharp, though not as large as this blue-skinned one. Naruto, you'd better volunteer to come with us. Kabuto adjusted his glasses. And yes. The girl jumped back, took out a fan. Catch me if you can. Sasuke, run. Call for help. The friend nodded, understood at a glance. Naruto didn't ask for help, she wanted to separate the opponents. For some reason, she needed to lead the swordsman away from the clearing. In vain you sent a friend. He has no chance against Kisame. We'll see about that, Date Bayo. Naruto sent a whirlwind of air at the enemy. Kabuto turned out to be a very dexterous, skillful opponent. He dodged almost all attacks, tried to go on the offensive. A few battle pills doubled his reserves. No Kage, yes, don't give up. Dodged his throws. Naruto jumped through the trees, pronouncing each syllable on the exhale. Too bad, Naruto, too bad. Kabuto did not give her a second of respite, did not let her go far from him, all the time shortening the distance. Naruto had to block his blows with his folded Tessen all the time, disrupting the attacks by running his chakra through the fan. She couldn't even reach the bag that contained the barrier seals. And it's unlikely that Kabuto would have let her pull off the same trick as with Niji. I had to play for time in the hope that someone would notice the surge of chakra, hear Sasuke's Chidori singing and come to the rescue. The girl hissed as her hands, shrouded in sharp chakra, damaged her arm muscles. Kabuto kicked the Tessen away, walked over to her, almost resting his hand on the girl's cheek. Do you know why I was sent after you, Naruto? The organization needs you alive and more or less intact. And I can cut you apart and still save your life. The wounds healed, slowly, but healed under the influence of Kurama's chakra. Several shadow clones created earlier distracted the medic. And then the earth began to crack, began to collapse, as in an earthquake. Tsunade Senju appeared in the clearing. Sasuke. The Uzumaki turned to her. Jiraiya went to help him. Senju waved her hand, gazing intently at the black-cloaked figure. One of the trio of Sannin, how interesting. Kabuto practically hissed. He took out his cards, which he boasted in the exam, read something on one. And rushed forward. Medic and afraid of blood. Sorry sight. Tsunade let him get closer, placing her chest under the blow, from which she choked. But at the same time, she managed to land a blow on the Iranian's neck. He flew off, paralyzed. With horror, he looked at the hands and feet, refusing to obey the owner. How are you? Tsunade flew up to the girl, wrapped the wounds with medical chakra. What did you do to him? Naruto didn't notice how she addressed the woman as you, absorbed in the spectacle behind her. Kabuto slowly rose, his bones crunching, his limbs twitching chaotically, as if in a fit. The brain, giving a command to the nerves, gives a weak electrical impulse. I just made a circuit, the woman hissed. The wounds on her arms were much deeper than she thought. Kabuto damaged not only the ligaments, but also the muscles and tendons, almost completely paralyzing the girl's hands. Meanwhile, the medic coped with his injury. Wow, great technique. He almost sincerely admired. And grinned. Only painfully simple. I found a way to neutralize her. And I know how to defeat you. He rushed forward, but instead of striking the woman, he pierced his own palm. Tsunade froze, shaking uncontrollably. And in the eyes, horror, to the point of nausea. Kabuto's next move cut her shoulder, but the Sannin didn't seem to notice, consumed by her own fear. Come to your senses, Date Bayo. Naruto screamed. The fox almost did it, there was very little left. Her own impotence was killing her. It won't work, Naruto, Kabuto shook his head. She's been afraid of blood ever since Nawaki and Dan died. She cannot cure anyone, she cannot help anyone. Hearing the names of her relatives, Tsunade twitched as if struck. Her face contorted in pain, she clutched at the pendant around her neck, squeezing it. Kabuto stepped forward and raised the chakra blade for a final, decisive blow. At the same time, Naruto felt her hands in relief. And rushed forward, across. The blade dug into his left shoulder, almost all the way to the bone. The girl hissed through clenched teeth, "Don't you dare give up." She almost spat out in the direction of the motionless Senju. "I believe in you." And they believed too, Date Bayo. Now she had to protect not only herself, but also the Sannin immobilized by her horror. She was inferior to Kabuto in speed, but superior in preparation. Uchiha clan techniques. She and the man clashed with their hands, he took her hands away from his ribs, she ducked at the very last moment when the blade swept over her head. Once she even received a kick in the stomach, but grabbed her leg and pulled the enemy towards herself. The blade stabbed painfully into her side, and she choked to death from the fire that pierced her body. But she managed to keep him beside her with one hand. Taking the right side to the side, she began to concentrate the chakra. It is necessary to demonstrate to Tsunade his undoubted gain. They hit at the same time. The ball of compressed chakra smoothly slid into Kabuto's stomach, throwing him a good distance away. At that moment, Naruto felt a burning, tearing pain in his heart. She grabbed her chest with her hands, tried to inhale, but the air did not go into the lungs, it got stuck somewhere in the throat. Vision dimmed and then faded into soft blackness. She didn't feel the impact on the ground. No one knew, but every night, again and again, she saw them in a dream. I saw how the restless brother graduated from the academy, how he proudly showed her his bandage. Yes, he is an adult, already a real shinobi. In the dream she smiled and kissed him on the forehead. Good luck. Warm lilac eyes, in which, she. Without embellishment and titles, without beautiful speeches and titles. Just a Tsunade woman. Tousled blonde with kissed lips and burning eyes with passion. In his eyes, she is not for everyone. Only for him, the only one. Loved by him, loving him. There is nothing worse than experiencing the death of a loved one. And although the life of a shinobi is a constant game with death, Tsunade could not accept this. Her world was shattered into pieces when they were gone. Each time, the blood reminded her of the bloody, mutilated body of her younger brother, his chestnut, disheveled hairs, visible from under the sheet. Again the woman heard her stifled sobs there in the dark corridor, felt the damp wall under her shoulder and shut her mouth to hold back her screams. Along with the blood flowed down her face cold, vile rain. And thin lips begged to be saved. He did not want to die, but he did not do so much more for the village, which he sincerely loved. The rain fell on his face in slanting streams, washing away his blood. And under gray drops, beloved lilac eyes faded. Together with the rain, Tsunade cried and went crazy. Every time I saw blood. But today something has changed. A ringing voice sounded in her ears, repeating that she believed in her, in Tsunade Senju. And under this voice the smiling Nawaki and Dan left her. Their dream is still alive. In this girl and in other children like her. For whom Konoha is their home. Who live for the bright future of the village. Tsunade smiled, not noticing the tears streaming down her face. The necklace no longer pressed against his chest, it no longer weighed a whole ton. Naruto, where have you been before? A light breeze touched the center of her forehead, where the seal had been. It's like she's been kissed. Good luck. Hands stopped trembling, Tsunade woke up as Naruto's body fell on the grass in front of her. Blood gushed from a lacerated wound on his side, and the sleeve of his dress was already wet from a cut on his shoulder. First of all, the woman checked her pulse. The heart practically did not beat, the zone of vessels around it was damaged by Kabuto's technique. Tsunade easily cut the dress from the neckline to the waist, revealing tan skin covered with a network of small cuts. The mid-chakra rushed inward, healing the damage, but Tsunade, for all her talent, couldn't keep up. Come on, hold on. Don't you dare die. She hissed. She was not even distracted by Kabuto, who came to his senses, who healed the damage from the Rasengan with the rapid regeneration technique. The woman has made her choice. Even if she had to die for him. He was attacked by Shizen, who found them. With poison needles, she tried to keep the enemy away from the mentor. The ground beneath his feet turned into a marshy swamp as Jiraiya returned with Sasuke on his shoulder. Looks like I'm on time, he smiled. His gaze darted to the motionless Naruto. The Sannin turned pale. His heart beat softer and quieter under his palm, until it stopped altogether. Tsunade couldn't believe her eyes and put her ear to her chest. No, there was no pulse. Don't you dare die. She hissed and directed the med chakra again. Jiraiya and Shizen covered for her, though Kabuto had already damaged the ligaments in her assistant's leg. But the Sannin methodically, purposefully tried to kill the enemy. He was not distracted by his usual jokes, did not let go. And such Jiraiya was frightening. The man went to his goal literally ahead. It was this man who became the legendary Sannin in his time. Tsunade didn't stop trying to save Naruto. She felt as if she herself had stopped breathing. My heart fluttered once, twice. On the third day, the girl sighed lightly, opening her bleary eyes. I won, Ba-chan, she smiled weakly, touching the necklace. She looked up at the doctor. I told you, I believe in you, Date Bayo. And she lost consciousness again. Tsunade straightened up. For the first time in years, she again felt like a real Sannin, a fighter, a shinobi, full of strength. Shizen, look after her. At the same time, all three spoke the summoning formula. Katsuyu, a giant slug, Gamabunta, a huge scarred toad with a pipe, and a beige snake, Hoshi, the same age as Orochimaru's main call, Manda, though not as strong as him, but still cunning, dexterous, and poisonous. Dangerous. So Orochimaru gave you his call, Jiraiya pointed out the obvious. Yes, I did it just before my death. Kabuto broke into a smile. Tsunade glanced at her old friend and raised an eyebrow. He nodded. Yakushi did not take into account only one thing. The Sannins were used to fighting in an alliance and knew each other as if they were flaky. For so many years, they knew how to combine their techniques, complement attacks. They acted as one. A small slug separated from Katsuyu and crawled towards Naruto and Shizen. Collect natural chakra, heal the remaining damage. Gamabunta spat a jet of oil at Hoshi, which was set on fire by Jiraiya. Katsuyu disintegrated into 1,000 small slugs, which all crowded on the tail of the snake, delaying it. A toad from the Gama family threw his blade to Tsunade, and she pinned Hoshi to the ground, stabbing him right in the neck. You're wounded and won't last long, he said to Tsunade. Do you think so, boy? The woman inquired almost affectionately. Made the seals. Dark seal patterns ran across his face, and vapor of evaporating chakra rose from his wounds. And soon there was no trace of the damage. Technique of cellular recovery. Not only your teacher has been researching new techniques in recent years, I can create new cells and send them throughout the body, healing literally any damage. Kabuto was not in vain considered a talented shinobi. He quickly calculated the development of the situation and his chances of winning. Without a partner, against two angry Sannins, and one of them is a medic above his class. Their calls are still active, while his head cannot be lifted from the ground, nailed by the Tonto. He preferred to retreat. The action of the cellular repair technique has ceased. Tsunade felt her true age inevitably return. The skin withered, thinned, covered with age spots, wrinkles appeared on the face, and the hair turned gray. Mistress. Shizen twitched in concern. Don't, Tsunade shook her head, looking at the sleeping Naruto. I do not regret anything. It is worth a little rest, and I can apply a rejuvenating technique. Better tell me what's up with the guy. She turned to Jiraiya. Katsuyu almost completely crawled onto Sasuke, covering him from head to toe with her soft, swaying body. I don't know what that swordsman said to him, but the guy's Sharingan has awakened. 3 volumes. He told me that Naruto had already been killed, came from under Katsuyu. Like, they only need the 9-tailed demon that is inside her. The girl herself is unnecessary, Uchiha grimaced, but sat down on his own. The slug with a quiet pop went to its native plane. Tsunade sat down next to the girl, stroking her tousled golden hair. And in the end, it all comes down to the Uzumaki again, she smiled. The men behind her were silent. Incomprehensible organization, new unknown enemies. New problems, maybe not just for Konoha, since they're after the bijou. But for now, their demon is safe, sleeping peacefully on the grass near Tenzaku. What do you think, Tsunade? Jiraiya was the first to break the silence. The woman stood up and straightened up proudly. Isn't that clear? I lost. so it's time to forget about the name. From now on, I am the 5th Hokage. She hung the necklace around the girl's neck. I will believe in you as you believed in me. She had no regrets in her heart. Jiraiya betrayed you. Naruto looked at Tsunade, who was sitting on the edge of the lab table and dangling her legs, pleased as though she had eaten too much sour cream. Immediately upon returning to Konoha, after taking an oath, Senju began to actively understand the neglected affairs of the village, held a Jonin council, and met with the clan council. Fugaku-san was extremely pleased with his results. And for some reason, she quarreled with the elders in Danzo, but here the Uzumaki did not go into details. Upon arrival, the medic performed Lee's operation. Together with Naruto, they finalized the calculations of the girl. Tsunade explained in detail what is possible, what is not, and why. For the success of the operation, it was necessary to force all the cells to regenerate at the same time, in the same proportion and speed. One person simply could not withstand such a load, and taking assistance with whom you still could not synchronize the work meant death or disability for the patient. But why bother one medic when there is such a wonderful call as Katsuyu? In fact, there is only one slug on her plane, all small, large copies are all Katsuyu, the product of one mind, one being. And they work in harmony. 6 small slugs occupied the operating table. For controlled the heartbeat, chakra flow, cell regeneration, healing of wounds after splinters pulled out of the spinal nerve. Another one collected and passed on the Sen chakra, well, and the 6th was in the wings, a spare, so to speak. Sat in the arms of Naruto, who Senju admitted to the operating room. In a pinch, the fox's chakra could well have caught and held Lee for a couple of seconds. Already at the end, the woman wearily admitted that she was amazed at how Lee could even move with such injuries. The operation was successful, Guy was ready to pray for the Sannin. And the Hokage began to send detachments to clean up the sound. Leaving Orochimaru's lair unattended with all his experiments was extremely dangerous. Even Kabuto could not clean everything up, which means that we need to protect ourselves at least from this side. The Uzumaki Sannin stuffed her where she belonged, in the Konoha hospital. Now Naruto was formally, systematically learning the intricacies of the Iranian trade. They managed to meet with Senju only at night, both were loaded so that they crawled home in a half-dead state. And after a couple of hours they crawled back to work. But Tsunade always found an hour or two to teach Uzumaki special techniques and work with medical seals. Most often, the Sannin spent her lunch break in the laboratory of the hospital, where Naruto prepared mixtures, infusions, extracts, conducted comparative analyses, and did complete examinations. The woman climbed onto the table, chewing on a bun, pointing out mistakes, shortcomings, or explaining how to do it better, faster and less energy-intensive. What exactly? Naruto asked carefully, checking her stopwatch. On the fire, another ointment boiled and gurgled, which had to be cooled before use. You haven't trained the Rasengan, you haven't even started technique in Tenzaku. She pointed her finger at her triumphantly. You knew him beforehand, and that's not entirely fair. In your opinion, asking a genin a technique that an adult, the Hokage, spent 3 years killing is the height of honesty? Naruto raised an eyebrow. Tsunade blushed and turned away resentfully, like a small child. So she behaved only with the girl alone. Relaxed, filming the heavy position of Hokage within the walls of the laboratory. If you want, I can return the necklace to you, Datebeo, Naruto offered. The green pendant swayed as she removed the ointment from the fire. No, the woman shook her head, smiled. I asked to demonstrate your determination. You proved that you can make list better. The necklace is rightfully yours. That's great, Datebeo. The girl was delighted. And then I'm already used to it. Ah, you. Senju waved her rice cake at her. Their friendly skirmish was interrupted by a knock on the door. The women froze as the sash rumbled aside and a young laboratory assistant burst into the room. Tsunade-sama, they brought the squad that you sent to the sound. The friends looked at each other. Brought? The best jonins and chunins the village could single out without compromising their security in the current situation had gone to the sound. Shiranui Ginma, Namishi Rado, Kato Shizun, led by Itachi Uchiha. They were later joined by Kakashi Hatake and Shisui Uchiha, who had their own mission nearby. The latter literally dragged the bodies of the detachment on themselves. The shinobi were breathing with difficulty, unconscious. Naruto looked at the pale Itachi in horror, her breath caught, and her heart seemed to break. It shouldn't be like this, Itachi is a genius, the most powerful shinobi of the Leaf Village. He just can't die. Naruto! Tsunade's commanding shout brought the girl to her senses. Senju looked sternly, demandingly. Take care of Itachi. And remember, you are the Irien of the Leaf Hidden Village. You have no right to a personal relationship with the patient. Understood, Bachan, Datebeo. Uzumaki sighed several times, returning crystal clearness and confidence to her thoughts. She went to her dream for too long. She is a doctor, the life of it, the patient depended on her knowledge and skills. The others looked much worse than the older uchiha. Wounds almost completely covered their bodies, here and there splinters of broken bones were exposed. Tsunade with a group of assistants immediately went to the operating room. She had to supervise the treatment of several patients at once, leaving one for the student. With the help of 2 residents, Naruto moved Itachi to a spare room, laid it on a table, and began to undress. Torn, dirty clothes went to the corner of the room, in a box. She had to be run through the analyzer, to find out what attacked the leaf shinobi. Surprisingly, there was almost no damage on the Uchiha's body. Only a few bruises and minor scratches darkened on smooth, pale skin. But something kept him from coming to his senses. Blood for analysis, quick! Naruto commanded one of the assistants as she scanned the body. The pulse is weak, irregular, constantly fluctuating, the flow of blood and chakras is too uneven. The medic took 2 portions, one for a detailed, later analysis, the other for a quick one, the results of which would be needed immediately. Driven through a portable medical fuin. An unusual substance was found in his blood. Its nature is unknown, most likely one of Orochimaru's experiments, he reported. He looked closely at the scroll, looked at the doctor in bewilderment. Does it have chakra? The Uzumaki nodded, taking note of the information. She healed her internal injuries, although Itachi would have to lie down in the hospital for a while. All that was left was the unknown substance. When you know what to look for, it is much easier to help the patient. All you need to do is rescan the body and circulation system more carefully to understand Itachi's chakra type, and then find a different one. Naruto moved her hands, shrouded in a greenish glow. The standard tricks didn't work, the poison seemed to elude her. Meanwhile, the body was dying away, its functions were disturbed. Water, alive. Having made a nutrient solution, she cleansed the liver and lungs several times. Itachi arched in pain as the chakra-filled water bubble soaked into his system. The assistants grabbed him, held him down with Naruto. She pressed the guy, putting her hand on his chest, and the second continued cleaning the liver. This is definitely some kind of poison, and, he seems to be alive, thinking, all the time eluding her. One has only to find in one place, as he quickly found himself in another point in the body. And it harmed, burned out the circulation system, the vessels of the inner circle. In addition to the chase had to constantly patch up the damage caused by the poison. The count went on for seconds, Itachi was getting worse and worse. Sweat ran down his forehead, burning his eyes, and one of the lab assistants ran a damp cloth over his skin. The girl blew off the wet strands without taking her eyes off the patient. Naruto did not notice the admiring glances of the assistants, she forgot about them at all, until one of them fastened a tape with a microphone around her neck, sticking a small transmitter into her ear. Tsunade-sama wants to talk to that, he bowed briefly. Surprisingly, there was no time. The teacher's voice sounded in his ear. Naruto, does Itachi have physical injuries? Practically not, Ba-chan. The girl stuck out her tongue. Come on, dear, come here to the doctor. She won't hurt you. Massive bruising, minor internal bleeding and 2 broken ribs. Another one has a crack. They are poisoned by an unknown poison, we cannot force him to leave the body. We are trying to find something in common, at least some clue. How are you? Almost, come on, date Bayo. Naruto hissed as she almost rested her cheek on the patient's chest. She felt a particle of poison in the kidney, small, very tiny. If you know the type of hostile chakra, it will be easier to neutralize it. Yes, date Bayo, caught. Her eyes widened as she analyzed the piece of poison she had captured. The chakra evoked a close, almost native sensation of burning heat and had a painfully familiar aroma. Ba-chan, are you listening to me? Yes. What did you discover? Poison chakra Kyubi. Looks like Orochimaru found a way to get himself a small amount. Most likely before I was born. Tsunade was silent for a bit. Are you sure? She finally asked. In what, date Bayo? Naruto wasn't distracted from work. That it is the Kyubi's chakra, yes. And that the serpent did not receive it from me. I used the Biju chakra once in my life, in the exam, in the fight against the Hyuga. And Orochimaru suspiciously didn't show up during the fox's attack on the village, although he could have taken advantage of it, the Sannin said thoughtfully. Uzumaki knew that all the medics involved in the operations heard their communications. How are we going to fight her? I have one idea. I don't know if date Bayo will work. The girl bit her lip. But there are no other options. He will die if urgent action is not taken. Her decision was based on solid feelings. A piece of chakra was glad to get to her, did not fight, did not burn. She reached for the seal, her inner demon container. A familiar orange, seething, bubbling energy enveloped one arm. The assistants recoiled as scarlet eyes with a thin thread of the pupil glanced at them. The girl ran her hands over the patient's body, the man wheezed, the demon's chakra left real burns. Biting her lip, Naruto wrapped her other hand in regular, medical chakra. Thanks to Sasuke's unification training with Sasuke, she learned to purify her energy from demonic particles, filter it before transferring it. But she'd never done anything like that at the same time before. The contrast tore her mind, melted her brain. It was like an exquisite act of sadism. With one hand she left wounds, with the other she immediately healed them. But it was beneficial. The Uzumaki felt the chakra and the poison reaching out to her, striving to return to her own. So small iron grains of sand stick to the magnet. Without the Ninetales chakra, the poison turned into a heavy residue, which Naruto was able to neutralize easily, since she herself had not left the laboratory all last week, preparing the preparations necessary for the hospital. Itachi's face relaxed, his body no longer arching in invisible fire. The whole action took 3 minutes at the most. I'll send clones with demonic energy to you, Naruto croaked tiredly into the microphone. Only behind them will have to heal the damage immediately. We'll manage, Tsunade snapped. With a bang, several girls appeared and rushed to the operating room to the Sannin. To create them, Naruto used only and exclusively the demon's chakra, which was generously shared by Kurama. And he complained about the arranged storm in the inner world. She made sure that Itachi was transported to the ward, connected to the equipment and drips, and gave the mentor information about the usual component of the poison. On the machine, she got out of her white operating suit and fell heavily onto a miraculously discovered chair in the common corridor. The tired brain is only now beginning to ask questions. Why did Tsunade give Itachi to her, and not the same Shizen, for example? After all, the Uchiha is the heir to the clan. In the event of his death, the Hokage would have had remarkable problems. But she still entrusted a serious operation to a dropout. Another lesson for her. The girl smiled bitterly and knowingly. She gave her someone who arouses strong emotions in her, whose death would be a blow to her. I gave it away because I believed in my student. Because in another situation, Naruto would have been just as confused, but Senju would no longer be around. There would be no one to give her an encouraging and sobering kick. And the patient could die. After all, it was not in vain that the Sannin decided to contact her by microphone. She was ready to pick her up in case of failure. But she still believed, gave her a chance to cope on her own, to find a way out. And for that, Naruto was grateful. She looked at the trembling hands, the fingers barely bending. Fear, real terror for Itachi, the realization of the situation came crashing down with full force. I could not believe that he was alive in intensive care and would soon come to his senses. Too many impressions, the mind refused to accept new ones. Uzumaki-san. The girl raised her head and saw the medic rush off with Tsunade. Naruto, she shook her head. But you. And what, Date Bayo? A raised eyebrow. How was the operation? Successful, he nodded happily. Your clones have helped us a lot. I'm glad. Uzumaki almost fell asleep. They took her by the arm, led her somewhere, seated her on a chair again, shoved a cup of hot tea into her palms. The wonderful smell of thyme touched his nose. After the second sip, the body deigned to wake up. In the staff lounge, not only the Irionin who helped her and Tsunade had gathered, but also the others who were off duty. They set the table, laying out all their supplies, stash, and now looked at the girl with interest. Appraisal, poignant. At one time, Shizen shared in a whisper that not all executioners have as much meticulousness as representatives of the most humane profession. Irionin and Konoha were a kind of closed community where outsiders were not allowed. With its own hierarchy, with its own, sometimes the most incredible goals. For them, the priority was human life, nothing else. For all the time of work, Naruto was never able to become a part of this world. She felt that they were looking at her, sniffing at her. And she was not going to break herself for the sake of other people's interests. Either they accept it for what it is, or they don't accept it at all. At that moment, looking at the faces of those assembled, she realized that she had been recognized. Tsunade-sama has business at the Hokage Palace, the Irionin who brought her in explained. We wanted to know about the poison. Never seen anything like it. He seemed to have a mind. Picked up another physician. Naruto took a sip, mechanically chewing on the carefully slipped cookie. In fact, Bijou are bundles of energy endowed with their own consciousness, emotions and feelings. In this they are no different from humans. They live, breathe, love or hate, sympathize, understand. And when a huge amount of Kyuubi's chakra is released and accumulates in one carrier, far from the fox himself. She has the beginnings of reason. The simplest instincts, depending on what state the Kyuubi was in at the time of its release. For example, now he is calm and even somewhat satisfied. Naruto knew that tomorrow this conversation would spread throughout the hospital. But that chakra was too evil. She wanted to kill, destroy, break. Therefore, I assumed that it accumulated during the fox attack on Konoha. Somehow, Orochimaru managed to combine this chakra and the most complex organic poison. Maybe, his cursed seal technology was used for this, I don't know. It will only be possible to find out after extensive analysis, which is likely to be done by the Hokage herself. She thought for a while and was not disturbed. The girl herself shook herself, returned to the interrupted topic. Thus, the poison turned out to be half-sentient. He felt the healing energy and diligently hid from it. But as soon as the chakra felt its owner, the fox, even if it was locked, it tried to return to the owner. Without her action, the poison disintegrated into its components. He felt the healing energy and diligently hid from it. But as soon as the chakra felt its owner, the fox, even if it was locked, it tried to return to the owner. Without her action, the poison disintegrated into its components. He felt the healing energy and diligently hid from it. But as soon as the chakra felt its owner, the fox, even if it was locked, it tried to return to the owner. Without her action, the poison disintegrated into its components. Listen, another nurse interrupted, are they telling the truth about Jiraiya-san and Tsunade-sama? Why was he running from her? For a light, cheerful conversation about the adventures of the great Sannin and his escapes from his fighting girlfriend, time flew by. Delicious tea, sweets and warm company did their job, the doctors relaxed. Naruto was able to free herself only late in the evening, when it was already dark on the streets. The light in the Hokage's office was still on, and Tsunade's silhouette was visible through the window. You know, she began as the girl closed the door behind her and activated the shields. All these years I thought what would happen if I were not personally interested in Dan's life. If I thought like a doctor, didn't cry, didn't worry, would he still be alive or not? Instead, I listened to his last words. Naruto sat down on the sofa. He wouldn't have survived anyway, Ba-chan, she shook her head. Tsunade jumped up. Because I know you did your best. Despite everything. The woman nodded, put some papers away. I want to send another detachment to Sound Compound. Leaders, Nara Shikamaru and Sasuke Uchiha, they will pick up the rest. The guys are the only ones who received the title of Chunin. Why, Date Bayo? Naruto knew that the mentor would not do anything just like that, there is a reason for everything. First of all, I looked at the attitude of Genin towards the rest, opponents and allies. I don't want hardcore individualists who will leave the team at the first opportunity. At best, they will pull everything on themselves. At worst, they will ineptly distribute responsibilities and blame colleagues for inevitable failure. And, Naruto, the woman looked a little guilty. I can't give you a title yet. I don't want to draw too much attention. I already turned the elders and Danzo against me. What did you do, Ba-chan? I recognized you as my granddaughter and took care of you, the Sannin smiled. The girl jumped up on the spot, squealed and threw herself on the Hokage's neck. She laughed, but hugged the spontaneous girl. Then she pulled her back a little, stroked her golden bangs, and looked earnestly straight into her eyes. Naruto, you are now the Hokage's granddaughter. Remember this. Act like an honorable granddaughter of Hokage-sama. She made an important face, obviously copying Ebisu, Konohamaru's teacher. Then she smiled broadly. From now on, there is no one more important to me than you. Because you are my family, my closest person. Naruto nodded, closed his eyes, snuggled closer. Thank you, Ba-chan. For a while they still sat in an embrace, but then Tsunade again sent the girl to the sofa. The detachment will leave as soon as the victims come to their senses and give me a report on what happened. We must be prepared for the unexpected. Naruto, you will be part of the squad without fail. And not only as a full-time medic, but also as a full-fledged operative. You and Sasuke will become a striking force. The rest are obliged to lead you to Orochimaru's hideout at any cost. He is a connoisseur of seals and genjutsu, which is why such a balance of power. I understand, Date Bayo. The woman folded her arms across her chest. Now about something else. What did you manage to understand from the analysis of the state of the Uchiha? Naruto bit her lip, fiddling with the tip of her braid, her eyes wandering around the room as she prepared her answer. The new Hokage breathed new life into the office. Gone were the endless trinkets and figurines from the shelves. The beloved ficus of the third migrated to the corner. And on the wall now a prominent place was occupied by messages of congratulations on accepting the post from fellow Kage. However, their masterpieces really deserved a place in the frame. Each letter began with traditional congratulations. But Tsuchikage refuted them and complained about youth who violate all the commandments of shinobi at once. The Mizukage closed the hat with a juicy imprint of scarlet lipstick and invited her old friend to celebrate this event, even in the fog, where she will provide a faithful drinking buddy with a warm welcome. Given the presence of the lava genome in her, there was no need to doubt the words of the woman. The Reikage simply crossed out the first lines and swore at his opponent in a friendly way, which still could not forgive damaged hands. Instead of the Kazekage who died at the hands of Orochimaru, the Council of Elders unsubscribed. So far, Song has not been able to choose a new head. As far as Naruto knew, Senju replied in the same style. In addition to poisoning and hematomas, there are all signs of sensitive overload of the brain. Apparently, too long use of the Sharingan had an effect. Also, he's going blind, too fast for his young age. I found traces of genjutsu on the rest. However, the consequences quickly leveled. Tsunade peered at the sheets of paper laid out in front of her. I think Itachi was the last one to remain conscious. He helped his own, hence the overload of the brain. The genjutsu itself cannot harm such a master, but if he had to remove it from the others. The report of Hitaki Kakashi speaks about the correctness of my hypothesis. They found the squad inside the protective barrier. A very specific barrier. The woman raised an eyebrow expressively. Naruto blushed slightly. I made some scrolls for Itachi. Yes, just in case. But what are we going to do about his blindness? She returned to the topic of concern to her. You can't just leave it like that. No, Tsunade agreed. And I've already talked to Fugaku. Due to the clan dojutsu, an eye transplant from a donor is needed. Shursui, checked, does not fit. The closest option is Sasuke. But he's still too small. His father and I agreed to have the operation in a year and a half. By the end of this period, both brothers will reach the desired state. Do not worry, everything will be fine. This I promise you as a grandmother. The Hokage smiled widely, and Naruto beamed back. Itachi slowly floated out of the intoxicating haze that tasted of herbs, iron and salt. Through the endless burning pain began to break through, like flowers from under the snow, the warmth of the sun. A native voice urged me to endure a little more, just a little bit. And the light smell of cherries and the sea brought peace with it. He fell into a peaceful dreamless sleep. The bright light hurt my eyes. There was a slight weakness in the body, there was no trace of pain left. He was in the ward of the Konoha hospital. The summer wind blew in through the half-open window, carrying the smell of wildflowers standing in a vase on the bedside table. There were also large, ripe, juicy tomatoes and a plate of dango in sweet sauce. Itachi turned his head to the slight rustle coming from the other side. Naruto, in a light dress, with a scythe to the thigh, was setting up a drip, calculating something, silently whispering under her breath. Her lips moved as she copied the readings from the instruments. So funny, sweetheart. Home. Native, own. Are you awake yet? Welcome back, Date Bayo. She burst out with joy, noticing his awakening. And gently wrapped her arms around her neck. Warm strands slid over bare skin. Naked? Itachi concentrated on feelings. Not only was he lying naked under the covers, but a precious gift was missing from his neck. Naru, who undressed me? He asked carefully. The voice is hoarse after a long silence. How long have I been here? Here you are the second day. And I undressed you. Is something wrong, Date Bayo? The girl was surprised. Understanding dawned on her face. She rummaged through the pocket of her dress and handed him the chain. You squeezed it in your hand, did not want to let go. I had to take desperate measures, she laughed. The gift fell around his neck again. Itachi calmed down, feeling the usual heaviness. The door swung open abruptly. Sasuke appeared on the threshold, gloomy as a cloud. What have you done to my brother, Dobe? He growled, closing the door behind him. He looked carefully at Itachi, whom Naruto had sat down with pillows under his back. He turned his stern gaze on his friend, but the older Uchiha noticed sparks of laughter in the eyes of the Ototo. You won't believe it. Naruto didn't try to hide her amusement. Cured him. So he will live? Sasuke was very naturally horrified. Yeah, Date Bayo. And if possible, happily ever after. What should I do? If not for the upbringing of the clan, the guy would clutch his head. The girl burst out laughing. Itachi also could not resist, snickered at the one-man theater. Sasuke was nervous. Now the tension is pouring out. Surely he did not leave the ward, scaring everyone with the stone face of the perfect Uchiha. You can eat my tomatoes as a consolation, Ototo. Itachi waved towards the nightstand. Just leave me the dango. You still can't. Sasuke declared vindicatively, biting into a ripe vegetable. Thick juice splashed and flowed down his chin, the aroma of a juicy, sun-warmed tomato spread in the air. Itachi swallowed his saliva. Until the doctor decides. And who is the attending physician? Maybe I can agree with him. In the voice sounded the strongest desire to taste sweets as soon as possible. I am a doctor. Naruto waved his hand. And yes, I won't let you dango yet. We are now cleaning your body, do not interfere with the drugs to work. Otherwise, you'll be stuck here indefinitely. Itachi took a deep breath and leaned back against the pillows. On the one hand, the diet, but on the other, his doctor. The mind sadly recalled that the girl had already seen him naked. And apparently, she did not like it, since she did not even get embarrassed and did not blush, as Kunoichi usually did in training and assignments, when circumstances forced them to undress. I'll call Tsunade Bie-chan, she wanted to talk to you. Naruto left, Itachi followed her, caressing her golden strands with his eyes. She saved your life, literally pulled you out of the other world, Sasuke shared. And did not leave you all these days. Spent the night here, in the staff room. Even Hokage-sama and I couldn't kick her out. But if you want reciprocity, you'd better confess it directly, Enai-san. Uzumaki is such a dope that she absolutely does not understand hints. Itachi did not have time to answer. Tsunade Senju entered. He heard about a broken drunk, a loser in the game and love, but in front of him stood the Hokage of the hidden village, the strongest shinobi, a brilliant physician. It felt the mind, will, the breed of an ancient clan. And she watched with interest, without the hostility expected from the Senju representative. Itachi-kun, I want you to tell me the details of the mission. Yes, Tsunade-sama. We managed to infiltrate Orochimaru's lair in sound, even though it was heavily guarded by shinobi that had been altered by the cursed seal. What he did to them, they are like demons, they do not know fatigue and mercy. However, the duration of the seal is limited and leads to disastrous consequences. Inside, we were immediately attacked by a strange orange gas. In it, I felt, Itachi briefly glanced at the Uzumaki, standing behind the Sannin. She nodded. In it, I felt the chakra of the nine-tailed demon fox. We managed to get ahead despite attempts to cast genjutsu on the squad. I removed the effects of the technique from my comrades. In one of the halls, we found a cage with a boy, from whom the nine-tails chakra emanated. As far as I understand, when the fox attacked Konoha, some of the released chakra was locked in the baby's body, monastery boy. He was then kidnapped by Orochimaru for his experiments. By that time, reinforcements arrived at the enemy, and we had to leave. We made it outside, where I activated the barrier before the poison took effect. What happened to that boy? He died. Not a single muscle twitched, not a single line betrayed Itachi's emotions. The man was not going to admit that he had killed that boy. His very existence could harm not only Naruto, but the entire village. The Akatsuki mentioned by the Ototo could have taken advantage of this. Apparently, Tsunade read the answer between the lines. She nodded and got up. Very well, rest, Itachi-kun. I beg your pardon, resolve the issue, Tsunade-sama. What are you planning to do next? The woman turned her head slightly, already standing at the door. I'll send another team there. Time to wipe this place off the face of the earth. Partings and meetings. The ANBU teaches a lot, how to approach the enemy and the protected object, how to breathe silently correctly, how to look so that the object does not notice the surveillance, the so-called light look and other skills necessary for a high-class shinobi. And who would have thought that all this knowledge would be needed to spy on the girl you like? Itachi sat on the already beloved tree growing opposite the windows of the laboratory, watched as the Uzumaki, humming to himself, prepared another healing mixture for patients. Her swaying golden braid attracted his eye like a bow on a string to a cat. Each clan shinobi was taught the art of seduction without fail. How to profitably present your body, how to flirt subtly, how to seduce with one glance and how to please partners of both sexes. All this was included in the intelligence section. The uchiha even had a slight advantage over the others. They were all, if not beautiful, then attractive in appearance. No holes for bugs, no transparent, glassy eyes. Before going on his first mission, Itachi also received similar training. Kagami-san took care of them and Shursui. True, due to age, the lessons were purely theoretical. Although they were useful later on missions, a few years later, he invited both kunoichi and ordinary women on dates, met, slept with them. But he had no idea how to hint to the most unpredictable, according to Kakashi, the ninja of the Leaf Village, that he liked her. All his experience was powerless against Naruto's illogical thinking. It seemed that her thoughts were going on in some way, it was different from the usual. He was sincerely grateful to Kagami-san for being appointed to the role of Uzumaki's teacher. Thus, the relative allowed him to get to know the girl better. Naruto is a strong-willed individual. She will make friends in all countries, communicate with people easily, directly, smile at them warmly, from the bottom of her heart, because this is part of her nature. She cannot be forced to do anything. You can only give the opportunity to choose, but to force is unrealistic. And you can't change it, you can only break it. Itachi's entire being resisted the thought of Naruto becoming like Sakura, still stuttering and blushing at the sight of her crush. No, he needed just such an Uzumaki as she was now. Strong, unbending, a little distrustful, prickly, a little naive. Native, own. He will wait, because he is already closer to her than anyone else. She let him into her inner circle, trusting him as he trusts her. He will be there, support, and try to protect her. Although sometimes you want to kill one unbearable Hyuga, who practically settled in the hospital and does not take his frightening transparent eyes off the girl when she enters his room. Itachi wanted to plunge it into Tsukuyami. The only thing that stopped him was the thought that the same Naruto would have to deal with the victim, and she and so day and night in the hospital. After successfully completing the mission in sound, with the help of another Sharingan property, the Ototo showed him his memories. What he and Naruto found in Orochimaru's former lair. Of course, Kabuto tried to take everything he could from there. The most serious developments, almost all documents, the results of experiments. But what was left was more than enough for the guys. Sasuke woke up for a long time in horror. Before his eyes stood people, experimental, cut up, with a cursed seal grafted in, which literally turned them into animals. But even his henchman Orochimaru did not trust, completely relying only on himself. In his private quarters, Naruto discovered several Fuin caches with documentation of the latest experiments with the cursed seal, with recipes for numerous poisons. A precious find, if you do not know at what cost the scientist achieved results. They completely cleared the underground shelter, destroying it almost to the ground. Something and destructive abilities were in abundance, both in Uzumaki and in Ototo. On their way to the sound, they were attacked by Orochimaru's henchmen, his servants, who had been sent by Kabuto to buy himself some time. Almost all the members of the squad were injured, if not for the help of the Suna squad, Shikamaru, Kiba and Rock Lee would have had a hard time. But at least their condition didn't cause concern, unlike Niji and Shuji. They were dying for a long time. After the operations, they were assigned to Naruto for treatment. The whole squad. Itachi didn't know what the girl was thinking when she freezes, when her eyes go glassy as they fall on the retorts. Why don't fingers flutter over mixtures or a microscope? He wanted to hug her, hide her, so that this tired doom would leave her eyes. What did she see in Orochimaru's lair that she didn't even tell Sasuke about? What did you read in those documents that accidentally fell under the current techniques of Kato? She did not tell anyone, she was betrayed by the look, a person to whom an unsightly truth was revealed. And he could only be there, holding her hand, waiting out such moments of thought. They passed like the rain passes. Once again, her sunny smile flashed, and Itachi's private world shone with a rainbow. He opened the ice cream and easily entered the room through the open window. Time to give some workaholics a break. Itachi, date Bayo. Naruto was ridiculously delighted, bit her half and sat on the windowsill. The man kept her company. Reminds me of our second meeting, he chuckled. Then there was the same heat. Naruto crunched the ice in agreement. Don't you regret becoming an Iranian? No. The girl waved her hands. I learned so many new things. She began to talk, gesticulating animatedly, and at the same time managed to nibble on ice cream. Itachi chuckled. He took all the achievements of Uzumaki for granted, because he was confident in the abilities of his girlfriend. But after all, if you think about it, she studied for many years, from early childhood. And she could use the mystic hand technique even before she left the academy. That is, even then she could claim the rank, and now, having filled in all the gaps, even more so. He already knew that for the sake of safety, the Hokage decided not to give the girl the rank of Chunin, so this might be a good decision. Medics have always stood apart from the rest of the shinobi, for them the official status did not matter, only the internal classification. That is, anyone could get the same A rank, while remaining a genin. To do this, it was necessary to pass certain tests under the supervision of the Hokage. Naru, are you thinking about taking the higher-ranking Iranian exam? He wedged into her monologue, after another enthusiastic date Bayo. Suddenly, the girl blushed in embarrassment, clapped her hand over her mouth, and looked at him guiltily. Bachan tested me immediately after returning to the village and assigned me rank B, she said apprehensively. And you were silent? Itachi raised his eyebrows, unsure whether to be angry or laugh. Uzumaki is incorrigible. I forgot, date Bayo. Naruto drawled, folding her arms under her chest and pressing hard on pity. I ran and completely forgot about it. Itachi just shook his head. Congratulations. He smiled softly and stroked her hair. She smiled happily, realizing that there would be no head wash. Now, as a genin, as a medic, she could carry out missions for Chunin. He pulled out another portion of popsicles from the seal, broke it open, half of it was immediately identified by Naruto. The idol was destroyed by the nasty call of the timer. Oh, I'm sorry, I have to run, date Bayo. Naruto slid off the windowsill. Naruto. Itachi leaned forward, afraid she would run away before he could do it. Maybe we can go for a walk together tonight, the Uzumaki nodded. With pleasure, Itachi. I ran. Thanks for the treat. Itachi remained to look at the door behind which the girlfriend disappeared. And wonder if Uzumaki realized that he asked her out on a date. Hardly. Uzumaki walked down the corridor, delving into reading the case histories, along the way greeting the Iranian she met. She took root in the hospital, she herself did not notice how he became her second home. Often the girl could not appear in her own apartment for days, staying overnight in the staff room. Well, what, there is a sofa, there is a shower, she brought a change of clothes, and you can always run to Ichiraku for a bite to eat. But so it was possible to devote more time to study and work. Bachan seriously took up her, gradually training her to A rank. Although the Hokage didn't directly mention it, Naruto had no trouble finding out what category the books given by the Sannin belonged to. And everything seems to be fine, but my heart is somehow restless. Intuition gleamed on the periphery of consciousness, tingled the mind, at times preventing me from falling asleep peacefully. Something was about to happen, something serious in the Uzumaki's life. And Naruto herself did not notice how the frequent meetings with Itachi became her salvation. After conversations with the elder Uchiha, she fell asleep peacefully, and her dreams were light and bright. The girl shook her head and focused on the analysis data. Their first serious mission, without escort, without safety net in the face of mentors. And if Naruto, after the Land of Waves, realized that they could easily be killed, that the opponents would not spare the genin, then the guys encountered this for the first time. And they came out of the test with honor. Although the same Kiba could be a less destructive hero. The wound damaged part of the intestine, casually touched the liver. Of course, nothing serious for an organism saturated with chakra, but the girl still had to tinker, pulling him out of a critical state. Shikamaru left on foot the same day. That's why he's a genius, to get off with a couple of scratches, slight shifts after a genjutsu and a meeting with a beautiful girl from Suna. Choji had to be dealt with by the Hokage herself. The pills had a deadly effect on his system, nearly burning the chakra channels to the evil Yukai. If the Iranian sent after Tsunade had delayed even a little, there would be one less Akimichi in the world. Niji took care of Shizen. With the help of a strand of hair placed in the seal and a huge amount of chakra, Tsunade's assistant was able to pull another genius literally from the other world. That's where Naruto was heading, putting aside all thoughts of Itachi for a while. She will think about him a little later. Good afternoon, Medic-san, Hyuga greeted her with a sly squint. He still did not take the girl seriously, although it was thanks to her that he got better much faster than one might have expected. Naruto spared no medicine, no chakra, which was more than all the doctors in the village had. Except maybe Tsunade. Good afternoon, incurable patient, Uzumaki smiled mischievously in response. Niji grimaced expressively. With his characteristic clan calmness and fire in his eyes, Hyuga rushed from the hospital to training with tripled strength. Who would let him go? Naruto barely remembered the Chunin exams when she gave him a cleansing enema. Almost. Just a little bit. Another Hyuga was sitting near the wall. Normally, the Hyuga treated minor wounds within the clan or paid for the services of the Uchiha Spa Irainen, preferring to contact another kindred brother, which made them appear in the hospital even less often than other shinobi. However, this time it was not possible to avoid the hospital. Because of his clan troubles, Hayashi was afraid that a promising warrior, besides his nephew, would be harmed or simply killed. And therefore, someone from the Hyuga side branch was always on duty in his ward. The Hokage turned a blind eye to this. She had more important things to do than argue about the presence of bodyguards in the ward. Fortunately, he did not interfere much. During the examinations he generally sat in a corner and only intently watched every movement of the doctor. Niji had already undressed as usual, letting the girl inspect the scar left from the through wound in his shoulder. The blade passed very close to the heart, touching the area near it. Again, the doctors were on time. Naruto felt the muscles with the help of chakra, listened to his breathing and involuntarily compared Niji to Itachi. The Uchiha was older, and his body was better shaped. Flexible, sinewy, lean. Like a hound, aimed only at hunting and killing. His smooth, almost untanned skin was covered with thin threads of scars. It seemed slightly rough from constant training and battles. And she liked it better. Naruto blushed, pulled away and quickly began to fill the map. Niji raised an eyebrow but didn't say anything as he started packing back into the clan's traditional kimono. "When will I be released?" he asked hopefully. The Uzumaki giggled, as if they were talking about a prison, not a hospital. "Today we'll still keep you on rehab, and tomorrow you can already be discharged," she smiled. "Just don't get too zealous with training, at least for 2 days." "Okay, Detibio." At this point, she was talking mostly to the bodyguard. "He will see to it that the genius does not injure himself." He nodded. "What was that noise this morning?" Niji asked as he tossed an orange from the basket on his nightstand to the Uzumaki. His visitors were not translated, the recovered, and therefore twice as happy. Rock Lee tried especially hard. They were forbidden to enter only when the examination was in progress, despite the fact that their classmate was conducting it. Therefore, the genius of the Hyuga clan quickly calculated the benefits of keeping the Uzumaki in the ward as long as possible, and often stopped her just to chat. True, Naruto did not give in. She remained only when there was free time. Now was the time. She had already discharged Inuzuka from the hospital, examined Choji, and the duty did not begin until half an hour later. "It's Kakashi-san who came to our department, Date Bayo." Naruto chuckled as he saw the Hyuga's eyebrows rise at the same time. Each shinobi was required to undergo a complete medical examination every 3 to 4 months, a maximum of once every 6 months. But the higher the ninja rose in rank, the worse they fulfilled this prescription. And the doctors simply did not have enough people to catch everyone. And if with Genin and some Chunin it was easy enough to do, then with Jonin it was necessary to get rid of it. The longer they were in their rank, the more cunning they showed. There were, of course, conscious individuals, like Irika Yumino or the recently become Jonin Kurina Yuhi. But there were also those whose escapes became legendary among the people of Konoha. For example, in an effort to avoid the attention of doctors Shiranui Ginma on the speed of disappearance, Shunshin could argue with the ghost of Shursui. However, he did not lag behind. Itachi never showed up at the hospital at all. Fascinated by his deep, velvety black eyes, the nurses scribbled on his card without looking. In addition, they had a spa, whose doctors checked everyone in the clan. Asuma Sarutobi hid in his clan's territory and did not come out until he noticed that the medics had lost their enthusiasm. Naruto also took part in the hunt. She caught the resisting team of Konohamaru. But Kakashi is a completely different story. Hatake Kakashi was the first among the runaways. And what Irionin can compete with the copying? Once, and you are in Genjutsu, and the shinobi himself is already at the other end of the village, in one of his many secret shelters. As it turned out, you can find control over him. Tsunade did not stand on ceremony, and on Shizen's next complaint about the naughty Jonin, she called him into the office and knocked him out with one precise blow. And then she herself dragged him to the emergency room, where they were delighted with him, as if they were their own. They immediately tied me to the bed, made injections, put a dropper and poured in a couple of laxative infusions for better cleansing of the body. So by the time Kakashi came to, it was already too late. So he was indignant, twitching in the belts, on which Jiraiya personally put chakra-blocking seals. This noise and heard Niji. Naruto saw both Hyugas twitch to laugh, but they held back with all their might, respecting the dignity of the clan. Therefore, she was delighted when a laboratory assistant flew into the ward and gave her the order of the Hokage to urgently come to the office. The kids need to relax too. She had no doubt. Tomorrow the stories about the exploits of the dear mentor would scatter all over Konoha. On the way, Naruto felt a faint, light gaze on her. Itachi taught her how to focus to be able to detect ANBU-level surveillance, showed her exactly what to look for, what signs, and so on. It only convinced her that something was coming. Tsunade put her finger to her lips and showed the seals for concentration and sensory scanning of the surrounding space. Naruto obediently closed her eyes, listening to herself. They, along with the older Uchiha, improved the girl's sensory skills. Now the radius of defeat was 100 meters. Nothing, empty. Naruto moved a little further and at 110 she found a surge of chakra, a thin thread of which led to the Hokage's office. Where exactly, the girl did not understand, and it was not necessary. Danzo, the head of the route, still couldn't calm down after recognizing the Jinchuriki as the granddaughter of the Hokage and the hospital's medic. He found fault with all of Tsunade's orders, increased attention to the Uchiha clan, on whose dojutsu he had long licked his lips. However, those who were overwhelmed with business with spas, businesses within the block and the police, sat quietly and did not pay attention to anything. The night of the Kyubi attack taught them to value their lives. Moreover, the Hokage and the Council of Clans are on their side. The Sannin silently approached, grabbed the girl in her arms, and moved by Shunshin to her home, where she immediately placed all the barrier seals known to her. Tsunade was called loser, but the woman was never an idiot. Before leaving, she rented out all Senju's real estate and once a year, through a trustee, confirmed the contract. And upon her return, she occupied a small two-story house, which had long served her grandmother as a resting place from her hyperactive, energetic grandfather. Mito put up such protection there, which the same Danzo did not dream of. Tsunade made tea, poured it into cups, rummaged through the cupboard and pulled out a basket of cookies and chocolate-covered nuts. And then she sat down opposite. Naruto, we need to have a serious talk. Have you heard of the Akatsuki organization? Kabuto and the swordsman you fought when you came after me enter it. The task of the organization is to capture all Biju and remove them from the carriers. For what, is still unknown. The Council of Elders, with the full support of ANBU Root Chief Shimura Danzo, decided that you should be sent away from the village along with the Sannin Jiraiya for the next 2 years. For education. For your safety and the safety of Leaf. Naruto blinked in shock. Leave Konoha, your home. But, how is it, Ba-chan, Date Bayo? She exclaimed in confusion. She froze when she saw the Hokage's serious look. I calmed down and tried to control myself. Have you thought of something yet? It was not in vain that she invited me here. She waved her hand around the small kitchenette of the house. Yes, Tsunade took a sip, carefully setting her cup down. I think you yourself understand that Jiraiya has nothing to teach you. Not for your purposes. You want to become a doctor. But Danzo needs a Jinchuriki fighter, Naruto said grimly to the conclusions they had drawn with Itachi in one of their training sessions. It's true, he needs a completely subservient operative, the woman nodded, twisting the nut in her fingers, not noticing how it stains the skin with chocolate. He and the elders believe that Jiraiya will be able to hide and protect you if necessary, and will teach you a lot. Sannin, she snorted, expressing her attitude towards this opinion of the council and her friend as well. To some extent I had to agree with her. Jiraiya was not a born teacher like Tsunade was. He constantly forgot that he needed to mess around with children, explain to them simple things like chakra control and concentration. And he preferred to combine the search for inspiration with intelligence, and not with the role of a mentor. But you don't think so, the Uzumaki pointed out shrewdly. Tsunade sighed heavily. At the head of Akatsuki is a former student of Jiraiya along with friends. I think loving them won't let him fight at full strength. He may lose. And I do not agree to let you out of the protection of the leaf at a dangerous time. Besides, Naruto braced herself, realizing that they had reached the most important point of the conversation. I don't have enough people to trust. Tsunade looked directly, openly. Which I can say for sure is that they were not sent by Danzo or the elders. The same Anko. She is too attached to her former teacher, Orochimaru. And what she passes off as hatred is, in fact, a long-standing resentment. Why did he take Kabuto instead of her? Why did you leave? Tsunade waved her hand as she sipped her tea. Back to our conversation. At one time, I planned to transfer part of my affairs to trusted people, because even it's hard for me to do everything at once. I wanted to give you the hospital. By that time, you should have already explored all this kitchen. Supplies, medicines, patients, reports of operations and examinations, everything would go through you. Of course, without help, Shizun and I would not have left you, we would have watched, they helped with advice, but it was you who would control the main work. That's why I need you here and now. I don't want to leave such an important aspect of the village's life in the hands of Danzo's henchmen. But what about Shizun? Why not her, Date Bayo? Shizun needs to be my personal assistant, the woman shook her head. It won't arouse suspicion, besides, Kato's loyalty is to me personally, not to Konoha. Understood, Date Bayo. Naruto drawled. The announced plans of the Hokage frightened her. Give the hospital to some girl, even a B-rank Irainen? Also, Jinchuriki, work and hard work, never frightened Naruto, she was able to work up a sweat. But such a colossal responsibility frightened her. Tsunade affectionately took her brush, squeezed it in her warm fingers, letting in a little chakra. Do not be afraid of responsibility. In recent years, you are the only medic who mastered the mystic hand technique while still a student at the academy. And the training of the uchiha instilled seriousness in you, gave you the necessary knowledge. Do you think they didn't tell me that you were the one who handled the accounts of 2 uchiha businesses for several months in a row with the easy prompting of Kagami-san? Tsunade looked at her skeptically. Naruto blushed. And we will be there, we will pick up, if you fail, we will not let you make serious mistakes. Yes, and other Irenans, too. They've subtly hinted at your potential several times already. Tsunade snorted, remembering those hints. Did they cope all these years, when almost all medicine in Konoha was abandoned? She said the last bitterly. At one time, Tsunade killed a lot of time and effort to train at least 2 generations of Irainen. But as soon as she left Konoha, they immediately stopped teaching genin something more serious than replenishing neutral chakra so that the ward would at least live to the hospital. And now, those who worked in the Konoha hospital were either her former students, or were the first students of those of her wards who completed the course. But even I can't ignore the decision of the Council of Elders, the voice of the ANBU root chief, Tsunade grimaced. She did not like old people, she did not like them very much. And what do you suggest, Datebao? You have two options for the development of events. You can go with Jiraiya, travel the world with him, see other countries and villages, learn his techniques. This is the first option. And the second. Naruto Uzumaki leaves the Leaf, and 2 months later, my second student, an A-rank Irionin, whom I left in a small village, appears in her place. She will become the head of the Konoha hospital. Naruto, you must understand, if you choose the second option, you will have to hide your true identity from friends, people close to you. Change appearance, habits, even voice, forget your true name for a while and not reveal the secret to anyone. Think about how it will be for you to be in Konoha, to see them run by every day and be silent. Naruto bit his lip. But how are you, Ba-chan? She raised her eyes to the Sannin. You need my help, Datebao. Naruto, the woman breathed. As Hokage, I explained my motives and desires to you. And now I'm talking to you like a grandmother. Nothing is more important to me than your happiness. If for this you need to leave with Jiraiya, I will wait for souvenirs from the countries and cities that you visit. Upon your return, we will sit over a cup of tea, you will tell us your impressions. To be honest, this is exactly the path I would like for you. Because with the second option, you will have to lie to your friends for 2 years, do everything so that they do not suspect anything. Naruto looked at Ba-chan in confusion, her head full of thoughts, a hurricane of feelings and doubts. Tsunade looked at her knowingly. Think carefully. You have a week to make a decision. In 7 days, you and Jiraiya should no longer be in the village. The Uzumaki nodded and the woman removed the barriers. The girl immediately rushed home. Seeing the streets of Konoha full of life now, the figures of friends, hearing their voices now was very painful. At home, she began to pace the room, shifting things and frustrated feelings. There was complete confusion in my thoughts and in my heart, which I could not manage to cope with. Just the thought of being practically kicked out of Konoha, even if only for 2 years, made her chest clench and her heart clench. The girl stood in the center of the room and took advantage of the breathing exercises Kagami's grandfather showed her so that she could curb her typical clan temperament. If she left now with her godfather, she would lose 2 years that she could have spent honing her techniques. Tsunade was right when she said that the hospital might have to be given to the devoted shinobi Danzo, because Shizen simply would not physically be able to break into 2 posts, and there were few trusted people, even fewer doctors among them. If Danzo takes over the Irionin, he can essentially continue Orochimaru's work, albeit not in such a hard and cruel way. But 2 years to deceive people who trust her. Naruto walked around the room, her eyes falling on the picture frame. Sasuke and Itachi, her 2 best friends. If she considered the topic a brother, almost a twin, she knew that he would be able to understand and forgive, then Itachi. It was like 2 different people stood in front of her. Before, there had always been a strange estrangement between them on the part of the Uchiha. There were always clearly defined limits, beyond which they did not dare to go. Despite the fact that they became friends, Naruto knew exactly why, or rather, for whom Itachi was doing everything. Sasuke, beloved little brother. I saw it as if I was reading an open book. And she agreed to remain on the sidelines, an assistant and an extra, if only the genius of the clan would teach her. But a few months ago, that barrier fell. Itachi became closer, clearer. Like air, it penetrated her, mixed like watercolor with water. His glances, his smiles. Naruto felt they were directed at her. Such closeness evoked, vague, incomprehensible feelings in the depths of the soul, still weak, unfamiliar to the girl. She had never experienced this before. There was both admiration and unconditional trust, hope and soft, mocking tenderness. Uzumaki tried not to delve into these sensations, so as not to get confused in what she does not understand. She didn't rush, didn't really listen to them, but she knew, they ripen in the depths of her heart, make her notice in Itachi something that she hadn't seen before. A heavy strand of shiny hair that fell over his eyes, thin, strong fingers with neat nails, arrows of eyelashes and a restrained laugh in the depths of his eyes, which made his face shine with an inner light, which made the man even more attractive outwardly. Naruto didn't talk to anyone about her little discoveries, putting them away like precious photographs in a box. And she was waiting for the fruit to ripen in her soul in order to understand what was happening to her. She pulled Tora by the tail, so she reached out. Will Itachi be able to forgive her if he finds out about the deception? Will she be able not to impersonate herself in 2 years if she chooses the second path? So without coming to anything, Naruto went to the promised meeting with the man. Evening Konoha was quiet, noisy shopkeepers were clearing away goods. Here and there the girl saw familiar Irionans, greeted them, answered friendly questions. Laugh with them, mourn with them. And with every step she realized that she would not be able to leave these people, she would not be able to leave the list. Itachi was waiting for Naruto near the abandoned training ground. Despite everything, even if the girl did not understand anything, he decided to make her enjoy this evening. His mother, smiling slyly, thrust a scroll with refreshments into his hands. Father, not looking up from the newspaper, sternly announced that he ordered to tidy up a small house, which stood at a distance from the main one. If Itachi returns late or early in the morning, he can spend the night there without waking anyone, especially Sasuke. Itachi snorted, said Sasuke choked on his tea. The house that Fugaku was talking about was intended for newlyweds, so that they get used to living together separately from everyone else, and so that the family does not interfere with them in the first days of a new life. The father could not have given a more subtle hint. And he knew that all this would remain within the clan. The Uchiha were not in the habit of gossip about the relationship of their relatives. And Naruto was generally considered a friend by almost all families. And who started rumors about her or about Itachi and Sasuke, a severe punishment inevitably awaited. Even the head would hardly have been informed, they would have figured it out themselves, since the temper was also in the blood of the Uchiha, as well as restraint and thoughtfulness of decisions. All thoughts flew out of his head when Naruto approached him. A little distracted, somewhat upset, she still tried to pull herself together and smile at him. Without another word, Itachi scooped her up in his arms, cast an elaborate illusion on them, and slid towards the borders of the village. Thanks to Kushina-san's lessons, the barrier let him through without hesitation. And Naruto had a universal key to all the fuin of the maelstrom, the blood of the Uzumaki. Clutching the precious weight to his chest, feeling his heart beating violently against his very fingers clutching his ribs, he sped through the trees to his favorite spot within the leaf. Naruto looked around with interest and calmly followed him as he took her hand and led her along a narrow path between lush bushes of intoxicating hydrangeas and magnolias. He removed the curtain of thin willow branches, revealing to the girl's gaze a small lake, hidden in an environment of tall, sprawling trees. Fireflies soared above it, the willow wept bitterly on the smooth surface of the water, causing crystal drops to be heard everywhere. Each time the fireflies soared, began to circle, then descended and hid in the thick grass, only to soar again at the next chime. No one knew about this place, except for Itachi himself. Here he found rest for his heart. And here he spent most of his free time in recent days. How beautiful, Date Bayo! Naruto whispered reverently as she walked closer to the lake. With her eyes wide with delight, with her mouth parted, she followed the soaring of the fireflies, she even held out her hand to a pair of them, but they did not descend. Itachi opened the scroll and pulled out a basket of treats and a thin but warm blanket, sending his mother a mental thank you. He himself, even with all his genius, did not think about it. It turns out that next to Uzumaki you need to forget about all the tricks of charm and just enjoy her closeness, their time together. They sat on a blanket, ate delicious Mikoto-san pies and watched the enchanting, never-repeated dance of fireflies. In a measured, quiet voice, Itachi told an ancient legend about a goddess who fell in love with a mortal. They lived together a long life full of adventures and dangers, and when he died, she ordered him to be buried in her sacred lake. And she herself sank ashore and began to mourn the lost beloved. The gods took pity on her and turned her into a thin willow, and the soul of her lover scattered like a handful of fireflies in her branches. Since then, they have always been together. It didn't take long for the man to notice that Naruto was barely listening to him, lost in his own thoughts. Naru, is something bothering you? She shuddered, looked at him somehow frightened, which made Itachi even more sure that her friend was hiding something. Itachi, tell me, she hesitantly broke her fingers, biting her lips. It doesn't look like her at all. Tell me, if you knew that I was hiding something from you, or deceiving, what would you do? She cast a sidelong glance from under her bangs. Hides? Is it deceiving? The heart trembled. What had already happened in the few hours they had not seen each other? First I would have found out why you did this, he answered judiciously, lifting his girlfriend's face by the chin, looking into sad blue eyes. I trust you, and immediately bit his tongue. The flower that distorted the girl's face slashed at her heart with a sharp blade. Naruto turned away, clenching his hands into fists. Itachi could feel the struggle going on within her. She hesitated, but when she straightened up proudly, the man realized, Uzumaki decided something for herself. In a week I'm leaving with Jiraiya for training. For 2 years, she said softly. The man closed his eyes. This is what he expected when he heard from Sasuke about the Akatsuki. His opponent, the swordsman of the mist, turned out to be a very talkative fish. It was not in vain that Naruto ordered to take him away from the spring, an additional source of his native element. Although without the support of the Sannin, the Ototo would still have had a bad time. However, he managed to find out the main thing: the organization collects bija, thereby killing their carriers. It's only a matter of time before they come after Naruto. Did you worry about it? He smiled. Well, yes, the girl, out of habit, ran her hand through the hair on top of her head. I didn't mean to disturb you in advance, Date Bayo. She lied, clumsily, artlessly lied. It made Itachi's heart clench, with pity. How many times had he lied himself, hiding his injuries and fatigue, so as not to worry his mother and brother? How many times did he smile, looking into his father's worried eyes, deceiving him that everything was in order? What made Naruto learn this? Lie to him? Pain swirled in my chest, as thin as a needle. To comfort her, Itachi pulled Naruto to him, hugged her, breathing in the scent of her hair that he loved. Whatever happens, he will find out what is the reason. But now Naruto needs his support. Trying to find out the truth will only cause her unnecessary suffering. Do you need any help? Uzumaki's face lit up. This time she was smiling quite sincerely. Just stay with me, she begged, leaning against her shoulder and looking up at the fireflies again. I'm so calm. Itachi squeezed a thin brush, icy brittle fingers. And he promised himself that he would certainly find out what was hidden behind the training of the Uzumaki. What does she want to protect her friends from? They spent the whole night together. They walked through the woods holding hands, mostly silent. Naruto looked at him like she was trying to memorize every line, every gesture. And Itachi was shaking the magnolia bushes above her head, raining down the accumulated night moisture and petals. And listened to her boisterous, ringing laugh. Their whole date had a note of desperate determination on the part of the Uzumaki. Despite this, Itachi fell asleep in the morning absolutely happy. A loud knock woke the Godame Hokage at dawn. Slowly, half asleep, she opened the door. Uzumaki stood in the doorway, flushed, with a disheveled scythe. Sleep, in one eye. She must have been wandering all night and then running, Tsunade decided, catching a glimpse of her dew-drenched clothes and ragged breathing. The woman let her granddaughter inside, closed the door. She put up barriers, and only after that Naruto exhaled decisively. I agree to the second option, Date Bayo. Here, Tsunade unloaded 3 tall piles of books in front of the girl. You need to learn all this by heart if you want to rise to rank A. You also need to think over your image, name, rehearse to get used to it. And be sure to let me know. It's hard to explain why I don't know the name of my own student. The Sannin smiled slyly. Where will I live when I come to Konoha? The girl was methodically packing literature into scrolls. In my house. Shizen left the house after the death of her uncle, she lives there. My second student doesn't have any housing in Konoha. Tsunade shrugged. When Naruto finished and sat down on the couch again, she took out a scroll from the seal. It's a contract to make a blood pact with the summoning of Katsuyu, she explained as the girl unfolded and examined the names written there. Try to negotiate with the call, convince her to cooperate. And just talk. Katsuyu is a kind, sympathetic soul. In addition, he knows a lot about medical technology. And great spitting acid, Date Bayo. Uzumaki rolled her eyes. Not without it, Tsunade proudly shook her head. The women looked at each other and laughed. Itachi was in a hurry. It flew like a shadow over the roofs of houses, gliding along the branches of trees. The Hokage sent him on a mission. It seems to be nothing complicated, but by the time Naruto left, he was late. When he returned, she was no longer in the village. A week. He missed all the week he could have spent with her. Remember it, breathe it in. I didn't make it, I was late. He was playing for time, did not say the most important thing. The girl turned around, as if she felt him, said something to the Sannin, who nodded. And slipped into a grove nearby. Jiraiya slowly, whistling under his breath, went on alone. And the girl stood under a wide tree, lifted her head. Well, I'll have time to say goodbye to you, Date Bayo. She smiled. Itachi jumped down beside her like lightning, close to her and caught that smile on her lips. A kiss, tender, undemanding, a simple touch of lips. But so sweet, long awaited. Everything could change, 2 years is a long time. Not for him, for her. So he wanted to give her this time to think. And remember it before parting. The taste of cherries and the bright, burning sun that now settled in his chest and illuminated his whole world. Soft, dry lips, a little surprised. With the tip of his tongue, the man licked the plump bottom, causing the girl to open her mouth, moaning lightly. She wrapped her arms around his neck and snuggled closer, letting him feel his heaviness in her arms. Itachi pulled away with difficulty, resting his forehead against hers. Naruto looked stunned, surprised. She touched her fingertips to her lips, looking blankly at the uchiha. His eyes darkened like the sky before a storm. "Naru, don't just think of me as a friend," he said softly. "Please." Something strange, dark flashed in the depths of blue eyes. Naruto nodded, the corners of her mouth twitching, but the girl was too stunned to smile. She simply left the grove and rushed to catch up with the Sannin. Itachi rushed home, hiding under an illusion. Paying no attention to anyone, his face turned stone again as he handed in the report, listened to the Hokage's approval. And only at home, hiding in his room, in its complete darkness, he allowed himself to touch his lips with his fingertips. Tsunade let her old friend into the plan only partially. Jiraiya was supposed to escort Naruto to a village on the border of the Land of Fire, to distant relatives of the Senju, where the girl would continue to study medicine. What the godfather did, the very next day he evaporated from the settlement, where there was not a single open bath. Naruto's Bachan friends really liked it. Old Tsum and her husband Takeo welcomed the girl with open arms. The couple could not believe in any way that baby Tsunechan, who often visited them, had become the whole Hokage. And they asked about her health, personal life. To which Takeo grumbled and Tsum giggled, winking at Naruto like a conspirator. Once Tsum was one of the best silk embroiderers, her kimonos were bought by daimyos of all countries. At the age of 15, she married the woodcarver Takeo. And since then they have not parted. Naruto turned away in embarrassment when she saw the husband looking at his wife. And it seemed to her that he did not see any wrinkles or old age. In his eyes, she is still a young silk embroiderer. She plunged headlong into the atmosphere of home warmth and comfort, harmony and love, in which she was to spend 2 months. During this time, she had to read a lot of books given to her by Bachan, and even more to learn, in order to be able to pass the test for Irian in rank A. The girl trained all day, found crippled animals, helped everyone in the village. Residents only rejoiced at the appearance, albeit temporary, of a medical shinobi. Tsum, chiding her about how small and thin she was, forcibly pulled out food and rest. And in the evenings she loosened her braid and combed her hair for a long, long time, singing to herself under her breath. She asked the Shinigami not to touch the girl, not to turn her face to her. Naruto fell asleep to this song. What the girl never did was run away from problems. She bravely met them face to face. As soon as she thought about it, her fingers involuntarily touched her lips, on which her first kiss was imprinted with fire. With embarrassment, Naruto remembered the hardness of Itachi's lips, their soft, sweet taste. How her legs buckled and her breath caught when he touched her with the tip of his tongue. The inside seemed to be grabbed by a huge hand, squeezed into a ball. It was worth admitting that it was not disgusting, as she imagined in childhood, when she saw adult kisses. Itachi asked to think of him not as a friend. But what about whom? Beloved? Lover? Thinking like that made Naruto want to put snow or ice on his burning cheeks. For the first time, she realized that Itachi was a man. Attractive, strong shinobi. Of course, she likes him as a friend, she trusts him. But something more. For the umpteenth time, she decided not to rush things. Time will put everything in its place. You need to give yourself the opportunity to put your thoughts on the shelves. She just noticed that Itachi would make, again her cheeks flushed with fire, a good husband. But Naruto Uzumaki will think about it when he returns to the village. In the meantime, she is Shinomori Hino, a student of the 5th Hokage. And she does not and will not have a relationship with the heir of the Uchiha clan. Coming up with an image, Naruto did not philosophize slyly. She took her familiar shinobi as a basis. The hair has been chemically treated with Grandma Fumiko's advanced dye formula. The ears were adorned with small stud earrings with round pebbles of gray cat's eye. On the metal base were the necessary fuin, changing the native color of the eyes with complicated illusions. Dress, like Shizun, without white inserts, all blue. And the mask is like Kakashi-san's. There were seals on the upper part, among which there was one that did not allow it to be removed. On the bottom, on the throat, another fuin, who changed his voice. No deformation of the ligaments, no damage, only changes on the way out. Well, for dessert, 2 t-shirts made of metallized mesh, for a change. Tsunade became generous and gave the girl her grandmother's legacy. The shirt did a great job of hiding chakra, similar to Yuzushio's ancient armor. On this transformation the girl killed all her free time at night. She didn't even know such seals existed until she opened the disguise section in her grandmother's book. And so, at the end of the 2nd month, in front of the mirror stood a girl with dark brown hair pulled into a wide, loose knot at the base of her neck. A simple dress and sandals with low, white heels made her a little taller. The mask hid half of the face, leaving only dark brown, almost black eyes visible. She had economical, stingy movements, the calmness of a Buddha, and a deep, husky voice. I had to work on habits and character, to train for a long time. Tsunade was right again. Naruto had to almost completely remake himself. The girl was in constant tension, controlling every word, every gesture. Although outwardly it did not manifest itself in any way. She stood in front of the mirror and said goodbye to Naruto Uzumaki for 2 long years. Now she is Shinomori Hino. Tsunade-sama, you called? Shisui turned to the Hokage busy with papers. Itachi and Sasuke, wearing a green vest, stood like silent statues on either side of him. Yes. In documents recovered from Orochimaru's lair, analysts found the coordinates of the rest of the snake nests. It is necessary to clean them without unnecessary noise, without attracting attention. This is a task for your trio. She handed the scroll to Itachi. Together you have almost all the elements. You will be accompanied by 2 medics. Time is not limited. You can do. The shinobi silently disappeared from the office. Tsunade leaned back in her chair, looked at the bustling village outside the window. Now you don't have to worry about this, the 3 Uchiha geniuses will do it perfectly. Soon, very soon, reinforcements will arrive. Shizen was torn in 2, trying to make it both in the hospital and as an assistant to the Hokage. Thus, the girl will soon have a nervous breakdown. Tsunade sighed. If it were her will, she would appoint someone else, more experienced, to this position. But there was just no choice. Everyone who claimed to be the head of the hospital turned out to be either henchmen of the elders, or wore a funny seal on the tongue. The Hokage simply could not afford to capture Danzo, also this sphere of influence. Nothing, soon her student will be in her place. Both of her students. The Hokage was having a lively conversation with the heads of the Hyuga, Yamanaka, and Nara clans when the door opened and a shinobi slipped inside. Tsunade-sama, you have a visitor. She says you were waiting for her. The Sannin nodded and beamed when she saw a dark-haired young woman in her 20s walk in. The mask hid her face, leaving her eyes, the dress, a figure. Shinomori! She exclaimed happily. Master, the woman shook her head reproachfully, a faint smile appeared under the mask. I asked. The Hokage turned to those present. Let me introduce you, Shinomori Hino, my apprentice, whom I left to look after a certain village. The woman bowed, the curious glances of the clan heads fixed on her. But she continued to seriously and at the same time serenely look back. Please call me Shino. Is that what your friends call you? Hyuga raised an eyebrow, hinting at fawning. That's what everyone calls me, the woman said calmly. I don't like my full name. Soon, the clan heads said goodbye to the Hokage, leaving her alone with her student. Well, the Sannin inquired cheerfully, are you ready for the A-rank test, the future head of the Konoha hospital? Yes, Hokage-sama, the equal woman bowed in a shallow bow. Tsunade laughed lightly and contentedly. A new game, 2 years long, has begun. And this time she has reinforcements. Medical secrecy. Itachi leaned wearily against a tree, watching the smoke, and in places the ruins of Orochimaru's next hideout still blaze. And what to do if all 3 cleaners are at odds with Kato? A medic immediately bustled around him, activating his chakra. Shisui and Sasuke were in control of the area, but there shouldn't be any more surprises. They managed to remove all the consequences of the Sannin's experiments. It was the last refuge in a long list of snake nests. Sometimes it seemed to Itachi that they covered the whole world with their network. For half a year, shinobi dangled from one country to another, rushing into battle, clearing the caches of a dead Sannin. Even from the other world, he managed to give them trouble. The consequences of his experiments could not be called harmless. Talented shinobi, the last representatives of their families with an improved genome, with a cursed seal grafted on, they became truly dangerous opponents. The Uchiha ate on the go, slept for several hours a day, and again began to run, resting only immediately before the battle. I had to use all my skills in order not only to survive, but also to win. Finally, everything was over, you can return to Konoha. Even if Orochimaru still had hiding places, looking for them without clues was like trying to find a dark cat in a dark room. Especially if it's not there. Pointless and useless. They had already done most of the work, having checked all the places on the list. Secretly, Itachi cherished the hope of meeting Naruto with Jiraiya in one of the many cities. Once or twice it seemed to him that he saw a tail of disheveled snow-white hair, but each time he was convinced that there was no smell of Sannin there. Sasuke landed next to him. He glanced at his brother with his activated Sharingan. Are we moving out? Itachi nodded and stood up with difficulty. Everything blurred in his eyes, the repeated use of the Mangekyo affected. Yes, Ototo. You can return home. Already at the village itself, her head was spinning, her eyes swam. The general fatigue, the strain from using the dojutsu, and the weakness he had begun to feel in recent days had taken their toll. Out of the corner of his ear he heard the worried exclamations of his friend and brother. On the border of sleep and wake, it seemed to him that he again felt the native smell of cherries and the sea. Itachi woke up already in the hospital, in a single room. Sasuke was sitting next to him, still in a dirty, dusty uniform. Apparently he hadn't gone home to change. "How are you, Anai-san?" He immediately jumped up, seeing that his brother had come to his senses. "All right, Ototo," the elder poked the younger in the forehead, causing him to snort. "I'll get dressed and go home." "I'm afraid until you go anywhere," came a deep, hoarse voice. A woman in a dark dress entered the ward. The mask hid half of her face, only her forehead and clear, deep dark eyes were visible. She held a tablet in one hand and a tray of medicines and injections in the other. "You have been diagnosed with a viral disease." She put the tray on the bedside table, began to scan the patient's chest in the lung area. She nodded with grim satisfaction at some of her conclusions. "The initial stage, the foci did not have time to spread, there is only one, small. Now your immunity is fighting hard, which is helped by the fiery type of your chakra. You will spend this week in the isolation ward of the hospital, where we will follow the course of treatment. At the same time we will check whether the virus is resistant to the main range of drugs." "Yes, and to the reserve at the same time." After thinking, she added. The medic gave Sasuke several injections, made him drink medicine, and told him to rest, sternly reminding Sasuke that the patient needed to rest. "A brother cannot be treated at our home?" Sasuke asked hopefully, disliking hospitals. The woman looked at him tiredly, as if he were a small child, which made the Uchiha embarrassed. "No, he cannot. I don't want to heal a whole clan later instead of one person." "It's all right, Ototo," Itachi calmed his brother gently, not taking his eyes off the Iranian. "She says right, you don't need to infect the whole clan." The woman snorted softly and left, closing the door behind her. "Who is this?" the older Uchiha asked. "I have never seen her in the hospital before." "Shinomori Hino," came a voice from the window. Shursui sat on the windowsill. The ghost climbed inside the chamber, sat down on the bed of a friend. "Tsunade-sama's apprentice, A-rank Iranian. And head of the Konoha hospital. Kami of the local order, the rest are ready to pray for her." Naruto leaned tiredly against the window pane. Who knew it would be so difficult? And it's not about the amount of work, although there was also enough of it. Iranian must be ready to work from dawn to dusk. As Fumiko's grandmother used to say, there is no routine for him, the whole village is his training ground. The health of all residents is his daily mission. It was the very attitude of the hospital doctors. Even Uzumaki, the little demon, was their own for them. Since she grew up in Konoha, they knew her from childhood. They heard about her tricks. But the newcomer Shinomori Hino was a dark horse. Feeling suspicious, checking eyes all the time, hearing whispers behind my back, tired. At the same time, it was necessary to control herself, keep a mask. Even in her thoughts she began to call herself a woman, making self-hypnosis that she had become older. It's like walking on a training ground dotted with explosion seals. And Naruto couldn't even complain to anyone. Just because I didn't have that habit. Gritting her teeth, she continued to work, believing that one day she would win their trust again. In addition, health checks of citizens began, and the hospital was filled with people, so there was simply no time for reflection. For the first 2 months, Shizen often visited her, checked, helped, but then it all came down to weekly reports from the Hokage. Explosions rumbled in the distance and Naruto looked up. Her first impulse was to rush there, to the epicenter, and the girl could hardly restrain herself. Her place is here. Shinomori Hino would never have done that, rushed headlong into danger. Shino-san, a young doctor, looked in the door. They brought the wounded. The woman walked out into a corridor filled with groaning people, Iranian in white overalls. Her appearance was greeted with dark, suspicious looks. What happened? Several explosion seals scattered around Konoha accidentally activated, one of the medics muttered. Naruto pursed his lips. Bachan told her that 30 years ago, some kind of sabotage was being prepared, as a result of which the enemies planned to wipe Konoha from the face of the earth. They planted special blast seals throughout the village, but their plans were thwarted by a battle involving then-young Sannin. The opponents died, and the seals were never found. Tsunade on the sly, secretly from Danzo, sent a couple of squads consisting of Hyuga and Inuzuka to search for them. Apparently not all have been found. The doctors were chirping while doing their job, but it was clear that they were confused and did not know who to grab first, who to help and in what order. There was too much blood, dirt and lumps of bones and meat, and people screamed in fear and pain, pulled out, not allowing themselves to be helped. Naruto tried to draw attention to himself, to no avail. Everyone was too worried about the condition of the victims, thinking about their families. Who could be at the epicenter of the explosion? All the doctors of the hospital are serious, sober-minded people who remain calm even in critical situations. They just did not expect this, everything happened too unexpectedly. The woman put her fingers in her mouth and whistled deafeningly. As if on cue, the Irenans turned their heads towards her. So, a team of laboratory assistants, to check the hospital and the territory adjacent to it. It is necessary to find out whether the explosion seals are still here or not. If there is, defuse it. The 6 guys nodded and sped away. Naruto quickly walked past the gurneys. Maintain in this state, clean, remove fragments. She commanded, scanning the patients with quick movements. In the hospital, she was the only one with an A rank. Sedative, pain reliever. She assigned them to teams, assigned them to patients. 2, not with the most severe cases, were immediately dragged into operating rooms. The doctors rustled, taking away each, their gurney. Naruto rushed to the 3rd operating room. Now Shizun and Tsunade, who helped her at first, were not with her, she had to cope on her own. Seals have been activated. Naruto concentrated chakra, gave short orders to the medics, controlling the healing. Some shinobi bones had to be collected literally from fragments. Patients mingled in one unceasing stream. She healed, shared chakra, mixed and prepared preparations, adding her energy. Some even had to repair damaged channels, knocked out tenketsu. Nearly everyone required immediate medical attention to ensure that there were as few unpleasant, irreversible effects as possible. And when the patients ended, she fell into a chair, squeezed like a lemon. Constant control of chakra, one's actions, constant tension, when the patient's life depends on you and you can't make a mistake so as not to leave a shinobi disabled. Are you here now? She raised an eyebrow at the same tired, exhausted assistants. The doctors looked at each other and nodded. Lively at home, check relatives. They jumped like cockroaches when the lights were turned on. Naruto grunted, straightened up and, grunting like an old granny, directed her feet to the staff room. There she had a bag of icy, fresh milk and a sagging old sofa, everything you need for happiness. She appointed attendants, determined the order in which doctors could leave their post in order to check the well-being of relatives. Judging by the surprised look of the Irainen, they did not expect that they would be allowed to do this. But Naruto had already gone to explore the expanses of the couch in the staff room. They woke her up 2 minutes later. One of the medics, with trembling, bloody hands, grabbed her by the dress, trying to shout out, "Shino-san, there," he forcibly dragged the already awakened woman behind him. In the operating room, a girl with dark braids stained with dirt and blood lay on her stomach. The lower half of her spine was twisted, her arm twisted at an impossible angle. The doctor ran up to her and patted her on the shoulder. Mina. Say something." Almost crying, he asked plaintively. It was only now that Naruto noticed a clear resemblance between them. "Leave the child alone," she yelled, approached to scan. The medic jumped back quickly. The condition turned out to be better than she expected. The bones of the spine are destroyed, but the cord itself was not badly damaged, no more than Lee's in the battle with Gaara. But the bones of the hand are crushed, the vessels are damaged. Yes, and with some kind of chakra, a mess. Naruto looked up. Tenketsu. Due to shock and physical damage, some of them covered, but loosely, like a lid on a boiling kettle. The chakra broke through them unevenly, in jerks and strong jerks, thereby destroying the still thin, childish channels. If at one time she and Tsunade had not discussed her calculations on the treatment of Rock Lee, she might not immediately understand what exactly needs to be done. The calculations rose before her eyes, as if she had done them yesterday. "Prepare Fuin," she commanded, wrapping herself in a white jumpsuit in the blink of an eye. Calling Katsuyu, and 5 copies of her spread across the table. "Spine again, Shino-san?" inquired another Katsuyu, who climbed onto the woman's neck. Despite how people reacted to an unpresentable and weak-looking call, the slug has always been exceptionally polite and correct. Unlike other draft animals, Katsuyu obeyed her master easily and willingly. Despite her modest, peace-loving disposition and quiet voice, in battle she turned into a real warrior. And its energy was easily assimilated by the human body and did not require preparation. An arm this time too, Katsuyu, the woman nodded tiredly, feeling an invigorating wave flow down her spine. While the slug kept the girl alive, Naruto began to work closely on the restoration of the spine and cleaning the channels. The chakra shot, interfered, again and again breaking through vulnerable points. "Katsuyu, take over the pumping of the excess," she asked, manipulating the subtle streams. Slowly spliced blood vessels, damaged nerves and restored the destroyed channels. The girl will still become a shinobi, although for the first 6 months after the operation she should be careful not to exceed the load. Katsuyu evened out the total amount of energy, fed it directly into the body, followed the heartbeat. Naruto was drenched in sweat. Back then, watching Tsunade Bachan operate on Lee, she had no idea how serious this was. And it was the Sannin who did not deal with the energy circulation system as such. After the spine, took up the hand. Katsuya nestled firmly on her shoulder, watching, sometimes advising, helping. Her thin voice is the only thing that broke through the squeak and noise of the instruments. 6 hours later, the operation was completed, the girl was sent to intensive care under the supervision of an exhausted, nervous brother, and Naruto, squeezing the warm, soft carcass of a slug in his arms, again settled down on the couch in the staff room. Katsuya grumbled, but continued to restore the hostess. Katsuya could share chakra with a person, but for more serious techniques she used the energy of a partner, of course, if the reserve allowed. Therefore, Tsunade significantly increased hers by creating a storage seal. There she dumped excess chakra in order to print it out at the right time and use it for combat or healing. Her technique is a chain of seals and filigree control of energy, which she concentrated at one point, and then directed into the body, giving the cells energy to divide. Thus, she could heal almost any of her wounds in a matter of seconds. Naruto didn't need that, in fact, she already had a storage seal. The Kyuubi lived in it. Both the mentor and the student were terribly interested in whether the Uzumaki could perform a similar technique without a seal like Tsunade's. In the end, the Sannin decided that the energy of the fox was too unpredictable, at any moment it could bring down control, and therefore began to train the student on Byakugo. She only regretted that it was impossible to put a seal before the age of 15, when the hormonal boom of the transition period subsided. Otherwise, you can easily disrupt the work of the body. Naruto's head was spinning as he thought about how much he still had to learn. In the evenings, Tsunade studied with her, coached her further, her brain swelled from information. But the woman did not moan, did not resist. But you still have to learn to feel the natural chakra and accumulate it, entering the Sannin mode. Then, Byakugo and work with him. Prospects beckoned and frightened. Naruto yawned and was surprised to find a cup of time tea in her hand. She raised her head. Shabby, tired, like herself, Irenans crowded in front of her. They smiled and nodded in greeting. Shino-san, Shino-san, Shino-san. Someone was shaking her by the shoulder. Naruto blinked. In front of her stood Minori, the same doctor, the older brother of the rescued girl, who happened to be near the explosion. After that incident, 2 months passed, he voluntarily took on the functions of assistant and secretary to the head of the hospital. Shino-san, what to do with the uchiha? Isolation for a week, extensive blood work. Check the virus for reaction to the main and reserve list of drugs, the woman stretched, yawned. She glanced at her watch. Oh, I had a good nap, a whole hour and a half. Yes, and the past at the same time remembered. Minori nodded, relayed the order to the Irionin who had appeared. You should rest, Shino-san. He looked at the woman with sympathy. Aha, she yawned again, drove the chakra through the body, shook herself. Nothing, I'm fine. Better tell me how Mina feels. Does he follow the rules? While they walked down the corridor, the guy enthusiastically told about the success of the girl. Mina entered the academy, even managed to perform the replacement technique, although she was very tired at the same time. Naruto asked to see to it that the girl took care of herself. At this rate, they reached the head's office, where they said goodbye. The assistant's shift ended and Naruto literally kicked the workaholic home, promising to use the teacher's methods if he didn't obey. The guy was impressed and ran away. At the very beginning of her career, Naruto sought out a company of builders who agreed to check the general condition of the hospital, wiring, and so on. We expanded the general archive, rebuilt a couple of laboratory and staff rooms, repaired the third, the smallest, laboratory. Then came checks on the availability of dressings, stocks of dry medicines and herbs, equipment for those same laboratories. As a result, today she has a meeting with the heads of the Nara and Yamanaka clans, well at least not once. She planned to shake them up to supply raw materials for the Konoha hospital. For the Reindeer clan and the Flower clan, medicine was only a small part of the business. Naruto planned to change that. And why sell high-quality materials to the side when there is a need for them inside the village? Sample contracts have already been drawn up in the best traditions of Kagami Uchiha, and perseverance and the ability to wriggle out of it was not to occupy. Thank you, Grandpa. If they manage to knock out a discount, then there will still be money left for bonuses for Irionin, whom the hospital has not seen since Tsunade left the village. First she went to the reindeer herders. Firstly, the most difficult case, and secondly, having the consent of Nara, it will be easier to convince Yamanaka. The house greeted her with the angry mother of the head of the clan's family and the hidden male part. Naruto raised her eyebrows in surprise, to which the woman only waved her hand and invited him to come in for a cup of tea. Shikaku dared to come out of the deep underground only half an hour later. Their conversation flowed easily, leisurely, peacefully. Nara recognized only logical counterarguments, no water in speeches. They slowly discussed all the proposals and wishes, considering from all sides. Profit for the clan would never be superfluous. Besides, there was another connection with the Hokage. Naruto could see the gears turning in the man's head. Finally, he nodded and signed the preliminary contract. Then they drank tea, talked about nothing, then bowed for a long time. As a result, the woman went to Yamanaka only after 3 hours. As she expected, after learning about the consent of the Nara, Inoichi resisted for a short time and, chewing his lip, signed the contract. But even with him the conversation lasted at least 2 hours. In dealing with the heads of the clans, haste was not allowed. It was possible to offend a person and get yourself problems for many years. They're not vindictive, but they're not forgetful either. Naruto reminded herself of Katsuya with her constant politeness. She spoke calmly, in impersonal phrases, entangling the interlocutor in her threads. Of course, she was as far away from Kagami as the moon, so she didn't try to take on too much. But she didn't miss out either. The success of the enterprise pleasantly warmed her soul. She already heard the melodious ringing of the awards to employees. Heavy, misted mirror in the bathroom. A sharp movement of the palm, and a narrow clean strip reflected the slender silhouette of a girl in a dark mask drowning in clubs of herbal steam. She took it off for brief moments of washing. Even at home she did not part with her. She must have forgotten how she looks without it. Naruto leaned her forehead against the smooth surface. Revelation ceased to be afraid in the first month. She walked calmly around Konoha, negotiated supplies and construction, talked about nothing with sellers and reacquainted herself with former classmates. Naruto Uzumaki seemed to melt into Shinomori Hino, in her eternally calm intonations, mean, economical movements. Sometimes Naruto was afraid that she wouldn't be able to be herself when the time came. She grew old in the hospital, matured. Yes, and it's hard to remain a child when you see how genin, real children, who first went on a mission, get hurt. When you see how people die, suffer, from wounds or illness. Or just old age. She sympathized with each of them. The words of condolence came from the heart, but the woman learned not to tear him to pieces every time. She cried when she failed to save the patient for the first time. She cried all night, and Tsunade sat next to her, stroking her head. Shizen guarded their peace. On her knees Tun grunted. They did not interfere with the hysteria, because they knew that a new day would come, and with the dawn, Shinomori Hino would again go on duty, as always collected, purposeful. She completely immersed herself in work, in research and study, slightly loosening her harsh control. Thanks to this, Shinomori Hino got rid of her stiffness, which surprised the Iranians so much, and became more lively, albeit sarcastic. Thanks to the game of hide-and-seek, Naruto mastered the control over herself and her emotions, which Kagami Uchiha could not instill in her. Everything was going well until Itachi's appearance stirred up a heavy weight of guilt in the depths of his soul. Chest clenched with fear of losing the trust of the dearest person. If he finds out, can he forgive? Naruto stroked her lips, remembering the kiss. Now, 6 months later, she has become a little more aware of her own feelings. She probably wished Itachi was interested in her. Splashing ice water in her eyes, the woman wrapped herself in a warm bathrobe, twisted her dark hair into a bun on top of her head, and went to cook a late supper. Tsunade, as usual, will be late at work, so she will come hungry, like a pack of wolves. Yes, and Shizen can drop by. Stew in a sauce with cheese and herbs gurgled softly in the pot. Amazing aromas floated through the kitchen when Tsunade entered the house. Alone, so she sent Shizen to sleep, as if she didn't know that the Hokage and the head of the hospital would spend half the night working on important documents and go to bed only in the morning. The Sannin returned from the bathroom refreshed as Naruto finished placing the plates on the table. Salad, milk in tall glasses, stew. And in the oven, a pie with forest berries languished and soaked in juice. Amazing, I think, the Hokage ate on both cheeks. If men knew how you cook, they would have been torn off with their hands. Naruto snorted. Only alone with Bachan and Shizen could she let herself relax a little, remember her old self. How did Senju once say? Don't think that you could remain the same in this life. We all choose roles, and they leave their mark on us. Perhaps this was the answer. The role of Shinomori Hino has already influenced her behavior, but still she remains Naruto Uzumaki. It got a little easier. Heard you got an Uchiha. Which of them? Itachi. Viral disease. A week of enhanced treatment, and everything will pass. The Hokage nodded as she pulled the salad bowl towards her. It crunched with cucumber, which made it look like an offended hamster. Naruto couldn't help but chuckle. Tsunade waved her hand away. Nothing in the world seemed to be able to stop her from eating. You have no idea what's going on. She rolled her eyes. The treasurer and the storekeeper decided to take advantage of the appointment of a weak, defenseless me and meanly fled to retirement. But they are not yet 80. What a nightmare. Naruto laughed. No, the nightmare is that these two pedants kept detailed reports, which described every little thing, down to the pen bought for the reception hall. And so they handed over to me all their work over the past 10 years and dumped me to rest. Hokage could not stand it, hit the countertop so that all the dishes jumped up. And their handwriting, don't let Kami tune in on mission reports. Shizen and I spent the whole day sorting through their records, checking and rechecking. And we managed only with the first 5-year plan. Oh, so I'm on time. Naruto rejoiced. I have concluded contracts for the supply of raw materials for the hospital with the Nara and Yamanaka clans. Tomorrow a trial batch should come, I'll go early in the morning to take it. Are you kidding? With full confidence ascertained Senju. Nara will eat my soul with documentation. Even though he is a lazy person, he is very strict about the laws. Didn't even get to a kimchi? No, I'm planning next week. Naruto looked at her mentor, swallowed her saliva and chewed on the crispy ass of a whole cucumber. Then I still need to look into the academy, give the task to identify future Irenans. As they say, there are not many doctors. Just don't overdo it, otherwise we'll be completely without an army, the woman chuckled. I'll only mark those who have good chakra control, Naruto shrugged. Enough at first. She cleared away the dirty dishes, put a cake and a teapot of jasmine tea on the table. While Tsunade filled the cups, cut the treat, washed the dishes so as not to be distracted later. The women settled comfortably across from each other in the small kitchen again. By the way, about the students. A couple of months ago, Sakura Haruno came to me and asked me to become a mentor. I agreed. The girl has excellent control, but a small supply of chakra. However, this disadvantage is easily removed by Byakugo, if she manages to master it, of course. But I'm not talking about that now. Do you mind if she comes to the hospital a couple of times a week for practice, so to speak? Are you asking me for permission? Uzumaki raised her eyebrows in surprise. Now the hospital is only your fiefdom, you are the mistress in it, Tsunade patiently explained. I can find the Guinea student myself. Naruto considered, figured out where to safely send Sakura so that at first she would not interfere with the rest of the work until she learned the necessary techniques. At least this will unload the BA-chan a little. I think it will be possible to start with the composition of the simplest ointments and medicines. The third small laboratory at her disposal is at. She recalled the schedule. On Tuesday and Thursday, the rest of the time I have refresher courses there for the personnel of the hospital, but all exams and decisions are on you. Understood. By the way, why don't I know anything about courses? The Hokage frowned suspiciously. I forgot to tell you, the woman grimaced in response. Only yesterday the check of the population ended, Hatake Kakashi was caught. Did you run away again? Yeah, raking around corners with dog paws, Naruto snorted. To be honest, if not for my assistant, with his first rank in throwing darts and needles, I would have to call for help from you. They laughed as they imagined Kakashi jabbed with darts. Because of his constant escapes from the hospital, examinations had to be done much more frequently. From what on the person there was an unusual suffering. He even stopped going to the monument. The Iranians had tracked down where he could be caught first. As a rule, they fell asleep already in the morning. Naruto also helped sort out the treasurer's records before going to bed. Already half asleep, she felt how Tun climbed onto her and curled up, tightening the hook of her tail. But there was no longer any strength to push the impudent pig. Shino-san. Shino-san. There was a knock on the laboratory window. Naruto looked up from the vial of blood to see Sasuke sitting on the windowsill. When will Itachi be released? The Uchiha asked. In 5 days, she said patiently, returning to work. It is not known what Uchiha Jr. discovered with his 6th, 7th, 10th sense, but his visits have become a daily tradition. Usually the guy did not stand on ceremony, entered through the window, sat down on the table and bored the woman with an impenetrable black look. You told me that yesterday, he remarked. Yes. Medic looked at the flip calendar, turned the page. In 4 days. She went back to work, ignoring the visitor. You know, you remind me of one person. Sasuke tilted his head to the side. The face did not change, not a single muscle trembled, only thin fingers twitched slightly. Well, the Chunin didn't notice, or thought it was a reaction to the boiled mixture on the second table. The woman turned away, removed the composition from the fire. My great-uncle, Kagami Uchiha. He is also calm, gloomy and even indifferent. Just like you. And the same sense of humor. The woman turned around and raised an eyebrow. I hope it was a compliment. Minori burst into the laboratory, habitually ignored outsiders, and threw a transmitter at the woman. Shino-san, there's been an escape from the Konoha prison, there are victims among the Chunin. Understood. Teams assembled. Yes. Run to the place. Eat. There was absolutely nothing to do in the hospital all day. It is impossible to use serious techniques, to train, too. All that remained was to read the books, to study the scrolls. Itachi ran his fingers along the spine of the worn blue volume. A romance novel, the only one read by Naruto. After him, she delivered a verdict to everyone else. And in the margins, in thin, still angular, uneven handwriting, Uzumaki's venomous comments, well-aimed characterizations of the characters. Just a couple of phrases, and the novel resembled a humorous story. Naruto. I wonder what decision she will make when she returns. Itachi was bored, hopelessly bored, and also jealous of all those guys that a sociable girl would certainly meet during her trip. Jealousy burned like a Katone's fireball, and only the Uchiha's endurance helped to contain it. If he saw Naruto with another in reality and not in his thoughts, nothing would be able to stop the unfolding abyss. Uchiha love. There is nothing stronger, there is nothing more beautiful when the heart beats for only one person. And there is nothing more terrible if this person betrays. But he believed in Naruto, he believed in himself. Her first kiss, the smell of the midday forest and sun, thick golden braid and stunned eyes, blue, like the crystal waters of mountain lakes. Itachi wanted to show her all the most beautiful places in the world that he managed to find during the missions. I wanted to hug her, to feel the warm heaviness of a thin body in my arms again, to bury my fingers in long strands, to breathe in the smell of cherries and the sea. He was bored, he was sad. But he knew, you just have to wait, and she will return. In the meantime, you can do something. After all, there are a lot of trainings and techniques for two, not that for one. Before you know it, a bright scarlet sunset sets in, like her eyes when using the fox chakra. Thin, pale fingers touch the tattered ribbon that served as a bookmark. It's hard to even imagine that she once braided it in pigtails. Did she really have a thin ponytail? Itachi, no matter how hard he tried, could not remember the Uzumaki as a child. Only a bright crown, and explosions of laughter where she ran. And the impossibly painted faces of the Hokage. Although, if you think about it, the fourth always got the least of the rest. He wasn't a drooling, romantic hero, he didn't moan or sigh heavily for his lover as Jiraiya-san loved to describe it. He wished her good morning and plunged headlong into everyday activities, missions, and tasks to remember Naruto at sunset and wish her good, bright dreams like herself. Shino-san entered the room and closed the door. Itachi pulled out bruises on his face and cheekbone, a torn sleeve of his dress, a slight limp. Something happened? He asked worriedly. The woman shook her head, proceeded to the examination and the traditional blood draw. The prisoners escaped from the prison. The escape was organized by Mizuki, a former spy of Orochimaru. Now everything is in order, the teacher coped with it. Who got hurt? That there were victims, Itachi had no doubt. And for some reason I again felt the warmth of the sun and the smell of cherries and the sea coming from this woman. He remembered Naruto experimenting. She used the strongest perfume, and the man sniffed. And always, through any illusion, the natural fragrance of the girl made its way. Cherries on the sunny sea. Shinomori-san. He grabbed the woman's hand. She raised an eyebrow in surprise. The Uchiha was confused. There is nothing. It seemed. For a moment, just for a moment, he saw bright blue eyes. Hallucinations? The doctor asked with professional interest. No, rather, memories. Understood, she removed the questionnaire. Katsuma, Yumino Irika and Mitarashi Enko suffered, they are now in the hospital. The rest got off with a fright. She finished her examination and left. Itachi hit his head against the wall. It cannot be said that he loved Naruto too much, there is no concept of too much for his clan. Naruto walked out into the hallway, leaned against the wall and closed her eyes, pressing the tablet against her madly pounding heart. A year and a half, only a year and a half left. Escape of prisoners, influx of victims, Itachi's strange behavior. The warmth of his hand, the firm grip on her wrist, the smooth skin under her palms as she performed her lung exam. She thought the guilt would drive her crazy. I wanted to confess, to tell the whole truth, only to him. But in this way, she will let down not only Itachi himself, but also Tsunade. She can be accused of not fulfilling her obligations. The mentor risked too much for her safety, for the sake of her education, for the girl to simply spit on her efforts like that. The night in Konoha is always beautiful and quiet. And every night Naruto took risks. She would go out into the garden and try to enter hermit mode as taught by Tsunade Bie-chan. In the body of each shinobi there is spiritual and physical energy, and around him, in the world itself, natural chakra is poured. You need to feel it, feel yourself a part of nature, let in the Sen chakra. This will strengthen the techniques, use new ones. But therein lies the greatest danger. If you let in too little of nature's chakra, you won't enter hermit mode, but if you overdo it, you can petrify and die. And at the same time, you need to maintain all three of your types of chakras in balance. When did that stop the Uzumaki? Naruto threw off her dress, left in shorts and a crop top, and sank onto the grass. Feel like a part of nature, open yourself to the world. Even Tsunade couldn't describe exactly what it was like. A cool night breeze walked along the heated skin, blades of grass pricked the delicate skin of her bare legs. Naruto relaxed, let go of her mind. And she saw her chakra, a blazing blue balance mixed with a raging orange storm. Naruto took a deep breath, equalizing Kurama's chakra, his own, touching the physical one, the one that is always there, flowing through the body, which is not used for techniques. It took only half a year to balance these two types of energy. Fortunately, work as an Irionin taught her not to rush. A whirlwind, a spiral, a swirling whirlpool of equal mixing forces around it. Naruto melted into him, and she opened her eyes in surprise. It was as if a dense material had been applied to her skin, to every cell. She felt everything, the breath of the wind, the stirring of every blade of grass, the singing of cicadas. And there, in the briar bushes, the robin was sleeping in its nest, a large hawk moth fluttered around it, and blazed two hearts of chakra nearby. Naruto scanned the area. Well, it is, one ANBU from the Hokage guard, sleeping peacefully on the second floor of the house, and the second. I didn't recognize him. Naruto relaxed again, immersed in the balance of her energies. And I saw a blazing seal where a person has a head, or rather, a tongue. Chakra embedded in Fuin, so Root is looking after them. Well, nothing, let him keep an eye on them, anyway, they won't get through the Mito barrier. An amazing feeling of unity with the whole world, her sensory abilities increased many times over. Naruto could feel the chakra all around her, floating in the air. She covered her body with a thick veil, rushed inside, tried to enter through every cell, but the woman had no idea how to let her in. How? To make a passage. Stop moving to feel only natural energy, forgetting about your own. In the darkness of lowered eyelids, an equilibrium whirlpool was extinguished. And in its place, transparent, swaying water poured in, like a silver haze of fog over the lake where they sat with Itachi. She slowly entered the whirlpool, Naruto keeping an eye on the same amount of all three energies. The work is painstaking, painful for muscles aching from fatigue. And she did not hold back. She called out Katsuya and lay flat on the ground, feeling completely overwhelmed. Every cell of the body ached, every bone required rest. The slug understood without a word what was required of her, climbed onto the girl, plunging her into a body filled with energy. But now, for the first time in 6 months of hard training, Naruto understood what exactly was required of her, how she could feel the Sen chakra and let it in. It remains only to speed up this process, to bring it to automatism. So he and Katsuya fell asleep, right on the cold ground. Contrary to her expectations, in the morning she felt well. I will have to thank the call next time, otherwise I was exhausted to such an extent that I did not even notice her departure. Naruto already habitually robbed the staff room refrigerator for a carton of milk and cookies and headed towards the laboratory. Early in the morning, when the attendants are still dozing at the posts in the floor of the eye, the patients are sleeping soundly. And there is no one else in the hospital, you can sit quietly, have breakfast. Make important analyses slowly, check reports and extracts. And much more, most importantly, no one distracts with itching over the ear. How cruelly she was wrong. Outside the small lab, Sakura stood with her most determined expression on her face, her fists clenched. Naruto nodded to herself. Well, how could she forget about the accuracy and enthusiasm of the teammate? The kind after all, and on test Kakashi-san came in advance. Shino-san? A little timidly asked the girl. Tsunade-sama sent me to you. Yes, she was talking about her student. The woman let the kunoichi inside, slammed the door with her hip, dropping the flute onto the nearest surface. This lab is free on Tuesday and Thursday. Everything that you learn from a teacher in theory, you can try out here. I will warn the Irionin, they will give you the key if I am not there. If you have any questions, ask, I'll help. Well, the girl nodded, took out a list of tasks and recipes for ointments from her pouch and set to work, occasionally asking what and where lies. Naruto had a snack, drinking almost the entire liter with pleasure. Sakura looked at her in surprise. Apparently such behavior did not fit with the head of the hospital. But the woman did not care. Unlike the kunoichi, she did not manage to eat in the morning. I had to jump up from the cold ground, warm up in the shower, drive the chakra through the body and rush rooftops to work in order to have time to do all the tests before seeing patients. Itachi Uchiha. The blood showed a reduced percentage of the virus. Medications and a strong immune system played their part. By the end of the week the guy will be healthy. And he will leave the hospital, allowing shame and regret to be buried at the bottom of his soul until the end of these damned 1.5 years. Shino-san. Sakura turned to her, looking in bewilderment at the long, sharp leaves of the swamp's edge. But it's just plain marsh grass. She hissed as the edge cut her finger. Naruto walked over, gently tore the leaf open, and sniffed it. It's calamus, Sakura. Indeed, marsh grass, but its composition contains essential oil, starch, ascorbic and organic acids, and many other important substances. They can easily purify water, and if mixed in the correct proportion with infusion of chamomile and rose hips, then the body is also. When adding chakra, you can remove a mild poison. You will now take up the preparation of the infusion. And be careful, she healed the wound. Sakura nodded and returned to her task. She asked several more times about the properties of plants and received in response an interesting legend and the chemical composition of each herb. Naruto silently enjoyed the silence, the almost invisible neighborhood of the hushed Sakura. What happened during those 2 months that she was absent? She received the answer when Sasuke came once again. His appearance sent Sakura into awe and trembling. The Uchiha vanished at the speed of light, and Naruto had to solder the girl with her own sedative. And after that, she found out how wonderful Sasuke-kun is, what a wonderful husband he will become, how much Sakura loves him. So brave, determined, beautiful, kind. That kindness from a friend in relation to Sakura. Naruto did not notice something. He also saved Sakura on a joint mission that only the two of them went on. Well, Kakashi-san, of course, but it doesn't matter. Surely it means something. And after that, Haruno decided to no longer be a burden to him, but to become a strong kunoichi that could protect Sasuke-kun. Naruto briefly left, to transfer the results of the analyses to the archive. Sasuke grabbed her. I had to tell him the days when it was dangerous to approach the hospital. He nodded and ran to his brother as if Haruno was already chasing him. And Naruto had to go back and listen to the renewed chirping. It was then that she realized, it would be a long 1.5 years. Time flew by at the speed of chakra in a Rasengan. Uzumaki continued to work, study, teach Sakura, help Tsunade whenever possible. And she herself did not notice how the time for eye surgery for Itachi and Sasuke had come. It was believed that only an incomplete Mangekyo Sharingan could be transplanted, and after transplanting, the dojutsu would become perfect. In fact, the transplant was supposed to restore the eyesight of the older brother and help the younger one to master the Mangekyo in due time without much loss. Such details were carefully concealed, they were passed on in words from generation to generation, from grandfather to son. They were afraid to write them down in order to leave at least some trump cards up their sleeves. They planned to carry out the operation late at night, on the territory of the Uchiha clan. During the day, anyone could enter the block. It is difficult to track everyone without running into trouble. Besides, the root would not hesitate to attack in the light of the sun. Danzo doesn't care about anything except achieving his own goals. The strongest fighters of the clan concentrated around the head's house. Fugaku intensely looked at Tsunade, at Shino, who was just folding the seals of the barrier. Are you sure he can handle it? The doctor asked, raising an eyebrow. Yes, I put Senchakra in it, the woman shrugged. The last symbols are completed, a bluish, translucent box seems to have fallen on the house. The women put on special costumes and proceeded. The operation itself did not take much time, but the preparation for it and the consequences. If everything goes well, I'll give you the Byakugo seal, Tsunade promised. I catch on the word, teacher, the assistant remarked calmly. A quick exchange of dojutsu, fastening and checking channels, running a small amount of chakra to strengthen them and examine them from the inside. All this time, Naruto felt the barrier shaking under multiple blows. The Hokage ordered the Uchiha not to get involved in an open confrontation, so that compromising evidence would not appear on the clan. Only self-defense, delaying the enemy. The wrist, to which the alarm from the shield was attached, burned with fire, but the woman, clenching her teeth, was attached and helped. They managed in a couple of hours, bandaged their eyes and left the patients to sleep. And they themselves went out onto the veranda of the house. Types in white masks rushed around, attacking the defending Uchiha. What's going on here? Tsunade put her hand to her side. Her haori fluttered in the wind. Naruto and Shizun prepared Senbon in case of an attack. As soon as the Hokage appeared, the root fighters dispersed like fog in the morning. The barrier was down and Fugaku ran to the medic. The operation was successful, the Sannin nodded. They need rest, enhanced nutrition, vitamins. Shino will come in, check on them. The three of them left the clan's territory, leaving the Uchiha to sort things out on their own. Behind them, a strong barrier immediately appeared, preventing anyone from entering the quarter who did not have Uchiha blood. Previously, it could not be used just because of the presence of doctors. This barrier completely blocked the entire external and internal life of the clan until the very removal. Shizen went home while Tsunade took Naruto to her lab. Over the past time, the girl has fully mastered the Sen chakra, even solved the problem with its accumulation. During the collection of natural energy, a person should sit still. In combat, this seems almost impossible, unless, of course, you are an uzumaki with barrier fuins. But shadow clones do not have such problems. They collect chakra and dissipate, transferring to the wearer. Naruto has honed her skills in harnessing natural energy. Blue shadows appeared on her eyelids, her pupils became vertical, a thin thread against a blue background when she entered recluse mode. They laughed with Tsunade for a long time when the girl used the Byakugo technique for the first time without a special storage seal. Tattoos chaotically rushed all over the body from the fuin on the stomach, uneven, crooked, one more, the other less. The Kyubi chakra pulsated, lived its own life, it was not possible to control it at a subtle level. And I also restored it in random order, something better, something worse. Naruto looked like the wrong tiger with his stripes mixed up. They descended into a deep basement, the Sannin closed the doors, put up barriers, and only after that she turned to the student. She looked serious and worried. Are you sure of your decision? Naruto nodded. Tsunade nodded and showed the student which symbols to add together to make herself a storage seal. And she could not help but notice how slyly Uzumaki's eyes flashed, how she began to do something odd with the direction and location. Subtle control, a carefully measured portion of energy, connecting the inner space, creating another pocket inside the body. A little uncomfortable, tense, but tolerable. Tsunade frowned as she rushed to check on her granddaughter when no seals appeared on her forehead. After all, she did everything right. Really could not form the drive, or hurt yourself in some way. Scanning showed that everything is in perfect order, all organs are safe and sound. Don't worry, teacher, Naruto took her hands away, opening the collar of her dress. The rhombus of the seal was a little higher than the hollow of the breasts. Lilac, properly folded. Tsunade checked him several times. Why exactly here? She frowned. The girl chuckled and shrugged. In fact, I already have one pocket, just the energy is not suitable. I made it so that the Kyubi could pump energy from the seal here, of course, cleaning and dosing it along the way. They communicate, but in one direction. Byakugo's energy won't go anywhere. Tsunade silently hugged her. Kamikaze! She breathed. They sat down at the lab table, facing each other. We delayed the uchiha operation, Tsunade shook her head. Now we need to urgently figure out where to put Shinomori Hino, because in 3 months Naruto Uzumaki should return. And more, she bit her lip, doubting. I understand if you refuse. But I need to get the elders and Danzo out of the way. I understand they care about the village, but their methods, she shook her head. Naruto nodded in agreement. More than once or twice, she witnessed a conversation in which the elders called Jinchuriki blunt weapons, offered to limit her freedom to a cage in the root. More than once, she caught Danzo's henchmen looking through Uzumaki Naruto's personal medical file. They were especially interested in the ability to bear children. Still, a descendant of a strong clan, a student of a Sannin, a carrier of a unique genome, Danzo almost directly forced Tsunade to transfer custody of the Jinchuriki to him. The Hokage still held on to her authority as the head of the village and the Sannin, but this could not continue for long. The woman would never have known about this if she had not become Shinomori Hino. Left alone in her dark room, Naruto hugged her Tessen and wept bitterly. It's disgusting, how disgusting it all is. It was as if a tub of cold, sticky mud had been thrown at her. Even Tsunade could not avoid political intrigues. At one time, as the last bearer of the Senju genome, she was forced to marry. A week after Dan's death, they even managed to pick suitors for her, most of whom fell en route. It was then that the Sannin kicked the door down, knocked out the wall, grabbed the niece of her beloved, the only relative he had left, in her armful, and left the village. And in order not to pester, she blocked herself the function of childbearing. Of course, she left herself a chance for recovery, where without it, but she never took advantage of it in the years that have passed since that day. But not in vain all these years she was the head of the hospital. By dawn, Uzumaki came to her senses, she had a completely feasible plan. It remains only to say goodbye to everyone and wait for the recovery of friends. Itachi could not see anything, the blindfold had not been removed from his eyes, but he could smell who had come to see him. Silent medic, Sannin apprentice. She checked the results of the operation, examined the canals. When I don't see you, it seems to me that there is another person in front of me, Itachi whispered. Naruto recoiled as if she'd been hit with a backhand. The face was distorted for a moment, and only the mask helped to hide it. "You're hurting," Itachi continued calmly. "It will pass," the medic said hoarsely and pulled away. "Tomorrow it will be possible to remove the bandage." And she left as soon as possible so that no one would see her exhausted face. Along with time, Uzumaki's mental strength also left. She was exhausted. By the end of the term, guilt and fear tormented her with a vengeance. It seemed to her that Itachi was about to recognize her, and Sasuke would call her by name. And she looked for black-haired heads in the crowd in order to quickly escape, get out of their way. Her soul tossed about, burned in an invisible fire. By the end of the Uchiha rehab week, she came to Tsunade, moved her shunshin home, and silently poured sake, putting a sedative next to it. I figured out how Shinomori Hino would leave. Tsunade took an automatic sip at her tone. Both that, and another. In Orochimaru's secret documents, Naruto didn't look at her. I found the results of an examination of two bodies. Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki. The serpent was looking for immortality, hoping that the legendary vitality of my clan would help him in this. And he stole the body of the former Jinchuriki. However, all efforts were in vain. Our vitality is directly related to the peculiarities of not only physiology, but also the living chakra. Minato didn't have any enhanced genome. He recognized their bodies. He destroyed them. Ba-chan, out of frustration, she herself did not notice how she returned to her previous manner of communication. The closer the term of return to the village became, the brighter the nature of Uzumaki erupted. At work, she was able to restrain her. "That's not all, is it?" The Sannin asked shrewdly, pouring more sake. "I found the recipe for that same poison, on the nine-tailed chakra. Naruto has an alibi, but no one else has it. It will be easy to blame Orochimaru's henchman or even Kabuto, who has come for revenge." "And who did you choose?" "Danzo. It is difficult to get close to him. He is only in his estate or in the cellars of the root. In addition, Orochimaru wrote that he instilled my grandfather's genome in him. Mokuton can block the chakra of the fox and the poison." She shook her head. Naruto chuckled. She had already considered that question. "A certain Yamato Tenzo came to us for examination. I pinched off a piece of it, and then asked to create a tree according to the given parameters of the chakra, structure, and other things. Danzo's Mokuton imitation." The doctor's eyes lit up in admiration. The woman nodded. "In Danzo, he was not grafted quite correctly, and he does not know how to manage him. This Mokuton resonates with the fox chakra, amplifying it. But how are you going to pull it off?" "I have a plan." "Shino. Everything is thought out. Do not worry, teacher." "Is this because of Itachi? You were running from him all the time. And I see with what pain you look at him." "Yes. Only the more I look at him from the outside, the more clearly I understand. He will not forgive me if he finds out. He's proud." "Naruto. I'll prepare everything, Ba-chan, but you will also have to help me." "I understand, I'll help you." Mr. Danzo was resting after a hard day's work in taking care of the village on the veranda of his mansion. He looked at the swaying branches of the trees and sipped sake from an ornate little bowl. At such moments, life played with all its colors. A small glass ball rolled under his feet. The old man raised, looked at the light. Under his fingers, the glass cracked, orange smoke pouring out of them, immediately entering his nose and throat. The right hand responded with burning pain, the skin and bones cracked, the lungs burned. He wheezed, began to scratch his throat with his nails, fell to the floor of the veranda. The guards who rushed to his aid could do nothing. The cells of the first Hokage that he had once grafted into him, which he had never been able to subdue, now subdued him. A huge tree trunk rose from his hand into the sky and flared with poisonous, black and orange fire. At its roots, an old man in a torn kimono was shrinking into a ball of pain. The poison reacted, killing even faster. With hatred at the last moment, Danzo thought of the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails. 3 days later, the funeral of one of the respected residents of the village, a student of the second Hokage, Shimura Danzo, took place. Presumably, he was killed by Orochimaru's henchmen, who made their way to Konoha through apparently snake paths. People cursed the scoundrels, cried in front of the grave, brought white flowers. And almost no one paid attention to the death of a medic who tried to save the life of Shimura Danzo. Shinomori Hino, head of the Konoha hospital, student of the Sannin and the 5th Hokage. Naruto stood in front of the mirror in the small room in Tenzaku where she had arranged to meet Jiraiya and took off her hated mask with relief. For 2 years, the fabric seemed to stick to her face. Over the death of Danzo had to work hard. Although, as they say, everything in genius is simple. Finding out the location of the mansion is easy, finding out the old man's schedule is also. It's enough just to watch him for a couple of weeks. But bypassing security was already more difficult. Naruto asked Katsuya to help her with the callback. The slug sent the mistress at first to her level and immediately returned to the given coordinates. a balloon filled with a gaseous poison that bursts when touched, and a carefully crafted reaction of Mokutan and Fox's chakra, based on Orochimaru's notes. Her girlfriend counted 3 days. Well, then, a matter of technology. The genjutsu that Tsunade taught her, distracting maneuvers, and a body very similar to the image of Shinomori Hino flies into the fire. And the guards who rushed in search of the killer find nothing, because the girl has already escaped with the help of the same Katsuyu. Black water poured into the sink, and her hair grew lighter and lighter. Naruto braided, her fingers moving slowly, reluctantly remembering the intricate weaving. With difficulty, jerkily, she returned to her former life. His lips moved, softly pronouncing his native date Bayo, and fear stirred in his chest. The same presentiment of something very bad disturbed the soul. Naruto was afraid to look at Itachi's face, afraid to face him. Couldn't lie to him. Fingers touched the seal on his chest. She did everything right, she did not let the teacher and the village down. She's saved the lives of her friends so many times. But will Itachi understand this? To understand and to forgive. To her surprise, the old dress turned out to be small and did not fasten at the chest. For 2 years, the girl stretched out, rounded in the right places. With a sigh, putting on a henge, the girl ran to the shops. Fortunately, a pre-deferred salary allowed not such expenses. Jiraiya was already waiting for her in the room, and together with her godfather they went home. As befits a long absence, Naruto looked around, looked with admiring eyes, and her heart ached, reaching for the black-haired man. And at the same time I was afraid of meeting him. She greeted the Katsums slumbering at their post, happily chatted with Sakura, who immediately boasted of her status as a student of the 5th. She waved at Kiba and at the moose that Akamaru waved at and that Inuzuka mistakenly called a dog. And gradually ended up in Bachan's office. In addition to them, there were Fugaku, who came on some business, and Sasuke. Tsunade happily hugged the girl, hugged her tightly. Naruto listened with rapture to the beating of her own heart, being finally in her true form. Such a relief, as if a mountain had been lifted off my shoulders. But before she could open her mouth, Itachi strode into the office. He stopped next to Naruto and gently pulled back the collar of his dress, revealing Byakuga's tattoo. Naruto turned pale because no one except Tsunade knew this technique. I thought so. Itachi's bitter tone hit her, hurting her insides. The man turned around and quickly walked out. Naruto dropped to her knees like a wreck. Suna-sans. Itachi shot out of the Hokage palace like an arrow and rushed to where he had detected the signal. No sooner had the shinobi rolled up the listening seals, as he was already near them. Much has been said about the genius of the Uchiha clan. He killed in a split second, without pity, without regrets. He could come up with the best plan to emerge victorious with a minimum expenditure of strength and chakra. And his name, which is not at all suitable for a man, perfectly reflected his essence in battles, a predatory, dexterous, dangerous beast. He managed to kill 3 when the 4th, located on the side, wheezed. At the window of a small, semi-dark room stood a girl with a folded fan behind her back and a kunai in her hand. Wow, date Bayo. She whistled. Itachi, meanwhile, began to search the bodies, thinking for a bit. Naruto joined him. We have long suspected that the elders were bugging the Hokage's office, but could not prove it. They kept the link off, activating the seals without a system, erratically. And keep a Hyuga with an active Byakugan near the residence or, even worse, an Uchiha with a Sharingan. It meant only not to shout that you know everything. Naruto nodded, as always picking up the friend's thought. Therefore, just before the office, I noticed that the connection was active again. But I needed an alibi to leave the Hokage unhindered. The elders knew about our friendship, so... people like to see things that aren't there. He shrugged. That's it. Naruto said in confusion, lowering her head. Itachi looked at her, sighed heavily, got up himself, helped her up, grabbing her by the shoulders, looked into blue eyes full of anxiety and fear. Naru, did you really believe that I would be offended by you, break off our friendship because of some kind of single mission? I told you, I believe you. Naruto swallowed, friends again returned to the search. Besides, it was not difficult for me to draw parallels between you and Shinomori Hino, Itachi explained, searching the hidden pockets of the corpses' uniforms. The image, the character are thought out perfectly, but you are too addicted person. And when she worked, she did not control the smallest details that are known to those who know you well. That is, your posture, your habit of biting your lips when you're nervous. The way you shake your head told me that the head of the hospital was used to wearing a completely different hairstyle, such as a heavy braid. And a similar smell that only I felt. Sasuke tried to find more physical evidence, but he did not succeed. You controlled yourself too well in his presence. So that's why he came to the hospital every day, date Bayo. Naruto was outraged. The search was completed. Seals, shurikens, kunai, Several chains lay in even piles on the floor, but there was no evidence that the spies were connected to the elders. Exactly, the older Uchiha nodded, approaching the girl. They had time to chat. We received direct evidence after Danzo's death. You may have forgotten, but I was part of Orochimaru's hideout clearing team. In the documents that we found, it was said that he kept samples of that very poison only in sound. So only one person could recreate the poison and subdue it. He came close, hugged his girlfriend, stroked her hair. For the death of Danzo, our entire clan is ready to carry you in their arms. If they knew about your involvement, but the truth is known only to my family and Kagami-san with Shursui. He was silent for a while and sincerely, from the bottom of his heart, said, I'm glad you're here, Naru. Welcome back. She carefully looked at him, looking for an answer in his eyes, facial expressions, but Itachi did not lie. He removed his mask in front of her, and the girl smiled, buried into his chest. I miss you so much. She lifted her face again, this time worried, a little embarrassed. Itachi, He pressed her head against his chest, preventing her from finishing her sentence. Do not say anything. We have nowhere else to hurry. Now we have time. But remember, he brought his lips to her very ear, burned her delicate skin with his breath, making her shiver. Goosebumps ran down her bare arms. I will never give you away to somebody. But what about freedom of choice, Datebeo? Uzumaki exclaimed with cheerful indignation, pulling away. You have a choice, the Uchiha shrugged calmly. Me or me? The friends looked at each other and laughed. Perhaps Naru is not yet aware of all his feelings, perhaps they are not there yet. But there really is no hurry. And he will accept any of her choices, but he will try to make him what he needs. Because, it's Naruto. The most alive, the most unusual. I don't want to hide my thoughts or feelings from her. It is much more pleasant to watch how the long strands escaping from the hairstyle shine with the molten sun, bright blue eyes sparkle, threatening another cheerful Datebeo. Not beautiful, full of beautiful, charming, unpredictable, spontaneous. It is so easy and light on the soul with her that the mere thought that she will belong to someone else is angry. Did you finish there? Sasuke appeared in the window, snickered, looking at the embarrassed Naruto. Dobe, you are so, dobe, team. She flared, narrowing her eyes. We'll finish now, Ototo, Itachi interrupted their bickering. Did it seem to him, or did they both look at him offendedly? The black flames of Amaterasu did not even leave ashes from the bodies, only dark, uneven burn marks spoke of the use of technology. But even the elders could not prove that someone was killed here. Together they returned to the Hokage's office, sat down on the chairs brought, only Sasuke managed to jump onto the sofa with his father. The Hokage had long ceased to require them to observe etiquette and rules in private. Tsunade immediately set the seals, scanned the room, and nodded in satisfaction. Great job, Itachi, Naruto. I hope they won't be able to install other seals for a while. Have you destroyed the communication channel? Yes, Tsunade-sama, the Uchiha nodded. No evidence left. Okay, the woman slammed the table. I restored team number 7, now it's a combat squad, the captain is Hatake Kakashi. Tonight, at the third training ground, you, Sakura and Sasuke will have to test what you have learned in these 2 years. The friends looked at each other and nodded. The Uchiha then left the room with a short bow. They have already decided their business. Only Naruto remained. The girl calmly met the Hokage's gaze, thoughtful. Something happened, Bie-chan. She leaned back in her chair, folded her arms under her chest. Naruto, you will officially be assigned to the hospital as a full-time Irinen. But you will have to retake my rank exams. I think you understand that I will not be able to appoint you to your previous position in the near future, at least a year, so as not to arouse suspicion. I understand, but that's not what you wanted to talk about, Naruto frowned. After Danzo's death, the root ANBU units were disbanded and incorporated into the traditional ANBU. But here there were problems. Due to the special training and teaching methods of Danzo, all shinobi showed significant deviations in the psyche, especially in her emotional sphere. It's up to the doctors to deal with this. As you know, every physician must take a course in human psychology, and there are those who have chosen psychology as their specialty. Danzo's detachments have pulled over most of the hospital's Irenans. There are simply not enough hands to carry out daily duties. The woman looked hard at the student. And she smiled fervently, winked. Are you scaring me with hard work, Datebeo? And Tsunade laughed. Because she knew, even without being the head, Naruto would stealthily take control of everything, set up the hospital. For this area, one could be calm. Fine. Until the evening you can be free. I'll come and see how you chase Kakashi. Naruto jumped up and saluted. Yes, Hokage Bie-chan. And she ran away, dodging a heavy scroll launched after her. Behind the slammed door came a woman's merry laughter. In the evening at the third range it was very, very lively. The Sanins, hidden in the shade of the trees, watched intently as the youth chased Hitaki Kakashi. There was no other way to call it. Itachi positioned himself on a tree branch directly above Tsunade's head and assessed the new strength of his brother's team. Sakura Haruno has become much more confident in herself and her abilities, learning from the Hokage has affected. In love with Sasuke to the core, she learned to restrain herself in his presence. Probably, I realized that shouting and hearts in the eyes will not achieve anything. She got out of her pink dress and cut her hair short. She took off her rose-colored glasses. Now he was a real squad medic and an excellent fighter Tai. Still learning and learning though. Recently, by the way, she was awarded the title of Chunin. But Sasuke in the last exam received the rank of Jonin. A blurry dark figure with an activated Sharingan flickered across the range. He also did not resemble that boy in white shorts, whom the whole academy was running after. Dark clothes, a katana behind his back. In handling her, Ototo achieved amazing success. I learned even more techniques, learned to use the world around me, optimized my former skills. Now his Chidori was created in seconds and did not take so much strength, and a lot of sharp fishing line, which Sasuke had adored since childhood, was hidden in the seals on his wrists. Finally, Naruto Uzumaki, the world's only Sannin Genin. Tsunade-sama said that she was not going to raise the rank of a girl so as not to draw attention to her. However, it is not clear that she suffers from this. Look how fun and cool he is attacking the poor Hitaki with Raisengans. Probably revenge for the escapes from the hospital. She didn't give a damn and put on her usual dark blue dress with long sleeves, without white inserts. As she said, let them consider it a funny tradition of Samurai-nin, the main thing is that she is comfortable, the rest is unimportant. And she will survive the opinion of outsiders somehow. Behind the back is a folded tessen, covered with a thick, cunningly woven braid. The guys worked well together, Hitaki simply did not have time to hide from them. Sasuke searched for him with his Sharingan, Sakura literally pulled him out of the ground, and Naruto thrashed him from above with aerial techniques. And you can't say that the fight is serious, Sasuke did not use Chidori, and Naruto did not enter hermit mode. They were just having fun, chasing the former mentor, and now the captain, around the field. Kakashi jumped into a nearby river, wanting to use the Suetun technique, but Naruto quickly took control of the water from him, creating drills swirling currents. The Doton techniques known to the copier were powerless against Sakura rubbing her fists. Well, Sasuke ruled over the katan. And after all, the guys remembered the properties of Kakashi's Sharingan, so they practically did not use seals, working on pure chakra and enthusiasm. What do you think, maybe save Hitaki from reprisal? Tsunade raised her head as Naruto reached into her pouch with a cheerful date-bayo. Everyone tensed up on the field, including Uzumaki's comrades. Who knows what secret weapon she hides in her seals? Let's wait a little more. Naruto is about to use his opponent's weaknesses against him. Sakura dropped her jaw and Sasuke snorted, obviously holding back his laughter as Naruto showed the captain a plump book with a bright orange cover. So that's why she needed an author's copy with my autograph. Jiraiya exclaimed. And I already thought she joined my work. Itachi watched with interest as Tsunade struggled to restrain himself from punching his former partner in the forehead with all his might. Restrained. It's not in print yet. Meanwhile, Naruto continued to seduce Hitaki, twisting the book between her fingers. So you give up, Kakashi-san, date-bayo? Hitaki nodded, caught a book on the fly, and was lost to the outside world for at least a day. Tsunade shook her head disapprovingly and walked out to the boys. Well done, demonstrated excellent teamwork. Sakura, tomorrow you will show Naruto the hospital, tell about everything. Yes, Tsunade-sensei. When the corresponding missions appear, I will call you. You can be free. Eat. The shinobi faded into the approaching dusk as Tsunade headed back to the Hokage's residence. Naruto was walking home in the company of two Uchiha brothers. Are you sure they don't recognize you? Sasuke asked. Don't have to, date-bayo. I specifically took the opposite traits of character. And who will look closely at an Irionin of a lower rank? She mechanically touched her chest, where she had a seal. Itachi shook his head but did not dissuade Naruto. She herself is well aware of how observant doctors are sometimes. What are your plans for tomorrow? He asked instead. Pass the exams for A-rank BA-chan, see the future job and start the duties of a full-time Irionin, Naruto shrugged. And come to our house. Parents, Kagami-san and Shursui really wanted to see you, the older Uchiha said with pressure. And come to your house, see Fugaku-san, Mikoto-san and Kagami-san, date-bayo, Naruto obediently agreed. And this is where I practiced. Sakura showed a small laboratory. With a soft smile, she looked at the side table, filled with retorts, littered with notes. I was looked after by Shino-san. At times she was absolutely unbearable, so cold, reserved, but she always helped me, no matter what. I learned most of the potions from her. She was constantly improving and researching something. She was very well liked in the hospital. Naruto looked at the same table. For her research, she took as a basis the cunning poisons of the elder of the sand village Chiyasama, which she used in the last war, and the antidotes for them created by Tsunade. She decomposed into elements, established connections and improved, creating completely new forms of difficult-to-define poisons and antidotes for them. In light of the fact that Akatsuki included Chia's grandson Sasori, not only a puppeteer, but also a specialist in poisons, her work could come in handy. In the morning, she still passed a nominal check by the Hokage. They released Shizun, pale as death, to eat and rest, and sat down to read the reports themselves. In fact, Naruto didn't have much time. She honestly deserved her a rank, so Tsunade decided not to waste time checking what had already been checked before. Naruto was pleased to be back at the hospital, where she was happily greeted by the Irionen she had worked with prior to her leaving the village. The girl obediently followed Sakura through all the more or less important rooms, and then quickly joined the atmosphere of vigorous activity. As Bachan said, most of the doctors worked with former root employees, the Irionens looked after shinobi, restored ruined health and tritely checked mental reactions. So in the rest of the hospital there were not enough hands, and the new assistant was received with all possible enthusiasm. Naruto immediately put the sheets of notes back in the box on the windowsill and started preparing the usual concoctions that were required almost constantly in daily activities. Sakura sat at the next table. Naruto, she asked cautiously after a while, I know that Jiraiya-san is our best scout. Tell me, did he manage to find out anything about Akatsuki? Naruto raised her eyebrows. Sakura quickly excused herself. I heard a glimpse of this organization from a teacher. But why is she dangerous? The godfather did not hide the data he had collected from the Uzumaki. As soon as they left Tenzaku, he dragged her to the nearest tavern. Let it be noisy and crowded, but there is less chance that you will be heard. There, under the barrier, he laid out the available information. Akatsuki strived to collect all the bijou, take them out of their carriers. Bijou? Sakura was surprised. Tailed beasts, the number of tails determines the level of strength. From 1 to 9. They have terrible techniques and a large supply of energy, so people sought to use them for their own purposes. For wars, murders and so on. But earlier it was believed that bijou cannot be subjugated to one's will. Until they came up with the idea of sealing the tailed into people who could use the power of animals. Such shinobi became known as Jinchuriki, and they are the main weapon of the village. They were feared and hated for their strength, abilities, techniques. They were considered almost demons in the flesh. How, that hermit, Gaara. Haruno remembered their first Chunin exam. He is the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, a one-tailed tanuki. Their conversation was aptly interrupted by an urgent call. Naruto wasn't sure if he could answer Sakura's question about who their village's weapons were. Naruto, this is for you. Sakura leaned out of the staff room and shouted throughout the corridor, waving a paper bundle. The doors began to open one by one. The Irionen looked curiously at the pink-haired Kunoichi. And she was waiting for the Uzumaki. Naruto installed in 4, checked the readings of 2 shinobi who had been dragged in poison from a recent mission, and only then approached her partner. What's happened? She asked worriedly. Here, she slipped the bundle, they left this for you. Again, no one knows who. The girl went into the staff room, unhurriedly unfolded the paper. From there slipped a thin handkerchief over his head, stuffed to the eyeballs with chakra. Beige, and along the edge, a thin blue ligature. From the sands, only there they can create a real work of art from a piece of fabric, because the hermits are forever forced to hide under a large number of layers of clothing, and under the scarf are some early works by Elder Chia. And he knows everything. Naruto shook her head, an involuntary, happy smile breaking from her lips. She hurried away to the window overlooking the courtyard, so that no one would see her so indecently joyful. Although Itachi promised not to put pressure on her, respect and accept any of her choices, no one could stop the Uchiha in such an unobtrusive way to make it clear that this girl has a fan. With each task he brought a gift, never a useless one. Medical techniques or a special collection of herbs, scrolls with rare Uzumaki seals, and where did you find it? And he left incognito in the staff room or in a small laboratory on the table that became her. Only 3. But each of them made the heart beat faster and cheeks redden. Though Naruto didn't show it when they met in the evening for training. She liked Itachi, she sincerely respected him, but how to understand that this is the one? Like her mom and dad, for life. His eyes roamed the trees of the courtyard and the lonely bench where patients who stayed in the hospital for an indefinite period liked to sit. A pale, dark-haired guy was sitting on it now and drawing something, looking at the birds chirping nearby. Sai is a year older than you, Minori approached her. Naruto hurriedly wrapped the presents back in paper, earning the medic's mocking look. The girl looked out the window again. What's wrong with him? She asked in bewilderment, glancing at Minori and Sakura. She had seen the members of the former route, empty, without emotion. Sai differed from them in something, elusive, hard to define. Minori nodded, reading the girl's conclusions from her expression. You immediately guessed, but we understood only after some time. The man sat down heavily on the sofa, wearily rubbed his face with his palms. The room was gradually filled with doctors whose shift had ended or was just about to begin. They listened attentively, agreed, supplemented the story of the man. Members of the former route are almost impossible to heal, not because of stubbornness or harmfulness, they simply do not understand what they need it for. Unlike them, Sai is able to feel, albeit weakly and incompletely, but compared to his colleagues, this is already a lot. We hoped for his help, that he would get through to his people. However, the guy turned out to be even more stubborn than them, because he understands what needs to be hidden from the Irenans. Talking to him is like talking to a doll. A very impudent and ill-mannered doll, Sakura hissed. He carries everything he wants, everything that only comes to mind. And he doesn't react at all. Not even afraid of threats. Nothing, Naruto rubbed her hands, we'll stir him up, Datebayo. Leave it to me. Naruto, Haruno said instructively, a medic must understand when to continue the fight and when to give up. All efforts are useless, leave the guy alone and direct your labors to other patients. An incomprehensible resentment towards this Sai spoke in her. Naruto hissed like an angry cat, her eyes flashing furiously. It is impossible to treat if one's own soul does not hurt at least a little from someone else's misfortune. You can't help but sympathize with people. And to save them from pain, that's where cold calculation and a sober mind are needed, Datebayo. You can't turn away from people, give up, she clenched her fists. I never give up. She herself was shoved away from the hospital at one time by the same doctors, who considered it unworthy to spend forces on a demon that could be useful elsewhere. Sakura looked down, and Naruto snorted contentedly, put away the gifts and the seal and left, catching the Irenan's approving glances. It is not in vain that Kakashi-san called her the most unpredictable ninja, surprise is her strong point. And she's the best at improvising. In addition, you can combine business with pleasure. Hello, are you Sai? She smiled, finding herself in front of the bench. I'm Naruto. Are you an artist? Need your help. And, until she came to her senses, she grabbed the guy by the hand and dragged him along, not allowing him to insert a word. Now I will bring you to the Holy of Holies of our hospital. Along the way she greeted the Irenans who were cheerfully looking at their procession. Sai did not break free, not feeling the danger from the abnormal that had swooped down on him. Besides, she was obviously a member of the hospital staff, and they were ordered to obey the Irenan. To the main operating room? He asked without interest. The voice was soft, melodious. Better, to the warehouse, Datebayo. The girl beamed. You see, our supplies, medicines, dressings and other things are stored there, but they are not signed. And recently, we have increased the number of genin who want to become doctors. But they still do not understand herbs, they can easily mix everything up. They need to sign everything. Since you are an artist, you should also practice calligraphy professionally. Why can't the others? Well, the girl scratched her nose in embarrassment. We have a handwriting, in general, it is. As Itachi said, if you want to convince someone of your lie, believe it yourself. And Naruto forgot for a while that she is a Fuin master, that she must correctly and clearly write out every facet of the seal symbols. She needs to get closer to Sai, get to know him better. And you really need to work in the warehouse. So why not combine? 2 hours flew by like a blink of an eye. All this time, Naruto was harassing Saya, talking about friends, acquaintances, and just the village, trying to get at least monosyllabic answers, counter questions. Her conclusions were correct. The root fighters realize that what they have done before is against the interests of the current Hokage. They are confused, they do not know what to expect next, where they will be sent, what will be done with them. And they are not in a hurry to remove the natural armor of misunderstanding. Their personalities are not as deeply crippled as Minori thought. They are not unemotional, they just block this area of /U200B /U200 psyche, as Danzo demanded from them. Naruto gritted her teeth and was glad that she had killed the old man who bullied talented shinobi so much, some of whom had even passed Orochimaru's labs. The clock struck 6 when the girl woke up. Moved another box. We'll finish another time, she smiled at Sai. It seems that nothing has changed in his face, but he seems to have gone out. Hastened to explain, my duty in the morgue begins in 15 minutes. And yes, you should rest. You are great at writing and drawing, Datebayo. And why are you on duty in the morgue? The guy tilted his head. We make extracts, rewrite cleanly the conclusions of the pathologist for the reports of the Hokage. Dreary work all night, date Bayo. The girl complained. Okay, see you. See you. Sai nodded and hesitantly raised his hand in response to wave, as she did. Naruto was proud of herself. There is progress. Itachi recently returned from a mission, handed in a report to the Hokage, a gift, Naruto. And now he was waiting for the girl near the hospital. He had important news for her. The most offensive thing is that they will almost certainly have to part again, albeit not for long. The danger to a friend's life is not something Naruto can ignore. A familiar doctor said that she had another duty at the morgue today, and Itachi, without hesitation, headed there. He hid in a cold, semi-dark room, catching the quick approach of a familiar bright chakra. He touched the light braid, and the next moment he was forced to leave from under the shelling of small shurikens. A bluish ball of Rasengan began to form in the girl's hand, and she had to relocate to the ceiling. Naru, you don't have to kill me. Itachi said calmly, laughter dancing in his eyes. Frightening me is not necessary, date Bayo. Naruto muttered, dispelling the technique. It doesn't look like you're scared. The Uchiha raised an eyebrow, pulling the asterisk out of the wall. Naruto shrugged, creating a clone that immediately moved to a small table at the end of the hall. The mortuary had been housed in a long, rectangular basement, cold and gloomy, but the Irionen had arranged it so that duty could be carried out comfortably. In the corner stood a small sofa of a color incomprehensible from old age, with springs sticking out on the sides, next to it, a tile, a kettle, several mugs and a packet of tea leaves. Tea? Naruto offered cheerfully. They often spent time like this, over a cup of tea, flavored with warm conversation. After all, how else can you know a person if you do not talk to him? No time, shook his friend's head. The Kazekage have been kidnapped by the Akatsuki. My mission was not in Suna, but close enough to know about it in time. I have already reported to the Hokage. Fear, excitement, anxiety, desperate determination in a kaleidoscope flashed in the eyes of the girl. Fortunately, cool judgment prevailed. Send a crow to Sasuke, I'll wake up Sakura. We also need Temari, she is now in the role of Suna's ambassador to Konoha, the girl nodded, creating clones. And she herself began to make tea, rummaged through the shelves of a small cabinet in search of muffins or cookies. It seems that the close proximity of the dead did not bother her at all. As she herself said, squeamishness is the first thing that future Irionen are weaned from. Itachi liked to watch her busy. Wherever it happened, in the hospital, in the morgue, in the kitchen, it always looked so cozy, sweet, homely. But logic, common sense and harsh practice suggested that Naruto would agree to the role of a housewife in 50 years, if not more. And I liked it too. She liked everything about her. I wanted to see her next to me, to talk. Naruto knew how to listen easily, lightly, with keen interest. This made her heart warmer. As my father said, for shinobi, especially Uchiha, the main question is not whether you love a woman, but whether you are ready to lose her. Losing Naruto Itachi was not ready. Therefore, I wanted to protect, save. Make it yours. With her full approval. As long as everything goes the way it should. She almost confessed to him, rightly he stopped her then. It would have come out under the pressure of circumstances, excitement and nerves, and he did not need this. Itachi wanted her to think it over carefully and say it seriously, in a calm environment where, even for a moment, there would be no need to rush and worry about the life of another. Also, he was just afraid that Naruto would say that he only sees him as a friend. It is better to wait a little to increase your chances for sure. Sasuke appeared in the morgue as bouncy as boiling water, dragging a sleepy Temari on his shoulder. Sakura slipped behind the Uzumaki clone through the door, closed the door behind her, and nodded in greeting. Uzumaki handed out mugs of various colors, with small chips, which were probably the same age as herself. And she sat down on a free gurney, spreading a clean sheet. Sakura grimaced and preferred to stay against the wall. But Itachi did not suffer, he settled on the second gurney. Sasuke seated Temari on the couch and sat next to her. Do the heirs of the Uchiha clan have such a way, to kidnap girls in the middle of the night, immersing the guards in genjutsu? The hermit raised an eyebrow, trying to take on the most dignified look. Good thing Sasuke politely let her put on her dress. Your brother has been kidnapped. Naruto ignored her question. The Akatsuki organization. Temari turned pale, convulsively swallowed the burning drink, coughed. Sasuke politely, with a bit of derision, tapped on his back, helping to catch his breath. Then he glanced at his friend. What's your plan? I want to ask you, date Bayo. I don't intend to leave Gaara in trouble. After the test, in numerous training sessions, The team's forces were divided in such a way that the uchiha was the generator of ideas, the uzumaki was responsible for the technical execution, and Sakura served as a support group and theoretical base. And now she has entered the fray. To her credit, she did not dissuade, resent, as she would have done before. She must have really grown up. If we're lucky, the Suna elders will decide everything overnight, she thought, tapping her lips with her finger. Then the hawk from them will fly no earlier than noon. Before that, we do not have the right to advance. This can be regarded as an act of military aggression against the allied village. From what I understand, Gaara damaged some technique on his opponent's arms and his bird, which makes them unable to fly, so the kidnappers will walk, Itachi now mused aloud. A day, a maximum of 1.5. It takes another 3 days to prepare the ritual and carry it out. It was not possible to find out the details, I only know that Gaara will live until then. What happened when you left? Temari asked excitedly. Your brother gathered a squad in pursuit, and you didn't even help your brother? You are allies of our village. It was obvious that the girl was scared. This was not part of my task, a calm, indifferent tone sobered the hermit, so you can count on him to hold them back a little longer. Itachi was proud of his Itoto. He matured, a real leader, an approximate plan of action was already outlined in his head. And Uzumaki can also modify it. We are forbidden to appear within Suna until the arrival of the hawk. It is unknown if he will. It will, Temari snapped. Then she collapsed and shook her head sadly. Gaara is our Kage, the strongest warrior. We can't get it back alone. Moreover, Konoha knows much more about Akatsuki, so let's take the working version that the hawk will arrive by noon, Sasuke thought aloud. To Suna, 2 days' journey, if we go after official permission, we will lose almost another day. It then takes time to find Gaara's footprints in place. How? Sakura raised an eyebrow skeptically. Ninkins, Sasuke shrugged. Why not Inuzuka dogs? Now Naruto intervened. Kiba will gladly lend Akamaru. The abilities of draft dogs are wider, and it's easier to communicate with them, Sasuke thought, drummed his fingers on his knee and continued his reasoning. Most likely, Akatsuki will also put fighters in our path, another delay. So we can lose all the time won by the hermits. And you're suggesting? Naruto urged him on. Leave now, without waiting for a letter from Suna. If the Hokage gets it, fine, we'll show up as a rescue squad. No, that's okay too, we have our own unofficial pass, he nodded at Temari. We will be an escort group and guards for Ambassador Sand. But it'll be night soon, Sakura retorted timidly. That's not a problem for a Sharingan fighter, Itachi replied softly. Sasuke nodded. We have bigger questions, he said grimly. How are we going to persuade the Hokage to let her go? How will we persuade Hitaki, who has the call of dogs? And how can we contact Tsunade-sama while running to find out if she received the message or not? I'll agree with Bie-chan, date Bayo. She will let us go. I'll take on Kakashi-sensei, Sakura nodded. I'll think about ways to communicate, the Uchiha agreed. At the training camp for half an hour, we meet at the Hokage's residence. Itachi looked at the serious, determined guys he remembered as children. None of them even considered the possibility of retreat. Let Gaara be a friend only for Uzumaki, he was respected by the whole trinity. And they couldn't leave one. The Ototo's eyes reflected Itachi's concern. They dragged Naruto, another Jinchuriki, right into the clutches of the Akatsuki. But do not leave her unattended in the village, she will run away anyway, sooner or later. It is better to help and support her impulses than to lose. Shinobi scattered in shadows, only the clone creaked with a pen, which the responsible Uzumaki left to fill out the papers. Half an hour later, as agreed, they met at the Hokage's residence. Tsunade hadn't gone home yet, sorting through the remnants of the latest mission reports. The sunset had just burned out, and a blessed coolness descended on Konoha when the whole company tumbled into the Hokage's office. Sasuke quickly, matter-of-factly outlined his thoughts and plans. Tsunade measured the determined faces with a suspicious look and nodded with a sigh. Only I haven't figured out how to keep in touch, the Uchiha admitted. Senju and Naruto looked at each other, slapped loudly, one on the forehead, the other on the table. Katsuyu. They said in unison. Katsuyu is a unique summoning animal, Princess Senju took pity on her incomprehensible subordinates. She is one, all her copies are herself. And through them you can talk over long distances. I will be able to contact Naruto when the letter arrives to make the mission official, I will write it down tomorrow as well. As for the rest, be careful. And do it, eat. They flew out the window and rushed to the border of the village. Itachi was supposed to secretly lead them through the barrier, but the Hokage signaled to him to linger. When we receive the letter, you will go to support them with Guy's team. Itachi bowed and rode his shunshin to the meeting place. Kakashi's team, led by a gloomy captain, whom Sakura had somehow persuaded, was already waiting for him. Officially, they had no right to leave the village, so they had to act around, go past the main gate. Itachi got everyone personally, only Naruto didn't need it. It was the people of her clan, led by the same restless grandmother who took care of her descendants, who installed the protective barrier. Since then, the seals have not been changed, as well as the access passwords. Be careful, please. Itachi straightened a stray strand of hair. I will, date Bayo. Naruto nodded understandingly, quickly hugged him and rushed to catch up with the squad. Itachi turned around and vanished into the oncoming darkness. Kakashi-sensei, we need to rest, Sakura demanded. We can't run without stopping. And then a small box of pills flew into her. The girl barely had time to intercept her. What does that mean, Uzumaki? She got angry. If I could, I would try to hit the eternal rival. But Sasuke looked demanding, seriously waiting for an answer, like Kakashi, and she did not dare to start a fight. Naruto listened to himself. At any other time, she would gladly rush to Suna with all possible speed. Special scrolls for sealing combat puppets, various poisons from rare herbs. But now something was pressing, pulling inside, forcing him to run with all his might. I don't know. The girl ran her hands over her shoulders. But you have to hurry. Some bad premonition. And because of your presentiment, we will tear ourselves up. Haruno raised an eyebrow. Sakura, you know how important all 5 senses are in the shinobi world: sight, smell, touch, hearing and taste. Kakashi did not stop, looked ahead, but the girl's nod was still caught. But real warriors also try to develop their intuition, sharpen it to the limit. Naruto barely listened to their conversation. She was driven forward by a desire to help a friend, memories of that long-standing, joint mission, on which Gaara was almost killed by his own. And how angry she was at the behavior of the people of Suna, but most of all, she was struck by the fact that a friend was able to forgive them and start life from scratch. And so, became the Kazekage. And now he is in a death trap. Naruto, the little slug Katsuyu peeked out from the neckline of her dress. The squad listened to the thin voice. Tsunade-sama said that she received the letter, and she sent a detachment of Might Guy as support. Uzumaki, did it seem, or Kakashi groaned muffled. Thank you, Katsuyu, she said softly, stroking the slug, who hid under her dress again. The box of pills was returned to her. The girl swallowed one. Stimulants, not the strongest and most harmful, were able to maintain muscle performance for another 8 hours. Then there will be a mandatory lull, you still need to rest. But by that time, Naruto planned to reach at least the borders of the desert. A short rest period fell on a sandstorm. The sky was covered with a dull, dense veil. The sand stung, bit, clogged up the collar. Fortunately, Temari found a small cave where she could wait. Naruto sat at the very edge, staring at the wind-blown clouds of sand. In her grandmother's book, she looked into the section that talked about sealing bijou, specifically the kyubi. Yes, and Kurama himself willingly shared his memories and harmful comments on certain actions of the ancient Uzumaki. In all techniques, absolutely in all, if the wearer was not a member of the Scarlet Clan, he died when the bijou was removed. A shinobi has 2 types of chakra: spiritual, the one that he uses in techniques, and bodily, which fills the muscles, blood, and the cells of the body themselves. They do not notice it, they cannot use it, but as long as it is there, even if it is not spiritual, the shinobi will remain alive. Many, having squandered the reserve, having destroyed the hearth, remained alive precisely due to bodily energy. The bijou chakra was so closely intertwined with both species that it was almost impossible to separate them. When seized, she involuntarily dragged it along with her. Only Uzumaki could not pay attention to this, possessing phenomenal vitality. Due to their physiology, the bijou chakra acted a little differently, not intertwining with the wearer's own power. Despite his red hair, Gaara was not an Uzumaki. And with every minute of inactivity, Naruto grew more and more worried about him. Katsuyu emerged from the cutout again, climbed onto her shoulder, the vibrations of her soft, gentle body tickling, sending cheerful goosebumps all over her body. The slug climbed onto her shoulder, leaning against her ear so that only Naruto could hear. Itachi-san asked me to tell you that sometimes you think too loudly. And problems should be solved as they come. Naruto almost laughed. Somehow, one of Katsuyu's copies ended up in Itachi's possession, and Naruto's companion must have complained that the girl couldn't find a place for herself. So they asked a friend to calm down. It's just some kind of conspiracy. But they achieved their goal. The tension began to gradually subside. The storm went to the east and subsided there, the sun peeped out again. And the group moved on. They reached the village in less than 2 days. They were already waiting in Suna. Let's go. Let's go. The short shinobi rushed about. We need to hurry. Kankuro's detachment died, he himself was wounded, poisoned by an unknown poison. We really need doctors. Naruto sighed heavily. Tension rang like a tight string. This is what her intuition warned her strongly about. Not only Gaara, but also his brother got hurt. In a bright room, around the bed of the patient, physicians crowded. Kankuro tossed about in delirium, screaming and scratching his throat with his nails. Without his war paint, he looked strangely human. Everyone turned around at the sound of footsteps. In addition to the patient, an old grandmother of about 80 attracted attention. Wrinkled like a baked apple, her cheeks droopy, her watery gray eyes widened when Kakashi appeared. Her figure was hidden by a black hoodie, on her head, a funny hat. But Naruto felt the current of her energy, just like a young shinobi. Quickly, staggeringly fast for her age, she charged at Kakashi with a scream. He was dumbfounded, not knowing where to go from the obviously insane old woman. Sakura and Naruto rushed forward, and rushed past, to Kankuro's bunk, where they pushed the medics aside and began the examination. Do you think Kakashi-sensei can handle it? Sakura raised an eyebrow in response to the noise behind her and the captain's pathetic attempts to justify herself. Must, date Bayo, Naruto shrugged, using a flashlight to look at her dilated pupils. Sakura went into her mouth. Uzumaki, meanwhile, leaned against the man's hot, sweat-drenched chest. My heart was beating dully, abruptly. Something interfered with him, something harmed all important organs. The girl looked at her partner. Heavy metals, they nodded to each other. While working in the hospital, there were never any disputes between them, they skillfully divided duties when they were given one patient. However, this rarely happened. While Sakura was explaining the problem to the doctors, Naruto prepared basins of solution and slipped it to her partner. She will have to deal with the cure of Kankuro, and Uzumaki will take over the poison and the manufacture of an antidote to it. She picked up a bowl of dissolved poison that Sakura seized, handed the second to an assistant, asking to be escorted to the laboratory. Kakashi-san, stop this nonsense, she said to the teacher, who was professionally cornered by the brisk old woman, screeching something about the white fang of Konoha, whom she wants to kill. Hatake looked confused, he was not accustomed to fight with allies, besides, elderly women. And looked at the Uzumaki for support. I'm going to kill him. I will take revenge on the white fang of Konoha for the death of my son. Cut off the old woman, taking out a kunai. But it's not white fang, the second elder intervened, a blind old man with bushy eyebrows. White fang died many years ago. Do you remember, sister, how worried you were that he was not killed by your hand? The elderly kunoichi chewed her lips thoughtfully as she stared at the smiling Hatake. Yes, he is painfully young for Fang, she finally agreed. The Suna shinobi behind her caught their breath. Naruto understood them, it was not easy to stop the elder, and they would not be forgiven for killing ninja from the allied village. His gaze caught on the cap, the gray hair that framed his face. Mentally, the girl rejuvenated the woman for several years. And gasped, Chia-sama. Exactly like the images from the war that Tsunade showed her. Why didn't you remove the poison yourself, Elder Chia? She asked, grabbing the basin more comfortably. The woman paid her attention, intent, tenacious, despite her seemingly distracted gaze. The poison was made by my grandson, Akasuna Sasori, she said reluctantly. And I can conclude that he far surpassed me in this art. In all the arts, she concluded bitterly. Understood, Naruto nodded and hurried to the lab. Behind her, Hatake summoned the Ninken. There was less and less time left, and it was still necessary to take care of Kankuro, to take the trail of Gaara's kidnappers. And prepare at least 3 servings of antidote, just in case. The small laboratory was located in a small greenhouse, under a transparent roof of thick glass. Naruto was delighted, how convenient, you cannot go for the ingredients, but pick them right there. She did an analysis of the poison, decomposed it into components, determined the effect of each on the final result. Created several clones to speed up work on the antidote. The greenhouse was filled with busily scurrying blondes. A couple of them brought materials and tools from neighboring laboratories so that each double did not stand in line, but did its job. While the original was completing the analysis, the rest had already prepared the basis. The Sonovites looked with widened eyes at the seething work and tried not to interfere. Unlike Elder Chia, for the first time I see that they use such a chakra-expensive technique when you can do it on your own, she rasped, sitting down on a chair. And don't you worry about Kankuro at all? You seem to consider him your friend. Naruto added a couple more inflorescences, crushed them. Her hands were doing their usual, mechanical work as she looked at Chia. A cunning, smart, real elder, and besides, she started some kind of test. What does she want to achieve? I believe in Sakura and I know that she can handle it. No wonder she's a student of the 5th Hokage, Datebayo. She shrugged. We don't have much time, Gaara could die. So wouldn't it be better to divide the work and leave the patient to the one that can handle it, instead of pushing around in the room and getting in the way? What about technology? Uchiha frowned. I am Uzumaki, for me it is not expensive. Everyone knows the stamina and chakra volumes of the Scarlet Clan, so here even Uchiha could not find fault with the girl's answer. Naruto bit his lip and shook his head. Sasori's poison was based on Uchiha's poison, only he improved it, made it more destructive. A lot of components, one mistake, and the antidote will become inactive. However, it was not in vain that she studied the works of Uchiha-sama for a long time in Konoha. He's a genius, she had to admit in a whisper, and caught an echo of pain in Uchiha's eyes. Sasuke, who entered, prevented him from asking the question. Are you done? He asked his friend. Naruto looked at his friend in annoyance. A little more, and she would surely have managed to get the elder to talk. Why did her grandson leave the village? How did Suna let such a talented shinobi go? Almost. The dogs of Kakashi-san have found Akatsuki's hideout. We leave in 4 hours, we need to rest a little, and Sakura is exhausted. She pulled out Kankuro. Naruto nodded, taking note. The clones dispersed, relaying the information. I have 4 doses of the antidote ready, she said. 1 for Kankuro, the rest, in reserve. Well, he approached almost close, ran his hand along the back. Don't worry, Naruto. The girl smiled weakly. Thanks, Sasuke. They were given 1 room, and they don't need more for a short rest. Kakashi sat down against the wall by the door and dozed off. Sasuke chose the corner opposite the door, Sakura lay down on the futon, and Naruto took the windowsill, leaning her forehead against the cold glass. Despite worrying about Gaara, there was a cold calm inside. They will cope, whatever happens, they will cope, because the team, the group. And save a friend. The girl relaxed her muscles, drove the chakra through her body. It's a pity that Katsuya had to be let go, but what is not, is not. You need to make good use of your free time. In order not to disturb her friends, she left the room, feeling the close attention of the activated Sharingan on her. The Uchiha said nothing and closed his eyes again. In the end, she is an adult girl, she understands that she cannot let the squad down due to fatigue. Coffee for the desert was a truly royal treat, not all shinobi could afford it. But he was in the palace. Naruto, inhaling with pleasure the strong smell soaked in milk, sipping a drink from a huge mug, gutted her flip bag. Despite its modest size, there was much more hidden there than in the backpacks of shinobi. Kunai for various barriers, scrolls with weapons, food supplies, clothing and medicine, a couple of scrolls with chakra reserves and several fireballs that Itachi made her. Blank paper, special inks and brushes. Naruto opened the scroll of antidotes with a light pop, lots of multicolored ampoules, sorted by size and date of manufacture. During the leaving of the village, she was fond of collecting formulas for the poisons of various villages and preparing antidotes for them. Just in case. Suna, Uchiha-sama. Each ampoule has a formula instead of a signature. This makes it easier to figure out what and when to work hard. At least for the Uzumaki, judging by the analysis of Sasori's poison and the formulas of the antidotes she has. Naruto set aside 3 pieces, sealed the rest again, and hid the scroll in her bag. They will not save, but they will be able to slow down the effect of the poison. I'll go with you. Naruto shuddered, so suddenly Uchiha crept up. In my old age, I want to participate in the battle for the last time. If you die, then as befits a shinobi, she said proudly. Besides, my grandson is there. My duty is to find out what happened to him. Naruto sighed as he finished his coffee. I'm not a squad leader, I can't decide. But you can convince him. The old woman winked slyly. For the first time in days, Naruto laughed sincerely. The squad moved forward at a steady pace, following Hatake and Pakken. Naruto was replenishing Haruno's chakra reserve as she went. For the umpteenth time, the Uchiha marveled at her stamina and reserve. She ran without rest, made an antidote, did not sleep during the break, and still fresh as dew in the morning. And only the usually carefree blue eyes darkened with anxiety. A source of chakra flickered ahead, Hatake signaled to stop, and Sasuke activated a dojutsu. From that very first defeat, he dreamed of revenge, wanted to try out new techniques, his strength on that swordsman from the mist. But he did not suspect that their meeting would take place so soon. It was he who was sent by Akatsuki to delay the squad. Hashige Kisame, and behind him is a huge semi-sentient sword Samehada. It absorbs chakra, making a reserve for its owner, which is why shinobi are called tailless bijou. Sasuke has been painstakingly gathering information about him since returning to Konoha with Tsunade. Naruto tensed, frowning. She must have felt the pressure of the chakra. Her clones attacked the grinning swordsman. Well, it's necessary, are Konoha shinobi really not capable of more? He mockingly drawled. A huge wave, tsunami, rushed towards them. On its crest, waving a bandaged Samehada with a predatory cry, the swordsman himself raced. Sasuke moved forward with Naruto, shielding the others. The fireball blossomed and turned into a wall. Uchiha did not skimp on the chakra. Nearby, she took out the Uzumaki scrolls, opening her own katan. Water and fire clashed, hissed, and the clearing was covered with thick, damp steam. Sasuke considered his options. It is impossible to use techniques directly, Samehada absorbs them like a sponge. So, only Tai. Oh, it's a pity Rock Lee is not with them, that's who could fight back. But he and his team were gone on a mission before Naruto returned and still hasn't returned. Eyes darted from one partner to another, assessing their capabilities. Sakura is the squad's medic, Kakashi isn't that good at pure taijutsu, Uchiha is the puppet master, Naruto is the medic and... He beamed. Here it is. Fuinjutsu master. She must have the appropriate seals. He approached the squad, called his girlfriend and commander and gave them the information, while Kisame was distracted by countless blonde clones with Razengans. The swordsman destroyed them with laughter, clearly amused. There is one Fuin, Naruto nodded. A trap that drains chakra from the enemy and transfers it to the one on whom the barrier is bound. But, the Uchiha replied understandingly, both opponents must be inside the barrier, where everything depends only on their abilities. I will have to close you there. Hitaki corrected, tracking Kisame's movements out of the corner of his eye. Together we have more chances to win. Give me time, Naruto nodded. I am tired of this. Meanwhile complained swordsman. A couple of seals, and a huge blue shark rushes at them. Shinobi rushed in all directions, dodging fangs and fins that turned out to be very sharp. But Sakura and Grandma Uchiha did not have time. Kisame flew towards them at great speed and imprisoned them in water. Are you going to leave your comrades to die? Mockingly shining small, nasty eyes. No way, Date Bayo. Naruto rushed at him. Where? Sakura, trapped in the water, exclaimed, powerlessly hitting the walls of the ball with her fists. Uzumaki, run, you idiot. You must complete the task. Only Tai, Tessin against the sword. Sasuke followed his friend, a Chidori sang in his hand, gliding along the katana blade. Glitter, ringing, sparks, the endless circling of him and Kakashi around the enemy, everything just to distract him from the Uzumaki clones swarming nearby. And yes, she is definitely there. Sasuke jumped back, Naruto was next to him, squeezed his wrist, put a seal. You must get as close to him as possible, Date Bayo, she whispered. The Uchiha nodded and jumped back into the center of the fight, eluding another shark strike, almost right up to Samehada. Naruto and her three clones at the corners of the square folded the seals in sync. The purple barrier was erected in a matter of seconds, and they became its foundation to make it more durable. After all, the same kunai Kisame with his diabolical power will take down at once. The seal burned his wrist as the swordsman tried to break through the barrier with Samehada. The sword drank chakra from the seal, hence the Uzumaki, and Sasuke drank chakra from the sword. Kisame quickly realized his position, but it was too late as Naruto had placed the seals that limited her chakra usage. Violation was punished by wild pain throughout the body, tearing apart the consciousness and the burning mind. Quickly and accurately, the shadow copies destroyed Kisame's aquatic clones holding their comrades captive. The water prison collapsed, no longer receiving recharge from the creator, and Sakura and Uchiha collapsed on the grass, coughing and choking. The Uchiha and Kakashi pounced on the swordsman, each of them copied Might Guy's technique at one time. They acted together like two whirlwinds. It was the first time Sasuke felt such rapture as he pounded the criminal's body with all his might. His body sang, as if it were performing the movements on its own, without the slightest command from the brain. And only out of the corner of his eye did he allow himself to linger on a sweaty girlfriend who controlled the Fuin. A battered body in a cloak fell to the grass. Naruto removed the barrier, the seal on Sasuke's wrist vanished like it never existed. The whole company approached the Nuke-Nin, and they were taken aback. In its place lay the corpse of a completely different person, with a Suna forehead protector and an Akatsuki cloak. Yoshi, Uchiha whispered. One of Kankuro's squad. Sakura examined the body with professional interest. Look, she said to the Uzumaki, there's some kind of medical equipment here. I don't know that one, she said, puzzled. Kabuto, his experiments, Date Bayo, the girl nodded in response. We have to go, Hitaki interrupted their conversation. A minute later, no one was on the field. As the dog led them on, relying on his sense of smell, Uzumaki wistfully thought that she needed to enhance her techniques in some way. She won't be able to ride on tiny Razengans forever. The godfather suggested adding more chakra to make the orb bigger, but she was thinking of mixing the technique with wind or water. Or even build it only on the natural chakra. Should be a killer thing. But that's all later, when time comes, but for now, Pakin pointed to a large rock with a paper seal in the very center. Familiar shinobi were already standing near her. Naruto! Rock Lee rejoiced. The girl embraced her friend, nodded to Tenten, smiled at Niji. Hi, I have not seen you for a while. And Guy started his usual song. I overtook you, my eternal rival, Kakashi. Hataki smiled sourly. We had a little trouble along the way, he shrugged. I hope you don't mean me, Chia said threateningly. Of course not, elder. Hataki immediately waved his hands. Enai-san, what are you doing here? Sasuke was surprised. Hokage-sama sent me along with Mato-san's team, Itachi said calmly, and Naruto smiled out of the corners of his lips, receiving a beaming smile in return. Now Uzumaki was sure that everything would definitely end well. It can't be otherwise, because Itachi is near. He is one of the strongest shinobi and just a genius. They're inside. Niji activated his Byakugan. Something terrible, dark, powerful. I have never seen such a thing. Gaara, he is still alive, but hanging in the air. The chakra is drawn out of it. There is very little left. This is a special fuin. Printing 5 vertices. There are 4 more seals that need to be removed at the same time. Niji nodded, scanned the area and gave out the coordinates. All this time, Itachi made sure that Gaara's chakra didn't disappear. Guy's team connected the transmitters and quickly fled to the indicated places. Kakashi jumped onto the rock. After a couple of minutes he nodded, pulled off the seal. Sakura! The girl ran up and hit the stone with all her might. The huge rock hummed with strain and crumbled into fragments. Inside was a huge natural cave. At its end stood a strange and terrible statue, rolling its eyes. Her hands, sticking out of the ground with spread fingers, were shackled in wooden shackles. On each finger stood a ghostly figure with glowing eyes. Bluish dragons burst out of the statue's mouth, cocooned the unconscious Gaara. Scarlet threads of chakra stretched from his eyes and mouth and went into the grinning mouth of the sculpture. Sasuke, get ready to get Gaara out. The friend nodded, preparing a strong fishing line. Naruto rushed forward, skirting strange exploding bugs, needles from the tail of some short, hunched shinobi. The Rasengan hit the dragons, the clones with the second one hit the statue's open eye. The girl jumped back, took out the Tessen, covered herself with senbon, probably poisoned. Whirlwinds of blades rushed towards the opponents, some of them landed directly on the fingers and eyes of the statue. This was enough for the technique to break, small tails of chakra soaked back into Gaara, and his body flew towards the ground. Naruto only heard the whistle of the fishing line, saw the thin threads that entangled the Kazekage. In the next moment, she was already pressed to her chest, and the scarlet cover of Susanoo was burning around her. Itachi knelt down next to Gaara, who was already being examined by Sakura. Deidara, Sasori, take care of them, said one of the ghostly figures. And what about the boy? The blonde inquired, one eye covered by a long, voluminous bang. Shikaku is no longer in it anyway, and without Biju it will not survive, an indifferent, metallic voice. Naruto watched the Akatsuki's shadows dissolve, the statue disappear into a puff of smoke. Only 2 members remained. Naruto, Sakura whispered softly, he's dying. There is very little chakra, it no longer supports his body. There is one technique, the Uzumaki answered just as quietly, remembering. But I cannot help you in battle, I will be behind the barrier. Hataki took out a kunai, we'll figure it out ourselves. The main thing now is to save Gaara. A transparent, small, but very strong barrier stood up in a minute. Outside, there was only a clone with a Tessen. Inside, Naruto summoned Katsuya. The slug examined, felt the patient, dejectedly shook its antennae. We'll have to rebuild almost everything from scratch, Naruto. And I do not give guarantees, she delivered a verdict in a thin voice. We should try, Katsuyu. Can't give up, Date Bayo. Gaara is very important to his village. And for you, a warm smile could be heard in the voice. Yes, he is my friend. Katsuyu wrapped Gaara around her and pulled him and Naruto into her. So she can keep him alive, while the girl will heal his wounds, fill his body with chakra. But the reserve of the Uzumaki itself will go to this. Under his fingers, the pulse beat easily, randomly. Gaara went further and further and was not going to return. Naruto snorted, so you have to force. Shikaku was clearly not going to easily part with his carrier, he clung to him to the last. This resulted in the ritual drawing out the spiritual chakra and touching the body chakra. If they had come a little later, there would have been no one to save. Colossal work lies ahead, to subtly divide the energy, to saturate with it not just every organ, but every piece, scrap of the body, almost every cell. Watch her get used to it. Difficult, painstaking task that requires all concentration. Itachi waited for Naruto to hide inside Katsuyu. I saw her tension, subtle streams of chakra flowing from her fingertips, soaking into the Kazekage's body. She will cope. The man did not doubt the stubbornness and obstinacy of Uzumaki. The clone winked at him reassuringly, adjusted the tesson in his hands. Well, the blonde was upset. And I so hoped to take revenge on the Kazekage. I have a personal score with him. He waved a piece of his hand, covered with tattered sleeves. It won't work, Sasuke grinned, launched a kunai. The blonde dodged, folded the seals. A huge white bird made of clay flew up to him. Good thing I have a spare. He rejoiced. Try to catch me, boy. Nuke-Nin flew out. We behind him. Hitaki approached Sasuke. Can you manage without us? Quite, Sakura cracked her knuckles, looking at the enemy predatory. Itachi wasn't so rosy. Akasuna Sasori, the famous puppet master who took over the whole country with his puppets, an expert on poisons without antidotes. It is not known what cards he has up his sleeve. The doll's tail darted out without warning, revealing secret compartments from which needles squirted in all directions. Itachi dodged with his Sharingan. And thanks to him, he also saw the chakra threads with which the elder intercepted Sakura. They danced, dodged, not letting the needles hurt themselves. Haruno had already said that there were only 3 servings of antidotes, which would come in handy in the future. This doll's name is Hiriko. Once he was also a shinobi of our village. Chia pursed her lips. Human puppets are created from the bodies of ninjas, so they retain the ability to use chakra and all their techniques. I'm glad you haven't lost your memory, Granny, a mockery in your voice. I remember all your actions, granddaughter. Bitterness poisoned more than any poison. Oh, do not just tearful tragedies, probably rolled his eyes. You've always been a shinobi. Even when she sent relatives and friends to certain death. You still blame me for this. Chia shook her head. Obeying the movements of dexterous fingers, Sakura soared up to deliver a crushing blow to Hiriko from there. It's been a long time since I stopped blaming anyone. The cloaked figure shook its head. The hood slipped off, and Chia let out a gasp. The purpose of my existence was art. What could be more magnificent than power imprinted in eternity? He hasn't changed in the last 20 years, the woman whispered in shock. Akasuna meanwhile took out another scroll. I think you will appreciate my next gesture. Doll of a disheveled black-haired man with narrow eyes, in a shabby, torn hoodie in places. Third Kazekage. The elder exclaimed. Itachi frowned. The third was considered the strongest ruler of the Suna. He possessed a powerful weapon, iron sand. From his chakra, he made a magnet, with the help of which he controlled it. As far as the Uchiha knew, the third disappeared without a trace 20 years ago. Efforts to find him came to nothing. So you killed him. Like the fourth. As soon as I saw the bodies of the Kazekage and his assistants, I began to suspect your intrigues. The fourth didn't interest me, Sasori dismissed. Here my former partner from Akatsuki, Orochimaru, was rather noted. Itachi finally managed to catch his opponent's eye. However, the genjutsu had no effect on him. The man looked. His whole body seemed to not exist, only a single clot of chakra beat in his chest. Powerful, thick, but the only one. No circulation system, nothing like that. The doll opened its mouth, and the notorious iron sand began to spread in the air with a metallic rustle. It was assembled into various forms, kunai, senbon, and simple sharp blocks that could crush anyone unwary. Susanu's veil could withstand any blows, and Akasuna frowned. It's not interesting, my future puppets. I think it's worth sharing. He threw off his cloak. Sakura screamed in surprise. Sasori Akasuna was a puppet himself. Chakra was pouring into the wooden body from a cylinder in his chest, which Itachi sensed. He opened another valve, from which 100 of the thinnest threads escaped. The scroll unrolled with a rustle, and puppets in crimson cloaks soared into the air. Like a swarm of angry forest bees, they blocked the sky. Everyone had a weapon in their hands. Katana, saber, spear, morning star, kuzaringama and much, much more. And they were all aimed at the Uzumaki's barrier. At one time, Granny managed to conquer and hold the castle with the help of only 10 dolls. What will happen if I use my battle 100 against the girl who is trying to save the current Kazekage from death? Itachi turned around quickly. Naruto hovered inside her summoned body along with Gaara, her hair loose and undulating around her. Eyes wide open saw something the rest of us couldn't see. A thin thread of blood ran down his chin from a bitten lower lip. She treated, completely absorbed in her work, her mind, thoughts, feelings, everything revolved around Gaara. Her clone is unlikely to be able to hold the barrier alone. Protect the girl, Uchiha nodded. I can handle my grandson myself. Even if it will be the last thing I do in my life, I'll help. Supported Sakura, straightening her gloves. Itachi broke into battle at once with the battle 100. He whirled, dodging poisoned blades, arrows, threads and chains. And he did not let anyone near the barrier. Intercepted and blocked blows, clung to numerous explosion seals. His phoenix flowers blossomed in the air, burning the puppets to ashes. The shurikens saturated with chakra cut the puppeteers' threads. The crows of numerous clones croaked deafeningly, and the puppets did not seem to get smaller. But their remains crunched underfoot as Itachi ran up and struck. A copy of Naruto actively helped him. Uzumaki could not stand aside when her friends were in danger. She spent chakra wastefully on wind techniques. Streams slithered, twisted around snakes, breaking the necks of opponents. Blades of the wind whistled, cutting everything in their path. She had mowed over a third of 100 when her energy ran out. With a soft pop, the clone was gone. Itachi dodged another blast of fire from the doll's mouth. The second attacked with a cutting water whip, which the man vaporized with his katan. And they all climbed and climbed like evil demons, with terrible, inhuman eyes. They had practically no invulnerable places, and Itachi's Susanoo cover was installed over Naruto's barrier. She must be safe. It's hard to fight when you can't use the strongest weapons, genjutsu and black flames. Dangerous, especially near allies. But Itachi was a genius, he still destroyed the dolls. Because he had someone to protect. Nearby, Sakura methodically, persistently smashed the third Kazekage's puppet. Her tenacity was clearly inherited from the teacher. 2 servings of the antidote have already been taken, the chakra is almost at 0, but he still fights, gritting his teeth. Yes, and Grandma Uchiha is not far behind. She is tired, out of breath. The iron sand has deprived all the puppets, except for Sakura, and her right hand, but she does not give up. He hides from both Sasori's fire and his sharply cutting water. When there was nothing left of the battle 100, cold, calculated anger surged inside. No one has the right to threaten dear Uchiha people. Itachi fired his own body using a special technique. The world around him blurred, the muscles groaned indignantly, as did the spiked arm. For a short time, for a short time, for a short distance, you can use this technique. It increases physical data, speed, strength, endurance. And it makes you pay with your health, torn ligaments, if you overdo it. Uchiha Shio died during the Third War while protecting his family. He danced alone against a band of 50 and failed to stop in time. He defeated them all. His body was mutilated, but his face retained the expression of a man who did everything right. The chakra-reinforced fist punched right through the cylinder in Sasori's chest. Itachi stared coldly into the doll's eyes. Akasuna was fading away, chakra was slowly flowing out of him. Itachi took out his hand and pierced the cube with a pair of swords. Just in case. There was a pop and a hoarse groan behind him. The barrier vanished. Naruto, coughing up blood, collapsed onto Gaara's unconscious body. Itachi rushed over to her. Deidara led his pursuers further and further away from the shelter. Sticky, tenacious bugs rained down from the bird, which were attached to clothing and exploded. Konoha's Jonin were saved only by the constant replacement technique. Sasuke, can you hold him for a while? Are you sure, Kakashi-san? Only recently, Hatake awakened Mangekyo in his dojutsu. Its use gave an enormous load on the brain. Especially if the person did not belong to the Uchiha clan. Yes, we must deal with him as soon as possible, the captain snapped. Sasuke shrugged and accelerated. He jumped right in front of the bird, Chidori blasting it to shreds. Kakashi, on the other hand, used a transfer technique on the Demomon's second arm, tore it off, moving it to another dimension. But even without hands, Deidara turned out to be a nimble type. He clenched the kunai between his teeth and managed to parry their blows in this way. He ran, jumped all over the forest, hid, created clones from clay. However, the latter was of little help against dojutsu. Sasuke was sweating and exhausted, with a few scratches, Kakashi holding his eye almost constantly as they finally managed to lure the bomber into a trap. A thin line wrapped around his body, squeezing as the copies of Kakashi were placed at the designated spots of the barrier seal. Deidara clenched his teeth and spat out a kunai. His body began to swell, chakra flowing in all directions. The Jonin jumped back, activating the barrier just in time. They were clearly underestimated, because Deidara, hiding in the nearby bushes, ended up inside the Fuin anyway. Sasuke spent so much time training with the Uzumaki for a reason. She loved to trap him and leave him in the company of her shadow clone, as chatty and restless as the original. The Uchiha passed through one of the walls, as the Fuin was attuned to his chakra. I will definitely have to thank Naruto again. And calmly cut off the head of the grinning enemy. This is not a game where you can regret and let go in the hope of a correction. The demo man is dangerous, especially to one blue-eyed, blonde-haired Jinchuriki. They searched and burned the body, because no one turned out to have scrolls, and leaving the body or dragging it on oneself is dangerous. Who knows if Deidara's accomplices are around or not. And they were silently glad that the bomber had no arms. On the chest of the Jonin they found a third mouth, sewn up with a harsh thread. And around him are strange seals. If the Nukenin had managed to unravel the thread, they would hardly have survived such an explosion. We need to go back. Hatake looked back with concern, to where Sakura and Naruto were left in the company of Itachi and old Chia. Now I have a bad feeling. Sasuke nodded and the Jonin rushed back. Naruto almost melted into Katsuyu's caressing warmth that surrounded her. She restored the body, damage, chakra, restarted the Kirakuki-eye, saturating it with energy. And at the same time she held the barrier, controlled the call and shared her strength with the slug. The salty smell of blood filled the air around him, thick, warm drops flowed from his ears and down his neck. Naruto eagerly erased them as she continued to work. If only Gaara had to be restored without spending chakra on Fuin and summoning. Her reserves would have been just enough, otherwise she could not cope. Naruto coughed, her throat rattled mercilessly, the iron taste of blood was felt in her mouth. The barrier fell first, then Katsuyu apologized and disappeared into the smoke. The girl wept in despair. So much effort, and all in vain. Her hands, still oozing weak chakra, covered her dry, wrinkled palms. Help me, girl. Chia looked at the crying girl whose efforts had gone to waste. But she succeeded, almost succeeded, and she remembered the words she had said before. They ran to Gaara's aid, and Chia talked about the usefulness of weapons like Jinchuriki. The girl stopped, turned around, lashing her scythe furiously through the air. Her fists clenched, her chest trembling with hard-to-hold emotions. I am the Jinchuriki of the nine-tailed fox, she said clearly. Seething rage seethed in every word. Who are you to decide what we do? Decide our fate? How are you different from us? If you hadn't put Shikaku in Gaara, none of this would have happened to him. He wouldn't suffer all his life. You do not know anything about him and did not try to find out. The worst part was that there was no hatred in her eyes. Only pity poisoned by rage and bitterness. Then Chie realized that Naruto knew what he was talking about. Understands Gaara like no other, because she went through it herself. And that's why now he is crying so bitterly, quietly, buried in the chest of a half-dead shinobi. And so Chie decided to use her secret and most intimate technique that she created to make her grandson happy. A powerful wave of chakra of a strange bluish hue passed through Naruto's palms. I came up with the resurrection technique myself, Chie said without looking away from the Kazekage's pale face. With its help, you can even revive the doll. Only the life of the one who applied it will be the price for this. With its help, you can heal, but even then life is reduced. You almost did everything, girl, did the right thing. I only have a little more to grab. Gaara's eyelids fluttered once, twice. On the third day, he opened his eyes, focused with difficulty. Gradually he gained clarity, a flash of recognition flashed through him. Gaara! I am so glad. Date Bayo. Naruto threw herself on her friend's neck. I'm so happy. The Kazekage hugged the girl, looking at the others with a blank look. Naruto, are you okay? Sasuke and Kakashi ran up to them. Guy's team, beaten up, but obviously happy with victories, appeared in the distance. Naruto was crying softly on his shoulder, squeezing with all her might. An unfamiliar black-haired man stroked her tousled hair, and she squeezed his fingers in response. Elder Chie smiled happily, although she tried to keep her face unapproachable. However, she didn't succeed. And around, ruins, fragments of rocks and dolls, blood and bodies. No, Gaara absolutely did not understand anything. Can someone explain to me what's going on here? He addressed those present. In the village they were honored as winners. After all, they were the winners. They saved the Kazekage, defeated two not the weakest Akatsuki fighters, solved the long-standing mystery of the disappearance of the third ruler of the village. So, they were almost forced to accept a hospitable invitation and take some rest before returning to Konoha. The guys didn't resist. Girls with groans of pleasure soaked in bathtubs with salts and oils, guys healed wounds, gained strength. Rock Lee was sent to explain to Kankuro, Temari and especially Gaara what happened, in the hope that the power of youth would tire the Kazekage and he would not torture the others. And Naruto was looking for Grandma Chie, who was hiding from her, using all her many years of experience. Apparently, she knew what question the girl wanted to ask, and she didn't want to answer it. But Uzumaki would not be herself if she did not know how to achieve her goals. She interrogated the entire palace, connected all the shinobi, but managed to intercept the elder before she went back to her mansion. Uchiha was sitting in a small living room, holding a bowl of herbal tea in her hands. Dull gray eyes from under heavy lids stared blankly at space. She was not here and not now, again and again experiencing the death of her son, his wife and her grandson. Naruto sat down on the sofa opposite, poured the broth into the second bowl, inhaled the fragrant smoke. And she waited until the gaze of the interlocutor again becomes meaningful. Uchiha pursed her lips in displeasure. You won't leave, you stubborn girl, will you? I prefer the word persistent, Datebeo. Go ahead, the elder agreed with a sigh, taking a sip. How much do you have left? You said that technique takes life. How much did she take from you? I don't know, the woman shrugged. But I don't think I'll live longer than 5 years. Yes, I think I'll make it to 5. Naruto gasped for air. But it's so unfair. Is there really no way to help and bring your life back? No, don't get me wrong, I'm grateful for your help to get Gaara back, but the